When the abyss descends, Blue Star becomes a world of professionals. On their 18th birthday, everyone awakens a single skill and steps onto the path of destiny. Linny, an ordinary student, draws the most basic magic, Fireball. But at that moment, a system chime echoes in his mind. You have awakened the SSS-Level talent, Gift of the Gods. Effect, gain 1 skill point every second. While others grind for days to earn a single point, Linny's skills evolve every heartbeat. Fireball becomes Pyroblast. Pyroblast becomes Flamestorm. Flamestorm becomes Skyflame Dragon Breath. Until one day, his spell transforms into the ancient forbidden art, burning the sky and boiling the sea. When the Lord of the Abyss descends to claim Blue Star, he finds Linny sitting on the throne of the Supreme Demon Palace, commanding flames that can incinerate worlds. How about you choose a way to die? Chapter 1 skill point per second? This cheat is a bit too much. Parallel world, Blue Star. The playground of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School is crowded with people. Today is the day for the senior students of No. 2 Middle School to awaken their profession. It is also the oath-taking ceremony for the National Professional College Entrance Examination. Countless students wearing No. 2 Middle School uniforms lined up in classes, and behind them were countless media and journalists carrying cameras to record this important scene. Class 8 of Senior 3, all soldiers. Stand up. Swear with me. At the front of the queue, a spirited young man suddenly stood up, picked up the microphone, and shouted hoarsely. From today on, I will become a member of Dasha Professionals. I will work hard and level up bravely. I have a share in the revival of the human race. Ugh. Perhaps he was too strong, and at the end of a series of oaths, he even began to vomit. Pa 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 pa. The school leaders on the stage took the lead in applauding. Countless media and journalists also gave applause and praise. This is the spirit they want. In the queue of Class 8 of Senior 3, a handsome boy almost laughed out loud. His name is Linny, and it has been 18 years since he traveled to this world. This is a world that has been invaded by countless games. The territory of the entire world has expanded more than 10 times compared to the Earth where Linny lived in his previous life. And the humans in this world are not the race at the top of the food chain in the true sense of the entire Blue Star. In a large number of unknown areas, there are a large number of unknown and terrifying monsters and beasts, which threaten the civilization of the human race at all times. In such an environment, everyone is like chicken blood, thinking about improving themselves all the time. In addition to preparing for war, there is still preparation for war. Fortunately, humans have also received the gift of the Blue Star Heaven. Everyone has a chance to awaken skills after they become adults at the age of 18. Getting combat skills means successfully transferring to a main combat profession. Later, they will become the vanguard of the human race against monsters and beasts. The identity and status are much higher than those who have awakened auxiliary and life skills. You can still laugh, I'm so nervous. A tall and strong boy next to Linny poked Linny's lower back and said with sweat on his forehead. Why are you so nervous? Isn't it just awakening a profession? Linny didn't care and remained calm. The tall man was named Zhang Shan, a good friend of Linny. Maybe his parents had too high expectations. Although he was tall and strong, he was far less calm and free than Linny at this time. You have been the first in the whole grade for the past 3 years, so of course you are not nervous. Fuck, I just want to be a warrior and inherit my father's legacy. He also has a full set of equipment and skill books, and even saved 5 skill point scrolls for me to use. It's time to explode gold coins, old thing. Linny laughed, he was really a filial son. With the end of the oath-taking ceremony, the awakening ceremony of the professional players of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School officially began. The process of the ceremony is very simple. The person whose name is called walks up to the stage and touches the huge light blue spirit crystal stone suspended in the center of the stage to obtain the first skill. At the same time, according to the skills obtained, the corresponding professional characteristics are awakened. Zhao Quan, obtain the skill, Fishing, life-related professional fisherman. Kai Kuan, obtain the skill, singing, life-related professional idol. Zhang Changliang, obtain the skill, forging, life-related professional blacksmith. As one after another came up to the stage to awaken their professions. The teachers who announced the awakening results on the stage read out the cold skills and professions one by one, and many people in the audience became nervous like Zhang Shan. In fact, the teachers of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School were also very dissatisfied. They were talking in a low voice. Why are the students this year so poorly qualified? More than 10 minutes have passed, and there is not a single one who has awakened combat skills. Janya, come up and awaken your profession. The teacher who sang the lyrics on the stage called another name. The next moment, everyone in Class 8 of Senior 3 cast their eyes on a girl with a cold temperament at the front of the queue. Janya, come on. Standing at the front of the line of Class 8, Hu Kai, the monitor of Class 8, who had just shouted at the top of his lungs and even broke his voice, showed a self-proclaimed warm smile and encouraged Janya. Who knew that his licking was not in place? Because at this moment, the latter did not even look at him. Instead, he looked up at another teenager at the back of the team. Linny felt Jiangya's slightly provocative gaze and felt helpless. It's just that in the past 3 years, he has been suppressed by himself. As for the resentment, he still provoked himself when awakening his profession. Jiangya is the class flower of Class 8 and the school flower of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. This look is incredible. In an instant, everyone once again focused their attention on Linny. After all, one is the first in the grade and the other is the second in the grade. This is too much. What profession these two people will awaken is also a matter of constant discussion by countless people. Jiangya took a deep look at Linny, then walked onto the stage with her long legs and reached out to touch the blue spirit crystal. The next moment, the blue spirit crystal trembled a few times, emitting a violent wave of magic power. The next moment, a series of strange phenomena appeared in the entire playground. I saw countless sand and stones, which began to defy gravity and gradually float into the air. It even keeps rotating in a mysterious trajectory. The eyes of the old principal on the stage shone brightly. Before the lyrics teacher could speak, he announced the result of this awakening. Janya, awakening skill, telepathy control. Combat profession, telepathy master. Wow! The whole place was in an uproar instantly. Stuck. The reporters who were waiting behind were a little impatient and pressed the shutter frantically to record this historic moment. Mentalist, a rare profession. This profession can use mental power to control objects and attack enemies, and it can also use extremely terrifying telekinesis to completely destroy the enemy's mental defenses. Janya, the cold-faced school beauty, even showed a smile after confirming that she got such an extremely rare career. Linny, come up and awaken your profession. With the shock of Jiangya before. This time, everyone once again focused their attention on Linny. Being second in grade is a rare occupation. The first in the grade must have a legendary profession? As for the higher level epic profession, they don't dare to think about it. The pressure was on Linny. Zhang Shan's hands couldn't stop shaking. But the good brother was about to face the most important challenge in his life, and he still gave his blessing. Come on, i.e., you can do it, have an epic career. Linny strode onto the stage. It is actually impossible to say that I am not nervous. In this environment, with the attention and expectations of so many people. Even though he has been a man for 2 generations, Linny, who has already been in an easygoing mood, still feels a little anxious. Reach out and touch the blue spiritual crystal. A cold touch came over me. The next moment, a faint wave of magic power came from the spiritual crystal. The old principal on the side raised his eyebrows with some expectation. Who knew that this wave of magic power would not continue to strengthen the moment it appeared? That's all. Finally, he hid his disappointment and reluctantly announced, Linny, awakening skill, fireball, combat profession, mage. Mage. The most common mage. Although it is a combat profession, with Jiangya's pearls in front, plus the countless halos on Linny's head before. This result is undoubtedly disappointing to most people. Stuck, stuck, stuck. The shutter sound kept ringing. Linny stayed on the stage. It's not because he is dissatisfied with the skills and profession he has awakened. But at the same time, he heard another voice in his head. Congratulations, you have awakened the SSS-level talent, gift of the gods. Effect, you gain 1 skill point every second. Note, as your experience and strength increase, this talent will gradually unlock more functions, so stay tuned. What? Get 1 skill point in 1 second? This cheat is a bit too much. Linny was a little confused at the moment. Because according to what he learned in the textbook, most of the skills of all professionals in this world are acquired in their original form. Even if you are a master-level master of the 5th and 6th transformations. When you get a new skill, this skill is only a small skill of the 1st level. You need to brush dungeons, do tasks, or earn skill points through various natural treasures or adventures. And the efficiency of obtaining skill points is extremely low. At least before the 3rd transformation, most difficult dungeons can only get single-digit skill points in 1 trip. As for ordinary dungeons, there are no skill points in the clearance rewards. So for the professionals in this world, the level of skills is, to a large extent, the most intuitive reflection of their combat power. My skill level is higher, even if my level is lower than yours, I can easily defeat the strong with the weak. This is also why most professionals in this world are liver emperors. Because if you want to improve the strength of your skills, you have to work hard. And what about Linny? He simply calculated in his mind. He doesn't need to do anything. No need to brush dungeons, no need to do tasks. He can get 86,400 skill points by hanging up for a day. What the hell is this concept? This means that after Linny gets a new skill, it is very likely that he will only need 1 day to increase this skill to the top level, or even the full level. Linny's confusion and shock, in the eyes of others. It has become unbelievable and a huge psychological gap. The most feared thing is comparison. With Jianya, a rare level profession leading the way, plus the expectations and waiting of so many people, this is the ending. They even began to worry whether Linny would not be able to withstand this loss and difference. Zheng Shan clenched his fists in the audience. After the initial shock, he felt even more distressed for his good brother. In his opinion, even if Linny could not awaken a rare-level profession, at least it should be a rare profession, right? Who knows, he is just an ordinary mage. Even the first skill he got was Fireball. The characteristics of the mage profession are very obvious. That is, a violent damage profession with large range and high output. But there are also many disadvantages. The reading time is long and the body is fragile. So most mage professionals, at the beginning, the best skill they get is actually Frost Arrow. Because ice skills have deceleration and control. It is convenient for mages to kite level up. Although the fire mage has higher damage, it needs too much protection. There is almost no ability to level up alone. Student Linny, I think you don't need to be so disappointed, it's already very good. The mage profession is also promising, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Don't be bothered by the temporary gap. The old principal on the stage forced a smile, patted Linny on the shoulder, and advised earnestly. At the same time, countless people and those media people in the audience all talked about it. Hey, he's the top student in the grade, but he's just an ordinary profession in the end. Hee, I like to watch this kind of plot of genius falling. I've disliked that guy for a long time. He's so handsome and has good grades, and he's so arrogant. He must be frustrated now. Look at his expression. He must not be able to bear the blow. He's going to be like everyone else. You're talking nonsense. You're talking as if you can definitely awaken a combat profession. Maybe you're not as good as I. Zheng Shan also started to quarrel with the classmates who were making sarcastic remarks around him. He stiffened his neck and blushed. Jianya in the crowd looked at Linny on the stage, and a trace of regret appeared in her eyes. She didn't say anything sarcastic. She didn't look down on Linny just because he awakened an ordinary profession. She knew this man too well. 3 years of deskmates, 3 years of opponents. Jiang Ya had extremely complicated feelings for Lin Yi. She had to admit that at this moment, she finally beat Lin Yi once, but why did she still feel so disappointed? Lin Yi was also stunned by the old principal's comfort. When did I feel depressed? Can't you see that I am so excited now? It's better to be low-key. No, I can't stay here any longer. Lin Yi is afraid that he will laugh out loud. With this talent, he actually has a crazy plan in his mind. According to the knowledge learned from the book, the skill levels of all professionals are divided into 9 levels. Above the 9th level is the ultimate form of the skills of each profession. Taking the mage as an example, the 9th level skill is the forbidden spell. What is above the forbidden spell, Lin Yi doesn't know. But he has a small goal, which is to add his fireball spell to the forbidden spell first. The skill points required to upgrade from the 1st level to the 9th level are in the millions. For most professionals, it may take hundreds of years, or even a lifetime. But for Lin Yi, it is just a matter of more than 10 days. Lin Yi did not participate in the second half of the awakening ceremony. Anyway, everyone thinks he is now jaded. Then I'll just pretend. It's great to finish class early. Lin Yi left school and returned home. It was Lin Yi's father, Lin Guodong, who opened the door. How is it? What profession did you awaken? Your mother bought a table of delicious food for you to come home today. Lin Guodong looked at his son with a smile. Although he was just an ordinary life professional, he was also the hardest working and lowest ranking miner among life professionals. But he was proud to have a son like Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mother Su Qingfang saw the door open and came out, looking at Lin Yi expectantly. Lin Yi, mage. Lin Guodong and Su Qingfang looked at each other and saw surprise on each other's faces. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that my Lin family would have a combat profession. Mage is good. High output, no. Worries about employment. Come on, wash your hands and eat. The family of 3 had a very happy dinner. Lin Guodong even took out the old wine he had collected for many years and drank a few more sips. He even poured a glass for Lin Yi. After all, he was an adult and could drink. Lin Yi didn't want to spoil his father's mood, so he could only drink a little. Time was like flowing water, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Lin Yi didn't go anywhere. He just played games at home and browsed his phone. His life was extremely comfortable. After awakening the profession, the theoretical classes and related practical classes in the school have been suspended. For all the new professionals in Daxia. After awakening the profession, it is actually equivalent to graduating from high school. The next month is the time for everyone to work overtime to upgrade their skills. 1 month later, it will be Daxia's annual National Professional College Entrance Examination. Passing the college entrance examination and getting into a better professional university will be of great benefit to your future life. During these 7 days, other students probably worked hard and got more than 10 skill points at most, right? I don't know how many times I am ahead of them. Knock, knock. As he was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi stood up and opened the door. He saw Zhang Shan standing outside the door with a box in his arms. Seeing Lin Yi open the door, Zhang Shan walked in breathlessly and put down the things in his arms. There was a very dull knock. I didn't see you in the leveling area, nor in the dungeon entrance. What happened to you? Isn't it just that I awakened an ordinary profession? Does it make you so depressed? As Zhang Shan said this, he wiped his sweat, opened the box, and took out everything inside. These are the leveling potions and red and blue potions that my old man bought for me. The blue potion is useless to me, so I'll give it all to you. I'll give you half of the red potion, too. In addition, there are 3 skill point scrolls in here. You can get 3 skill points by crushing them. You can use them as you like. By the way, I'd like to inform you that your brother finally awakened a rare level profession, the Knight of Light. Since you've been copying my homework and helping me cheat for the past 3 years, can I help you level up? I'll pull monsters, and you'll output. I can handle it without a nurse. We'll share the experience equally, so don't continue to be emo at home. Looking at what Zhang Shan brought and listening to what Zhang Shan said, Linny felt warm in his heart. This is a true brother. Zhang Shan's family background is not very strong. Although his father is a combat professional, he is also the most ordinary one. These 3 skill point scrolls, I guess this kid also gave half to himself. Really willing. Linny took out the skill point scroll from the box and stuffed it back into Zhang Shan's hand, laughing and scolding, "Who the hell told you that I'm emo? And you can use these skill point scrolls yourself, I don't want them. I'm not giving up and not leveling up, I'm just holding back." Linny spent more than 10 minutes persuading Zhang Shan, who was half believing and half doubting, to leave. Who knew that just as Zhang Shan left, the door of his house was knocked again. Opening the door, Linny saw another guy in a courier uniform holding a box, smiling and asking, "Is this Linny's home? There's your delivery." "Linny, I didn't buy anything?" The guy continued, "It's for you, the sender is Jiangya." Jiangya's usually cold and a little arrogant face had already appeared in Linny's mind. Opening the box, Linny also saw a box full of high-level alchemy potions and high-level mana and blood recovery potions. The most important thing is that Linny even saw more than a dozen experience bonus scrolls. Each of these scrolls is estimated to cost hundreds of dasha coins. She is indeed a rich woman. What Linny didn't know was that Jiangya had been struggling for 7 days over this matter. She even planned to go to Linny's house and say something when she saw him leaving school sadly on the first day. But the reserve of the eldest lady and the cold personality she has always maintained made her unable to lose face. In the end, although she didn't show up, her heart was still there. Linny gladly accepted the box of things. The friendship between classmates in these 3 years seems to be much deeper than the desire to compare. After sending the courier away, Linny opened the box, but saw a piece of paper under the bottles of mixtures and potions. It seemed that the person who put this paper didn't want Linny to see it at all. Linny took out the paper, turned to the back, and saw a line of beautiful small words. "Don't be too sad, if you need anything, find me." Only one sentence. But Linny could imagine how many times Jiangya had to scribble and reorganized her words before finally writing this sentence. Linny counted and put away the things Zhang Shan and Jiangya had given him, then opened his own panel. Linny. Profession, Mage, First Transfer. Specialization, Fire. Level, LV.1, 0%. Health, 10 out of 10. Mana, 100 out of 100. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 1. Endurance, 1. Talent, Gift of the Gods, SSS. Allocated attribute points, 0. Allocated skill points, 602,163. Professional skills, energy-saving casting, passive, fast chanting, passive, fireball, active. Looking at his skill point balance of more than 600,000, Linny took a deep breath. The skill points accumulated in these 7 days are too terrifying. Nothing more to say. Deep Blue, add points. Linny opened the skill panel of Fireball and started to add points like crazy. Ding 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 ding. Linny kept hearing the prompt sound of successful skill upgrade, and the fireball in the panel kept flashing the upgraded brilliance. The flames became more and more blazing, and it also emitted golden streams. Cool. So cool. This feeling of adding points to skills at the speed of light, like riding a rocket, is really the most wonderful experience in the world. Consume 500 skill points, your fireball is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Pyroblast. Consume 2000 skill points, your Pyroblast is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Triple Flame Lance. Consume 5000 skill points, your Triple Flame Lance is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Flamestorm. Consume 10,000 skill points, your Flamestorm has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Blazing Light Wheel. Consume 50,000 skill points, your Blazing Wheel of Light has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Molten Balrog. Consumption of 100,000 skill points, your Molten Flame Demon has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Skyflame Dragon Breath. More than 10 minutes later. as Linny continued to add points. The skills in his skill panel interface are also different from what they used to be. The fireball technique, which was originally mediocre, now has more than 100,000 skill points invested in it. It has advanced to level 7. The whole room was scorching hot. Linny felt an unprecedented blazing heat wave sweeping through his body. All limbs and bones seemed to be bathed in the most terrifying and blazing golden flames in the world. But these flames will not hurt him at all. Instead, he felt that he already had an extremely terrifying affinity with the fire element in this world. He just has to give orders. These most brutal and destructive elements will burst out together, burning his enemies into ashes. Linny checked what the next advanced spell was. Level 8 Fire Spirit Incarnation. Advanced skill points required, 500,000. Linny was stunned. The skill points consumed for subsequent upgrades were almost astronomical. No wonder Linny heard that only the super old masters of rank 7 or 8 and above in the world could use spells close to the level of forbidden spells. Without such a long period of time, it would be difficult to accumulate such a large amount of skill points. And Linny, in just 1 week, had almost completed the journey that the Supreme Mage took throughout his life. Linny thought for a moment and turned his attention to the other 2 skills. Energy-saving spellcasting, and Quick Chant. These 2 skills were awakened by the way when I obtained the basic mage active skill of Fireball. The effect is also very simple. That is, it can reduce his spellcasting consumption and chanting time by 10%. Can you add some points to these 2 skills? Linny has noticed that the high-level spells he has mastered have a characteristic. That is, while the power is extremely terrifying, the skill consumption is also very large. The chanting time is also very long. Take the 7th level spell, Skyflame Dragon Breath, that Linny just obtained as an example. Skyflame Dragon Breath. Type, Active Skill. Level, 7th level. Section, Fire System. Consumption, 30,000 mana. Chanting time, 20 seconds. Cooling time, 2 hours. Effect, summon the scorching dragon's breath from the sky, ignite all targets within the dragon's breath range, cause a lot of fire damage, and add long-term dragon flame burning damage. Note, wherever it passes, it will be scorched earth. This 7th level spell, once released, consumes 30,000 mana points. It also requires an extra long chant of 20 seconds. Linny now has only 100 mana points, and can't even use this high-level skill. So Linny focused on his 2 passive skills. Especially, energy-saving casting. I hope the skill can bring surprises to me after it is upgraded. At least it can let me cast high-level spells. Linny switched the skill points to energy-saving casting, and then, just like adding points to Fireball before, he started to add points like crazy. The reminder sound of ding 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 was endless. More than 10 minutes later, Linny received the reminder of the last skill upgrade again. Consume 100,000 skill points, your super mana surge is upgraded, and you get a new passive skill, Mana Storm. Linny also consumed more than 100,000 skill points to upgrade the small skill, energy-saving casting, to level 7. Of course, its name is now more domineering. Mana Storm. Type, Passive Skill. Level, Level 7. Section, General System. Effect 1, the mana consumption of all spells you cast is reduced by 70%. Effect 2, the mana limit you get from all sources is increased by 7 times, and you recover 7% of your maximum mana per second. Effect 3, every 8 hours, you have a chance to cast any spell below level 9 for free. The current number of times it can be effective is 1 time, and the maximum number of stacking times is 3 times. Note, I am the approaching storm. Hiss. Linny took a breath of cold air. God passive. And it just solved his urgent need. All skills have a 70% reduction in mana consumption, which means that his endurance is stronger. The consumption of Skyflame Dragon Breath has been reduced from 30,000 to 9,000. Although it is still very high, it is by no means out of reach. More importantly, he has 3 free spells every day. In this way, he will not be unable to use key skills because of lack of mana. Cool. Linny did not stop and continued to focus on the last remaining passive skill, quick chanting. Another crazy point increase lasting more than 10 minutes. Linny was a little tired. Although this crazy experience of improving his skills was wonderful and exciting. But it was really boring. All he needed to do was keep clicking. Linny's hands were sore. If other professionals knew about Linny's troubles, they would probably be angry to death. They all worked hard to brush the dungeon for a day and earned dozens or hundreds of skill points. Think about it carefully and consider how to improve your skills with the best cost effectiveness and the greatest benefits. Linny was fine, anyway, he just added it without thinking. Soon, another 7th level skill was freshly released. Divine Grace Chanting. Type, Passive Skill. Level, 7th level. Section, General System. Effect 1, when you cast a spell below level 5, the spell becomes instant, and the chanting time of spells above level 5 is shortened by 70%. Effect 2, your chanting will not be interrupted by any interruption, silence, or magic band skills below level 7. Effect 3, every 8 hours, you have a chance to instantly cast any spell below level 9, currently effective number of times, 1, maximum stacking number is 3 times. Note, Divine Blessing, God's Word Singing. Here it comes. Instant cast spells are here. Linny had expected that his 2 passive skills would be very exaggerated after upgrading. But he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. And they also cooperate with each other. No consumption casting plus instant cast. This is our exciting combination skill. If Linny wants to now, he can even instantly cast a level 7 Skyflame Dragon Breath on the spot. Although Linny has not tested the power of this skill, he has a hunch. This level 7 fire system big move is bombarded. Maybe most of Jiangcheng will suffer. He is not an anti-human lunatic, so he will naturally not do this. But to be honest, Linny is actually itching to try it. Since I can't use high-level skills in the city, I can try it in the high-level leveling area where there are few people, right? Linny threw all the alchemical potions and red and blue medicines he had just counted, as well as several experience scrolls and return scrolls, into the 50-slot portable space that came with the awakening profession. After that, Linny walked out of the house and went to Jiangcheng's life-related professional commercial street to get a lot of food and water for free. He completely filled up his portable space. Daxia attaches great importance to the cultivation of talents. Therefore, new professionals like Linny who have just awakened their skills all enjoy educational benefits. Just tell these life-related professional vendors, I am a student. Then show your student ID card and you can get a lot of basic supplies for free. Everything is ready. Linny walked out of the inner city of Jiangcheng and came to the suburbs. The suburbs are an endless grassland with a gentle breeze and good weather today. Linny looked around and saw many people of his age waving various weapons on the grassland to kill small animals such as hares and marmots that are harmless to humans and animals. This is the lowest level training area outside Jiangcheng, Qingfeng Grassland. The monsters on this grassland are generally level 1 to 4, and all of them will not actively attack people. Even weak monsters like rabbits and marmots will only run away when they are hit, and will not fight back at all. This place is a paradise for novices. So a large number of people who have just awakened their professions will choose to level up here. However, the leveling efficiency will be relatively low. Because there are more people than monsters. Most monsters may be killed by countless attacks as soon as they are refreshed. So some people who pursue, or those with rich family backgrounds and stronger professions, will choose to go deep into the grassland to challenge more dangerous and stronger monsters, and the leveling efficiency will be higher. Linny bypassed the popular leveling area of Qingfeng Grassland and walked deep into the grassland. It took half a day to walk. Half a day later, Linny looked at the dense forest that appeared at the end of the grassland and breathed a sigh of relief. There is a more advanced leveling area, Howling Forest. The monsters in the forest are generally above level 9, and they are all bloodthirsty and brutal, and will attack actively. Linny took a short break, ate some dry food, drank a few sips of water, and continued on his way. At the same time, he did not relax his vigilance and took out a bottle of alchemy potion prepared in his personal space. This potion flashed a faint blue light and looked very beautiful. Linny drank the alchemy potion ton by ton. Well, it tasted terrible. I don't know what strange herbs were used to make it. There was a smell of coriander. However, Linny didn't care too much. He was more concerned about the extra state that lasted for 1 hour. Intermediate spiritual potion, increase your spiritual attributes by 30 points and your mana limit by 300 points. With the bonus of the passive skill, Mana Storm, these 30 points of spiritual attributes are equivalent to increasing the mana limit by 2,100 points, and the effect of increasing the mana limit itself also gives an additional 2,100 points. With this state, Lin Yi's current mana has also increased from a pitiful 100 points to 4,300 points. With 70% mana reduction, Lin Yi calculated that he could at least cast hundreds of level 3 spells continuously. As for level 4 and level 5 spells, if he used them sparingly, he could still cast them at a high frequency. This is why Lin Yi dared to challenge the level 10 training area, the Howling Forest, with his fragile level 1 body. Walking into the forest, a chilly breath instantly surrounded Lin Yi. The plants in the forest are extremely lush. Even now when the sun is at its peak, there are only a few spots of sunlight that can fall on the forest. At this moment, there are almost no levelers around him. The time for the job transfer ceremony organized by each school in Jiangcheng is not fixed, and there may be a delay of 2 or 3 days. Lin Yi has been at home for 3 days, so he is not too far behind the main force. Going deeper, Lin Yi heard bursts of screaming and wailing like beasts. In fact, this is not the wailing of some creature, but it is said that there is a cave deep in the forest that blows out fierce winds all year round. When the wind blows through the forest, it will create such a gloomy and terrifying wailing sound. This is also the origin of the name of this forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A rustling sound suddenly came from above Lin Yi's head, and he became alert. Looking back, he saw a giant python as thick as a bucket, with 2 snake pupils as big as goose eggs, staring at him. The next moment, the giant python hissed, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mind moved, and he prepared a skill to kill it instantly. At this critical moment, the dark forest was instantly illuminated by orange-red flames. Lin Yi only felt an extremely familiar burning wave coming from behind him, and the next moment, a fireball suddenly hit the giant python's head. The giant python felt pain, and its hatred was instantly transferred. Its huge snake body rushed out from the tree trunk, suddenly bounced, and pounced fiercely in the direction of the attack. However, halfway through, he saw another giant fireball that was bigger than the previous one, as big as a basin, suddenly hit him. Boom! This big fireball hit the giant python, and a lot of sparks exploded instantly. After this heavy blow, the giant python was charred all over, and its huge body twisted for a while, and then it died completely. At this time, Lin Yi also saw the source of the 2 fireballs just now. It was a student-like young man of the same age as Lin Yi, and there was a middle-aged wizard in a gray robe beside him. At this moment, the young man was looking at Lin Yi with a playful look on his face. "Uncle Su, how was my performance just now?" The young man seemed very satisfied with the fireball he just shot, and hurriedly asked for praise. The gray-robed middle-aged wizard standing next to him nodded. "Young master, your fireball technique just now was very accurate. If you practice diligently in the future, you will soon be able to easily level up in this wailing forest alone." For some reason, Lin Yi found that although the levels of the 2 people in front of him were much higher than his, but he could see the true strength of the 2. It might be because they both exuded a faint magical fluctuation and the breath of fire element. The young man was many times weaker than himself, and the middle-aged gray-robed mage was only 1 level stronger. Both of them were fire mages. The second-level fire explosion just now was used by the middle-aged mage. In Lin Yi's opinion, without the help of the gray-robed middle-aged mage, the young man would have to suffer a little in the mouth of the giant python before he could win. It would definitely not be like what the middle-aged mage said, just relying on the fireball spell that was increased to about level 3, and walking sideways in this wailing forest. Received praise from the elders at home. The young man was even more proud. He looked at Lin Yi and said, "I just saved your life, why don't you thank me?" Linny frowned slightly and said something that surprised the young man and the middle-aged mage. "Why did you steal my monster?" The boy obviously didn't expect Linny to say such a thing. Not only did he not thank him, but he also said that he stole his monster? Does that mean that he can deal with that level 9 python by himself? Because of the level suppression. He is already level 7, and he can see at a glance that Linny is only level 1. This kind of newbie will die in this forest without knowing how. How dare he be so arrogant? But he didn't say anything yet. The gray-robed mage beside him said, "Little brother, I see that your level is not high. This leveling area is very dangerous. You should leave as soon as possible." After saying that, he took the boy beside him away. Linny looked at the two people walking away and shook his head. Although it was very unpleasant to be robbed of monsters. But considering that these two people might really take advantage of his low level, let it go. But it won't happen again. This little episode was quickly forgotten by Linny. Because as he continued to go deeper into the howling forest, he never encountered other professionals again. And the monsters were getting denser and denser. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, 7 or 8 giant pythons with golden scales crawled down from the top of the tree canopy. However, before they approached Linny raised his hand, and in an instant, more than a dozen terrifying fireballs the size of washbasins drew a series of scorching trajectories and hit these giant pythons. Pyrotechnics! If the gray-robed middle-aged mage just now saw the scene, he would definitely stare. Shocked and speechless. It was also a second-level skill, and Linny used it with a smooth flow. He did not need to chant or prepare. And it was extremely accurate, and the fire element that permeated the world only needed a thought from Linny. It would become a ready-made spell, killing all these high-level monsters instantly. Linny was now a human-shaped self-propelled spell machine gun. Tired of the second-level fire explosion, Linny began to use the third-level spell. Roar! 2 grizzly bears emerged from the dense forest behind Linny, roared, and rushed up. Bears are animals that are not slow when running, even though they are covered in meat. However, the attack of the 2 forest brown bears was cut off by 3 flame guns forged by flames that suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The 3 flame guns penetrated the heads of the 2 brown bears, killing them instantly. The first and second bears both died, and the family was to be complete. You killed 8 LV.9 tree scale pythons and gained 1065 experience points, 360 points of cross-level kill bonus. You killed 2 LV.10 forest brown bears and gained 280 experience points, 80 points of cross-level kill bonus. Due to the effect of your primary experience bonus scroll, you gained an additional 10% experience points, 135 points. You gained 8 python scales. You gained 8 python fangs. You gained 2 bear paws. You reached LV.2. Gain 10 free attributes. After another wave of system prompts, a burst of white light appeared on Linny's body, and he was upgraded. There is a lot of experience bonus for killing these high-level monsters, plus the experience bonus scroll that Jiangya, the rich woman, gave him before, gave him an additional 10% experience. This wave of killing monsters directly made him reach level 2. Linny added all 10 free attribute points to the spiritual attribute. His mana limit soared by 700 points again. However, Linny still felt insecure when he looked at his only 20 health points. Yes, although his output was maxed out and his alertness was maxed out. But it was still possible to capsize when he was alone in such a high-level leveling area. Especially if there were some monsters with stealth skills that would suddenly attack him. These 20 points of health were too fragile. Although the underlying mechanism of this world was similar to a game, reality was not a game after all, and there was no chance of resurrection. However, Linny had a countermeasure for this situation. The extra 700 mana points were just enough to allow Linny to implement his previous plan. Linny began to chant. Under the 70% acceleration effect of Divine Grace chanting, his spell lasted less than 2 seconds before it ended. As Linny finished casting, a huge hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. The magic runes in the magic circle kept changing, and the whole earth began to shake. The blazing magma gushed out from the cracks in the earth. Then, an elemental creature with a body of 5 or 6 meters tall, made of scorching hot lava, appeared. The 6th level fire spell, Molten Flame Demon. This spell is a summoning spell. The effect is to summon a molten flame demon from the fire elemental realm. And this flame demon has several skills, high defense and thick blood, and is completely obedient to Linny. Linny lets it go and fight, and it is extremely obedient. Seeing his mana value drop directly from more than 5,000 to 0, Linny also had some difficulty. The feeling of having his mana directly drained was not very pleasant. But when Linny saw the attributes and skills of the Molten Flame Demon, everything was worth it. Molten Flame Demon. Level, LV.100. Type, Elemental Creature. Health, 500,000/500,000. Mana, 250000/250000. Strength, 800. Agility, 500. Spirit, 800. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Lava Spray, Earth-Shaking Slam, Scorched Earth Field, Lava Shield, Self-Destruction. A level 100 summon. And it has 500,000 HP. There is no doubt that it is an extremely terrifying dimensionality reduction attack on other monsters in the Howling Forest. It is not a problem for one to beat thousands of others. And what Linny values most is the Lava Shield skill that comes with the Molten Flame Demon. This skill can be added to yourself. Linny controls the Molten Flame Demon to put a lava shield on himself. As the Molten Flame Demon swung its huge elemental arms, a layer of extremely fiery lava shield wrapped around Linny's body. Perhaps it was because Linny had a very high affinity for the fire element. The high temperature of the lava that ordinary people could not bear would only make him feel warm. Lava Shield, the scorching shield covering the body surface, can absorb 15,000 damage for you. When you are attacked, it will cause 500 fire attribute damage to the source of the attack. 15,000 shield value. And there is also anti-injury. Linny was completely relieved. With this shield that can last for an hour, and the extremely terrifying Molten Flame Demon beside him, he felt full of security. Under the influence of the 7% mana recovery effect per second, Linny's mana that had just bottomed out quickly returned to full. Linny chanted again and summoned the second Molten Flame Demon. Then the third one. Looking at the 3 mighty and oppressive Molten Flame Demons in front of him, Linny was very satisfied. Summoning 3 at the same time is the current limit of Linny. As his level increases and his affinity for the fire element increases, the number of summons he can summon will also increase. However, summoning 3 fire demons at the same time is already a very terrifying combat power. Linny pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. He gave instructions to 2 of the molten fire demons. Let these 2 fire demons wander and patrol in the entire Howling Forest and kill all the monsters they see. The experience points and rewards of the monsters they kill will naturally be counted to Linny. This is equivalent to 2 fully automatic leveling plugins, constantly helping you find monsters and kill monsters. It is much more efficient than Linny leveling up alone. And the remaining flame demon, just take it with you, as a bodyguard. The 2 molten flame demons that received Linny's order flew to other locations in the Howling Forest at a very fast speed. This elemental creature has no legs, and even only has an upper body. Their way of movement is more like floating in the air and moving horizontally. Although the 2 big guys look bulky, they are actually not slow, at least several times faster than Linny running by himself. What's more terrifying is that the skill, Scorched Earth Field, of these 2 flame demons is a range-type field skill that continuously spreads lava and high temperature with itself as the center. Linny can clearly see that wherever the 2 flame demons pass, there is scorched earth everywhere, and the trees in the Howling Forest also begin to burn, leaving no grass. All the monsters that enter the flame demon's scorched earth field are burned to charcoal without even a chance to fight back. Linny takes the remaining molten flame demon and continues to walk deeper into the Howling Forest. Along the way, Linny can keep receiving prompts in his mind. All of them were prompts about how many monsters were killed and how much experience points were obtained. He had only taken a few steps. A white light appeared on Linny again. You have reached LV.3. Gain 10 free attributes. Before Linny even finished adding the 10 free attribute points he had just obtained, another 5 or 6 white lights appeared on Linny in an instant. You have reached LV.4. Gain 10 free attributes. You have reached LV.5. Gain 10 free attributes. You have reached LV.6. Gain 10 free attributes. You have reached LV.7. Gain 10 free attributes. Linny was stunned. Damn, what on earth did those two fire demons do? How could there be such a huge amount of experience points suddenly? He reached level 7 in a second. It seems that leveling up in this world is not difficult. If Linny's idea was known to his classmates, they would probably yell at him on the spot. Because even Janya. At this moment, there is still at least half a day left before reaching level 7. This is since she awakened her profession. In the past 7 days, she has not rested for a moment and has been leveling up. At this moment she has also entered the Wailing Forest. With her psychic telepathy and wide area killing ability, her leveling efficiency is actually far beyond that of her peers. But even so, her 7 days of hard work and 7 days of struggle were still not as good as the molten flame demon walking around in the Wailing Forest. Janya used her telekinesis to completely knock out a forest grizzly bear in front of her. Then she used telekinesis to cut again. After finishing the last hit, her mana had completely bottomed out. It was getting dark now, and there was even less light in the entire howling forest. It takes courage for Janya to level up here alone. She sat down and drank a bottle of blue medicine to slowly restore her mana. At the same time, she also took out dry food and water to replenish her consumption for the day. Sitting on a stone in the forest, the face of the young man who had suppressed her for 3 years and made her feel both resentful and unforgettable slowly appeared in front of Janya's eyes. Now, what is that guy doing? Did he receive what he gave him? I have asked my family to check whether he is in the grassland leveling area, but I still haven't received the summons. He wouldn't really be completely depressed like this, would he? Do you want to go see him in person tomorrow? Janya thought about it and fell into a state of self-tangle again. In the past 7 days, these thoughts had troubled her countless times. She stamped her foot. Huh, why are you thinking so much? How is he? What does it have to do with me? But the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but wonder. Woman is such a magical animal. However, the changes in the forest soon made Janya alert again. Ouch! This is the shrill howl of a wolf. At the same time, there were countless other strange beastly roars. At the same time, the entire land seemed to be shaking. Janya heard the sound of the hooves and feet of countless animals galloping. Her expression changed, and she quickly drank 2 bottles of potion that had a long CD but could quickly restore blue. Then he hid behind a giant tree and carefully observed the changes in the surrounding environment. Soon, Janya saw a large group of galloping beasts rushing towards her from a very far distance. Tigers, leopards, brown bears, elk, and even countless smaller animals. These animals, which are supposed to have a relationship between prey and prey, are surprisingly harmonious at this moment. They didn't attack each other, they were just running wildly, as if there was something very scary behind them. Janya was stunned. Beast tide. In a small leveling area in Jiangcheng, in the Wailing Forest, a tide of beasts unexpectedly appeared. What on earth could have frightened these monsters to make them so panicked? Janya was inexplicably shocked, and then he saw 2 other figures running away in a hurry before the beast wave. They were an old man and a young man. The older ones were wearing gray robes. The younger ones seemed to be students who have just awakened to their careers recently. Fa, what happened? Janya's pretty face, which usually showed little expression, was full of surprise. Seeing the 2 people approaching quickly, she asked quickly. Who knew that the 2 of them ignored her at all? Just keep running forward. And wait for the beast tide to pass through. Jiang Yakai was shocked to discover what it was that had been chasing them. Boom! A fierce heat wave suddenly hit. Jiang Ya's mouth instantly felt dry. She saw a scene like purgatory. Blazing fire, trees burned to black ash, and a terrifying monster that was 5 or 6 meters tall, with hot lava flowing all over its body, and a hideous face. Run! Run! This is the last remaining survival instinct in Jiang Ya's mind. Horrible. She felt that she might never forget such a scene in her dreams for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Jiang Ya's profession of telepathy allows her to use telepathy to propel herself to move at high speeds. Even after she advanced her telekinesis, she was able to fly. The ability to escape is very strong. Soon Jiang Ya caught up with the gray-robed middle-aged mage. At this time, Jiang Ya also discovered that the young man following the mage was almost crying. Uncle Su, it's too scary, what is that? The gray-robed middle-aged mage also looked panicked. I don't know either. How could such a terrifying boss appear in this level 10 leveling area? There must be something wrong here. The name of this middle-aged mage is Su Guangliang. He is the second head of a small mage family in Jiangcheng. Today he just brought his eldest nephew to level up. I think it's relaxing and enjoyable. Who knew that we would encounter such a terrifying Balrog monster? It was also a profession that controlled flames to fight the enemy. Su Guangliang only felt that he was once proud of the pyroblast technique. In front of that Balrog monster, it can only be regarded as a small flame at best. This old man and young man, as well as Jiang Ya, who was constantly running for her life, would never have thought of this. The terrifying Balrog gave them a great shock and a sense of oppression. It turned out to be the servants summoned by Lin Yi. And the target of the fire demon was not them. It was the herd of beasts that were running for their lives. They just happened to walk into the path of the beast tide, and then they were swept in like an avalanche, that's all. Jiang Ya gritted her teeth. It seems that there is no information to be obtained from the middle-aged wizard. At this moment, she controlled her telekinesis to the limit and her speed soared again. She successfully escaped the encirclement of the beasts, and then she planned to rush out of the boundary of the howling forest without stopping. But at this moment, the whole howling forest was actually rang with regional alarms. Alarm! Alarm! Regional alarm in Jiangcheng base city. A few minutes ago, the Jiangcheng Monster Disaster Warning Center detected 2 small-scale beast tides, moving from the central area of the howling forest to the southeast and southwest. At the same time, a terrifying monster of unknown level and strength appeared behind the beast tide. Please all professionals in the howling forest area and those close to the howling forest take shelter in time. Repeat. Repeat. The alert level is level 2. Please all relevant professionals take shelter immediately. Jiang Ya was horrified. Level 2 alert. She had only seen this alert level in books. This means that a terrifying monster disaster that threatens the entire Jiangcheng is about to occur, and the type of destruction is likely to reach the scale of half the city. All the professionals who received this warning message were shocked. At this moment, on the Qingfeng grassland, the relevant departments of Jiangcheng City Defense dispatched a large number of professional troops, and the weaving professionals of the Professional Alliance were all on high alert. They stared at the direction of the howling forest with great tension. Judging from the surveillance footage sent back from the front, the 2 waves of beast tides are not a big problem. The biggest problem is the 2 extremely ferocious giant molten flame demons. The junction of Qingfeng grassland and Wailing Forest. Behind the army of countless professionals. Standing there are 2 people with the highest power and prestige in the whole Jiangcheng. One of them is wearing armor, with a square face and white hair and beard, which is obviously the image of a general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. His name is Wei Xing, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng Professional City Defense Army, and his strength has reached the 3rd level. Standing next to him is another slightly fat middle-aged man with the strength of the 3rd level. Old Wei, how are the casualties? The slightly fat middle-aged man was panting. His name was Wang Dahai. His profession was a priest, which is commonly known as a nanny. Naturally, his physical strength was not as good as that of a warrior professional like Wei Xing. And as the director of the Education Bureau in the city lord of Jiangcheng Base City, he has been in a high position for a long time. When he saw the scene, he obviously paid attention to the casualties at the first time. After all, this is related to the so-called positive performance evaluation during his tenure. Although Wei Xing's face was solemn, he was still relaxed when talking about the casualties. Almost none of this year's new professionals were able to enter the Howling Forest to level up in such a short time. Most of them are in the Qingfeng grassland. The few who entered the forest to level up were at most touched by panicked monsters, and were not attacked at all. The injuries they received were only minor, and no one died. Wang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a big mess. How's the intelligence collection on the monster going? Wei Xing's face darkened again, and he continued, it's terrifying. Preliminary estimates show that the strength of the two monsters has at least reached the Overlord level, and the level is around level 100. The scouts I sent out failed in identification, and none of them could bring back complete intelligence. Fortunately, the two monsters did not show a very obvious intention to attack. It seems that their target is only the low-level monsters in the forest. If the situation deteriorates to the point where we have to kill the two monsters, it will be very troublesome. They are all elemental creatures. Not only do they have extremely high resistance to fire, but their elemental bodies can almost offset most of the damage to physical attacks. A drop of cold sweat slid down Wang Dahai's forehead. Overlord-level monsters with a level of more than 100, and this is the most difficult elemental creature. How can Jiangcheng, as a most ordinary level 5 base city, have such a reputation? The surrounding areas are all leveling areas of no more than level 20. How could a monster of this level be refreshed? While the two were talking, the beast tide driven away by the two molten flame demons completely broke through the border of the Howling Forest and rushed into the territory of the Breeze Forest. The professionals who had been ready to attack at any time all took out their weapons and planned to deal with these panicked monsters who had lost their normal behavior logic. And just when they had just killed a few elks, a terrible change happened. The two molten flame demons who also rushed out of the Howling Forest saw that these professionals had killed their hunting targets first, and instantly let out a low and terrifying roar. The boiling lava all over their bodies surged. The order Lin Yi issued to them was to kill these monsters as much as possible to help him level up. And now these monsters have been robbed by others. There is no doubt that they violated Lin Yi's orders, so of course they would fall into a state of rage. The molten flame demon, who originally had no intention of showing any aggression towards these humans, shook his two huge elemental arms at this moment, and the hot lava on his body splashed like raindrops towards the countless professionals who were trying to grab monsters. This is their long-range attack skill, Lava Jet. Although Wang Dahai looks like an unprepossessing fat man. But after all, he is a priest of the 3rd level or above. At this time, he also had a staff flashing with holy white light in his hand. The staff was waved, and a golden shield suddenly appeared, covering the professionals standing in the front row. Puff! Countless hot lava came into contact with the golden shield, and the terrifying temperature almost melted the shield instantly. Wang Dahai quickly chanted again and added a layer of holy light shield. Only then did he barely save the lives of those professionals. Wang Dahai was no longer sweating on his forehead. Instead, he was sweating profusely. What a high attack power! Moreover, this diffuse attack also carries continuous damage such as burning. If it really hits the crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wei Xing on the side gritted his teeth. The situation has indeed deteriorated to the point he least wants to see. He dared not think about the price he would have to pay to kill these two terrifying monsters. At this moment, an extremely old voice sounded from the sky. Stop it all, don't attack any monster in the beast tide, let alone the two molten flame demons. Spread the encirclement, control and drive the beast tide to a certain range, and let the two molten flame demons kill the beast tide. Hearing this old voice, Wang Dahai and Wei Xing both looked happy. Here it comes. The real strongest man in their Jiangcheng. The figure who was like a stabilizing force, the president of the Professional Alliance, the fourth turned great magician Jiang Xian. Everyone listened to the order. Do as Jiang Lao tells you. Wei Xing hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Soon, no one dared to attack the monsters that ran out of the howling forest. Instead, they surrounded them and sent them to the flame field of the two lava monsters. Sure enough, the two monsters never fell into rage again, but harvested the lives of those monsters step by step. Almost more than 10 minutes later, hundreds of monsters were all killed by the two molten flame demons. The two flame demons were satisfied. Without even looking at the hundreds of professionals present, they turned around and returned to the howling forest. They would faithfully carry out the orders given to them by Lin Yi. A terrible crisis was resolved. All the professionals breathed a sigh of relief, and they all felt like they had survived a disaster. It was terrible. I almost lost my life here today. Jiang Xian rode a Pegasus with a pair of wings on its ribs and fell from the sky. After a melodious flute sound, he took the warhorse back to his own riding space. Jiang Xian looked at the two fire demons that were gradually going away, his eyes full of envy and awe. Mr. Jiang, you know what they are, right? Wei Xing asked. Jiang Xian had named the two monsters as soon as he appeared. He also knew their behavior logic. Jiang Xian nodded and said slowly, you are all wrong. Those two molten fire demons are not monsters at all, but the summons of a great mage. Wang Dahai and Wei Xing were all stunned. They all couldn't believe their ears. That was the summons of a great mage. They and others actually wanted to provoke a great mage with at least the 6th level of strength just now? The levels of all professionals in Blue Star are very strict. Take the profession of mage as an example. 1 transfer, which is the level of transfer that Lin Yi is currently at. It can only be regarded as a newbie who has just started on the path of magic. This type of professional is generally called a junior mage or a mage apprentice. 2nd and 3rd transfers correspond to intermediate and senior professional titles. Starting from the 4th rank, that is, the corresponding job description for a powerful person like Jiang Xian will be called a great magician. The 5th rank is the magister, and the 6th rank is the great mage. Above the 7th level, there is the holy magister, who can also be called the Dharma saint. In short, after each profession reaches the 7th level, they can all be called saints. A higher level, even Jiang Xian doesn't understand it, and has never heard of it. That was no longer a level he could touch. Wang Dahai asked tremblingly, then, Mr. Jiang, you are saying that a rank 6 great wizard is coming to our Jiangqing territory right now? One of the requirements for career changes for professionals is that at least one skill reaches the corresponding level. Therefore, generally speaking, strong people who can use corresponding level skills will basically match each other in their job transfer situations. There are cases where low-level job transfers have high-level skills, but they are extremely rare. So basically after seeing the 6th level spell Molten Fire Demon, we can basically deduce this conclusion. Jiang Xian nodded. Decades ago, I was lucky enough to go to the pantheon of the Supreme Mage Professional Guild of our Blue Star for training. My mentor at that time was a rank 6 great mage. It was also at that time that I saw the teacher. He had summoned such a fire demon from the plane of fire element to come to this plane. Magic of this kind requires extremely terrifying magic affinity skills. It is also a skill that I have longed to learn in my life. Unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance. There was a trace of regret on Jiang Xian's face. I also secretly made a decision in my heart, whether I should find a way to meet this senior later. If you are lucky enough to get some advice from this senior, that would be a great honor. Okay, I'd better lead the troops back to the camp first. Everything is just a misunderstanding. I hope that senior can be a gentleman and ignore the villain's mistakes. Wei Xing was about to leave, but Wang Dahai took a sneak peek at Jiang Xian. He actually also wanted to meet the legendary great mage. But just when several people had their own plans, an extremely vast and terrifying magic power wave came from the depths of the Wailing Forest. As a mage, Jiang Xian is naturally the most sensitive to fluctuations in magic power. It was almost the next moment when I felt the fluctuation of magic power. His face changed drastically and he was sweating like rain. Because, he felt the fire element aura that was even more terrifying than the molten flame demon, which was gathering rapidly over their area. Jiang Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. It's almost night now. The setting sun had even sunk beneath the western mountains just now. The sky gradually became dark. However, at this moment, above the skyline seemed to be resurrected, once again coated with a layer of brilliant gold. Then, the entire sky began to gradually turn red. The professionals who had not had time to retreat also discovered this unusual celestial phenomenon, and they all exclaimed, "Look at the sky! Didn't the sun set? Why did the sky turn red again? It's so hot. Have you ever felt that the temperature is a few degrees hotter than before? You, look over there, what is that? Damn it! That's a dragon." At this moment, the blazing skyline and countless orange-red rays of light gathered together and gradually condensed into a terrifying dragon with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. The dragon's body is composed of the purest fire element, and it looks huge and sacred. It also exudes extremely terrifying coercion. Just by letting the professionals below take a look at it, they feel like they are fighting. The dragon was completely formed, and the temperature in the entire Qingfeng grassland and Wailing forest areas increased by 7 to 8 degrees again. Everyone's mouth is dry from the heat. Run! Notify everyone and evacuate immediately. Otherwise we will all die. This is a 7th level spell. Jiang Xian suppressed the shock in his heart, and with the last trace of reason, he quickly informed the two people around him. Wang Dahai heard this. I just felt a roar in my mind, and it instantly turned into a blank. 7th level spell? In other words, the senior who is currently in the Wailing Forest. In fact, he is not a great wizard, but a 7th turn Dharma saint. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Wei Xing reacted quickly and shouted loudly for his men to retreat. At the same time, all professionals who were leveling up within hundreds of kilometers around Qingfeng grassland also received warnings again. Alarm! Alarm! Jiangcheng Base City Area Alert! 7th level spell fluctuations have been detected on the outskirts of Jiangcheng Base. All professionals in the area are requested to evacuate immediately and take shelter in the nearest underground air defense bunker. Repeat! Repeat! This alert level is level 1. Please evacuate immediately. All the professionals in Jiangcheng were stunned. Within a day, or even within half an hour of each other, Level 2 and Level 1 alerts were issued one after another. What's wrong? The end of the world? For a moment, everyone was in a panic and began to evacuate. Zhanya looked at the blazing skyline in the sky. And the terrifying fire dragon with wings. Spread out, enough to cover the sky and the sun. The young mind was greatly shocked. Time went back a little. 1 minute ago. The center of the howling forest. Lin Yi was surrounded. And he was surrounded by hundreds of sturdy tigers. Lin Yi had come to the deepest part of this leveling area. He also saw the huge cave entrance that was rumored to be spewing violent storms. But he didn't expect that this was actually the territory of a group of forest tigers with a level of 11. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar suddenly came from the cave. The next moment, Lin Yi saw a tiger king with a body of 4 or 5 meters long, with stripes all over his body flashing green light, and extremely majestic and magical, walking out of the cave. Boom! Boom! Every time it steps, it is extremely dull. It is estimated that its weight is at least calculated in tons. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It seems that this should be the strongest monster in the entire howling forest. And this is definitely a boss. Unfortunately, I don't have the identification technique, so I don't know the name of this boss for the time being. Swoosh! Lin Yi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he only saw the Tiger King's right claw swung violently. In an instant, more than 10 extremely sharp wind blades hit him at a very fast speed. The lava shield on Lin Yi's body instantly fell by more than 1,000 points. Wow, such a strong offensive. And this boss can even cast wind blade spells. Judging from the green tiger stripes on its body, it is estimated that it has lived in this cave with dense wind elements for many years, and its body should have been transformed to some extent. A trace of extremely human shock appeared in the eyes of the Tiger King. It is very afraid of the huge monster next to the human. But it did not take this human to heart. In its opinion, a few wind blades should have torn this human into pieces. Lin Yi's mouth curled up a little smile. Not bad, I finally found someone with some strength. Then let me try my new spell on you. Lin Yi didn't use the one free cast and one instant high-level spell chance of the two passive skills, Mana Storm, and God's Grace chant. Just like your ultimate skill, you won't use it easily. Seeing a group of soldiers, it's impossible that anyone is willing to give up the big clear soldiers casually, right? So Lin Yi has always planned to try his luck and see if there will be any boss-level targets in this howling forest that can satisfy his desire. Now this Tiger King is undoubtedly an excellent target. However, before Lin Yi casts a spell, 5 or 6 white lights suddenly appear on his body again. You are promoted to LV.8. Get 10 free attributes. You are promoted to LV.9. Get 10 free attributes. You are promoted to LV.10. Get 10 free attributes. You are promoted to LV.11. Get 10 free attributes. You are promoted to LV.12. Get 10 free attributes. This scene surprised Lin Yi. Even the Tiger King not far away was stunned. What happened to this human? How did he suddenly level up so much? Of course, Lin Yi didn't know that this was a large wave of experience gained by killing all the beasts driven away by the professionals after the 2 molten flame demons he summoned. However, this little episode only delayed the death of this Tiger King by half a minute. The next moment, Lin Yi stretched out a finger, pointed at the Tiger King. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The terrifying magic fluctuations aroused the fire elements between the sky and the earth, and all of them became violent. The next moment, the top of the dense forest, which had almost completely darkened, lit up again with a deep red color. It was as if the sunset was coming again. Roar! Woo! The whole tiger group began to panic. The roars and whimpers of the beasts came one after another. The perception of animals to disasters has always been much more acute than that of humans. They all felt the breath of impending disaster. Even the Tiger King's constant roar could not suppress the desire of its tribe and its dependents to escape. Some adult tigers have already started running wildly on all fours, trying their best to escape from here. However, the ending that awaits them is still hopeless. Because the 7th level spell, Skyflame Dragon Breath, covers a very large area. And because Lin Yi casts it instantly, the lengthy chanting time is completely eliminated. So the speed of the attack is beyond everyone's imagination. The elemental dragon in the sky let out a long dragon roar, and then its huge wings kept flashing. With its head held high, it suddenly spewed out large pieces of scorching dragon breath the next moment. The width of the dragon breath can no longer be calculated in meters. It should be calculated in kilometers. The dragon flame is like a rain curtain, stretching a range of dozens of kilometers. Wherever it passes, the dense forest withers instantly and turns into charcoal. Countless poor creatures didn't even react. The catastrophe is imminent. Half a minute later, the dragon breath of the elemental dragon in the sky directly split the entire howling forest into two, and the two sides of the forest were still densely covered with vegetation and trees. And the central area, within a range of more than 10 kilometers, was already a scorched earth burning like purgatory. Then, the magic fluctuations slowly subsided. The figure of the dragon formed by the gathering of pure fire elements also slowly dissipated at the end of the skyline. The professionals who had evacuated quickly outside the forest before survived. After all, the target of the sky flame dragon breath this time was not them. But just now, while running, the raging heat wave and the terrifying storm behind them told them. If the target of this spell was them, they would not have time to escape. Now it is a pool of ashes. Jiang Xian, the strongest man in Jiangcheng who witnessed the whole process and also a mage, trembled all over. He rode on his Mount Pegasus, looking down at the entire howling forest from the sky. This forest covers an area of thousands of kilometers. The doomsday burn mark in the middle of it silently illustrates the terrifying power of the 7th level spell. That is a shocking force that can change the landscape. The one who really came to Jiangcheng was not a 6th level great magician, but a 7th level magic saint. How could such a person come to such a small 5th level base city, and why would he use such a high level spell in such a low level leveling area? Tonight, I guess many people, including myself, will not be able to sleep. At the same time, the central area of the howling forest. Or rather, this place can no longer be called a forest. Wherever Linny looked, there were burning flames, and trees were burned in the flames until they crackled and sparks flew. Even the huge cave in front of Linny became bare at this moment. The howling wind also stopped completely. From now on, the howling forest will never look the same again, and its name will be completely changed. As for the entire group of tigers that had surrounded Linny with a fierce look, they had already turned into ashes. The majestic and ferocious Tiger King had now turned into a few pieces of equipment and a white skill book, which fell quietly to the ground. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The Tiger King is indeed a boss, and it dropped treasures. Lin Yi picked up 2 pieces of equipment. After taking a look, they are both warrior-type plate armor equipment, and the grade is only black iron. If you take it to the auction house, you can only exchange it for a few thousand dasha coins. The truly valuable thing is the skill book. In this world, the most valuable thing is skills. Most professionals have to make trade-offs between skills because of insufficient skill points. But everyone understands the principle that more is better. Some skills, just having them, even if the level is not high, can sometimes play a miraculous effect. Lin Yi picked up the skill book and checked its attributes. Beginner skill book, Wind Blade. Type, skill book, classic. Profession, mage. Learnable level, LV.5. Effect, after use, you will get a new spell, Wind Blade. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Good stuff. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Not only did I get an extremely rare drop skill book, but I can also use it myself. I originally thought of selling this skill book directly, exchanging some dasha coins, and seeing if I could buy another skill book that the mage profession can learn. Now it seems that I can do it in one step. The price of skill books between professions is also very different. Anyway, I don't know why, the skill books of seemingly simple professions such as warriors and knights are much cheaper. Long-range professions such as mages and archers, especially mages. Skill books are sky-high prices. And in a small base city like Jiangcheng, the goods that can be bought in the trading house are basically elementary skill books. There is no such thing as a skill book that can be directly learned as a 2nd or 3rd level. Lin Yi directly used the skill book. The next moment, he received a prompt. Congratulations, the skill book was used successfully, and you got a new skill, Wind Blade. Wind Blade. Type, active skill. Level, primary. Class, Wind. Consumption, 30 mana. Chanting time, 1 second. Cooling time, none. Effect, summon a wind blade to attack distant enemies. This skill is mediocre. It is the basis of all the wind skills of mages. It is the same as Fireball. The only advantage of Wind Blade over Fireball is that it is invisible and flies very fast. It is difficult for the target to dodge. And the chanting time is very short, only 1 second. But in contrast, the damage of Wind Blade is only about half of that of a Fireball. Each skill of the mage has very obvious characteristics. The Wind class is obviously agile, fast, and crisp. The Fire class is the ultimate output violence. Of course, in Lin Yi's hands, it only takes a few days for this Wind Blade skill to become extremely violent after it is upgraded to a high level. The 7th level Sky Flame Dragon Breath can cause such a scale of destruction. Then how terrifying would the 8th level spells, or even the 9th level forbidden spells, be? Lin Yi felt full of motivation just thinking about it. He is now more motivated to upgrade his Sky Flame Dragon Breath to the 9th level forbidden spell as soon as possible. Linny looked around and found that there were no traces of monster activity around him. It was dark, and the dragon breath flames gradually extinguished after burning all the trees. A hook moon hung high in the sky. Without the shelter of the trees, the night wind was cold, and Linny felt a little cold. Linny accidentally discovered another situation that surprised him. That is, his level had been upgraded to level 30 without him noticing. In just one day, his level soared to the limit of the first turn. At level 30, he could even go to the Job Transfer Sanctuary in Jiangcheng to receive the second job transfer mission. The damage caused by the Sky Flame Dragon Breath just now was estimated to be far more than he expected. Linny flipped through the experience acquisition record. Later, after reaching level 30, all the experience points he got became 0 points, which were all overflow experience. Because if he didn't complete the job transfer mission and release the second job transfer, he couldn't continue to upgrade. Then there was no reason to stay here. Because the monster level of the Howling Forest could no longer provide Linny with too many experience points. Linny took out a scroll with a faint purple light from his personal space. This was the return scroll Jiangya gave him before. The coordinate point marked on the scroll was the teleportation hall in Jiangcheng. It was getting late, and it was estimated that his parents were waiting for him to go home for dinner. In order not to worry them, Linny planned to go home directly. But just when Linny was about to crush the scroll and teleport away, suddenly, a little bit of fluorescent green light in the darkness beside him attracted his attention. Linny raised his hand. The molten flame demon that he had just sent back to the fire elemental plane appeared again. This type of summoning spell is actually a time contract spell. Once used, it can last for a whole day. During this period, Linny, the summoner, can choose to let the two flame demons return to the elemental plane at any time, let them recuperate, and then dispatch them again. No need to summon again. With this big guy with flames all over his body, Linny stretched out his hand and pointed, and the molten flame demon immediately went to the position where the emerald green light flashed before. Just like a big light bulb. With the lighting effect of the molten flame demon, Linny soon found the source of the emerald green light. It was the cave where the wind pattern Tiger King walked out before. With the molten flame demon leading the way, and his 7th level spell washing the ground before, Linny was not too worried that there was something hidden in the cave that would attack his 6th brother. However, for the sake of caution, Linny still let the molten flame demon put a lava shield on him. Then he followed behind and slowly walked into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Linny felt a strong wind blowing towards him. Even though it was mostly blocked by the molten flame demon's huge body, Linny felt that the speed of the wind was a bit outrageous. What kind of ghost thing is in this cave, and the wind element is so dense? To Linny's surprise, this cave is actually much deeper than he thought. After walking for a while, the direction of the cave began to extend underground. Fortunately, the slope was not too steep, and Linny was able to slowly descend while crouching. A few minutes later, Linny finally saw the source of the emerald green light he had seen before, and was deeply shocked. After walking through the difficult and narrow cave passage, I didn't expect that it would suddenly become open. The whole cave seemed to have turned into a palace with a very high dome, and there was a violent storm of about level 10 in the cave. The source of these storms was the countless emerald green crystals growing outward on the 4 walls of the cave. Linny could feel that these crystals contained extremely pure wind element power. This should be the reason why this cave was blown by violent winds all year round, because deep in the cave, there were a lot of minerals that Linny had never heard of. Although Linny had never seen this kind of mineral. But he instinctively realized that this thing seemed to be very similar to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he described in the textbook. To put it simply, after the blue star mutation, many minerals, plants, and even animals changed in nature after being contaminated with certain spiritual auras. And this change is beneficial to humans. Over time, these things were classified as natural treasures or spiritual objects. Linny was delighted. I'm so lucky today. I didn't expect that in addition to the skill book, there would be an unexpected surprise. If I take these things to the trading house to sell, I guess I can sell them for a good price, right? Well, it seems that I have to find a way to identify them. Otherwise, although I only know that these crystals are treasures, I don't know what they are specifically and how much they are worth. It will also be very troublesome. Linny observed carefully. The distribution of the emerald green crystals in the entire cave is not very regular. And there are a small number of crystals growing on the top of the cave and on the extremely high walls of the cave, which I definitely can't reach. Fortunately, there are 7 or 8 clusters of crystals growing in the same place, and the position is not too high, although I can't reach it. But the big fool beside him can get it. Linny commanded the molten flame demon to move towards the clusters of huge crystal veins. Soon Linny saw more details with the help of the firelight. Under the large piece of emerald green crystal, countless animal skeletons and scattered animal hairs were seen. From the thickness and length of these animal hairs, it can be judged that they should have fallen from the Tiger King before. The Tiger King rested under this crystal vein for many years, no wonder it also gained some special abilities of wind attributes. Is this a strange companion relationship between treasures and monsters? The molten flame demon's huge arms began to dig into the emerald green crystal on the cave wall. Maybe the temperature on its body is too high. Linny discovered that part of the emerald green crystal stone close to its body began to vaporize. Linny felt a little distressed. Stop immediately. The molten flame demon's 2 pupils were burning with flames, showing an extremely human expression. Like a child who made a mistake. But it looks so big and scary, and the contrast is very cute. Linny was helpless. He knew that the molten fire demon didn't do it on purpose. But then he directed the Balrog to start digging from the rock formations around the crystal stone on the cave wall, and there was no problem. It didn't take long, and soon the large cluster of emerald green crystals was mined along with some rocks. Linny cleaned out some water and food from the portable space, and then put them into his own portable space. Later, Linny sent the molten flame demon back to the elemental plane, and then crushed the scroll of return to the city. After a while, the world was spinning. Linny opened his eyes again and found that he had returned to Jiangqing's teleportation hall. After walking out of the teleportation hall, Linny walked straight home. Linny planned to go to the trading house to take a look at the spiritual objects in the backpack and the things dropped by the Tiger King tomorrow. After returning home, Linny and his parents had a simple meal. After dinner, go back to your room. Linny opened the panel. The balance of skill points that he had almost squandered this morning actually had an extra 40,000 to 50,000 points at this moment. This feeling that someone is sending resources to me all the time is stable happiness. Today I got a new win skill. Do you want to add up the skills of this department to see the effect? Reason told him that with one more series of skills, his choices would definitely be wider, and his actual combat effectiveness would definitely be improved even more. Especially after seeing the terrifying destructive power of the 7th level spell Skyflame Dragon Breath. Linny has fallen in love with the feeling of destroying everything with a flip of his hand. 7th level fire spells are already so powerful. So what will a 7th level wind spell look like? Linny secretly made up his mind. Anyway, it would only take more than 100,000 skill points to increase to level 7. One more day of idle time is enough. The next day, Linny also got up very early. One night passed, and the skill point balance approached 100,000 points. It is estimated that by noon, I will be able to add a wave of super points to the new wind skills and level up quickly. Before that, Linny planned to go shopping in the Life and Career Street first and sell the large cluster of emerald green crystals he dug yesterday to see how much he could get for it. Then go to the trading house to see if you can find a few wizard-type skill books. Finally, go to the job transfer sanctuary. Receive the second transfer mission. After the second turn, I should unlock more new skills. With such a plan, Linny went out and soon came to Jiangcheng Life Professional Shopping Street. Linny found the best appraiser on this street. He planned to first identify what the emerald green crystal he got in the cave yesterday was, and then roughly know its value, so that when he sold it, he would not be cheated by profiteers. Young man, are you trying to identify something? A gentle old man with white hair and beard, wearing glasses, looked at Linny with a smile. This is the most respected appraiser in the entire Jiangcheng Life and Career Street. Linny nodded and took out a small piece of emerald green crystal from the portable space. As soon as the crystal appeared, Linny felt a cool breeze starting to blow in the hall of the appraisal shop. The smile on the old man's face froze for a moment. Then it got serious. "Young man, what you have in your hand is incredible. Can you let me see it?" Linny nodded and handed the crystal to the old man. The old man adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and began to look at them carefully. At the same time, the light of the identification technique also lit up one after another. Soon, the old man looked at Linny in amazement. "Incredible, such pure wind spirit rock essence is really rare." Linny's heart moved. This thing was originally called Fongling rock marrow. This kind of mineral vein-type spiritual object that is rich in elements depends not only on the purity, but also on the size of the one-time shot. "Young man, what you showed me should be just a small sample. You should have the entire crystal mine on hand. If it is large and the purity is as high as this sample." Before the old man could finish speaking, Linny took out a whole piece of emerald crystal or weighing 20 or 30 kilograms. The old man who was giving Linny an estimate just now suddenly took a breath of air and was stunned. "I almost didn't even come up with a breath, so I sent him away." After a long while, the old man calmed down and then said, "Young man, such a large piece of Fongling rock marrow cannot be estimated by market price. It is already considered a collection. You'd better go to a store that specializes in recycling spiritual objects and ask. Don't sell it to a trading house. The trading house can only weigh it and recycle it according to the market price. You will sell it for a lot less money." Linny thanked the old man. After paying the appraisal fee, he put the Fongling marrow back into his backpack and continued shopping in the Life and Career Street. More than half an hour later, Linny walked out of a store called Jinbao Pavilion. This is a shop that specializes in recycling natural treasures and spiritual objects, similar to the antique shop that Linny was familiar with in his previous life. At this moment, he had an extra VIP black card of this national chain treasure pavilion in his pocket. There were also 120,000 daxia coins in the card. After selling the collection-level Fongling rock marrow, the enthusiastic boss even gave Linny an extra 10,000 daxia coins. According to the boss, this 10,000 is just to make friends. If Linny has such good things in the future, he must come to him. He will definitely buy it at a price much higher than the market price. Until he walked out of the store. Linny himself was a little confused. How did he suddenly become rich? Daxia is currently one of the strongest countries in Blue Star. The value and circulation rate of its currency are both frighteningly high. 120,000 daxia coins are indeed a lot of money. Linny's father, Lin Guodong, worked hard in the mine for 3 or 4 years, and maybe he could only earn this amount. Ding! It is detected that the currency you hold exceeds 100,000 for the first time. Your SSS-level talent, Gift of the Gods, has unlocked a new function. A prompt sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ha! New function? Linny quickly opened his talent interface. Soon Linny understood what the so-called new function was. Gift of the Gods. Effect: you gain 1 skill point per second. New function: now you can spend the currency circulating in the real world to purchase a 24-hour idle skill point reward. Note that every time you purchase an idle skill point reward, the amount of currency required for the next purchase will increase. The current currency required for one purchase, 10,000 daxia coins. When Linny obtained the Gift of the Gods before, he noticed that it had a note. That is, as his experience increases or his strength increases, more functions will be unlocked. It seems that becoming rich is also a kind of strength increase? In any case, this new function makes Lin Yi's eyes light up. After trying the pleasure of using high-level skills to level up and kill instantly, Linny actually felt a little bit uncomfortable every second waiting for the skill points to be issued. Now this function is simply a timely help. Spending money to buy skill points is now equivalent to spending money to buy time. As we all know, your time is very valuable. Krypton gold, cool. It seems that I have to put making money on the agenda in the future. Linny did not hesitate and planned to spend all the money directly, leaving it most a small amount. Anyway, this money was earned by chance, and as his subsequent strength increases, it should only get easier and easier to earn more than 100,000. Linny opened the talent interface and chose to spend Krypton Gold to buy idol rewards. Do you want to spend 10,000 Dasha coins to purchase 24-hour skill point benefits? Linny chose yes without hesitation. Ding! You have obtained the talent, 24-hour idol reward of the Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. At the same time, the mobile phone in Linny's pocket also vibrated. It prompted that 10,000 Dasha coins were deducted from his card. Continue. Ding! You have obtained the talent, 24-hour idol reward of the Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You have obtained the talent, 24-hour idol reward of the Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You have obtained the talent, 24-hour idol reward of the Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. Linny didn't know how many times he clicked. He stopped until the prompt said that the balance was insufficient. Like many garbage idle mobile games, the option of spending resources to purchase idol rewards will continue to increase in price. The first time was 10,000 Dasha coins. The second time, it will be 15,000. The subsequent increase is even more severe. Linny flipped through the records and bought it for the last time. He even spent more than 40,000 Dasha coins directly. Hiss. Linny didn't feel heartbroken before. He felt it was worth it to speed up the process of upgrading his skills. But when he really saw his 6-digit bank card balance, it turned into 3 digits at the speed of light. He still felt heartbroken. I'm back, that familiar poor life. Linny could only turn to open his personal panel. Fortunately, the skill point balance column gave him great comfort. Currently allocable skill points, 425,821. There are more than 400,000 balances again. Linny opened his skill page again. It takes 500,000 skill points to upgrade the 7th level Skyflame Dragon Breath to the 8th level, which is obviously not enough now. And Linny currently thinks that the 7th level Skyflame Dragon Breath is enough, and now these skill points should be added to the blade. Linny opened the Wind skill Wind Blade that he had just learned yesterday. In the point-adding interface, he started the familiar operation again. Click, 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 click. Then the reminder sound of ding 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 came in his mind. Consume 500 skill points, your Wind Blade skill is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Windbreak. Consume 2,000 skill points, your Windbreak is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Wind 9 Blades. Consume 5,000 skill points. Your Wind 9 Blades is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Storm Cyclone. Consume 10,000 skill points, your Storm Cyclone is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Wind Wings. Consume 50,000 skill points, your Wind Wings is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Swift Wind Flash. Consume 100,000 skill points, your Swift Wind Flash is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Shocking Thousand Storms. In less than half a day, Linny's Wind skill set has expanded from 1 to 7. And Linny looked through these skills. Suddenly, I felt that all the magic of the Wind system has very obvious characteristics. If the Fire system is simply high damage, then the Wind system has speed, multi-stage attacks, a small amount of control and some auxiliary capabilities. The most obvious is speed and multi-stage attacks. The third-level Fire system spell is called Triple Flame Spear. It is to summon 3 long spears condensed by flames from the sky to pierce and burn the enemy. The damage level is already high among the fire magic that Linny has mastered so far, with 3 levels. And the 7th level spell Skyflame Dragon Breath actually only has the high damage of the Dragon Breath and the subsequent long-lasting burning damage. But the 3rd level Wind spell, Gale 9 Slashes, fires 9 extremely fast wind blades in 0.5 seconds. Finally, the 7th level Jingtao Chinlanpa can inflict thousands of attacks on targets within the affected range every second. However, what surprised Linny the most were the 2 new skills of the 5th and 6th levels. Gale Wings. Type, active skill. Level, 5th level. Class, Wind. Consumption, 500 mana/second. Singing time, 1.5 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Effect, gather the power of wind elements to wrap your body, making it impossible for others to see through your true image. The wind element will also form a pair of wind wings, giving you the ability to fly at high speeds. At the same time, the wind group surrounding you will block 3 long-range attacks for you. Note that the attack intensity that the wind group can block cannot exceed level 4, and after 3 blocking effects are used, the flying ability disappears. Remarks, the strong winds are gathering, asking me to ascend to the clouds. Flying skills. The flying skill that Linny longed for. As a human being, who doesn't have a dream to fly into the sky? Unexpectedly, wind magic actually has such a spell that allows the mage to fly in the sky without the help of flying pets. However, the threshold for level 5 is still quite high. But it's been great. For other professions, I heard that you have to reach at least level 6 before this profession skill will provide flying ability accordingly. As for another effect attached to this skill, Lin E also felt familiar. Blocks ranged attacks. Isn't this Brother Suazi's wind wall? Face the blast. As for the 6th level skill, Flash of Swift Wind, it is more like a swordsman. Flash of Swift Wind. Type, active skills. Level, level 6. Department, Wind System. Consumption, 15,000 mana. Singing time, instant. Cooling time, 1 hour. Requires melee weapons. Effect, use the violent wind element to strengthen your own speed and the attack speed of melee weapons to the extreme, and suddenly perform a very fast sprint attack in one direction. During sprinting, your dodge probability increases by 100%. After the sprint is over, you will cause 99 melee weapon attack damage to all targets on the sprint path, and each damage will be additionally added with 1 wind attribute cutting damage. Maximum sprint distance, 10 meters. Maximum sprint speed, 10 times the speed of sound. Note, watch carefully, this knife will be very handsome. The moment Linny saw this skill, he felt that it was definitely a cool and stylish skill. Just like the countless animations he had watched in his previous life. A swordsman who pursues speed all his life. He drew his sword and rushed forward, and before the enemy could react, he had already slashed more than a dozen times. Then he sheathed the sword. The enemy behind him slowly fell down. It was really cool. Why is this skill in the mage's skill set? I am a mage, and I have to wear a melee weapon to use this skill. Although the staff is also a melee weapon. But if you let me use the staff to hit the opponent nearly 100 times, it would be very inconsistent. Linny was walking and looking at his new skills. At this moment, he just came to the city center of Jiangcheng. Here are the most critical functional departments of the entire Jiangcheng city. Linny saw the most imposing building with the largest flow of people, with 5 big words written on it, Dasha Trading House. Like Dasha Bank, Dasha Trading House is also a state-owned functional department supported by Dasha officials. The trading chain covers the entire Dasha. However, Jiangcheng is only a level 5 base city. It cannot be said that the branch in such a small place has no connection with the headquarters. It can only be said that there is almost no connection. The circulating goods and prices are basically regulated by Jiangcheng itself. Walking into the door of the trading house and passing through the bustling crowd, Linny came to a self-service trading window. Since the Cataclysm era, the development of spiritual crystal technology in various countries on Blue Star has been very mature. The self-service trading window in the trading house is the culmination of all. There is no one at each self-service window, only the blue spiritual crystal suspended in the air, just like when Linny participated in the job transfer ceremony. This is the first time Linny has come here. He looked at how others operated it, and soon understood how to use the thing in front of him. This spiritual crystal, as long as you touch it, will pop up the full system screen. Then operate on the screen. Whether selling or buying, the small teleportation array on the trading counter can deliver your goods instantly. Linny just felt novel. Online shopping orders, lightspeed delivery, and on-the-spot delivery. It was really awesome. Linny put all the junk black iron equipment dropped by the Howling Forest Tiger King and its tiger children and grandchildren under the spirit crystal and scanned them. Soon the spirit crystal gave an estimate. Linny had calculated well before. These equipments could not be sold for much money in the trading house, which was a national benchmark recycling price. Fortunately, after a Skyflame Dragon Breath, there were still more than a dozen pieces of equipment. After selling more than a dozen black iron equipments, Linny's card had more than 10,000 daxia coins. Then Linny sold all the materials dropped by the monsters in the portable space when he was leveling up before. The most valuable ones were one or two special materials dropped by the Tiger King. The spirit crystal gave an estimate of 2,000 to 3,000. The others were basically small amounts. Finally, Linny emptied his backpack, and the balance in his card increased from a few dozen yuan to more than 20,000 yuan. This money was not enough to buy another 24-hour idle skill point reward. Linny planned to see if he could find any good things in the trading house. He searched for the skill books of the mage department. Sure enough, there was none. Linny thought for a moment and soon understood. On the one hand, the drop rate of skill books in low-level areas is too low, and Jiangcheng is a super border town with a small total amount of goods. This also proves how lucky Linny was to kill the Tiger King yesterday and drop a skill book. On the other hand, even if it is shipped, many people are unwilling to come to the trading house to sell such things. Just like the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow that Linny obtained, it was finally sold to a store specializing in recycling and selling this business. Other professionals, even if they brush out a skill book that they can't use, they must want to sell it for a good price. I really want to buy a professional skill book. I still have to go to the skill bookstore under the professional guild. There are no skills for the wizard. Then, are there any general skill books? Linny tapped his finger on the spiritual crystal screen and turned on the filter mode. Remove the filter option for the wizard profession. Press the search button again. Soon, rows of skill books appeared in front of him. Primary identification technique. Primary price, 18992 Great Xia coins/book. Linny flipped through the books. He found that there was only one general skill book. And behind these skill books, there is also information about the manufacturer. It seems that this kind of general skills are not dropped by monsters, but they are made by other life professionals of the enchantment and scroll systems. However, the most common primary identification skill book is close to 20,000 yuan, which is also extremely expensive. So how expensive would my wizard's skill book be? Linny had a toothache. Originally, I sold the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow today, and I felt that I was a rich guy. I didn't expect that I was overthinking. But even if it's expensive, I have to buy it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow would emit emerald green fluorescence in the dark, I might have missed such a treasure. With the identification technique, at least he wouldn't be unaware of the treasure when he saw it. Especially this elementary identification technique, it's not elementary in his hands. Now there are still hundreds of thousands of skill points to fill it, guaranteeing that it will have no childhood. Advance to the advanced level immediately. Linny gritted his teeth and bought this identification skill book. The next moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated, and Linny didn't even need to look at it. He knew that it was Daxia Bank notifying him that he had become poor again. At the same time, the teleportation array below the spirit crystal in front of Linny lit up, and more than 10 seconds later, a gray scroll appeared in the center of the array. Linny picked up the scroll. Checked the properties. That's right, it's the identification skill book. There was no hesitation at the moment, and he chose to learn directly. Ding! Skill book, primary identification technique was used successfully, and you got a new skill, identification technique, primary. Next, Linny naturally didn't think much. Hundreds of thousands of skill points were smashed down. After a series of ding ding ding, Linny received an unprecedented prompt. Ding! You spent 120,000 skill points, your identification skill, Grandmaster level, was upgraded, and you got a new spell, identification skill, Peak. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first person in the entire Blue Star to upgrade the identification skill to the peak level, and you have obtained a unique reward. Your identification skill, peak, has transformed into a new skill, Eye of All-Seeing. Linny was stunned. What the hell? There is such a thing? I am the first person in the entire Blue Star to upgrade the identification skill to this level? Thousands of years after the Cataclysm era, no one has taken the lead in grabbing this unique reward? Linny has seen the so-called unique reward in textbooks. In simple terms, it is similar to the achievement system in games. Once someone has achieved an unprecedented achievement, it will trigger the unique reward of the Heavenly Tao. Linny was somewhat happy. There are tens of billions of people on Blue Star. He is one in a billion. No, from a history spanning thousands of years, he may be one in a trillion. Linny soon understood why no one in the past would choose to upgrade the identification skill to the maximum level, that is, the pinnacle of perfection. Because there is no cost-effectiveness. Most professionals learn the identification skill to see the attributes and strength of monsters of the same level as themselves, and to see the attributes of natural treasures. There is absolutely no need to upgrade to a high level to cross levels to understand monsters that you cannot defeat. Although the skill points consumed by upgrading a general skill such as identification skill are only about a quarter of that of professional skills. But who would be willing to take out this quarter of precious skill points, not adding professional skills, but adding an identification skill? After understanding this, Linny quickly opened his skill bar. Check this new skill that evolved from the identification skill. Eye of All-Knowing. Unique. Skill level, 9th level. Type, passive general skill. Consumption, none. Chant, none. Cooling down, none. Effect, when you stare at a target for more than 3 seconds, you will ignore the level difference between you and the target, ignore all the hypocrisy, concealment, and hiding effects of the target, and get all the information of the target. When the target you stare at is a spiritual object or an equipment item that has not been successfully identified, after the identification is successful, you have a 10% chance to improve the quality of the spiritual object or equipment by 1 level. Remarks, insight into everything and experience the universe. Linny was a little shocked. The awesomeness of this skill has exceeded his imagination. And this should be considered his first 9th level skill. It can be said that after possessing this skill, everything in the world must be the most real sight in Linny's eyes. Not to mention, this passive skill also has the ability to break illusions and counter hidden. Too amazing. Linny focused his eyes on a professional passing by. 3 seconds later, all the information about this person was completely exposed to Linny. Occupation, level, skills, equipment, health, and current status. Even his weaknesses were all clear. Retracting his gaze, Linny calmed down his somewhat excited mood. Walked out of the trading house. The harvest of this trip was too rich. The only thing left to do was to take the job transfer task. Dasha Trading House and the Job Transfer Sanctuary are very close, almost just a street away. Linny went straight to the Job Transfer Sanctuary not far away. As soon as he entered the door, a girl came up and greeted Linny warmly. "Hello, professional, how can I help you?" The person who received Linny was a black-haired girl with glasses. She smiled warmly, with her hands behind her back, very well behaved. In fact, she had noticed this handsome guy when Linny just walked into the gate of the sanctuary. There are many professionals coming and going. But handsome guys are rare species. It's not easy to see one, and he's so handsome, so of course I have to come up and chat with him. "Linny, I want to accept the second job transfer task." The glasses girl continued to smile, pushed a few hairs on her forehead behind her ears, and continued, "Then please show me your professional ID card." I just changed my job and haven't applied for a formal professional certificate yet. Is a student ID okay? The glasses girl was a little surprised. "Ah, you mean, you are a new professional who just changed your job successfully a week ago?" Linny nodded. The glasses girl was even more shocked. She had never seen anyone who could meet the second job transfer requirements within just 1 week of changing jobs. Her expression was a little uncontrollable. Have you reached level 30? Lin Yi nodded again. The glasses girl took a deep breath and was secretly surprised. It seems that this handsome guy in front of him has an extremely terrifying family background. Although she has never seen a local professional who can be transferred to the second level so quickly in the small city of Jiangcheng, in other larger base cities, especially in some families with extremely deep foundations, it is still possible to rely on resources to pile up the younger generation of the family to level 30 in a very short time. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy in front of him is not only handsome, but also has such a terrifying family background. Unconsciously, the glasses girl stood closer to Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know that the girl in front of him had already made up so many things in his mind. He just wanted to take the task quickly and complete it. Lin Yi took out his student ID. This can prove that he is indeed a professional. Oh, okay, I will help you with the registration procedures right away. Soon, the glasses girl completed the procedures and guided Lin Yi to one of the rooms in the job transfer sanctuary. Walking into the room, Lin Yi saw a blue spirit crystal stone floating in the air again. It was the same as what he saw when he first awakened his profession in school. Touch the spirit crystal again. Lin Yi received a system prompt. Ding! Checking the professional level. Current professional level, level 30, has reached the professional's second job transfer acceptance conditions. Start drawing job transfer tasks. Ding! You have received an S-level job transfer task, the Death Knight must die. Task requirements, please kill the LV.60 world boss, Death Knight Rivendell in a team of 3 or less, and obtain the quest item, Heart of the Dead. After seeing the details of the task requirements, Lin Yi was stunned. It's not that he thinks this task is too difficult, but he thinks it's a bit too simple. Is this the S-level difficulty? A level 60 boss, this level is not even as high as the Molten Flame Demon he summoned. Even if it is a boss, it should die after a Sky Flame Dragon breath bombards it, right? If it doesn't die, make up a few more. This task requirement even allows him to form a team of 3. This is too lenient. I'm crying. If Lin Yi's idea is known to others, they will probably have a lot of complaints. Because if they receive a task of this difficulty, they will probably cry bitterly. It may even be impossible to retransform in this life. World bosses are all famous for their high defense and thick blood. Because this kind of boss is directly refreshed in the leveling area, not in the dungeon. The boss in the dungeon will strictly limit the number of people, so the corresponding value will not be so abnormal. However, the health of the boss in the wild world is almost 10 times that of the dungeon boss of the same level. Because basically this kind of boss will be surrounded and beaten by hundreds of people after it is refreshed. So except for Lin Yi, if any unlucky guy really receives this kind of S-level task, his career path may really end here. Because the job transfer tasks are randomly issued, there is no chance to come again. After accepting the task, Lin Yi walked out of the room. The bespectacled lady who had received Lin Yi before asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, is the task you received difficult?" Lin Yi shook his head, "It's just SOSO." The bespectacled lady clapped her hands, "Yeah, that I have to congratulate you first. If it's a simple task, you should be able to successfully complete the second job. What is the task goal?" "Don't look at me like this, I am the most experienced employee in the entire job transfer sanctuary. I know how to complete many of the task requirements of third job transfer professionals." To be honest, Lin Yi also noticed that this girl had some unreasonable enthusiasm. As a person in 2 lifetimes, Lin Yi was still very cautious and did not tell the details of his mission directly and easily. He just said lightly, "No need." Lin Yi left the job transfer hall. The girl with glasses was a little sad. Alas, how come such a handsome guy seems to have such a cold personality? Lin Yi walked out of the job transfer sanctuary. Go straight to the information library of the Jiangcheng Professionals Alliance Guild. With the help of the spiritual crystals in the library, Lin Yi quickly found out the relevant information about this boss. The southern suburbs of Kanglan City experienced a terrible plague hundreds of years ago. Thousands of people died at that time. Later, that area became a restricted area where viruses and plagues raged. A large number of infected creatures and undead creatures are wandering in that area, but there is no breath of living people, so it is called the place of death. The necromancer knight Rivendell, according to rumors, was once the knight commander sent by an empire to rescue the victims. Later, for unknown reasons, he degenerated into the necromancer knight. After every plague and acid rain, Rivendell will wake up from his grave, ride his skeletal horse, and wander forever in the core area of the Deadlands. Linny read this and learned some basic information about this boss. The boss level is the same as described in the mission objective. Level 60. And the refresh point is in a leveling area called the Deadly Land in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Linny entered the words Land of Death on the spiritual crystal light screen. The results came quickly. The location is indeed in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City, and the monster level is between level 40 and 50. Suitable for leveling up for second-level professionals. What about refresh time? All wild boss have fixed refresh rules. Fortunately, Kanglan is not far from Jiangcheng, and the last kill record of the Necromancer Knight can also be retrieved here. World boss, Death Knight Rivendell. Refresh time, 30 days. Last kill record, 9 o'clock on March 15, 2024. Linny looked at the current time and his expression changed. Grass. The last killing time was exactly a month ago at this time. This means that it is refreshed now? This kind of world boss will be beaten by countless professionals, and it is also in the pocket of many big guilds. Many times, those guilds and organizations will set up bosses. Kill immediately as soon as it refreshes. If you miss it, you have to wait another month. Gone. Linny didn't want to be stuck with this simple task and couldn't upgrade for a month. The next moment, Linny hurriedly ran out of the archives and went straight to Jiangcheng's teleportation hall. In this era, there are only two types of transportation that civilians can take. One is to dig underground tunnels and provide high-speed underground rail transit between various base cities in Daxia. Basically, there won't be too many monsters and beasts underground. And it can be navigated underground, which can avoid many areas where monsters are densely populated. Security is guaranteed. It is precisely for this reason that most air traffic is extremely rare in Daxia. Even if it does appear, it is mostly military motherships or warships. Finally, the most convenient and fastest one is the teleportation array. Thanks to the dual blessing of spiritual crystal technology and magic, short-distance space transmission has long been popular among civilians. Even though Jiangcheng is thousands of kilometers away from Kanglan City next door. Using the teleportation array, it only takes a few minutes. Linny took out his mobile phone, bought a teleportation ticket to Kanglan City online, passed the security check, and went straight to the teleportation hall. Just like Linny catching a train in his previous life, the number of people entering the teleportation array in each wave is also limited. And they all checked in droves. Linny followed a group of people and stood in the teleportation array, and then the magic runes lit up. The center of the teleportation array emits a burst of suction force. The next moment, Linny felt like the world was spinning, and he seemed to be sucked into some kind of time and space tunnel. The scenery around him was stretched into bizarre shapes and flew past his eyes. This experience is still very novel. And Linny has a very good sense of balance. Even so, I only feel irritation and no other physical discomfort. But other passengers are different. When the teleportation was successful, Linny arrived at the teleportation hall in Kanglan City. Most of the people with him were vomiting to the point of vomiting. Suddenly, the smell of the entire hall was hard to describe. Linny left quickly. I will definitely not buy a regular ticket next time. At least buy a high-class ticket, not to mention the teleportation experience will be better, at least there will be fewer people, and he won't have to crowd with these people. Exited the teleportation hall of Kanglan City. Linny clearly felt that Kanglan City, as a fourth-level base city, was more prosperous than Jiangcheng in all aspects. But Linny had no time to pay attention to this. He remembered the location of the dead place that the girl with glasses told him before. The southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Wings of Wind is a 5th level spell of the wind system, and the spells of the wind system have a very short singing time. But with the blessing of Divine Grace chant. For Linny, all 5th level spells were instantaneous. Therefore, Linny did not hesitate and used the instantaneous wind wings. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew at the door of the teleportation hall. Countless pedestrians exclaimed. The next moment, a pale green wind group surrounded Linny, making him blurred in a shadow of the wind. Others could not see clearly, only an outline could be seen. Countless guards stationed in the teleportation hall and the job transfer sanctuary in Kanglan City saw this scene and all picked up their weapons. Some people even shouted loudly. Linny remembered at this time. He seemed to have made a mistake. In the non-leveling areas of all base cities in Dacia, it is not allowed to use skills and magic. Fighting and brawling will be arrested. Fortunately, his skill can hide his identity. However, in order to complete the task before the Death Knight burps, Linny can't care so much. The next moment, a pair of wind wings appeared behind Linny. Linny's mind moved, and he felt that his weight was completely offset to almost nothing under the wrapping of the wind element. He broke free from the shackles of gravity. The wind rose and went straight into the sky. Flying by yourself and flying in the sky with the help of transportation are completely different experiences. It's really cool. Especially the feeling of being able to fly at high speed between heaven and earth without obstacles. Linny was excited in a second. He kept accelerating, trying to speed up to the limit. In an instant, the whole person turned into a stream of emerald green light and headed straight for the southern suburbs of Kanglan. Mom! Look, someone is flying. In the bustling crowd below, countless children pointed at the figure in the sky that was as fast as the wind, clapping their hands and exclaimed. Wherever Linny passed, he attracted the exclamations and envy of countless pedestrians. The Kanglan City security maintenance professionals who had just planned to arrest Linny were all stunned. Damn it! 6th turn boss. They just wanted to make trouble for a 6th turn boss. The Dacia Public Security Management Law stipulates that professionals are not allowed to fly and use skills within the base city. However, for the real big guys, even if they did this, the small fry who were in charge of public security would not dare to say anything. Of course Linny didn't know about his woohoo takeoff operation. How many people in Kanglan City were shocked? Soon, he flew to the high altitude of Kanglan City, with a wide view above. The entire Kanglan City has a panoramic view. And the appearance of the surrounding leveling area is also clearly visible. Linny could see hundreds of kilometers away in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City at a glance. That area was bare and exuded a dark atmosphere. That should be the place of death. Linny controlled the wind wings and began to fly towards the land of death at full speed. At the same time, in the land of death and silence. The entire dead silent place is not dead silent at the moment. A large number of professionals seem to be approaching the central area like sharks smelling the smell of blood. That is the refresh point of the world boss, the Death Knight. However, they still encountered many obstacles. Thunder Guild has reserved the venue, please stay out of the way if you are idle. The Shanghai Guild restricted area ahead, please leave immediately. Countless professionals wearing the uniforms of various guilds stopped any idle professionals who dared to approach the central area and stopped them on the spot, not letting them get any closer. Damn it, your family owns the world boss. Yes, why don't you let us in? The guild member responsible for blocking had a sinister smile on his face. That's right, it's run by our Thunder Guild. Do you dare to come over and give it a try? Faced with such outrageous and unreasonable behavior, countless professionals dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Thunder and Shanghai are the two major professional guilds in Kanglan City. These two guilds often demarcate areas in popular leveling areas. It only provides leveling for members of your own guild, regardless of whether other professionals can continue to level up. Some people have tried to resist. However, the leaders of both guilds are powerful professionals of rank 4 and close to rank 5, and the people under their command are elite soldiers and generals, with a large number of people. So this situation continues to this day. Now is the critical time for the Necromancer Knight to refresh, so the two guilds naturally plan to share all the experience and drops equally. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the center area of the surrounding line was surrounded, and there was a roar of countless skill collisions. Everybody knows. This is the refresh of the Necromancer Knight Rivendell. The elites of Thunder and Starsea Guild have already begun to kill the boss. But this time, the situation seems to be a little different. Because the sound of those skills colliding soon stopped. Then, black plagues exuding a strong aura of death began to spread throughout the Deadland. For a moment, the professionals from the two guilds who were responsible for guarding the perimeter and restricting other professionals from entering changed their expressions. They received messages from their own guild members asking for help in the guild channel. The situation is not right. The boss is asking for help. Let's get there quickly. In an instant, everyone from the two guilds went straight to the central area of the Deadly Land. The professionals who were driven to the periphery by them all looked happy. Followed it wholeheartedly. There is one biggest difference between World Boss and Instance Boss. That is the experience points and skill point rewards after a kill, which are distributed based on the kill contribution. The more output you contribute in killing the World Boss, the more skill points and experience points you will share equally. In other words, the dropped items will depend on who gives the final blow. Everyone rushed to the center of the dead place. The sight before their eyes made everyone feel that their throats were firmly grasped by a big hand called death, and they did not dare to make any sound. Countless professionals wearing the uniforms of the Starsea and Thunder Guilds maintained their posture of running away, lying on the ground where the black water of the plague was flowing. Their weapons were broken, their faces were in pain, and they died with their eyes open. He obviously suffered unimaginable torture before his death. President. Boss. Members of the two guilds responsible for guarding the perimeter even saw their own guild leaders among the pile of corpses. This made them even more unbelievable. It's just a level 90 world boss. They have killed dozens of times. How so? The group was wiped out? Before they could think about it. The next moment, the sound of heavy horse hooves hitting the ground came. They saw the culprit responsible for this scene. A heavily armored knight wearing a jet black armor, holding a giant sword that was 4 to 5 meters long, was riding on a skeletal horse with no trace of flesh visible. On the heads of the war horses and knights, blue will-o-wisps flickered in the empty eye sockets. The undead knight Rivendell has become more than 10 times larger than usual. Everywhere he passed, the place was smeared with dark plague water. Run! He seems to be alienated. Everyone felt the trembling from their souls. According to rumors, both the world boss and the dungeon boss have a very low probability of being affected by the power of the abyss and turning on the alienated state. In this state, the level and skills corresponding to the boss will receive extremely terrifying increases. Many bosses that were originally only level 30 or 40 may reach level 200 in the end, eventually leading to the destruction of the team, or even the destruction of the mission. Run away! Run! Everyone only had this thought. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey were transformed. The Death Knight who had died countless times under their swords and magic. The dead returned from the grave. The Death Knight Rivendell pulled the reins of his warhorse. The next moment, the skeleton warhorse neighed and stomped its 4 hooves, and the next moment, the undead magic wave spread. The originally dry soil under the feet of countless people was instantly submerged by the endless black plague water. In the black water, it seemed that countless dead stretched out their bone claws and grabbed the ankles of all the professionals who wanted to escape. They fell into the quagmire of death and could no longer move a bit. And as the black water rippled, a scene that made their scalps numb appeared. They saw the corpses lying on the ground in all directions. At this moment, the body was infused with the power of the dead. They stood up again, picked up the broken sword and chanted the familiar magic spell. But this time, they fought for the Death Knight. The black fog covered the sky. The sky was filled with dark plague acid rain, and the breath of death was extremely strong. Everyone fell into despair. They wailed and cried. But they could not make any sound. The rain curtain covered everything, and the deadland was about to return to dead silence. Just when everyone was about to be dragged into the black water and drowned completely, they suddenly heard an extremely loud dragon roar in their ears. The next moment, the extremely hot feeling completely dispelled the chill of death. The black fog in the sky and the rain curtain stopped one after another. The next moment, the bright orange-yellow flames completely tore the black fog apart. Dragon! A terrifying dragon burning fiercely and emitting endless heat appeared in the sky. The dragon breath spewed from its mouth fell like a waterfall. The Death Knight Rivendell raised his head. In those pupils that were like ghostly fire, there was a reflection of a human figure obscured by the endless gale behind the giant fire dragon above the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The plague-black water wrapped around the ankles of all the professionals. Under the scorching heat of the dragon's breath, it turned into black gas at the speed of light. It drifted in the air and disappeared. Everyone regained their freedom. They also saw the figure flying high in the sky, like a god. That's right, in their eyes, the person who can use such terrifying magic to instantly dispel all plagues and haze is already their savior. High in the sky. Linny let out a long sigh. Damn, I accelerated all the way, catching up. Fortunately, I caught up. This Death Knight, fortunately, is not dead. The moment Linny saw the Death Knight Rivendell, he didn't think much. He directly smashed down with an instant skyflame dragon breath. He was very afraid that the professionals who were beating the boss below would snatch this head. If you want to talk about which skill of his currently has the highest damage, it is undoubtedly the skyflame dragon breath. Moreover, this skill is very straightforward, without any dragging attack pre-swing. It is just an ordinary dragon breath. It caused a devastating blow. In addition, Linny is not a murderer. His current control over the fire element can even make the skyflame dragon breath destroy all monsters. But it will not hurt those professionals at all. This is why the group of thousands of professionals who fell into despair did not even get hurt under such a terrifying 7th level dragon breath. After the dragon breath, Linny narrowed his eyes slightly. Not dead? Not even much blood loss? This boss is something. Linny was a little surprised. He had thought before that a skyflame dragon breath might not kill the Death Knight. But at least it could hit half of the blood, right? Now it seems that even if he releases a few more skyflame dragon breaths, it won't work. Linny stared at the Death Knight Rivendell. Under the influence of the Eye of All-Seeing. Soon his information appeared in front of Linny. Dead Knight Rivendell, Alienation. Level, LV.200. Rank, King. Race, Undead. Health, 9.97 million/10 million. Mana, 100,000/100,000. Strength, 15,800. Spirit, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. Endurance, 15,800. Active skills, Undead Army, Plague Wave, Undead Sky Slash, Death Grip, Charge, Corpse Explosion. Passive skills, Undead Will, Indestructible Body, Alienation. Weakness, Holy Light Damage. Linny was stunned. Level 200? Wasn't it said to be level 60? How did the level suddenly increase so much? Of course, Linny also noticed the word alienation on the information panel. But he had never heard of it in the textbook before. What exactly is this mechanism? Well, does it mean an enhanced version of the boss? However, a Skyflame Dragon Breath only caused him 30,000 points of damage, which Linny couldn't understand. Fortunately, with the all-seeing eyes, Linny quickly found clues from the skills of the Death Knight. The problem lies in the passive skill, Indestructible Body, Alienation. Indestructible Body, Alienation. Type, Passive Skill. Level, Level 7. Effect, the power of the abyss strengthens your body, giving you an extraordinary ability to withstand damage. All damage other than the holy light system you receive is reduced by 50%, and the maximum damage you can withstand at a time is 9,999 points. You recover 5,000 health points per second. This passive skill is a bit against the sky. The most terrifying thing is the single damage, which is less than 10,000 points at most. No wonder a sky flame dragon breath fell down and only lost this little blood. Even the high single damage of dragon breath only caused 9,999 damage, and the subsequent blood loss was only burning damage. After seeing the explosive passive skill of Death Knight Rivendell, Linny suddenly felt very fortunate. Fortunately, he upgraded the wind magic yesterday. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything with this thing today. Sure enough, compared with strengthening a single system to the extreme, it is still more effective to improve combat power by taking this route of balanced development of multiple systems. Linny used to dislike wind magic. Mainly, it's a bit scratchy. Take the most basic third-level spell for comparison. The 3 damages of the triple flame gun. In the absence of Linny's current attributes and equipment, the basic damage has exceeded 10,000. But the 9 damages of the wind 9 blades are not even 5,000 points. Although it hits fast and hits a lot. But it's really too scratchy. But now, the situation is different. When encountering a boss like the Death Knight Rivendell who can withstand a single high damage, the wind-type multi-stage attack is too valuable. A few minutes ago. Kanglan City. Professional Alliance Building. The hall is still in good order, and various professionals keep coming to consult and do business. But in the conference room, countless senior executives of the Professional Alliance of Kanglan City. At this moment, they are sweating profusely. Can't handle it. Absolutely can't handle it. From the data comparison of all the alienated world bosses in our Great Xia in the past 100 years, the level will generally increase by at least 3 times. That is to say, the level of the world boss in the Dead Silence Land is at least level 180. I have said long ago that once the only world boss around our Kanglan City is alienated, it will be a time bomb. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. All the participants looked ashen. At this moment, the big screen in the conference room was showing the completely alienated Death Knight. No one could come up with a crisis response plan. In the end, the president of the Kanglan City Professional Alliance, who was sitting in the main seat, made the final decision. I have sent a request for help to the headquarters of the Tianhai Professional Alliance, which is directly under our jurisdiction. They sent a 6th-turn professional, who is on the way. But it will take him 2 hours to get from Tianhai to our Kanglan. In these 2 hours, we will complete the task of evacuating the people and resisting the undead army summoned by the alienated Death Knight. If it is not handled well, this will be a disaster for our Kanglan. The vice president is a bald man. He was stunned when he heard the president's decision to evacuate the people of Kanglan. But, President, sending an alarm now may make the people panic. If something happens again? The bald man didn't finish his words. He was rudely interrupted? If the plague and corruption of the land of death spread to our Kanglan, it will not be a matter of your official hat, but whether you and I will have to work on sewing machines for the rest of our lives. Are you really stupid, or do you want to improve too much? The old president on the main seat had a cold look in his eyes. The reprimand was merciless. It made Vice President Xie Ding lose face in front of everyone. Issue a level 1 alert, and then notify the city defense forces to prepare to evacuate the people. Now, do it immediately. As the top leaders of Kanglan City made the decision to evacuate, the whole Kanglan City was filled with shrill alarms. Countless professionals received regional broadcasts. It was exactly the same as the molten flame demons summoned by Linny and Jiangqing before. They had no ability to deal with such high-level and high-ranking monsters. They could only wait for the arrival of the real strong men in the entire Dongjiang province. Crying, screaming, and the sound of countless people running in panic. In the originally peaceful and harmonious Kanglan City, everyone became nervous. Most of them had never seen such a big scene. Countless armed and fierce military professionals began to guide the masses to evacuate in an organized manner. When they encountered panicked or even disruptive professionals, they would even suppress them with thunder. No one knew what happened. They only knew that a disaster was coming. Look, the sky in the south. Oh my God! What is that? Among the people who hurriedly evacuated, some people found that the sky in the south was red for some reason and it was about to bleed. Even in the far distance that seemed to be burning, they saw the outline of some legendary creature. Dragon. A giant dragon of fire. The dragon exhaled hot breath, and the impact of the scene was directly pulled to the maximum. Not only the people were stunned. Even the military professionals who were maintaining order were all stunned. They actually didn't know what had happened, but now, they could probably guess. Something must have happened in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Perhaps it was because of the fire dragon that they had to evacuate the people. Fortunately, the changes in the southern sky came and went quickly. Just when everyone was worried about whether their homes were invaded by some dragons, the fire dragon disappeared and the sky in the southern suburbs returned to normal. It was as if everything they had seen just now was an illusion. However, the next moment, the entire Kanglan City. The wind blew. There was no sign at all. The city, which was calm before, suddenly blew a fierce gale. The wind elements floating between heaven and earth all became manic. Some of the professionals in Kanglan City who had reached the 4th level of strength rode on their warpets and flew into the sky. They could see more things than ordinary people. In the southern suburbs of Kanglan City, it seemed as if a huge vacuum zone or a terrible storm cyclone appeared. All the air currents gathered there frantically. Woo woo woo. Many people's flying mounts trembled in the increasingly terrifying wind. The sky also darkened. It seemed that a storm that had been accumulated for a long time was about to fall completely. Above the dead land, Linny was suspended in the center of the storm led by him. Linny muttered something in his mouth. He was chanting the 7th level wind spell, Jingtao Qian Lanpo. In fact, Linny still had 2 instant casting opportunities. But now that he was protected by the wind group generated by the wings of the wind, the casting would not be interrupted and would not be attacked. He naturally wanted to see how long it would take for him to chant a 7th level spell completely. Even if the chanting was not completed. But a terrifying vision had already appeared in the sky. The sky was completely gloomy. The clouds were getting lower and lower, and a large amount of clouds were constantly rotating, forming a terrifying cloud wall that was as spectacular as a tsunami. Like water, air is actually a fluid. Under the influence of such dense wind elements, the nature of the atmosphere at this moment is like liquid. When this terrifying cloud wall completely fell, it was the end of Linyi's chanting. The howling wind disturbed the sleep of the dead. This behavior seemed to have completely angered the Death Knight Rivendell. He suddenly raised the Black Knight's sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Linny in the sky. From his throat, an extremely creepy roar came out. The next moment, the plague black water that had just been dried by the skyflame dragon breath returned like a wave. Once again, most of the area of the entire Deadland was covered. Under the black water, countless limbs, bones, and rotten meat were constantly twisting and reorganizing. Thousands of undead creatures returned to the world under the summons of the Death Knight. This scene made thousands of professionals in Kanglan City who had planned to kill the world boss tremble. It was too dark. Lin Yi's eyes moved. Under the gaze of the all-knowing eye, Lin Yi knew that this was his skill, Army of the Dead. If he was allowed to continue to summon like this, all the dead who had been buried and died in this deadland would be pulled up by him and continue to fight for him as undead spirits. The more people died, the more undead soldiers he could transform. Not to mention, these undead soldiers could even inherit some of their strength and skills in their lifetime. By then, it is not impossible that the entire Kanglan City would become a purgatory on Earth. Whoosh! The necromancer Rivendell swung the giant sword in his hand suddenly, and the black light broke through the air. A terrifying undead sword energy slash flew straight to Linny in the sky. This is another of his signature skills. Undead Sky. Slash. The power of the slash should be very terrifying. Linny even heard the low humming sound of the air being torn apart by the slash. The wind group defense effect added by the 5th level swift wind wings could not resist such an attack. Moreover, Linny's health was only a few hundred points at this moment. He came in a hurry, so he didn't have a younger brother like Molten Flame Demon to add a shield to him. However, Linny was not panicked at all. Because, in his mouth, he spit out the last magic spell. Chant, done. Even if it is a 7th level magic, the characteristics of wind magic are still strong. That is the chanting time, which is at least about 1/3 less than that of Skyflame Dragon Breath. Also under the passive influence of Divine Grace Chant, which shortens the singing time by 70%. It only took Linny less than 10 seconds to read this 7th level spell. Howling Wind. Furious Air Currents. There was a moment of pause. This is the last calm before the terrifying storm. The next moment, above the 9 heavens, the cloud wall collapsed. Like a stormy wave crashing on the shore, carrying terrifying power, it fell from the sky. That terrifying undead air-piercing sword energy was instantly submerged in the violent wind in front of the crumbling cloud wall. In the blink of an eye, the power of the slash was completely worn away and annihilated. Disappear! Ignoring the professional standing on the ground, he raised his head. Seeing the sky seem to be falling, this extremely terrifying scene made my heart even more shocked and frightening. The necromancer is awesome. Their life and death actually depended on the boss's thoughts. But now compare. The mysterious boss in the sky is even more awesome. He waved his hand, and the sky fell to the earth. However, what shocked them even more was not just that. In the sky, there is a blurry figure under the wall of clouds. It seemed that he tapped the bottom with his finger again. Next moment. The wind force of the already terrifying storm more than doubled again. Countless people can't even open their eyes or breathe. And, above the sky, the extremely spectacular cloud walls show signs of overlapping. The first cloud wall has not yet fallen, detonating the terrifying power of Qianlan's spell. Already, 2 more cloud walls formed instantly and were smashed down one after another. Such a high-level spell. That big shot could actually fire 3 shots in a row with just a wave of his hand? How strong is he? The brains of countless professionals have completely shut down. High in the air. Linny had used up all the 3 instant opportunities he had saved for a day. In fact, Linny is still a very cautious person. He was worried that a 7th level Jingtao Qianlan wouldn't be able to kill this level 200 boss. Then add 2 more. 3 consecutive 7th level spells were thrown down. There's no way you're still alive, right? What if you still don't die? Of course Linny also thought of a way out. Still not dead, just moist. Anyway, if this boss is really so outrageous, he will definitely survive until he can save up a few more days of skill points and use higher level spells to deal with it. He can afford to wait. Moreover, others had to wait 10 years for revenge, but he waited 10 days and the forbidden curse could be added. Facts have proved that Linny was overly worried. The wall of cloud crashed down. The violet wind blade that is bound by magic within the cloud wall slashes away and starts indiscriminately attacking all targets within the range of the skill. It was almost an extremely brief moment. The undead soldiers who had just been pulled up by the undead knight Rivendell had been attacked hundreds of times. The few bones and rotten flesh left on the body were completely smashed into dregs by the wind blade, leaving no trace left. TSK. The modified Necromancer Rivendell's defense is also very high. The wind blade cut against his thick armor, making an extremely intensive friction sound. The bad news is that even at the 7th level, Jingtao Qianlan broke the wind magic and still did not violate the ancestral law, and the damage was still very severe. Good news, but shave fast and lots. Linny saw layers of dense damage numbers starting to appear above the head of the Necromancer Knight. These injury numbers are modest. Basically, it's 1 or 2,000, and if it's a critical hit, it's only 2 or 3,000. But the frequency of injuries is terrifying. Linny only needed a little calculation to figure out that from the time the cloud wall fell down to the time when the power of the entire magic exploded, it actually took less than 15 seconds. But it caused no less than 4,000 attacks in total. It's just that the first Qianlan break has completely exploded, and the Death Knight, an alienated world boss with a blood volume of tens of millions, is completely disabled. There is less than 1/3 of the health bar left. However, the second and third stormy waves Qianlan broke through did not give him time to recover at all. Explodes one after another. This time, Linny directly saw the blood volume of the undead knight Rivendell being emptied by the speed of light. Instant kill. If you really think about it, this guy still owes Linny his life. Roar. Hiss. Rivendell's low roar before his death was full of unwillingness. The warhorse under his crotch also whined, its bones completely falling apart, and being cut into ashes by countless wind blades. They met the same fate as those undead soldiers. Ding! Congratulations, you killed the alienated world boss, Rivendell, the Necromancer Knight, and gained 2.2 million experience points. An additional 1.5 million experience points will be awarded for the leapfrog kill. Ding! Congratulations, your output contribution rate reached 100% in the battle to kill the alienated world boss, Necromancer Rivendell. You obtained 2,000 bound skill points and 20 tradable skill point scrolls *5. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the special mission item, Heart of the Dead. Your job transfer mission, the Necromancer Knight Must Die, has been completed. Please return to the Job Transfer Sanctuary to submit the task and complete the job transfer. 3 consecutive prompts sounded in Lin Yi's mind. It proved that this boss, who was so arrogant and energetic just now, was really defeated by him. Tisk. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. I obviously feel that the skill points given by this boss are so stingy. Just over 2,000? If Lin Yi's thoughts were known to others, he would probably burst into tears. Brother, 2,000 bound skill points and 100 tradable skill point scrolls are exclusive to one person. It's really cool and a lot, okay? Many people have to play dungeons for more than half a year to earn this amount of skill points. Lin Yi slowly descended from the sky. A boss of this level will drop a lot of good things after killing it, right? Sure enough, after Lin Yi landed, he found a large number of gleaming golden equipment where the Necromancer Knights had been standing. One of them even shone with platinum light. In addition, Lin Yi also saw 2 skill books falling to the ground. Another skill book dropped. Lin Yi had learned before that even if it was a world boss, the probability of dropping a skill book was very low. In other words, if you kill the alienated Necromancer Knight, the drop rate should be much higher. But he didn't expect that there would be 2 copies in one drop. In addition to equipment and skill books, Lin Yi also found that this product dropped a lot of materials that were very rare just by looking at their names. These materials should also be sold for a lot of money. Lin Yi picked up all the treasures on the ground. Then he looked around. The group of professionals that Lin Yi had noticed at high altitude before, under his deliberate control, were not injured under the influence of Jing Tao Qianlan Pa. But even if there is no injury, the continuous attack of the 7th level wind magic still made most people unable to withstand the brutal force, and they fainted due to difficulty breathing. Well, this is a relief. Otherwise, if these people were still awake now, seeing that he had taken all the rewards dropped by the Death Knight alone, they would inevitably be jealous. At that time, a series of bloody plots of killing and grabbing treasures would be involved. Now it is much easier. The mission is completed, the treasures are picked up, and there is no reason to stay here. The wings of the wind are used again. Lin Yi flew into the sky and his figure quickly disappeared. Just a few minutes after Lin Yi flew away, 2 streams of light flew from the horizon. One of them was wearing a full set of red armor, with a burly and strong figure, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit, which looked extraordinary. The other was wearing a light green robe, with white hair and beard, and looked quite immortal. What's going on? The red-armored strong man blocked his eyes with his arms. The fierce wind made it difficult for him to adapt to the environment in front of him. The sky and the earth were vast, and there was no trace of the alienated world boss. Chen Feng was completely confused. He was the sixth-turn warrior who came to assist Kanglan City in dealing with the alienated boss. The old man beside him was one of the three strongest people in Tianhai City, with a strength of 7 turns. It was easy for the two of them to deal with a boss that was close to level 200 after the alienation. However, Chen Feng never thought that they would fly at full speed. After arriving at the southern suburbs of Kanglan, not only did they not see the boss, but they saw a terrifying storm that was still raging. That's right. Even if Lin Yi had left, and the main power of the spell Jingtao Qianlanpo had already erupted. But just like the permanent trauma of Tianyan Dragon Breath to the Howling Forest, 3 Jingtao Qianlanpo made this dead land no longer dead. It can be foreseen that if there is no external influence, from now on, this area will be hit by strong winds of level 10 or above all year round. Old Chi, what do you think is going on? The red-armored sturdy man Chen Feng turned his head to look at the green-robed old man beside him. The old man's eyes were deep at this moment. 7th level. Wind magic, Jingtao Qianyun Pa. Well, that's not right. According to the current concentration of wind elements, the caster should have released more than one 7th level magic. Qi Guoguang, Vice President of the Tianhai Professional Alliance. A true 7th level strongman. And like Lin Yi, he is also a magician. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. As soon as he entered the territory of the Deadland, Qi Guoguang noticed the strong residual breath of magic here. He even directly speculated that someone had cast 3 7th level wind spells here in a row. No. There are also residual magic fluctuations of the fire element. It's Skyflame Dragon Breath. The next moment, Qi Guoguang's eyes widened slightly. He felt the fluctuations of another element. And the fluctuation level is also 7th level. That is to say, before those 3 wind-type 7th level magics, there was also a trace of a 7th level fire-type magic bombardment. Qi Guoguang's eyes were filled with a layer of green light. He took out a staff with a precious emerald green magic crystal on the top from his personal space. The next moment, he waved the staff. Disperse. A word came out from his lips. The next moment, the strong wind that enveloped the entire Deadland stopped instantly. The heavy clouds in the sky also gradually dissipated. The skylight sprinkled down. Chen Feng on the side was stunned. This method of waving to disperse the storm is very shay. Damn it. The wizard is so cool. Even though Chen Feng is much younger than Qi Guoguang, he still envies this method of calling the wind and rain, which is like a divine skill. In comparison, his warrior profession skills are much simpler and cruder. This is why most people call warriors Zhan Diao. The reason why the mage profession is called a wizard. Because mages are really cool. For Qi Guoguang, dispelling the storm is not a difficult task. Because it's a coincidence. He is a mage who specializes in wind magic. His current skill point is wind magic. Moreover, his systematic research on the magic power fluctuation and magic power composition is much deeper than Lin Yi, who only knows how to cast high-level magic instantly but doesn't know the principles of magic. The clouds dispersed and the storm stopped. However, the scene on the surface of the Deadland still made Chen Feng gasp. The surface of the entire Deadland was cut off by a violent wind, and 1 or 2 meters of the ground layer was cut off. On the exposed ground, there were countless dense and chaotic deep gullies. These gullies looked like they were chopped by some extremely sharp swords. However, this kind of large-scale distribution and no trace of regular knife movement could never be the traces chopped by a warrior-turned-swordsman profession. Those were violent wind blades that plowed deeply into the ground, leaving traces. In addition, Chen Feng also saw a chart area that was about 10 kilometers wide and hundreds of kilometers long. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened here before. Old Shi, there seems to be someone else down there. The eyesight of the 6th turn professional is excellent. Even in the sky. Chen Feng also keenly saw that there were groups of professionals lying on the ground in a mess. The light blue magic light flashed, and the next moment, Qi Guoguang's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng was stunned. He saw his figure appear next to the group of professionals on the ground. Mage's general skill, flash. Chen Feng was speechless again. There are so many useful invisible skills of the magician. Envy. He could only stimulate the fighting spirit in his body and flew down quickly. Chen Feng landed next to a professional, stretched out a finger, and probed his breath. He said with surprise, "This person is still alive. How did he survive?" Chen Feng was somewhat amazed at the tenacity of this professional's vitality. According to Qi Guoguang's previous analysis, 3 7th level wind magic, 1 7th level fire magic. Even the entire leveling area has become like this. This person is still alive, it's really outrageous. Qi Guoguang's face showed shock, and he slowly said, "Not only this one is alive, everyone lying here is alive, but they just fainted." Chen Feng was shocked. Ah? All alive? Ah? Old Qi, how did they survive after 4 7th level magics? Qi Guoguang's eyes also showed a strong curiosity and amazement. Extremely terrifying magic control. Chen Feng heard this. A little confused. Qi Guoguang continued to explain, "I am now releasing a 7th level wind magic, and I can also ensure that these professionals will not die or even get hurt. But the person who came here before and dealt with the dead knight, his attainments in fire magic are also comparable to mine, and his control is not inferior to the wind magic. He is at least a 7th level holy magician who has practiced dual cultivation." Qi Guoguang finished speaking. He fell into deep thought. He was obviously searching in his brain, who in the whole of Daxia was practicing both fire and wind, and who had reached the 7th level or above. Such people, undoubtedly, are few and far between in the whole of Daxia. However, he did not match any candidate who met this requirement. Well, is his network not wide enough? Maybe he should go back to the Pantheon and ask a few deacons. Maybe this person is a deacon in the Pantheon. Qi Guoguang was actually a little envious. Although he was a wind-type holy mage. The kind that everyone admired. But he could only pursue the ultimate in wind magic in his life. He admired and envied those who could practice both. There was no doubt that practicing both required much more effort than specializing in one system. Qi Guoguang closed his eyes. He silently felt the residual magic fluctuations from Ling Yi's 4 spells. Soon, he extracted the magic imprint like peeling off the cocoon. The so-called magic imprint is something like everyone's autograph. Everyone has their own unique characteristics and details when casting magic. These details and characteristics combined together are a person's magic imprint. By comparing the magic imprint, it is easier to locate the mage himself. Qi Guoguang remembered this special magic imprint in his heart, then opened his eyes and said, "Let's go to Kanglan first and tell them the situation here. You can also report to the task." Chen Feng nodded. In fact, it was he who was ordered to take charge today. Qi Guoguang had a close relationship with his father. His father was not very confident that he came alone, so he asked the 7th turn holy magic guide for assistance. The two of them did not care about these professionals anymore. Since these people were not dead, they should all wake up in a while. If there is to be an aftermath, it must be Kanglan City itself. They are just here to deal with the crisis. Now that the crisis has been inexplicably resolved by others, they just need to go through the motions to show that they are indeed here. Kanglan City, outside the city gate. Lin Yi found a hidden location and landed. All base cities in Daxia, unless special permission is granted. Otherwise, it is all forbidden. He was really too anxious before and took off directly from Wuhu in front of so many people. Now he wants to enter the city and return to Jiangcheng through the teleportation array. Naturally, I don't want to cause trouble. Lin Yi just landed. I saw 2 streams of light, one red and one green, appearing in the sky. Flying into the blue city at extremely fast speed. Lin Yi. Gone. Why do they dare to fly like this? On the sky. Qi Guoguang seemed to sense something. I accidentally glanced down. Magic power flowed in his eyes, and he soon saw Linny hiding under the city gate. Why does this person give him an extremely familiar feeling? But for a moment, I just didn't think of it. Soon, Chi Guoguang was slightly shocked. He remembered. The ordinary, somewhat handsome young man below him exuded a faint wave of magic power. It was actually 70 to 80% similar to the magic brand he sensed at the scene of the previous incident in the Land of Death. Chi Guoguang slowed down his flight speed. Out of curiosity, he used an identification technique on the young man below. Soon Lin Yi's occupation and level were displayed in front of him. Chi Guoguang shook his head. It seems that I am overthinking it. At level 30, there is not even a second-level professional, even though he is a mage. But it is absolutely impossible to use a 7th-level spell. At that moment, Chi Guoguang accelerated and flew away again without looking at Lin Yi. The strength gap between Lin Yi and Chi Guoguang is still too big. This is entirely due to the suppression of levels and attributes. So even though Chi Guoguang had already used identification skills on him, Lin Yi didn't notice it. Kanglan City Professionals Alliance Conference Hall. Plop. Plop. It was the sound of knees hitting the floor. Chen Feng and Chi Guoguang didn't know what to say when they saw a large group of Kanglan City executives kneeling in front of them and still expressing their gratitude. President Hu, what are you doing? After all, Chen Feng was the one who was actually sent to deal with the crisis in this incident. He quickly helped Hu Weizhen, the president of Kanglan City Professionals Association. Hu Weizhen was the one who cursed his deputy after the alienated undead knight appeared before, and immediately notified the people to evacuate and put the whole city on alert. I don't know how to thank you too. I can only kowtow to you on behalf of millions of our blue people. After saying that, Hu Weizhen really wanted to continue kowtow. To be honest, the gratitude in his heart at this moment was real. The ecstasy of surviving the disaster is even more real. Because this incident was resolved quickly in such a short period of time, causing no casualties or economic losses. And his handling and response is textbook level. If nothing else, when these two big guys return to Tianhai, his performance will probably be praised. President Hu, you must all have misunderstood. Well, Mr. Qi and I didn't stop at all and came as quickly as possible to support him. But by the time we got to the scene, it was over. The alienated undead knight world boss was killed by an unknown master. Chi Guoguang remains silent. But his status is higher than Chen Feng, a fact that can be seen at a glance by the senior officials of Kanglan City present. Chi Guoguang didn't speak at this moment, which further proved that he also acquiesced that what Chen Feng said was the truth. The main reason why Chen Feng explained the situation truthfully was that at his level, he no longer valued such so-called trivial achievements. What's more, there is Chi Guoguang, a real boss, standing next to him. If he takes the credit forcibly on himself, Chi Guoguang probably won't expose him even if it's because of his father's face. But invisibly, it can be regarded as owing a favor. In their class, favor is the most difficult debt to repay. After Hu Weizhen and the senior officials of Kanglan City thought about it for a while, the CPU was completely burned out. So it turns out you weren't the one who killed the boss? So who killed it? How could Kanglan have such an awesome boss? The other side. Lin Yi showed his student ID card and entered Kanglan City again. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Yi heard the alarm announcement playing over the loudspeaker. At the same time, countless military professionals wearing battle armor were also smiling. As for the pedestrians on the street, their eyes were full of tears and they hugged each other and cried. No one thought that for some reason, the alarm in Kanglan City, which was about to be hit by heavy rain and disaster, was instantly lifted, and they no longer had to be evacuated from the city. Many professionals who have not been able to see their wives and children because they were in a hurry, see their families again, and feel like they are surviving a disaster. It is the greatest happiness in this life. Lin Yi looked a little confused. What happened? In less than half an hour, why did the entire blue atmosphere change from peaceful to this? But this did not prevent him from going straight to the teleportation hall in Kanglan City. Linny took out his mobile phone. This time he learned a lesson and bought a ticket for the first-class teleportation hall. The mission is done, it's time to return to Jiangqing to hand in the mission. Actually, Linny wanted to complete the job transfer directly in Kanglan City, but when he passed by the job transfer sanctuary, he found that the job transfer sanctuary seemed to have been used as some kind of air defense shelter. It was full of ordinary people and a large number of professionals. It was noisy, and it must take some time for normal functions to be restored. Linny walked into the distinguished first-class teleportation hall, and the teleportation array lit up. Then his figure disappeared. This time the teleportation experience was smooth. The surrounding scenery was still bizarre. But the fierce and exciting rotation feeling was much reduced. This was the reason why the other people who teleported away with Linny did not react strongly. It would not be like before, when the air was filled with the smell of vomit. In less than half a minute, Linny felt his feet stepping on solid ground again. The surrounding scenery changed. He returned to the familiar Jiangqing teleportation hall again. After walking out of the teleportation hall, Linny went straight to the job transfer sanctuary. Ha! Li Yi yawned. Took off the glasses on the bridge of her nose and rubbed her sore eyes. She glanced at the wall clock in the hall. It was already 11:30 in the morning. There was still half an hour before she could get off work. Today, she not only met a handsome guy, chatted with him for a few words, but also caught fish for the whole morning. This class was worth it. Thinking like this, Li Yi put on her glasses, but saw that handsome face appear in front of her again. I'll hand in the task, Linny said simply. Li Yi was dumbfounded. What the hell? Handsome guy, we should have met an hour and a half ago, right? How did it happen so quickly? Okay. Please follow me. Soon, Li Yi led Linny into a room where the job transfer crystal was placed. Linny came to the crystal and touched it with both hands. Then a prompt came from his mind. Ding! It was detected that you have a completed job transfer task. Do you want to submit it? Linny chooses to submit. The next moment, a circle of magic circles lights up under Linny's feet, and at the same time, a white light flashes. Congratulations, your job change is successful. You have advanced to Intermediate Mage, second job change. You have acquired new skills, Frost Arrow, Mana Shield. Your spiritual attribute value and attribute point addition benefits have increased. Linny's job transfer is plain and unpretentious, without any special features. That is, the fixed attribute point increase obtained each time he upgrades has been increased from 1 point to 2 points. And the effect of increasing his spiritual attribute points on magic damage and mana recovery is stronger than the first transfer. Although he knew that he would get a new active skill and a new passive skill in the second transfer. But the two skills he unlocked were obviously very ordinary. He got Fireball in the first transfer, and Frostbolt in the second transfer. Fire and Ice are the most common specializations in the profession of mage in the entire Blue Star. Because most people get the corresponding skills in the first and second transfers. In the environment where skills are so difficult to obtain, naturally, most people have no choice but to become fire mages or ice mages. Then the skill points are invested, and it will be even more difficult to switch to other systems later. However, Linny does not dislike the two skills of Frostbolt and Mana Shield. Because any skill, as long as it is a skill in his hands, it will become extremely valuable. After the job transfer is successful, Linny opened his personal panel and allocated all the attribute points he got after upgrading to the spiritual attribute. Level 7 magic is a big mana burner. Not to mention the subsequent level 8 and even forbidden spells. It is foreseeable that after his passive skill, Divine Grace Chant, which speeds up the reading bar, is upgraded to level 9, he will definitely be able to cast forbidden spells instantly. By then, Linny does not want to become a crappy mage who has no mana to cast spells after the free casting effect given by Mana Storm disappears. After adding points, Linny's panel has undergone a qualitative change compared to 2 days ago. Linny, Profession, Intermediate Mage, Second Transfer. Specialization, Fire, Primary, Storm, Primary, Ice, Secondary. Level, LV.39, 4.3%. Health, 410-410. Mana, 39620/39620. Strength, 41. Agility, 41. Spirit, 566. Constitution, 41. Endurance, 41. Talent, Gift of the Gods, SSS. Allocated attribute points, 0. Allocated skill points, 312,685. General skills, Eye of All-Seeing. Professional passive. Skills, Mana Storm, passive, Divine Grace Chant, passive, Mana Shield, passive. Professional active skills, Fire, 17th level spells, Storm, 17th level spells, Ice, 1st level spells. After completing the job transfer, Linny leveled up 9 levels in a row, including the huge amount of experience given by the alienated Death Knight and the experience he gained by killing a large number of undead soldiers in 1 second. After the level limit was lifted, these experiences were not lost. Linny's total mana increased from the 3,000 or 4,000 points that he had barely reached after taking the alchemical potion. It surged to nearly 40,000 points. Now, even if he does not rely on the free casting of Mana Storm, Linny can cast 3 or 4 7th level spells with his own mana. Linny looked at his skill point balance for the 2 newly acquired professional skills. He was just a little short of leveling both skills to the 7th level. But Linny was not in a hurry. His harvest this time was much richer than in the Howling Forest. After all, the level of the transformed Death Knight was there, and the things dropped could definitely be sold at a good price. Thinking of this, Linny walked out of the job transfer sanctuary. Then he went back home. It was noon at this moment. There were 3 or 4 dishes that Linny liked on the table at home, and a note left by his mother. If the dishes are cold, put them in the microwave to heat them up yourself. Your class teacher came to you in the morning and said there was something urgent, which was related to your future. Remember to ask what it was. Lin Yi's father, Lin Guodong, worked in the mine. He could not be said to get up early and work late, but he basically worked 7 or 8 hours in the mine every time. Because it was too troublesome to go up and down the mine, frequent entry and exit would delay a lot of time. And his mother, Su Qingfang, was a teacher. Of course, she was not a professional, and the courses she taught were just ordinary cultural courses. Linny had long been accustomed to the life that his parents did not go home at noon and could only get together at night. After eating, Linny returned to his room. He took out all the things that the Death Knight Rivendell dropped from his portable space. First, there were more than a dozen pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, none of these equipment could be used by mages. Linny looked at the grade, and found that 8 or 9 of them were silver grade, 3 were gold grade. And the last one was platinum grade. It happened to be the black sword that Rivendell had held before. Dead Rune Greatsword. Type, weapon, two-handed. Grade, platinum. Equipment level, LV.60. Equipable occupations, warrior, knight class transfer. Weight, 29.3 kilograms. Physical attack power plus 845. Strength plus 97. Endurance plus 88. Durability, 100-100. Special effect, Plague Corruption. When hitting the target, there is a 10% chance that the target will be infected by the plague, and receive 200 points of dark attribute damage per second for 30 seconds. This effect can be stacked up to 5 times. Linny has never seen other level 60 equipment and weapons, so he naturally doesn't know whether the attributes of this two-handed sword are good. But he knew that the value of weapons with special effects would not be low. However, this is what bothers Linny the most. Because including the other 3 pieces of gold-level equipment, there was no way he could take action now. This Blue Star world after time travel. Daxia's equipment control for all professionals can be said to be extremely strict. Daxia officials strictly prohibit equipment above silver level from entering the private professional market. Once discovered, the source will be traced. This is actually the same logic as the ban on guns in Dacia in the previous life on Earth. Equipment is the easiest external means for ordinary people, or people with ulterior motives, to improve their own strength. A person with a very low level and low skill points. If you collect a good set of equipment for him, he can also cause great damage. Therefore, except for special organizations such as official high-level officials and military professionals stationed in base cities, other professionals are already violating the law simply by holding silver level or above equipment. Once discovered, severe punishment will be imposed. Of course, this does not mean that if a professional obtains these high-grade equipment, it will rot in his hands. Officials have opened special recycling channels. The good equipment you get will be recycled by Dacia officials at a high price. It's a really high price, the kind that guarantees your satisfaction. Therefore, most professionals have no complaints. However, the reason why Linny was unable to get rid of these equipment was that with his current level and paper strength, he could not explain to the officials how these equipment came from. If he got it by himself, then he would have to explain more things. Linny is very afraid of trouble. Therefore, Linny planned to store these equipment in the portable space first, and wait until his strength was strong enough to be exposed on paper later. If these things are used at that time, the official personnel will not question them carefully at all. Linny took the 3 pieces of gold equipment and the platinum necromancy sword back into space, and then took out 2 skill scrolls. This is the most precious treasure. The attributes of the 2 skill books soon appeared in front of Linny. The first is a skill book with flashes of blue light. Skill book, explosive arrow. Type, skill book, classic. Occupation, archer. Learnable level, LV.30. Level, level 2. Effect, after use, there is a 70% probability that you will learn the skill, exploding arrow. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Archer skill books are not cheap either. And this is a second-level skill book. The value is estimated to be several times higher than the Wind Blade skill book he dropped when he killed the Tiger King. But Linny only knew that. It turns out that in addition to basic skill books that can directly learn higher-level skills have a probability of being acquired. It's not 100% learned. He seemed to finally be able to understand the hardships faced by ordinary professionals. Maybe someone has worked hard and saved money for several years to buy an advanced skills book. In the end, learning failed. That would really make your mentality explode. Fortunately, Linny doesn't have such troubles at all. Moreover, he only needs to find and buy basic skill books. Linny turned his attention to another skill book with a black cover and a deathly air. Soon the detailed information emerged, making Linny instantly excited. Skill book, summon, skeleton soldier. Type, skill book, classic. Occupations, necromancer, summoner, dark priest, needs to break through the magic crystal, mage, needs to break through the magic crystal. Learnable level, LV.5. Level, level 1. Effect, after use, you will learn the skill, summon, skeleton soldier. Damn it, my luck really exploded this time. The skill book of the necromantic system. And the professions that can be learned include mage. Necromantic skills are extremely rare among all mage specializations. It should be second only to the gravity system. The necromancy spells take into account the extremely advantageous qualities of summoning objects and soul attacks. Spells that can directly attack the enemy's soul can sometimes produce extremely exaggerated effects, making it easy for the weak to defeat the strong. Linny chose to use it. However, a cold reminder came. Learning failed. Your profession is not the orthodox profession to which this skill belongs. If you want to learn it, you need to consume additional materials, breakthrough magic crystal. Gone. Can't learn. What the hell is this breakthrough magic? Crystal? Linny searched his mind and couldn't find any relevant information in his memory. However, Linny had learned the concepts of orthodox professions and side professions. To put it simply, after the blue star mutation, the various professions are not completely parallel lines that will never intersect. There will occasionally be connections between them. Take the mage professional skills as an example. The 6th level Molten Balrog is a skill that both flame-specialized mages and summoners can learn. But for fire magic, this skill can be learned after upgrading. Fire magic is the orthodox professional system of this skill. As for the summoner, you need the corresponding skill book to learn it. Summoner is a branch of this skill. In addition, the 6th level Wind Flash can also be learned by other professions such as swordsman, samurai, and ninjas. But now it seems that if you want to unlock the skills of the side profession system, you need to consume not only skill books, but also this material called Breakthrough Magic Crystal. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Even if I have learned necromancy skills now, I still don't have enough skill points to reach a high level. You must know that there are still ice skills and mana shields, key passive skills that provide survivability, waiting to be fed. If you want to add them, you must first add these two skills to high levels. Linny took out a black card from his pocket. And a business card. Manager of Zenbeige Jiangcheng Base City General Store, Zhangdafu, contact information, XXX. Well, it's time to sell goods, sell stolen goods, and add some one-stop service. More than half an hour later. In the VIP reception room of Jiangcheng Jinbao Pavilion. Please have a seat, please have a seat. He, little brother Lin is here, and the shop is full of glory. I wonder if little brother has had any adventures recently. Is there anything you want to sell? Linny sat on the sofa. Zhang Dafu served Linny a cup of good hot tea, his smiling face turning into chrysanthemums. Linny's first impression of Zhang Dafu was his big belly and oily head. He is the most standard businessman. Everything depends on money. This is not pure. Linny does not dislike Zhang Dafu. And showed sincerity on the spot. From his portable space, he took out 4 or 5 rare materials dropped by the boss necromancer Knight Rivendell. These materials were carefully selected by Linny. It is a completely random drop in the wild, and it is impossible to trace the source of the material to which monster dropped it. This way, no one will be suspicious, and no one will follow the clues to find out his past. As Linny placed these rare materials on the table one by one, Linny could see Zhang Dafu's plump face trembling slightly. Obviously these things are very rare. Moreover, Linny also did his homework in advance and basically understood the price of these materials in the trading house. Brother Lin, let me call you brother. All of these are for sale? Lin nodded. The next moment, Zhang Dafu took out a handful of silver abacus cards from nowhere, and his fat fingers kept moving the abacus beads with extremely fast and delicate gestures, making crackling sounds. Linny thought he had to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, it took less than 5 seconds. The result came. Brother, I can offer 440,000 daxia coins for these materials, and I will buy them all. And to be honest, I can make a list of each material here for you, with the unit price marked, and you will definitely not lose money. 440,000 is not auspicious, I will increase it to 450,000. When Linny heard this offer, he nodded secretly in his heart. The unit price of all the materials he checked in the trading house before multiplied by the quantity, and the final number he got was 390,000. Coming to Zhang Dafu, he got 60,000 more out of thin air. That's enough. Okay. Also, boss, do you accept equipment? Zhang Dafu's face trembled again. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Linny in surprise. Brother, what are you doing? Linny certainly knew what he meant. And judging from his expression, he was probably testing him. Maybe when he really said that he had silver-level equipment to sell, he would really take the order. However, Linny would not be stupid enough to take such a risk. Don't worry, they are all silver-level equipment. I'm too lazy to go to the trading house again. Let's see if you will accept it. If not, I will find another one. Hearing this, Zhang Dafu hurriedly replied, accept. We will accept everything. That is, if the silver-level equipment you sell is not of high level, the price I offer you here will not be much higher than the market price. Some of them will even be at par. After all, our official control of this thing is also strict, and the recycling price is also high. Linny nodded, it doesn't matter. Then, Linny took out the 6 silver equipment dropped by the previous boss, which he had also selected. Although these equipments are only silver grade, their levels are generally between 40 and 60, so Linny earned another 10W. Just when Zhang Dafu thought that today's transaction would end here, Linny dropped another bombshell. "Boss, are you selling the breakthrough magic crystal?" Zhang Dafu was stunned. Then he glanced at Linny suspiciously. That expression said, "No, brother, why are you still testing me? Do I want to sell it or not?" But Linny didn't say anything further. Zhang Dafu said after a long time, "Brother, please stop making fun of me. If I sell this thing, I will really go to jail. This really doesn't happen." Linny was a little confused. But he picked up something from Zhang Dafu's words. That is, the breakthrough magic crystal seems to be strictly controlled by the state, just like gold level and above equipment. Linny had nothing to be embarrassed about. He was originally here to inquire about the information about the breakthrough magic crystal. He bluntly said that he had no idea what the breakthrough magic crystal was and what channels he could use to obtain it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu pondered for a moment. Obviously, he was wondering whether this kind of information could be considered a type of paid product. However, considering that the things Linny sold to him today could make a lot of money after resale, he said calmly, "Brother, this is actually not a secret, I will tell you for free. There is only one way to obtain the breakthrough magic crystal, and that is to mine it from our Daxia state-owned magic crystal mine. And a series of technologies such as purification and processing are all officially controlled by the state. It is strictly prohibited for private individuals or organizations to purchase, process, and sell it privately. This thing is also very versatile. It plays a key role in strengthening the skills of all professionals and unlocking side skill trees. If you want to obtain it through formal channels, you can join a professional alliance or a large guild with an official background, and use merit points or guild contributions to redeem them. Of course, brother, I see that you are so young and you must have just changed jobs. For you, there is another more convenient way to obtain the breakthrough magic crystal. Some of our well-known professional colleges in Great Xia also have corresponding breakthrough magic crystal resources. If you are admitted, you should have a way to obtain them. By the way, I heard that our province will also give rewards to those candidates who perform well in the National College Entrance Examination, and it seems that there are also breakthrough magic crystals among them." Linny finally understood. All resources that have a particularly huge impact on the combat power of professionals. In Daxia, the distribution has basically been completed. If you want to get it, you can only get it through officially designated channels. Linny thanked Zhang Dafu and left Jinbao Pavilion. In the space he carries at the moment, there is actually an archer's explosive arrow skill book and 100 tradable skill points worth for sale. But Linny didn't plan to take out so many things at once. Instead, we should take action in batches. The logic is still the same, which is to try not to attract too much attention from others. Now that he has made another huge sum of money, Linny of course plans to spend money to buy idle skill point rewards. But this time Linny did not go home, but was going to school. After awakening to the profession, there have been no classes in school. Linny's mother left him a note before, saying that the head teacher wanted to see him for something, and Linny planned to go and see what it was about. In addition, Zhang Dafu said before that if you achieve excellent rankings in the National College Entrance Examination, you will be able to receive the Breakthrough Magic Crystal as an official reward. Linny was obviously moved. Since this resource is crucial for you to continue to become stronger. Then Linny had not paid much attention to the Professional College Entrance Examination and the search for a strong professional higher education institution, which had to be put on the agenda. As Linny walked towards Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, he activated the new function of his talent, Gift of the Gods. Would you like to spend 50,000 Daxia coins to purchase 24 hours of skill point rewards? Linny chose yes without hesitation. It's just that this time he wasn't as crazy and mindless as he was last time. Instead, start calculating how much money you have left. After purchasing skill points 6 times in a row, Linny stopped buying. At this time, if you want to get the 24-hour idle skill point reward, you already need to spend a full 100,000 Daxia coins. Therefore, Linny saved more than 100,000 daxia coins, which he reserved for emergencies so that he would not be unable to pay for anything he wanted to buy. It's even good to use it to subsidize household expenses. Anyway, if he wants to make some money, he can choose to sell the skill books and skill points. 6 purchases gave Linny more than 500,000 skill points. Count what you saved before. Now Linny has more than 800,000 skill points. Open the skills interface. Linny clicked on the ice skill he had just obtained and started adding points. The goal is still level 7. Linny found that the 7th level spell was enough to deal with most of the situations he encountered so far. Just tile it to level 7, and then if you have extra skill points, choose another skill and add it to level 8. Consume 500 skill points, your ice arrow has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Ice Blast. Consume 2000 skill points, your ice shock has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Frost Confinement. Consume 5000 skill points, your Frost Confinement has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Blizzard. Consume 10,000 skill points, your Blizzard has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Extreme Cold Zone. Consume 50,000 skill points, your Extreme Cold Zone has been upgraded, and you have obtained a new spell, Biting Cold. Spend 100,000 skill points, your Bone Piercing Cold is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Soul Freeze. After getting the 7 ice spells, Linny began to check them one by one. If the fire system is a violent output route, and the wind system is a rapid attack, multiple continuous slash style, then the characteristics of ice skills are also extremely obvious. Control. Extreme Control. Frost arrows will cause a 30% slowdown effect on the target, and it will continue. Then the 3rd level spell Frost Imprisonment can choose a target, lock its feet with ice, and imprison it in place for 5 seconds. In the 5th level Ice Zone, this skill does not even cause damage. But it can reduce the temperature of a large area to dozens of degrees below zero, and all targets within the affected range will suffer a high slowdown effect of 60%. And this effect will continue to stack, and when it stacks to 3 layers, it will immediately turn into a confinement effect. See the 6th level and 7th level ice skills. Linny found a pattern. It seems that all the specializations of mages will do something different when they reach the 6th level. Fire is a summon, and wind is a supersonic slash. The 6th level ice spell is actually a passive skill. Bone Piercing Cold. Type, passive skill. Level, 6th level. Class, ice. Consumption, none. Channel time, none. Cooling time, none. Effect, all targets affected by your slowing, imprisoning, and freezing effects will become vulnerable, and all damage received will be increased by 20%, and their dodge chance will be further reduced depending on the restriction effects you have imposed on the target. Slowing effect, reduce the target's dodge chance by 30%. Imprisonment effect, reduce the target's dodge chance by 60%. Freezing effect, reduce the target's dodge chance by 100%, and when you use a fire skill to break its freezing effect, it will cause an additional 20% of its maximum health and ice damage. Note, the effect of reducing the maximum health value will be reduced for high-level and high-ranking monsters, and the maximum reduction is 1%. Note, deep cold, piercing into the bone marrow. Percent vulnerability plus percentage damage. This mechanism is somewhat special and powerful. Although it requires a fire-type icebreaker to trigger, it is actually not difficult for other mages to trigger. Because even an ice mage only needs to learn a basic fireball technique to break the ice. Directly inflicting maximum health damage on monsters with extremely high health but no freezing resistance, the killing speed will be extremely fast. It will even be much faster than flooding the damage with fire spells. Then the 7th level ice spell. It is also very different from the fire and wind types. The 7th level spells of the fire and wind systems have a large range and strong effects. But this 7th level ice spell is actually a single target spell. Soul Freeze. Type, active skills. Level, level 7. Department, ice system. Consumption, 28,000 mana. Singing time, 15 seconds. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Effect: guide the terrifying cold air, seal the target's soul in 10,000 years of ice, make it unable to move, unable to use skills, and clear all buffs on the target, lasting indefinitely. The target sealed in the ice is immune to all damage except fire damage. When affected by fire skills of level 6 or above, the ice will melt and break. Note: the imprisoned soul is locked in the body and will never change forever. Another skill that does no damage. However, the control duration has been extended from limited to unlimited. As long as it is not broken by the flames, it is eternal control. Linny was very satisfied. Because he now masters 3 legal specialties. No shortage of damage at all. Instead, it lacks control skills. Now the ice system completely makes up for this. After adding the ice element, Linny looked at the success of his second turn and gained another passive skill. Mana Shield. Type: passive skill. Level: beginner. Department: general department. Effect: when you receive damage, 10% of the damage will be borne by your mana instead. A pretty good survival skill. For mages whose mana volume is much higher than their health volume, this skill can be regarded as a 10% full damage reduction. Linny started to add more points. More than 10 minutes later, this survival skill takes on a whole new look. Immortal Dharmakaya. Type: passive skill. Level: level 7. Department: general department. Effect 1: when you receive damage, 40% of the damage will be borne by your mana instead. Effect 2: when you suffer elemental damage, the corresponding damage reduction will be additionally increased based on your affinity for that element, with a minimum increase of 10% and a maximum increase of 100%. Current elemental damage reduction. Flame, 80%. Ice, 80%. Storm, 80%. Effect 3: when you suffer a fatal injury that will cause your health to return to 0, the damage will be borne entirely by mana. After this effect is triggered, your mana will return to 0 and your health will be reduced to 1 point. This effect can only be triggered once within 30 days, and the current remaining times are 1. So strong. Not only does it have a high damage reduction effect, it even gives Linny a chance to avoid death. This skill gave Linny a sense of security that was immediately maxed out. To be honest, Linny could actually feel a little pressure when facing a boss like the level 200 alienated Undead Knight before. He is not truly invincible after all. Although he has output capabilities that are countless times beyond his job transfer level. But his ability to survive has always been weak. If he hadn't finished chanting before Rivendell swung that undead air-breaking slash, he used Shenlonpo's words. The wind mass of his 5th level Gale Wing alone could not block that blow at all. It might turn over. Now that Linny encounters a similar situation, or a more high-pressure situation, he won't panic anymore. Now not only the survivability has improved, but also the control ability. Even if an enemy that you can't kill appears, it shouldn't be difficult to run away. The 2 new skills for the second turn have been added. Linny has more than 500,000 skill points left. It is completely enough to upgrade one of the 7th level skills to the 8th level. It is indeed time to choose an upgrade. But Linny still plans to think about which one to choose. While thinking like this, Linny had already walked into the gate of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Walking up to the teaching building, Linny gradually realized that something was wrong. Where are people? Why is there no one? Usually, even if the entire 3rd grade of high school has gone through career awakening, students will still occasionally come back to school to ask the teacher about some questions about leveling or skills. Even school officials will organize activities where teachers lead students to practice leveling. But it's impossible for all the students and teachers to disappear, right? With doubts, Linny went to the staff building. Knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Please come in." An old voice came from inside. Linny pushed open the door and entered. The old principal of No. 2 Middle School is named Zhuo Qian. He was also the one who presided over the entire senior high school transfer ceremony. Seeing Linny at this moment, the old principal had a look of surprise in his eyes. Classmate Linny, you finally got over the shock. I am very relieved. You have always been my favorite student. I really don't want you to fall into depravity. Zhuo looked up and down at Linny. He could feel that the boy in front of him seemed to have become much stronger. He himself is also a mage. There is some kind of invisible telepathy between mages. He could feel that Linny had definitely not wasted the past half-month. This made him feel relieved. Linny did not explain anything, but just asked directly, Principal Zhuo, I heard that my class teacher came to me for something urgent, and said it was related to my future. What is it? Zhuo took off his reading glasses, stood up, and then his face became serious. It is indeed related to your future. Let's talk while walking. After speaking, Zhuo pulled Linny out of the door of his office. Then Linny heard an extremely melodious flute sound, and the next moment, an unknown hoofed beast with messy fur and a bit of a mess appeared. This hoofed beast has deer antlers, but its face is more like a cow, and its 4 hooves are more like a horse. A 4-legged beast protrudes. And there are wings with colorful feathers on both sides of the ribs. The old principal is only a 3rd-level professional, and a 3rd-level professional can learn writing skills and have a writing space. So this is obviously his mount. Get on, what are you standing there for? Linny turned over, stepped on the stirrup behind the 4-legged beast, and sat on it. The next moment, under Zhuo control, the 4-legged beast flapped its wings and flew up panting. Linny! The 4-legged beast panted as if it would die in the next second. Not to mention its flying speed, which is not much different from an electric motorcycle. Ahem, Xiaohua is old now. When it was young, it flew very fast. Don't worry about these details, let's talk about business. To make a long story short, this morning, an unknown abyss aura erupted in the leveling area in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, and a limited-time trial copy appeared. Only mages can enter this copy. So I asked the teachers of each class to notify all the students in the school who have successfully changed their profession to mages, including you of course. Abyss aura erupts, mage trial? Linny was a little confused. What is this? Zhuo continued to explain, this knowledge does not exist in your textbooks, it is normal that you don't understand it. But you should know what the root cause of the changes in our blue star thousands of years ago was, right? Linny nodded, it was the invasion of the abyss and the overlap of planes. Zhuo, yes. Abyss, this should be a term you often hear. You can understand the abyss as a parallel world, a different dimension. That is the source of all disasters and crises on Blue Star. There are endless terrible monsters there, and they even have their own civilization and their own social system, just like us. But it's a dangerous place, go there. It is also the place with the most opportunities and rewards. Some of the real strong men in Daxia have become strong because they have obtained extremely rare rewards such as key skills, talents, and exclusive equipment after training in the abyss. The abyss is an all-encompassing terrifying plane. It is like a universe. In its constant operation and movement, it is inevitable that it will be very close to our blue star plane. At this time, when the two planes conflict with each other, it is easy to create a crack between the two planes. These cracks are actually the copies you are familiar with. Linny listened to the old principal's tutoring. It made his eyes light up. He had never thought about how those copies were born before. It turned out that they were born like this. This morning, a limited-time dungeon appeared in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. That dungeon was contaminated with some slight abyss aura, causing the monsters in it to mutate. The spatial structure of this type of dungeon is very unstable. After a period of time, it will disappear. So you must enter as soon as possible to get the reward. And this dungeon that appeared this time is very special. It is a trial dungeon. And it is a single professional trial dungeon. Only mages are allowed to enter. Linny pondered for a moment and asked, then, Principal, if this trial is passed, what are the benefits? Zhuo chuckled, you kid, you really don't see the rabbit before the eagle, but I am the same, huh? We go to the dungeon, aren't we all for rewards? The reward for this trial is a title. This title is called Abyss Challenger. The title has no attributes, but you can understand it as a key, or as a qualification. The qualification to enter the real abyss. Lin Yi understood. From the introduction of the old principle. Really valuable equipment, rare skills, rare talents. All need to enter the abyss to obtain. And professionals who cannot pass this kind of professional trial will not be qualified to enter the abyss. There is no doubt that it is equivalent to never becoming a real strong man in your life. No wonder it will affect your future prospects. From the past rules, every time this kind of professional trial copy appears on our blue star, it is different. Before entering the trial, the challenger will be informed of the clearance rules. After reaching the clearance rules, you can get the qualification to enter the abyss. We are very lucky in Jiangcheng. The clearance rules of the mage professional trial that appeared this time are too simple. You just need to persist in the trial copy for 3 hours. You don't need to kill many monsters or boss. So, classmate Lin Yi, seize this opportunity. Because you don't know when you will encounter this kind of professional trial in the future, and it may be more difficult. In fact, the difficulty is not bad for Lin Yi. At least his current strength cannot be said to crush professionals of the same level. It can only be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. No matter how difficult this trial is, it is not that difficult. Maybe for Lin Yi, the real abyss is a challenge. Lin Yi is most afraid of missing it, not knowing when he will have the chance to participate in the trial next time. While the two were communicating, even though the Cebu Xiang was flying slowly, they left Jiangcheng. You did a good job. When I was a teacher, I also took a few students to fly at high speed. They were all scared. Lin Yi. He had a grudge and didn't know how to spit it out. You call this high-speed flight? Can I say that if I use my own skills to fly, I can surpass your slow mount by more than 10 times? Jiangcheng is almost surrounded by lush and beautiful grasslands. Even the eastern suburbs are the same. The two left the city and flew east for a while. Soon Lin Yi saw a large group of people gathered somewhere in the grassland. The news spreads very quickly. As soon as this mage professional trial dungeon appeared, people from several base cities around Jiangcheng all got wind of it and rushed here at full speed. When I asked your class teacher to find you this morning, there were not many people. Many people in our school who changed their profession to mages went in as a team. They should be inside now. No, it seems a bit difficult now. Zhuoqian looked at the dense crowd below and his face changed. Lin Yi also found the problem. That is, there were so many people that the entrance to the dungeon could not be seen, and it was obvious that these people were queuing. What's going on? Do you need to queue up to enter the dungeon? The four-legged beast landed, and Zhuoqian took back his mount. With the connections he had accumulated over the years, he brought Lin Yi and revealed his identity to all the Jiangcheng military professionals who were maintaining order at the scene. Perhaps because of their favoritism towards their own family, these soldiers turned a blind eye to Zhuoqian and Lin Yi's behavior of cutting in line and moving forward, and did not stop them. Soon, Zhuoqian and Lin Yi came to the central area surrounded by the crowd. Lin Yi also saw a space crack emitting a gloomy and dark atmosphere, which was constantly flashing. Obviously, this is the entrance to this limited-time trial copy. On both sides of the entrance, there are many professionals and array masters wearing robes, who are maintaining the stability of the copy entrance and trying to extend the opening time of this copy. President Jiang, I am Xiao Zhua. Zhuoqian put on a humble and flattering expression, and saw Jiang Xian, the president of the Jiangcheng Professional Alliance, in the middle of the crowd. Jiang Xian was smiling at the moment. So many schools, idol organizations and guild members from other base cities came to their Jiangcheng, which made him proud. At this moment, a group of people wearing the uniforms of a certain professional college, with a strong aura and basically above the 4th level, were talking to Jiang Xian about something. Zhuoqian had no choice but to shout for Lin Yi. But his attitude was extremely respectful. Jiang Xian was a little unhappy that his chat with an important guest was interrupted. But now it was a public place after all, so he couldn't get angry. He could only look back. Zhuoqian smiled and said, President Zhang, this is it, there is a student in our school who has successfully changed his profession to a mage, but he has not been able to participate in this trial. Now there are so many people, what do you think? Linny, come here, this is the president of our Jiangcheng Professional Alliance, Zhang Xian, a 4th-level great magician. Before Linny could speak, Zhang Xian was surprised and said, "Are you Linny?" Linny was stunned, "You know me?" Zhang Xian looked at Linny with interest. "I've never met you, but my ears almost get calluses when I hear your name. My little granddaughter never mentioned you less. Even this morning, she asked me to wait for you to come and arrange this trial for you." Zuoqian's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to know Linny. This will be easier to handle." Linny was a little embarrassed. The old man in front of me is also named Zhang. Coupled with what he said, it is not difficult to guess that Zhang Xian should be Jiang Ye's grandfather. "President Jiang, it's not good for you to open the back door to your acquaintance so blatantly, isn't it?" A somewhat cold voice came from behind Zhang Xian. It was a young man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat cold temperament. Another person standing next to him also chuckled and said, "And with all due respect, we are not looking down on your educational level in Jiangcheng, but there should be very few freshmen of your generation who can pass this trial. Take the position and go to die. Why don't you make way for us freshmen from Tianshui Academy? We came all the way here and don't want to wait too long." Zhang Xian heard this. His face also became ugly. He was always polite and treated the group of people who came all the way from Tianshui with the concept of being a guest, just to allow their freshman mage profession to participate in this trial copy. Linny frowned slightly. He didn't like the way these people were arrogant and looking at people through their nostrils. Indeed, almost all of these people from Tianshui Academy are at rank 2 or above, and a very few have even reached rank 3. But it's not that strong. What to pretend? Just in the middle of a conversation between a few people. Suddenly there was an exclamation from the door of the dungeon. Following the sound, Linny saw that Zhang Ye was a little pale, being supported by a professional on the side, walking in despair. Zhang Xian's expression changed and he stepped forward quickly. Even judging by past experience, the difficulty of this mage professional trial is not high. But there are always risks. Could it be that customs clearance failed? "Xiaoya, you." Zhang Ye obviously suffered a huge fright, her whole body was shaking slightly, and her complexion was frighteningly white. Seeing her grandfather, Zhang Ye's eyes turned red and tears fell down instantly. "Grandpa, second uncle, woo-woo." Zhang Xian's expression turned completely gloomy. He also discovered that there were only 3 people coming back with his granddaughter this time. There is another person missing. He is Zhang Ye's second uncle and Zhang Xian's second son. "What's going on, Xiaoya? Don't cry first, calm down and talk to Grandpa." Zhang Ye couldn't stop trembling all over. There are too many monsters. We can't kill them all, and as long as we stay in one place, monsters will keep coming. There is almost no place to hide in the entire space. In the end, it was the second uncle who gave us the last 4 copy escape scrolls, and then attracted the firepower of those monsters, and we escaped. Second uncle, he. You. When Zhang Xian and Zuoqian heard this, they both felt cold all over. You must know that this trial copy is only allowed for mage professionals to enter. If it is true as Zhang Ye said, the monsters inside will search for their traces and attack them constantly. There is no tank class that can resist monsters, and there is no priest healing class. The 5 mages, even if they were all rank 2 or even rank 3 except Zhang Ye, could not withstand such a high-pressure environment. From this point of view, their initial prediction that this would be a trial dungeon with only a D-level difficulty was completely wrong. Now it seems that it is probably at least a level difficulty. Help! There are wounded here. Is there any healing profession? Please help. She is dying, please save her. At this moment, people are constantly teleporting out of the dungeon entrance. Wails, cries, and cries for help came and went. Countless injured people were covered in blood and flesh, some had their abdomens cut open by the claws of unknown creatures, and some had their legs simply bitten off. The scene was extremely bloody. These should be the first batch of people to enter the trial copy like Jiangya. In an instant, it was extremely lively just now, and even attracted countless onlookers, who lined up in front of the entrance to the dungeon, to remain silent. The next moment, although there were still people waiting in line, most people retreated to the far side of the dungeon entrance and watched from a distance. Those who can escape at least have a chance to be rescued. So those teens that didn't come out. You can imagine what happened. Zuoqian and Zhang Xian looked extremely sad. They never thought that the originally prosperous situation would suddenly become so dangerous. Ha ha ha. What did I just say? You will die anyway if you go in, so why not make way for us? Wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? We have to wait for so long. The bespectacled man from Tianshui College raised his glasses on the bridge of his nose, then crossed his arms and looked as usual. It seems that he has already anticipated the situation in front of him. Later, hundreds of freshmen from Tianshui College who came to participate in the trial all looked happy. Now, no one queues up ahead of them. Everyone, please pay attention. The task of this trial is to survive for 3 hours. The difficulty of the dungeon is A+, so be careful. Take the electronic map I gave you and follow the strategy strictly. Several teachers from Tianshui College began to tell their students what to pay attention to. Instantly, all the professionals around were envious. The difficulty is not D-level at all, it's A+. Too scary. Ah. Electronic map? They even have a strategy. Isn't this a limited time dungeon that just appeared? You don't understand this. I heard that many old professional colleges have mastered a lot of dungeon strategies that we don't know. For dungeons like this one that require survival for 3 hours, they may have prepared strategies in advance. Zuoqian, who was standing next to Lin Yi, smiled bitterly. It's our incompetence. Not only did they misjudge the difficulty of the dungeon, but they didn't have their so-called strategy. Sorry, Jiangya, Lin Yi. The old principal seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. The whole person fell into deep self-blame and guilt. The most fearful thing is comparison. Others are fully prepared, fully reflecting the difference between professional vocational schools and their small base city high schools. Principal Zhua, there is no need to apologize for something that is beyond your ability. Even without a strategy and an electronic map, this trial should not be difficult. I want to try it. If this trial is really only D-level difficulty, Lin Yi will find it boring. Now, seeing so many people fail in it, he is actually a little interested. But, in this situation, no one should be willing to team up with you. Zuoqian believes that Lin Yi should be capable. But he said the embarrassing situation now. At this time when everyone is in danger, who is willing to team up with him to enter this dungeon? But at the moment when everyone didn't react, they saw Lin Yi step into the dungeon entrance and his figure disappeared. The copy-like curtain rippled slightly. It seems to convey the fact that someone has just entered this copy. Lin Yi. Only then did Zuoqian scream. He was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Ye, who was still immersed in sadness and fear before, became even more confused at this moment. Nonsense. Zhang Xian, who originally had a slight affection for Lin Yi and wanted to cultivate him because Zhang Ye kept mentioning it, scolded him. He never expected this young man who looked extremely calm. How could he be so reckless? Even though he knew it was an extremely difficult A-level trial copy, he still dared to go through it alone. The male professional with glasses from Tianshui College saw Lin Yi's actions. A look of surprise appeared on the face that was originally cold and emotionless. Then he uttered 4 words. It's so stupid. All the leading teachers from Tianshui College looked at each other in confusion. Someone immediately laughed out loud. Seek death. He probably doesn't even know what's going on inside or how to find a real refuge, right? Don't talk about a rookie like him who has just completed his job transfer. Even for us, it is very dangerous to enter a dungeon of this difficulty alone. Leave him alone, he wants to die, and no one can stop him. Without further delay, we don't know how long this dungeon will last. The most important thing is that we quickly let our own people pass the trial. After passing through the dungeon light curtain, Linny received a system prompt. You are entering the special trial copy, City of Dying Light Farrakine. Warn! It is detected that you are the only one entering this dungeon. It is recommended to form a team before challenging. Do you still want to enter the copy? Linny instantly chose yes. The next moment, he entered the copy. When he opened his eyes, Linny found that he was in darkness. In the pitch-black night, not a single star could be seen. There was only a crimson blood moon hanging high in the sky. Although the lighting conditions are extremely poor. Moreover, Linny did not have any lighting equipment, nor did he use any ray of light spells such as Fireball. Linny relies on the god-level skill of Omniscient Eye. But he can still see everything around him clearly. Collapsed city walls, rolling rubble, and the outline of the city are vaguely visible. Linny felt as if he had arrived in a medieval castle. It's just a fallen castle. The night wind blew through every corner of the dilapidated city, making a harsh cry. Along with the night wind, there were countless indescribable friction sounds. It seems that there are countless monsters hiding in the darkness, waiting for opportunities. Customs clearance mission released. Please survive 3 hours in Philippine. Current remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 49 seconds. Please note that all monsters in this copy are immune to physical damage. When receiving light attribute damage, the damage will be increased by 100%. When receiving fire or thunder attribute damage, the damage will be increased by 50%. Linny received a system prompt. No wonder this copy is a mage professional trial. If there were other professions that relied on weapons for a living, they would probably be completely out of business here. Because all monsters are immune to physical damage. Along with the prompts, there is also a warm reminder. Warm reminder, 300 years ago, an ordinary night fell in Philippine, and then the sun never rose again. If you can, please stop your heartbeat and abandon your breathing. They hate noise. Judging from this tip. In the past, this city should have been very prosperous and had its own civilization. But it must have been something he experienced and was shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the entire city should be filled with countless dark monsters. Moreover, these monsters are located through sound hunting. This reminded Linny of a movie he had watched in his previous life on Earth. A Place of Silence. In that movie, everyone tries not to make any noise. Because as long as you make a sound, it will attract extremely terrifying monsters. The copy where Linny is now is even more abnormal. Because let alone the noise made by walking. Even your heartbeat and breathing can be heard by monsters. GGG. Linny heard a strange sound. Looking back, he saw several groups of more intense darkness in the darkness, moving quickly towards him. At the same time, the faint moonlight of the blood moon shines. Linny also saw several smiling faces floating in the air. These smiling faces don't look much different from human ones, but in this environment, the smiling faces floating in the air are a bit scary. Dead Light Shadow Demon. Level, LV.25. Rank, Ordinary. Race, Shadow Spirit. HP, 8000/8000. Mana value, 500/500. Skill, Stealth. Weakness, Magic Damage. That pitch-black monster that couldn't be seen clearly was originally called the Shadow Demon of Death. And that smiling face floating in the air is called Deadlight and Shadow Nightmare. It has higher health, moves faster, and is also an elite monster. These two monsters were obviously aimed at Linny. They heard Linny's breathing and heartbeat. No wonder Jiangya said before that as long as you are in this dungeon, you will be chased by monsters all the time. Linny found it difficult just thinking about it. Because being chased by monsters, whether it is a fight or running away, it will make a sound. This is a very deadly chain reaction, because it will attract more monsters. The people from Tianxue College must have known that there should be a shelter in this city called Philippine that can really avoid the tracking of these monsters. Or they have some way to block the detection of these monsters. From the perspective of normal professional clearance. Avoiding battle is undoubtedly the best idea. But for Lin Yi, he plans to find another way. To deal with darkness, you can't just hide blindly, my friend. Use fire. As long as I kill you all, I don't have to hide or run away. In Lin Yi's hands, a brilliant flame flashed. A scorching breath appeared. The 4th level fire range damage skill, Flamestorm, was used by him. And because it was instant, Lin Yi fired 3 shots at once. A hot fire cloud fell from the sky like a waterfall, bursting with roars. The 5 or 6 shadow monsters that had just surrounded him were all killed by Lin Yi in an instant. Of course, the next second Lin Yi heard more rustling sounds approaching him. Lin Yi raised his hand again. After a short chant, a 6-meter-tall fire demon with lava flowing all over his body was summoned by Lin Yi. The attacking monster was left to his bodyguard. On the other side, Lin Yi opened the skill interface and planned to add points. Lin Yi's goal was the 8th level fire magic. According to the previous rules, it would take a lot of time to add 500,000 points. However, this time, Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that his talent addition seemed to have unlocked something new. One-click point addition. This thing is easy to understand. Just click once and you can instantly enhance the skill you want to add points to the next level. Ding! Consume 500,000 skill points. Your skill Skyflame Dragon Breath has been upgraded. You have obtained a new spell, Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation. Lin Yi did not check the effect of this new skill for the time being. Instead, he took a look at how many skill points were needed to upgrade the 8th level skill of Fire Spirit Incarnation to the next level. 9th level Forbidden Spell 8 Desolate Sky Meteorite. Advanced skill points required, 1 million. Hiss. Double it directly. 1 million skill points, too scary. Even for him, without considering Krypton Gold acceleration, it would take nearly 12 days to get it. But the 9th level is a forbidden spell. The small goal he set before is actually very close. At worst, he will have to wait for 12 days to get 1 million skill points. Then, Lin Yi opened the skill bar. Check the new skills he just got. Supreme Sublimation, Incarnation of Fire Spirit. Type, Active Skill. Level, Level 8. Section, Fire. Consumption, None. Chanting time, Instantaneous. Cooling time, 3 days. Active effect, your understanding of the fire element has reached perfection. You can choose to merge with the fire element between heaven and earth and enter the state of Fire Spirit Sublimation. Fire Spirit Sublimation, you are immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire attribute damage, and gain the ability to fly. In this state, when you cast a fire skill, the critical hit chance increases by 100%, the critical hit damage increases by 100%, and ignores the target's 50% magic resistance. In this state, when you cast a fire skill, all spells that require chanting become instantaneous and no longer require mana consumption. The sublimation state lasts for 3 minutes. During this period, you can mobilize all fire elements in a large range of space at any time, increase the temperature to 1 million degrees Celsius in a very short time, trigger a terrible explosion, and cause huge fire damage. Note, I am the flame. Originally, when Lin Yi saw the incarnation of the fire spirit, he guessed that this might be a status skill. It has an effect similar to the transformation of Kamen Rider. In fact, Lin Yi's guess was almost right. The description and effect of the 8th level fire skill directly turned into a small essay. After reading it, Lin Yi called it abnormal in his heart. This skill is too buggy. This is actually a relatively rare composite skill. On the one hand, this skill also has damage. In the sublimation state, he can cause a super explosion. And it is estimated that the range and damage of the explosion are more exaggerated than the breath of the Skyflame Dragon. At the same time, it will also give himself a status. This state can directly allow Lin Yi himself to transform from a human flesh and blood body to a pure fire element life. In this state, all fire spells will explode, increase damage, instant, and no blue consumption. Bad news, this skill is a stitched monster. Good news, all the stitches are stitched. Linny immediately decided to try his hand in this dungeon. Fire Spirit Incarnation, Supreme Sublimation does not require chanting, and there is no mana consumption. Linny just had a thought. He saw a cluster of deep blue flames ignited on his fingertips. The finger characteristics of human beings, nails, bones, and flesh and blood disappeared rapidly. Then, the blue fire spread, and in the blink of an eye, Linny found that his hands began to burn. This experience of transforming from flesh and blood into pure fire elements is very subtle. Not only is there no pain, but it brings Linny a great sense of freshness. Linny's sublimation speed is beyond his imagination. Almost in an instant, Linny felt that he had completed the transformation of life type. He is no longer a carbon-based life, but an elemental life. Even, he has become the flame itself. Linny can still feel his hands and feet. But they can be extended infinitely and stretched at will. And all over his body, he can no longer feel the restraint of gravity. Linny is as light as air. At the same time, the place where Linny was originally standing began to disappear without leaving any trace. It turned out that when the temperature reached a certain level, all the substances in the real world may have skipped the melting step. Instead, they were directly vaporized and annihilated. The countless shadow demons that were attracted by the molten flame demon before were probably too close to Linny. They couldn't even wail. They were instantly evaporated. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum zone of more than 10 meters appeared around Linny. Linny's face and other features disappeared in the blue flame. If someone witnessed this scene in this place, they would probably tremble all over. Linny, who sublimated into the state of fire spirit, is still the size of a normal human. But the sense of oppression is already very terrifying. At the moment when Linny completed the supreme sublimation, the next moment, all the shadow demons and shadow monsters in the entire city of Deadlight, Felicane, became anxious. Because the temperature was suddenly rising. Then, Linny flew high into the sky. The flying ability granted by the fire spirit state was no less than that of the wings of Gale, and even faster. Linny flew high into the sky, overlooking the entire Felicane. Unexpectedly, the scale and map size of this dungeon were much larger than he expected. The entire Felicane was almost 5 or 6 times the size of Jiancheng base city. And with the help of the Eye of All-Seeing, Linny discovered a detail that other professionals might not know. At this moment, among the countless broken walls and ruins of Felicane, there were actually small groups of light. Above these groups of light, the names and levels of the professionals were written. If Linny looked closely, he could get more information. The larger the group of light, the stronger the corresponding professional. Linny saw 2 or 3 larger groups of light gathered together, and there were dozens of smaller groups of light following them. Finally, in the corner to the south of Felicane, there was another group of light that was equally large, but it was no longer moving, and it seemed that its aura was gradually fading, as if it was seriously injured. Oh my goodness, it turns out that this copy is a public copy. In other words, all the professionals who entered the copy were actually assigned to various corners of the entire city of passing light, and the chance of encountering them was very small. But it was definitely not impossible. Felicane, the central city. There are 50 or 60 people here, fighting against the shadow demon monsters that are coming in groups like a tide. We are only 4 or 5 people away from being all here. I just asked through the sky interrogation. They should have been teleported to a remote place and can't make it for the time being. They will find shelter on their own. Let's hurry to the central royal court. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. Several professionals wearing Tianshui college teacher uniforms and with strength reaching the 3rd level killed monsters while instructing other students. Who? Do you feel that it's getting hotter? I also want to say that this place was terribly cold before, but now I sweat a lot after walking a few steps. No, it's too hot, I can't walk anymore. Just a few seconds later. Everyone felt that the air they breathed into their lungs was scorching hot. The skin all over their bodies was like being exposed to the scorching sun, and it was burning painfully. Oh my God! Look up in the sky. What is that? Countless people exclaimed. The next moment, they only felt that the surroundings gradually became brighter. And it goes from bright to dazzling in just the blink of an eye. The city of lost light, a place shrouded in darkness for 300 years, at this moment, a blue sun rises. The sun is high in the sky. Every corner of Fekane is completely illuminated. The person who just looked at the blue sun in the sky quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Too dazzling. What happened? Isn't this place forever swallowed up by the shadow of the Shadow Demon Lord and never see the light? Countless students from Tianshui College were inexplicably shocked. In fact, all the third-level teachers were shocked when they saw the blue sun in the sky. No. No. That's not the sun, that seems to be a person. Several stronger teachers endured the stinging in their eyes, stared at the sky, and then came to a conclusion that even shocked themselves. That's not the sun, that's a person. A figure with blue flames burning all over his body. They even saw his scornful, emotionless eyes. Who is that? Is this the final boss of this instance? This is unscientific. Shouldn't the final boss of such a dungeon also be a shadow creature? How could it be such a fire elemental creature? Roar! Ouch, ouch, ouch. The entire Fekane may be due to the extremely high temperature and the fact that the light shines on everything. The terrifying creature truly dormant beneath this city of lost light was completely angered. The ground began to tremble. Countless students and teachers at Tianshui College can no longer stand firm. It seems like something is about to break out of the ground. Boom! After another earth-shaking loud noise, the earth cracked, and a huge claw covered in darkness as thick as liquid broke out of the earth. The blue fire sun pierces straight into the sky. Puff! The tips of the huge black claws even sprayed out streams of terrifying, highly corrosive venom. However, the venom was evaporated the moment it was sprayed out. At the same time, the sharp claws piercing the sky were burned into black coals by the terrifying flames. The man below fell to the ground, and the professionals who were watching this level of battle were all dumbfounded. The powerful fight is so terrifying. The level of this kind of battle is completely beyond their imagination. The limbs and claws were scorched, which made the giant creature hidden under the Fekane even more furious. This time, an even more violent earthquake occurred, and a terrifying crack opened in the center of the entire Fekane. In the crack, 8 giant scarlet eyes lit up. High in the sky, Linny used his omniscient eyes to completely see what this thing was. Hidden in the dark abyss is a giant spider whose body is also condensed from shadow. This spider is at least 500 to 600 meters in size. Shadow Demon Spider. Level, LV.220. Rank, King level. Race, Shadow Spirit. HP, 24.966 million/26 million. Mana value, 2 million/2 million. Power, 26200. Spirit, 23500. Agility, 22,330. Endurance, 29,650. Active skills, Poisonous Secondary Limbs, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Hanging Silk Shadow Binding, Burrowing into the Ground. Passive skill, Stealth. Weakness, Light Attribute Damage. The level of this boss is 20 levels higher than the alienated undead Knight Rivendell. And all the attributes are completely superior to the water-inflated boss of the alienated Necromancer Knight. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for most professionals to encounter monsters of this level when entering this trial instance. The best shelter marked in the guide issued by Tianshui College to students. In fact, it is the basement of the Royal Court of Fekane. I don't know if it's because of the excellent sound insulation, or for some other reason. Those shadow demon monsters will stay away and will not come here to hunt. But what they don't know is that it is precisely because there is such a terrifying giant shadow creature sealed underground in the royal court that other weak shadow demons dare not approach. Under normal circumstances, as long as you don't seek death and hide in the basement of the royal court, you won't wake up this shadow spider. But Lin Yi's arrival, the high temperature and the dazzling light angered it. That led to the current situation. Kill it and this dungeon should be cleared, right? Lin Yi thought so. He looked at the time left for his ascension state. About a minute and a half to go. About there. Linny stretched out a hand, pointed at the giant demon spider lurking in the abyss below, and shook it lightly. Next moment. Boom! All the fire elements in the world were amplified to the extreme by Linny. In an instant, the temperature in the entire city of eternal light soared to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. Click, crash. An extremely clear sound came from higher in the sky. The deep darkness that enveloped the entire Phylaceae shattered like an eggshell. The vast expanse of light blue sky outside is revealed. 300 years of darkness. 300 years of closure. The fire of Phylacean civilization was completely extinguished, and it became a paradise for monsters. On this day 300 years later, a blue fire sun rose high in the sky. It shattered the darkness and brought light. The darkness completely shattered and dissipated. The whole world was a vast expanse. Countless professionals looked up at the sky, only to feel numb all over, unable to move at all. If it weren't for Lin Yi's intentional control, these people would probably have vaporized and disappeared like other shadow demons. Aha! The terrifying temperature made the shadow demon spiders underground wail endlessly. Linny could see that its blood volume was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood volume of tens of millions would return to zero in the blink of an eye. Its remaining 7 claws dug the ground frantically and fled towards the abyss below. However, everything was too late. The temperature had reached the million level. The earth-shaking explosion brought about by the supreme sublimation suddenly erupted. Boom! The dazzling blue light ball spread rapidly like a nuclear bomb explosion, covering the entire Phylaceae. Linny was suspended in the sky. He watched the entire city below turn into a sea of fire in an instant. Countless shadow demons were wiped out in the terrible flash. The entire dungeon space was burning with deep blue high-temperature flames everywhere, like purgatory. Finally, the earth was burned by the high temperature to create a huge hole. In the hole, there was nothing but flames. Linny himself was also extremely shocked. The power of the 8th level fire magic was too explosive. This is not comparable to the magic of Skyflame Dragon Breath. Linny now feels that Skyflame Dragon Breath is not good enough. Well, this move has no name, and it always feels weird. Linny thought for a moment. He found a situation in his mind that was very similar to the current situation. 6 Paths of Pain attacked Konoha. With a move of Shinra Tensei, Konoha was razed to the ground and completely destroyed. At that time, it was just like this moment. Lin Yi's mouth curled up a smile. From now on, let's call this move, Divine Fire Heavenly Conquest. Linny flew down from the sky. He ignored the group of Tianshui Academy professionals who had lost their souls or even fainted due to the intense heat and shock. Instead, he flew to the southern corner of the former Phylaceae. He picked up a middle-aged man who was exhausted and seriously injured after being besieged by many shadow demons. Linny had no good feelings for the group of people from Tianshui Academy who looked down on others, and naturally he would not be so kind as to save them. He had already shown mercy, and whether they could get out of this dungeon later was none of his business. And the reason why Linny rescued this middle-aged man was because he saw his name with the help of the Eye of All-Seeing. Jiang Chen. With the surname Jiang, and what Jiang Ye said before, it was not difficult for Linny to guess that this person should be the second uncle who risked his life to give Jiang Ye and others a chance to escape. There was the friendship between Jiang Ye and him, who had given him various props before, and Jiang Xian promised to open a back door for him. Anyway, it was just a matter of convenience, so Linny came to the rescue. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the trial copy, Phylaceae, the City of the Dying Light. You have obtained a new title, Abyss Challenger. You have completed the hidden ending of the trial copy and killed the difficult boss Shadow Spider. Your title has been upgraded. You have obtained a new title, Abyss Conqueror. Special trial copy, the darkness of Phylaceae, the City of the Dying Light, has been completely expelled, the city has been completely annihilated, and the structure in the copy has completely disappeared. This special trial copy will be permanently removed from the Blue Star and the Abyss world from now on. Linny was stunned. Damn, it was permanently removed. This means that this copy has completely disappeared. It will never appear again. Damn, this wave of operations directly destroyed the copy. Maybe because the dungeon no longer existed, Linny was teleported out of the dungeon directly. Linny felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the lush grassland outside Jiangcheng. The sun was bright and the wind was gentle, and the scenery was beautiful. It was much more comfortable than the underworld map in the dungeon. He saw the dungeon light screen change. The next moment, Linny appeared holding Jiangya's second uncle. All the people guarding the dungeon door were shocked. Because it was less than 3 minutes since Linny entered this trial dungeon. To be precise, it should be more than 2 minutes. How did he come out so quickly? Wait, who is he holding in his hands? Why does he look familiar? Maybe Jiang Chen was too seriously injured, his clothes were torn, and his face was bloody, so for a while, Jiang Xian didn't even recognize his second son. But Jiangya screamed, "Second uncle!" At this time, Jiang Xian realized that Linny had rescued someone. In an instant, several people surrounded him. Zhuqian was more concerned about whether Linny was injured or not. "Linny, you scared me to death. How could you be so impulsive that you dared to enter the dungeon alone? Are you injured?" "Linny, I'm fine, but I can't say whether he is okay or not." Linny pointed at Jiang Chen, who had been laid flat on the ground by him. Jiang Xian hurried forward to test his breath. Then he showed joy. He is still breathing, still alive. "Pastor, Nanny, come and save him." Jiang Xian was nominally the number one person in Jiangcheng after all, and his orders were more effective than anyone else's. Immediately, many official emergency teams in white coats came to quickly check Jiang Chen's injuries. "Thank you." Jiangya cried bitterly when she learned that her second uncle was only seriously injured but not dead. While wiping her tears, she thanked Linny. "It's not easy to hear these 2 words from you. I haven't heard them in the past 3 years." Seeing her like this, Linny couldn't help but complain. In the past 3 years, Jiangya has been a cold schoolgirl. She would never smile at Linny, let alone say thank you. Jiangya stamped her feet. She seemed to be somewhat complaining that Linny was still flirting with her in front of her family at this time. After Jiang Xian settled his second son, he also came over to thank Linny. "I originally thought that you were reckless to enter the dungeon, but I didn't expect that you went in to save people. I really don't know how our Jiang family should thank you for saving your life." Linny was stunned. "No, uncle. You may have misunderstood. I just went in to clear the dungeon, and saving people was just a casualty." He must have been lucky. The dungeon map of the city of Passing Light is so large. How could he really refresh next to the wounded as soon as he entered? From the time he entered to the time he came out, it was only 3 minutes. He should have used the dungeon forced escape scroll to teleport out. He was smart. A group of onlookers from Tianshui College. Seeing that Linny actually rescued a wounded person. They were also somewhat shocked. But they were still harsh in their words. As for the fact that Linny actually came out after clearing the level, this situation had never appeared in their minds. Because it was impossible. The requirement for clearing the level was to survive for 3 hours. Coming out early. It meant that the level had failed. Isn't this an obvious truth? As long as you're fine, you'll still have a chance to get the Abyss qualification in the future. Zhuqian also comforted Linny Dao. Linny was speechless. "No, your imagination is too strong." But there is no need for Linny to explain. Because the next moment, an announcement resounded throughout the surrounding areas of the dungeon, leaving everyone present stunned. Dungeon clearance announcement. Congratulations to the professional, Linny has cleared the special trial copy, City of Death Phylacane. Time to clear the level, 0 hours, 2 minutes, and 42 seconds. Customs clearance rating, yes. This clearance record refreshes the best clearance record for this dungeon. This record will forever be engraved on Blue Star's global dungeon clearance record list, which can be retrieved and viewed at any time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Entire copy of the door. In the bustling crowd, no one made a sound. They all looked at Linny like they were looking at monsters. Jiang Xian, a fourth-level magician, had a white beard on his chin that was trembling slightly. Ah! Did he clear the level? Linny didn't go in to save people. He really went to clear the dungeon? Zhu Qian, the principal of number 2 middle school, had his brain completely shut down. He could tell that this young man must have something. But I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Really cleared the level? Not only did he clear the level, but he even refreshed the Blue Star Global Clearance record list for this special trial copy? Record announcements cannot be faked. It can be said that Blue Star's Will of Heaven is supporting Lin Yi to testify. The bespectacled man from Tianshui College who has always been calm, watching everything with cold eyes. This time, he was not calm at all. He took a deep breath. The boy in front of me seemed to be nothing but handsome, an ordinary boy. Why did he suddenly become frightened? As one of the 10 faculty instructors in Tianshui College whose strength has reached rank 6, he naturally has an incomparable understanding of Philakane, the city of lost light. This copy is special. Time is limited due to customs clearance conditions. So far, the best record for clearing this dungeon was set by the first person to clear the dungeon more than 130 years ago. The last best record was 3 hours. There are so few recommended tickets and monthly tickets, please give me some. Each of your votes is the motivation for me to code. It can increase the clearance record time that is restricted by the dungeon clearance mechanism from 3 hours to 2 minutes. Wu Jun adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. As wise and calm as he is, he can only think of one situation. That is, the young man in front of him killed all the monsters in the dungeon. The entire copy is completely safe. Naturally, there is no need to test the survival ability of professionals. The condition of limiting survival to 3 hours makes no sense. But as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, it was instantly rejected. Because it's so ridiculous, so ridiculous. Based on the information he has. This A+ level difficulty dungeon must have a hidden boss that countless professionals have not discovered for more than 100 years. The existence of the hidden boss causes various shadow monsters to continuously appear throughout Philakane. As long as this boss is not eliminated, it will never be possible to clear out all the monsters in Philakane. As for the activation method of the hidden boss, no one knows yet. But there are many big guys with high perception and identification skills who have surveyed this copy. It was confirmed that the level of the hidden boss is at least level 200 and above, and his status is at least king level. There is a fundamental difference between boss that has reached level 200 itself and those boss that are forcibly upgraded after alienation. Obviously the former is much stronger. Therefore, all strategies for this dungeon are clearly marked for those who have cleared the level. They must be careful and do not seek death, in case certain mechanisms in the dungeon are triggered and the hidden boss awakens. Then the difficulty of the entire copy is not A+ level. But it is a genuine S-class. How did he pass the level? Wu Jun fell into deep suspicion. He even couldn't help but want to grab Lin Yi and ask for clarification. However, at the next moment, the light curtain at the entire entrance to the copy began to tremble violently. The heat wave is coming. Some people even saw several clusters of blue tongues of fire suddenly shooting out from the entrance to the dungeon. Next moment, the entrance to the dungeon was like pouring beans, and it began to spit out the hundreds of people who were still alive in the dungeon. Wu Jun's expression changed drastically. What happened? The student number 780 he just sent in. Plus 4 or 5 teachers who have passed through 3 or 4 positions. How come they all came out? All these students entered a coma. Only a few strong teachers remained conscious to a certain extent after being forcibly transported by the copy. Wu Jun took a few steps forward, grabbed someone by the collar and asked, "What's going on? The customs clearance time hasn't come yet, why are you all coming out?" the teacher he grabbed by the collar. The pupils of his eyes kept shrinking and dilating, and his whole body was shaking. Fire, fire! There's fire everywhere! No! No! Don't burn me to death! Help! Help! I don't want to die! His spirit was clearly broken. Linny looked at this scene and felt a little guilty. After all, he was the instigator. He never expected that a divine fire attack would come down. The entire copy was ruined by him. The scene of hell with fire everywhere can cause such great mental trauma to these adults. The man was yelling like crazy. It also seemed to wake up a group of semi-conscious students. For a time, there were teachers and students from the first department of Tianshui College. They all seemed to have experienced something extremely terrifying, wailing and screaming. The scene was chaotic. The people who had been watching from the outside were shocked. What happened inside? The fire that these people have been constantly emphasizing, and the sun. What exactly is it referring to? Dungeon Adjustment Notice. Attention of all Blue Star professionals, the special trial dungeon, City of Eternal Light Faraka has been completely destroyed due to special reasons. From now on, this dungeon will be permanently removed from the Blue Star trial dungeon sequence. After that, all professionals will no longer be able to enter this dungeon for strategy, and the dungeon's clearance record list will be moved to the Historical Hall of Fame. This time, it was a dungeon adjustment announcement that resounded throughout Blue Star. Announcements like this happen hundreds of times a year. Basically, the Abyss world has undergone certain changes that are unknown to the Blue Star world. Some copies are permanently lost. But at such a special time today, issuing this announcement can't help but arouse everyone's imagination. Zuoqian and Jiang Xian both looked at Linny in surprise. Damn it, this guy just entered Blue Star's Global Dungeon Hall of Fame? You must know that so far, the names of less than 1,000 people in the entire Blue Star can be engraved on the Hall of Fame list. This is the highest honor for all professionals. At the age of 18, he is in the Global Dungeon Clearance Record Hall of Fame, being watched by so many eyes. Linny also knew that if he didn't say something, he might not be able to get through today. Well, if I were to say, I didn't do anything. I saw him after I teleported in. Linny pointed at Zhang Chen, and then continued, then I planned to see how he was doing. At this time, a sun suddenly rose in the dark dungeon, and then there was a big explosion. I don't know why nothing happened to me, and then I came out. And they told me that I had cleared the dungeon. Linny had tried his best to lie. If he told the truth, no one present would believe it. But he completely removed himself and blamed it all on the strange events that happened in the dungeon, and everything seemed to make sense. Wu Jun frowned even more. Lin Yi's statement, coupled with the statements of several teachers under him, made him full of doubts. Ignoring the teacher who was still shouting, he stretched out his hand and chopped the back of the man's head with a knife. The next moment, the man fainted on the ground. Wu Jun leaned over, stretched out 2 fingers, and tapped the man's forehead. His profession is a bit special. It is a special transfer of the priest system, the spiritual priest. This profession has a lot of skills that can affect and control the minds of others. Reading a person's short-term memory is even more of a piece of cake. Wu Jun closed his eyes. After a black screen, he experienced the scene in the dungeon again from the first-person perspective of the fainted teacher. After dozens of seconds, Wu Jun opened his eyes. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and back. He finally understood why these teachers who had been in the dungeon for 3 or 4 years could not bear the mental pressure. Even he was sweating profusely now. Wu Jun looked at Linny again. The scene in the dungeon was almost exactly the same as what the boy described. In an instant, the credibility of what Linny said just now increased by several levels. Maybe he was really lucky and encountered a situation where monsters with a very low probability of appearing in the Abyss dungeon fought each other, which eventually led to the disappearance of the dungeon. In the end, he was the only sober person, so the clearance record was counted on him? Sorry, the scheduled update was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I just realized that the update was late, sorry. Please give me a wave of monthly tickets, brothers, this book really has no monthly tickets. Wu Jun glanced at the group of people lying on the ground, bringing shame to their Tianshui college. He was even more angry. Their Tianshui college was a well-known high-level professional college in the top 50 of Daxia. How could they raise such a group of good-for-nothings? If the humanoid creature wrapped in scorching blue flames was really a super-powerful existence in the abyss. He was also looking directly at such an existence. Why were these second-turn students and third-turn and fourth-turn teachers under him directly frightened and fainted? But the boy in front of him, he managed to survive. This is enough to show that the boy's mentality should be far beyond his age. Extremely tenacious. From this point of view, this is still a rare good seedling. Come to our Tianshui college. We can give you a special recruitment opportunity. Wu Jun took a few steps forward and came to Lin Yi. In an unquestionable tone, he issued an invitation. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Including those teachers who had been following Wu Jun before and had not entered the dungeon, so they were still in a normal state of mind at the moment. Oh my god. Special recruitment. No, does Professor Wu have the qualifications? Yes, after all, he is the head tutor of a branch school, and he has 2 or 3 special recruitment quotas every year. Fuck, I'm so jealous, I got into Tianshui after ranking 76th in the province. For a while, all the teachers of Tianshui College and those students who had not yet entered the dungeon were extremely envious. They never thought that Professor Wu, who is so strict on weekdays, would actually be interested in a new professional from a level 5 base city. Well, maybe it's because this kid entered the Dungeon Record Hall of Fame at such a young age? Fuck, what a shit luck. If I had entered the dungeon just now, maybe the record of the final clearance would be counted on me. It was almost the same as these students guessed. On the one hand, Wu Jun did have a fancy for Lin Yi's halo of entering the Dungeon Hall of Fame at the age of 18. On the other hand, it was Lin Yi's character that was appreciated. Zhuo Qian's eyes lit up, and he quietly approached Lin Yi and whispered, "Promise him. Tianshui College is the second best in our province and one of the top 100 universities in the country." Jiang Xian also nodded and said, "This kind of special recruitment quota is very rare. Only a few 281 colleges are eligible. Tianshui College is really good, and you can consider agreeing to it." The so-called 281 colleges. It is similar to the 985 and 211 universities in Lin Yi's previous life. It's just a different worldview. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi would definitely agree. Lin Yi frowned, "No need, I'm not interested." This time, even Wu Jun was a little surprised. In his opinion, this was already an unprecedented charity. Why is this kid in front of him so ungrateful? He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "You have to think it over carefully. This may be your only chance in this life." Lin Yi smiled. He really felt that the group of Tianshui College students in front of him stood out with confidence. "You could have left a better impression on me, and maybe I would have considered joining your Tianshui College. This is also your only chance in this life." Zhuo Qian and Jiang Xian were both shocked. Good man, these words are too arrogant. But it's inexplicably relieved. Wu Jun, still stupid. Let's go. Wu Jun looked at Lin Yi deeply. Then he led the team away. Finally, this special mage professional trial came to an end. Time flies. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. An unexpected event shocked the entire circle of high-level professionals in Dongjiang Province. Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang Province. In the meeting room of the Professional Alliance, Qi Guoguang sat in the first seat. Although he was only a vice president, the president was usually busy with affairs and often had to travel, so he was still in charge of all meetings. At this moment, the meeting room was silent. Everyone was staring at the big screen. The screen was playing. It was recorded from the perspective of an ordinary professional, recording everything that happened in this special dungeon, Felix Kane, the city of Lost Light. The Shadow Demon Spider, a hidden boss from a high level, was born. Then, the Blue Fire Sun appeared. A humanoid creature with flames all over his body grasped the void. The terrible nuclear explosion in flames instantly killed the demon spider and annihilated the entire Felix cane, making this dungeon completely disappear from the blue planet. The video was finished. Chi Guoguang looked solemn and said, "This video was uploaded from Tianshui College in TS City. It should be a memory extraction method and post-imaging processing. Tell me your opinions." One person said, "Vice President Chi, the means by which this unknown flame creature annihilated the entire city, I think the level is at least level 8. Chi Guoguang nodded, "It must be above level 8. Although it may not reach the level of level 9 forbidden spells, it is very close. Vice President Chi, do you think this fire creature is a professional from our blue star? Is this skill also a high-level skill?" Chi Guoguang shook his head. "This is a very typical fire spell, but it is very different from the 8th level spell of the mage profession. The 8th level fire spell is called the Unextinguishing Flame Curse, although it is very powerful. But compared to the spell used by the mysterious existence in the video, the power is more than 1/3 weaker. And it is absolutely impossible to kill the 220 level abyss spider demon at such a fast speed. This is a power we don't understand at all, and it is also the true posture of fire magic in the hands of the real strong in the abyss world." Chi Guoguang's words were full of awe. Although he has already turned 7. But the deeper he studies magic, the more he feels that he knows very little about it. For example, the same 8th level. The Unextinguishing Flame Curse and the spell used by this mysterious existence are still too different. After Chi Guoguang made a conclusion, instantly, no one else spoke. They are all thinking, if such a being descends from the abyss to the blue planet, what kind of terrible destruction will it cause? He doesn't even need to chant. In the blink of an eye, a giant city is annihilated. Since you all have no other opinions and insights, then I will tell you mine. First of all, it is certain that this creature with blue flames burning all over its body, it comes from the abyss. And its strength is extremely terrifying. In the abyss, a powerful enemy that our human race must face has appeared again. What we have to do now is to continue to report all the information about him. His rank is at least the Emperor rank, so I have temporarily proposed a code name for him. Code name, Abyss Flame Emperor. The threat level, I have initially determined it to be SS level. If there are more eyewitness records and information about him in the future, this threat level may have to be raised further. Agree. No objection. Agree. For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with voices of approval. Chi Guoguang saw that most people had voted in favor. He stood up and said, "Then the meeting is over. I will submit the information to the higher-ups." Dismissed. Chi Guoguang walked out of the conference room. There was a hint of worry between his eyebrows. What a troubled year. More than 10 days ago, the boss in the wild world of Kanglan City was transformed. He saw a mage who practiced both fire and wind, and whose 7th level skills could be fired 4 times in a row. Now, another Abyss Flame Emperor has emerged from the abyss, who can use the 8th level spell that he cannot understand with just a flip of his hand. The commonality between the two is very obvious. That is to analyze from the perspective of magic imprints. They are all very young. Much younger than himself. Chi Guoguang felt a sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling that he had been immersed in this way all his life. But it was completely incomparable to the powerlessness of a true genius in magic. "Oh, the heavens, how can you be so unkind to me?" At the same time, Jiangcheng. Lin Yi walked out of the treasure pavilion. He walked towards the other end of the life professional street. In the past 10 days, he didn't go out to level up much. The main reason was that the leveling areas and dungeons around Jiangcheng were far below Lin Yi's level. Even if he went to level up, he would get very little experience. Lin Yi didn't want to do this kind of thing with twice the result for half the effort. The big exam was approaching, and other students were leveling up. Only Lin Yi stayed at home for 10 days. It is worth mentioning that the Jiang family seemed to be very grateful to Lin Yi for saving Jiangchen. The next day, the old man Jiang Xian took Jiang Chen, who had already woken up, to thank him. Lin Yi's parents were shocked. Flattered. Lin Yi got a full 200 freely tradable skill point scrolls and a set of silver-level mage suits. This was a very valuable thank you gift. Lin Yi estimated that he could get dozens of W-Dasha coins by selling it. This time, Lin Yi came to the treasure pavilion to sell the equipment that the Jiang family gave him, plus the 2 gold-level equipment he had on hand, to Zhang Dahai. After seeing the platinum-level equipment, Lin Yi felt that the mage suit was meaningless. And the most important thing was, it was ugly to wear. For that little attribute, Lin Yi didn't want to give up his image. So he sold it. Lin Yi walked to a store that specializes in recycling skill books and skill point scrolls. This store was recommended by Zhang Dafu. With his face, all the skill point scrolls in Lin Yi's hands were sold at a price that was about 10% higher than the market price. After clearing this wave of supplies, Lin Yi also received a text message from Dasha Bank. Your bank card with the last number 4396 received a transfer amount of 749,680 yuan, and the balance on the card was 1,293,346.21 yuan. Lin Yi's current deposit has officially exceeded the million level. As expected, if you want to get rich, you still have to rely on selling goods. Especially the tradable skill point scrolls. This thing seems to have become the super hard currency of the entire Blue Star. It can even be compared with the gold on Earth in Lin Yi's previous life. The price of skill point scrolls on the entire Blue Star is locked, and it is basically impossible to fall, it can only rise. This may be the reason why Lin Yi's good brother Zhang Shan said that his father had several skill point scrolls in his hands. If you save this thing, its value will increase faster than the interest on a fixed deposit. Ding! It is detected that your deposit balance has exceeded the million level, and your talent, the gift of the gods, has unlocked new functions. Lin Yi was shocked. Good guy, a million deposits, unlocked new functions again. Lin Yi opened the talent interface and found the details of the new function. Skill evolution, you can consume 1 million Blue Star currency and corresponding skill points to evolve one of your skills above level 8 into an alienated version of the same level skill, with stronger power and stronger effects. To facilitate the comparison experience, your 8th level fire skill has evolved into an alienated version for free when awakened. When you use this function later, the corresponding currency will be consumed, and the currency consumed will be further increased each time it is used. Lin Yi was stunned. Wow, my talent has really become a Krypton Gold talent. Not only can Krypton Gold speed up the acquisition of skill points, but now you can also evolve skills. Really, Krypton Gold makes you stronger. Are there also alienated versions of skills? My 8th level fire skill, Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation, is actually different from the 8th level skills of other fire specialized mages? Well, my skill is a Stitched Monster, a transformation state skill, and has a large range of high damage. It should indeed be much stronger than the ordinary 8th level fire skill. It seems that I really have to put making money on the agenda in the future. Lin Yi opened his personal panel again. Then he looked at his skill point column. Allocated skill points, 974,639. The skill points given away for free every day in the past 10 days have accumulated to nearly 1 million. Lin Yi still hasn't forgotten the small goal he set on the awakening day nearly a month ago. Add Fireball to the forbidden spell. Now, this small goal is within reach. Want to spend some money to speed up? However, Lin Yi opened the Krypton Gold interface. After seeing that it costs 100,000 Dasha coins to exchange for more than 80,000 skill points. Some teeth are sore. This is already more than 1 yuan to buy a few skill points. Although for other people, if they could really spend more than $1 to buy some skill points, they would probably laugh out of their dreams. But Lin Yi has the privilege of getting skill points for free without spending a penny. This creates a psychological gap. No more Krypton. No more Krypton. Otherwise, the millions of Dasha coins in my card would not be enough to make them. Anyway, the difference is more than 30,000 points. It's enough to hang up until night. In the afternoon, Linny went back to school. Mainly because tomorrow is Blue Star Dasha, the annual college entrance examination for new professionals. For all the students who have just transferred to another job and are still childish, this is the real first big turning point in life. Or fish leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. Or live a mediocre life. When I returned to school, I was mainly given chicken soup and vaccinations by teachers and principals. Anyway, I just want everyone to not be nervous and just perform normally. In fact, Linny had no interest in participating in this kind of chicken soup party. But Zhang Shan couldn't stand it and kept saying that he wanted to see him. Haven't seen each other for a month. Because the results of the National College Entrance Examination are released on the same day. No need to wait. The college entrance examination will be held on the spot, and the results will be released on the spot. At most, it takes some time to fill in the application form and get admitted to a university. So in most cases, after the college entrance examination is over, everyone goes their separate ways and never returns to high school. Linny agreed. This time the pre-exam chicken soup session didn't last long. It was over in less than half a day. Linny, Zhangya, Zhangshan, and a few other classmates who were doing better exchanged blessings and went back to their respective homes. When he got home, Linny discovered that his father did not work overtime today, which was rare. Instead, he took a leave of absence and came back to have dinner with himself. Mother Su Qingfang even cooked a large table of delicious dishes. The parents are very happy. But Linny could tell. They are actually more nervous than themselves. Tomorrow is the most important day in a child's life. As a parent, no one can understand that feeling. Eat and drink enough. It was already close to 9 o'clock in the evening. Linny took a bath. Lying in bed. I have to get up early tomorrow, and I have to go to bed early today. But before going to bed, Linny opened his personal panel again. This time, the balance of skill points finally exceeded 7 digits, just like his balance of savings. Available skill points, 1016334. Linny opened the skills panel. Choose the fire department. Stay at the interface of the 8th level, Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation, skill. Add a bit. Must add some points. Open the point adding interface. The one-click add point button that Linny had seen before also changed from gray to brighter. Linny took a deep breath. The forbidden curse is close at hand. Do you want to spend 1 million skill points to upgrade your skill level to level 9? Yes. Add points with one click and start. The next moment, a pleasant reminder came from Linny's ears. Ding! Spending 1 million skill points, your supreme sublimation, the fire spirit incarnation is advanced to the 9th level forbidden curse 8 desolate sky meteors. The moment this reminder sounded, Linny suddenly had a blur in his eyes. All the surrounding scenery disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an illusion. This is an apocalyptic vision. Linny was suspended high in the sky. It's like having a god's perspective. Below, there is an endless ocean and an equally vast land. Everything looks normal. Until the sky was dyed red with flames. Like it was totally lit too. Countless terrifying and huge meteorites rained down from the universe. The next moment, the hard land was split and shattered by the meteorite fire rain, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a pool of molten red magma. Melt into the ocean. And the originally calm sea. At this moment, it is also heated to boiling, with billowing hot steam emitting, evaporating a large amount of water vapor at a speed visible to the naked eye, and spurting into outer space. The next moment, the oceans are drying up. The land melts. Everything seems to have returned to more than 4 billion years ago. The moment when Blue Star was just born. All things return to their original starting point. A piece of molten and hot chaotic matter that doesn't distinguish between you and me. The illusion disappears. Linny returned to reality. Only then did he realize that he was covered in sweat. He couldn't imagine what he was witnessing. That is a great force at the level of creation and destruction. That is super divine forbidden curse. This term came to his mind. Open the skills interface again. Lin Yizai discovered that it was exactly what he had guessed. The 9th level forbidden curse is not the end. Even, it is far from the end. Lin Yi can already preview the skills he will get after upgrading to the next level. Ancient Forbidden Curse Purifying Hell of Fire. Skill points required for level up, 10 million. Subsequent evolution path, Ancient Forbidden Curse Great Sun Golden Crow. Currency required for evolution, 100 million. Skill points required for evolution, 20 million. Tip: the alienated version of the Ancient Forbidden Curse, the Great Sun Golden Crow, can be further evolved into the Ultimate Forbidden Curse. On top of the Ancient Forbidden Curse, there is also the Ultimate Forbidden Curse. And the Ultimate Forbidden Curse is not the end. It can truly destroy the entire planet and return Blue Star to the Sea of Fire that originated more than 4 billion years ago. It is called the Super God Forbidden Curse. Lin Yi understood that the illusion he saw just now should be the scene of using the Super Divine Forbidden Curse. That is a true world-destroying spell. Able to melt continents and boil oceans. It turns out that that is the ultimate in fire magic. Destroy the stars with your hands. Lin Yi took a deep breath to calm down his restless mood. Lin Yi felt that he had already seen what the world's top combat power looked like. Only now did he realize it. Before, I was just a frog in the well. But this made Lin Yi clench his fists. Isn't this more interesting? Even if the required skill points are needed, it will eventually exceed 100 million. For him, it was just a few years of waiting. He can afford to wait. But at this stage, Lin Yi's next goal is definitely not to upgrade the first forbidden curse he obtained to the ancient forbidden curse. Instead, it's a tiled forbidden curse. At least all of his current magics must be added to the forbidden spell level. Lin Yi looked at the details of the forbidden spell he had just obtained. Forbidden Curse Bawan Tian Yun. Type, Active Skills. Level 9. Department, Fire Department. Consumption, 1 million mana. Singing time, 10 minutes. Cooling time, 3 days. Effect, summon wild flames to fall from the sky, ignite all targets within a huge range, and cause huge fire damage to all targets. The ignition effect caused by this skill lasts permanently and cannot be dispelled. This skill ignores all damage reduction and damage immunity effects of the target below level 9. Note, this fire has been burning in the wilderness since ancient times. Hiss. Lin Yi took a breath of air. 10 minutes of chanting. 1 million mana consumption. It can only be said that it is indeed a forbidden spell. The conditions for casting this spell are extremely harsh. Lin Yi was very fortunate that when he added some 8th level fire skills, he got a chance to evolve for free. Because in the sublimated state, all fire spells he uses are instant and cost-free. If Lin Yi can solve the problem of skill cooling time in the future, he can even complete the feat of continuously firing forbidden curses in his sublimated state. In any case, Lin Yi finally got the forbidden spell he had been thinking about. Lin Yi took some time to look at the evolution version of this 9th level forbidden spell. Evolution version, Forbidden Spell Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. Currency required for evolution, 2 million Great Xia coins. Skill points required for evolution, 1 million. Lin Yi, ? No, buddy, why does your skill name sound so familiar? Lin Yi thought about it and said, don't tell me. You really don't tell me. Anyway, we are all playing with fire, and the alien fire is also the embodiment of fire magic after alienation. Forget it, don't think so much, anyway, the forbidden spell is already in hand, go to sleep. One night passed. At 5:30 in the morning of the next day, Lin Yi was awakened by a knock on the door before his alarm went off. When he opened the door, he saw his mother Su Qingfan with dark circles under her eyes, wearing an apron, calling him to have breakfast. His father Lin Guodong also got up and was hammering with a wrench at the door of his house, repairing the old car that had not been driven for a long time. Today was a big day, and he planned to personally send his son to the station. Otherwise, if he took another car, it would be troublesome if he was late. Linny rubbed his sleepy eyes. There was nothing he could do. It seemed that the couple did not sleep well the whole night. They probably slept for 2 or 3 hours, and got up early to cook for him and repair the car. He could only give up the last half an hour of sleep, washed up, ate a breakfast that was a little more hearty than last night, took his student ID, admission ticket, etc., and got on his father's car. Lin Guodong drove at full speed and headed straight to Jiangqing Station. Every year, the venue for the National Professional College Entrance Examination is the provincial capital of each province. Dongjiang Province is naturally in the provincial capital Tianhai City. In order to standardize the order and discipline of candidates taking the exam, the government will specially arrange a special underground express train every year to pick up candidates from all over the province to the exam site. Arrived at Jiangqing Station, Linny found that it was already crowded here. The atmosphere in the square was extremely tense. Countless parents sent their children outside the isolation line, and kept saying, "Don't be nervous and it's okay." Of course, his father was no exception. Linny even saw his mother Su Qingfang standing behind his father. Her eyes were red and she couldn't stop crying. He comforted the two of them. Linny waved his hand and smiled, "Just wait for my good news. Turn on the TV. Maybe you can see me on TV this afternoon." This is not Lin Yi's blind self-confidence. But the forbidden spell in his hand gave him confidence. Even if this exam is difficult, it won't be solved by a forbidden spell, right? After Linny said goodbye to his parents, he searched for a long time but couldn't find the gathering place of his school. I.e. this way. As Linny walked, he suddenly heard a familiar loud voice and looked back. He saw the tall and strong Zheng Shan, standing on tiptoe in the crowd in the distance, waving and shouting at him. Linny didn't need to continue looking. He soon came to the large group of Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School. Then the head teachers of each class started speaking again. As usual, a big bowl of chicken soup was served to everyone. More than 10 minutes later, the station broadcast a notice. Please note that all candidates participating in the 2024 National Vocational College Unified Entrance Examination, the special train for sending candidates, has arrived at the station. All units participating in the examination are requested to organize candidates and enter the station in an orderly manner. The special train will depart in 30 minutes. All units are requested to organize candidates and enter the station in an orderly manner. Today, all other trains in the entire Jiangqing morning have been suspended, and only teachers and candidates with work badges can enter the station. So although there are tens of thousands of people taking the college entrance examination in Jiangqing this year, the entry process is still going smoothly. More than 10 minutes later, Linny and other classmates all got on the special train and sat in the allocated seats. When entering the carriage, Linny found that their class was mixed with a class of Minqiang No. 1 Middle School, another well-known base city in Dongjiang Province. The front half of the carriage was occupied by candidates from Minqiang No. 1 Middle School, while the back half was occupied by candidates from Class 8 of Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School, where Linny was. Although the head teachers of the two classes did not know each other, they were still polite because they could not go to Tianhai with the candidates later. So before the train left, they said a few last words. "Dear students, I won't say anything else. Finally, I will mention one more thing, which is very important. That is to read and remember the examination rules on the back of your admission ticket. These rules must be followed and cannot be violated at all. We in Daxia are very strict with cheating and violations. Once a violation occurs, the qualification for the examination will be revoked on the spot. If the circumstances are serious, you may even be permanently banned from taking the college entrance examination." After the head teacher finished speaking, a staff member outside the car shouted with a loudspeaker, "Please, all candidates who are sending candidates to the exam, get off the train immediately. The special train will leave in 5 minutes." In the end, there were only 50 or 60 candidates left in the entire carriage. The atmosphere was a little tense, and at this special moment, no one chatted. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Linny heard a series of bells coming. There was a vibration from under the train. The doors were completely closed, and the train began to slowly speed up. After leaving Jiangcheng Station, a dark tunnel appeared in front of the train, leading directly to the underground. When boarding the train, everyone fastened their seatbelts as instructed. After entering the tunnel, the direction of the entire train was very much like a free fall. Or the kind of bungee jumping machine that Lin Yi had ridden in his previous life. Anyway, it was both novel and exciting. However, this sense of novelty came and went quickly. Because the scenery outside the train window remained unchanged. There were only dim lights and dark walls in the tunnel. Lin Yi chose to close his eyes and rest. He got up too early in the morning and didn't sleep enough. But the students in Class 8 sitting next to him, as well as the students of Minchang No. 1 Middle School at the front of the carriage, all started talking to each other. Li Shan looked at Lin Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him, and swallowed his saliva. "I'm so nervous." "Ai, let's chat." "Ai, what should I do? My brain is blank now. What if I fail the exam later? My dad will skin me alive." Lin Yi was annoyed. He opened his eyes, slapped Zhang Shan on the head, and said angrily, "Can you be quiet? You have a loud voice. Aren't you embarrassed? You are nervous about the awakening profession, and now you are nervous about the college entrance examination. How did you change your profession to the night profession?" Zhang Shan was scolded by Lin Yi, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled like a pervert. He was afraid that Lin Yi would pretend to sleep and really ignore him. Zhang Shan lowered his voice and whispered, "Ai, what level have you reached? I heard from my dad that the specific difficulty of the college entrance examination depends on the level you take the college entrance examination. The more difficult the exam is, the higher the score you can get, and the more you can stand out in the college entrance examination." Lin Yi looked up at Zhang Shan and said helplessly, "You have asked me so many times since you got on the car. I don't want to tell you because I'm afraid of hitting your self-confidence." Zhang Shan, "Hey, you look down on others, right? Anyway, I also spent a lot of time leveling up during the days when you were EMO. Although I feel that if you level up seriously in the future, you will definitely surpass me, but you will definitely not surpass me by too much." As he said this, Zhang Shan actually threw a basic identification spell at Lin Yi. Then he screamed, "Fuck! Failed to identify? Ai, you are not already level 20, right? Zhang Shan's level at the moment is 15. Generally, conventional identification spells can get information as long as they are within level 5. However, this time, Zhang Shan's identification spell failed. This means that Lin Yi's level is at least 5 levels higher than his. Although Zhang Shan lowered his voice before. But this weird cry directly attracted the curious eyes of countless other people in the carriage. The students in Class 8 all showed surprised expressions on their faces. "Ah? Lin Yi has reached level 20? It's unlikely. That idiot Zhang Shan said that. He must have made a mistake." No, Zhang Shan is already level 15. His identification failed, which only means that Lin Yi is 5 levels higher than him. Fuck, that's too abnormal. I'm only level 14. I'm only level 13. Are level 12 hopeless? By the way, what level is the school beauty Jiangya? I heard she's level 19. When she returned to school to get her admission ticket a few days ago, the teacher praised her. So it seems that she's been suppressed by Lin Yi again. Ahem, what do you mean by suppressed? She feels a bit miserable. On the day of awakening, I thought she finally beat Lin Yi once. Now it seems that she's lost again in terms of level. Lin Yi, the big devil, is still as arrogant as before. Jiangya listened to the discussions of her classmates. She felt much calmer. Because Lin Yi had already been inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Global Dungeon Ranking. Except for her, the other students present didn't know anything about it. Compared with this supreme honor, what's the point of having a higher level than her? But at this moment, the heated discussion of Class 8 actually attracted the ridicule of the students of Minchang No. 1 Middle School in the front half of the carriage. Is this the backward education level of the level 5 base city? So funny, you have the nerve to show off at level 20? Linny looked in the direction of the voice. All the students from Minchang No. 1 Middle School were now lying on their seats, looking back at the students from Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School like monkeys. Under the influence of the omniscient eye, Linny could see the levels of these people clearly. Most of them were level 20. A small number reached level 21. Some of the more powerful ones had even reached level 23. Linny suddenly remembered the knowledge points he had learned in the humanities and geography class in Daxia. Looking at the entire Daxia, Dongjiang province is considered to be one of the top provinces in the country in terms of education and economy. Tianhai, Lishui, and Xiling are all second-level base cities. However, the distribution of education and economy in Dongjiang province is extremely uneven. The resource-rich and education-rich areas are basically concentrated in the second and third-level base cities. The facilities and education levels of the remaining fourth-level base cities began to vary. When it comes to the fifth-level base cities with a high degree of marginalization like Jiangcheng, it is even more miserable. This is why Linny found that his classmates were at least level 12. And the lowest level of these candidates from the third-level base city Minchang was 19. In terms of average level, Linny put himself in their perspective and felt strange when he saw the people sitting in the back of the car being shocked by the 20th level. Hearing the ridicule of these candidates from Minchang No. 1 Middle School. Instantly, everyone in Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School was silent. It can't be said that they were inferior. But the gap in hard power made them feel a little embarrassed. The most embarrassing one, of course, was Zhang Shan. The cause of everything was that he made a fuss. Seeing the students in Class 8 kept silent, Minchang No. 1 Middle School became even worse. The nearest student said with a grin, "Hey, Jiangcheng country bumpkins, I'm also level 20, am I a big shot in your place? Would you like to kneel down and lick my ass?" Ha ha ha. What the hell are you? I'm level 21, come and lick me. Ha ha. Zhang Shan's face turned red by these people. He was furious. He wanted to rush up and have a real PK with this group of people. But Linny put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. We are under surveillance now. Have you forgotten what the teacher said? Pay attention to discipline. If you really make trouble here, you will be disqualified from the exam. Linny didn't care about the ridicule of these people. In his opinion, it was like a group of wild cats boasting about their superb hunting skills in front of a tiger. They were not at the same level at all, and Linny didn't even feel angry. There was no response to the application for interaction. Gradually, these people lost interest. They all returned to their respective circles and talked about their own things. The 3-hour special train journey passed quickly. When the train arrived at the station, Linny opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. In the second half of the 3 hours, perhaps because his classmates were silent and even Zhang Shan was red, he slept well. After getting off the train, the shuttle buses for taking the exam were already parked outside the station. According to the number and order, Linny and the people from Class 8 got on the shuttle bus, headed straight to the examination room. Along the way, Linny found that Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang province, was indeed extremely prosperous. After traveling to this world where the territory of Blue Star has expanded dozens or hundreds of times, Linny has not yet left Jiangcheng. The farthest he has been is Kanglan City next to Jiangcheng. But Jiangcheng and Kanglan are both level 5 base cities and quasi-level 4 base cities, respectively, with little difference. It can be said that they are brothers in distress. Came to Tianhai. Linny realized that the construction of the prosperous cities in Daxia in this world was not inferior to that of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou in the previous life. In fact, it was even better. The infrastructure was very complete, and the urban greening was also very good. However, correspondingly, whether it was the scale of high-end residential buildings or the corresponding housing prices, they were all frighteningly high. Along the way, the relevant departments of Tianhai City that maintained traffic and roads gave the shuttle bus a green light all the way. In order to welcome the students from the entire Dongjiang province who came to take the National College entrance examination, the entire Tianhai city opened a total of 22 examination halls. With so many examination halls diverted, when the shuttle bus that picked up Linny arrived at the examination hall, he still saw an extremely spectacular scene. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Linny's examination site happened to be examination hall number 1. After countless shuttle buses stopped at the parking lot, all the candidates got off the bus and lined up in order. When they came to the large square outside the gate of examination hall number 1, they could see that the entire square was crowded with people. This time, there were no people sending the candidates, only candidates. In just one examination room, the number of candidates is estimated to be 40,000 to 50,000. Lin Yi's batch of shuttle buses arrived. The candidates in examination room 1 are basically in place. Outside the examination room, a notice was sounded. Attention, candidates! The 3024 National Professional Higher Education Institutions Unified Entrance Examination is about to begin. This examination room is the first examination room in Dongjiang Province. Please line up and pass through the first smart gate outside the examination room and turn. After passing the gate, the sensor above the gate will automatically screen your profession and level and mark them. This exam will provide corresponding difficulty options according to the corresponding level range of each candidate. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score you can get after passing each round of tests. Candidates with a level range of 1 to 15 will be marked with white and can only choose simple difficulty. Candidates with a level range of 16 to 20 will be marked with green and can choose simple or normal difficulty. Candidates with a level range of 21 to 23 will be marked with blue and can choose normal or difficult difficulty. Candidates with a level range of 24 to 25 will be marked with purple and can choose normal, difficult, and extremely difficult difficulty. Candidates above level 25 will be marked with gold and can choose normal, difficult, extremely difficult, and nightmare difficulty. It seems that the exam details revealed to Zhang Shan by his father before were not wrong. Sure enough, the difficulty range will be divided to screen candidates in advance. If your level is not high enough, you can't choose a higher difficulty. Naturally, you can't get more points. So in this exam, your ranking will naturally be lower than those who choose a high difficulty and pass the test. What a role! No wonder when the profession was awakened before, the teachers and the media were all excited. In this environment where everyone is crazy about rolling inward, if you don't work hard, you will fall far behind others. As the admission procedure progressed, a large number of candidates lined up and passed through the gate. Linny also saw the candidates from Class 8 walking in front of him. For example, Zhang Shan, the Iron Fool. After passing through the gate, above his head, the words "sent to the place of examination" were written, which was Jiangcheng, followed by an icon of a warhammer and a white star mark. Afterwards, all candidates who got the white mark like him would be diverted to the corresponding examination entrance by the assistant senior officials in the examination room. After so many years of college entrance examinations, this procedure is too smart and natural. If it is manual screening, I don't know how long it will take. TSK tisk, it's really white and green, huh? A burst of laughter came. Linny saw the group of students from Minchang No. 1 Middle School again. At this moment, they passed the gate. Most people have blue stars on their heads. The few with purple stars looked at Zhang Shan and others as if they were animals. Linny looked at the gate in front of him, a smile on his face. It's time to give the tens of thousands of people in this examination room a little gold shock. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes are also needed. Fill me up, don't pity me, sob. The students of Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School felt even more inferior. Not only because of the ridicule from the students of Minchang No. 1 Middle School, but more because they passed through the gate together with the candidates from other base cities. Others at least had green labels. They had white labels on their heads. Although the real exam has not officially started yet, this gate mechanism has directly allowed countless people to see the disparity in the world. They have seen the gap between themselves and others. Linny sighed a little. It's too real. Although the original intention of this design is to facilitate the screening of candidates and give them a reasonable difficulty range to choose from. But this thing really messes with the mentality. Soon, Linny came to the gate. He stepped through the gate. The next moment, Linny also found that a staff icon slowly appeared above his head. The icon of the knight profession is a warhammer, and the warrior is an iron sword. The mage is naturally a staff. But the icon is not the point at all. The point is the star icon that appears with the profession icon. The moment the golden star appeared, the whole examination room burst into exclamations. Fuck, gold. Which big guy has a golden star on his head? Ah, my titanium dog eyes are going blind. Fuck, is this the golden legend? It's so beautiful. I worship the big guy. Countless people exclaimed, plus the number of people who walked into the gate of the entire examination room was countless. Among the blue and green star marks, the appearance of several purple star marks was extremely eye-catching, not to mention the golden star marks. In an instant, Linny received a lot of attention. This naturally included his classmates in Class 8. All the candidates in Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were dumbfounded. Fuck, Linny is a gold star. Nema. He's not level 20, he should be green, or at most blue. Nonsense, this can only mean that Zhang Shan still misjudged the level of the great demon Lin. Fuck. Gold star, this is too awesome. I feel like I'm just here to make up the numbers. How come the gap between people is bigger than that between people and dogs? Zhang Shan's face, which was originally completely red, was now completely stunned, and then fell into ecstasy. If he hadn't been diverted to the entrance queue of the White Star, he would have rushed over to give Linny a bear hug. He was very happy. He knew that his brother would never be an ordinary person who did nothing. But he didn't expect that Linny still gave him a huge surprise. In the other green star queue, Jianya looked at the gold star on Lingy's head. She smiled with relief. Yes, she was completely relieved. She was even happy for Linny's current achievements. Moreover, she also knew that from now on, she and Linny would be from two different worlds. As for those examinees from Minchang No. 1 Middle School who had just laughed at her, now they were speechless and stunned. They looked at the golden star on Lingy's head, and they were all like poultry with their necks pinched, unable to breathe. Then they remembered the laughter they had made in the car and after getting off the car. Instantly, she felt that she was the clown. He was much higher than her. But he was very low-key in the car, closing his eyes and resting, and had no intention of arguing with her. Now it seems that they are not worthy. Then the next moment, all the people from Minchang Middle School were completely blushing. They lowered their heads, hoping to be drowned in the crowd and not be discovered by Linny. Hello, classmate, please follow me. The female examiner who received Linny. Maybe it was because of Linny's handsome appearance or the golden star on his head. Linny found that the other examiners were fierce, but this female examiner was unusually polite to him. Following the examiner all the way forward, Linny soon saw a gate of the examination room with entrance number 1 written on it. There were already more than 20 people standing in front of the entrance. Student, please register your exact level and professional expertise at entrance number 1, and then choose the difficulty. The female examiner gave Linny a warm smile and gave the final guidance. Then she left. Linny walked slowly towards the gate of entrance number 1. At the same time, he also saw entrance number 2 and entrance number 3 next door. There were a lot of people at those entrances. Directly exceeded 1,000 people. The marks on the heads of these people were all purple marks. It is conceivable how many people would be in front of the entrances of candidates with white, green, and blue marks. On the contrary, there were only more than 20 people in front of entrance number 1 where he was about to line up to enter. After approaching, Linny was not surprised to find that the star marks on the heads of these people were golden, just like himself. Well, these people should be the so-called geniuses cultivated by the top schools and top families in the top base cities in Dongjiang. There are 22 examination halls in Tianhai. if there are more than 20 gold standard students in each examination hall. Then in the whole Dongjiang, there are only about 400 people who have awakened and taken the college entrance examination this year, and are above level 25. Compared with the more than 100,000 candidates in Dongjiang, this is already a very small number standing at the top of the pyramid. When Linny gradually approached, the men and women who were waiting outside the gate of entrance number 1 also found the arrival of new faces. Jiangcheng is taking the exam? No, what the hell is this place? Why haven't you heard of it? It seems to be a remote-based city in our province. No, is there something wrong with the gate? Can a gold standard be produced in a place where birds don't poop? Obviously these so-called geniuses, even if they are not particularly familiar with each other, have met each other to some extent. But Linny had never seen it before. Hello, this candidate, please come and register. An examiner wearing a proctor uniform with a very serious face said to Linny. Linny glanced at the others. Obviously, with only more than 20 people, the registration at entrance number 1 was a quick one. These people should have already registered. Linny stepped forward. The examiner waved, and a screen of spiritual crystal projection light instantly appeared in front of Linny. Just as Linny was about to reach out and touch the spirit crystal and enter his own information, he heard an exaggerated voice coming from behind him. Hey, brother, it's not easy to reach level 25. I'll give you a warm suggestion, don't choose nightmare difficulty, you will be tortured by the monsters inside and cry. Linny turned back slightly. The person who spoke was a boy with yellow hair who thought he was handsome. Huang Mao coaxed, and the other candidates beside him laughed in a low voice. Brother Kai, there is also a gap between the gold standard and the gold standard. Not everyone can reach level 29 like you, haha. Huang Mao felt secretly happy. What he cared more about was the opinion of a stunningly beautiful girl standing next to him. But when he turned to look at the girl, he saw a trace of disgust in her eyes. The girl's red lips parted slightly. Zhao Kai, you don't need to use this method to attract my attention. Like a bucket of cold water being poured down on their heads, Zhao Kai and the younger brother beside him shut up instantly. At the same time, the girl turned her attention to Linny. The next moment, her eyes narrowed and disbelief appeared on her face. Because she suddenly saw the moment Linny's hand touched the spiritual crystal. Above the light curtain, a level number jumped out. 42. At this moment, everyone in entrance number 1 was dumbfounded. The person who just said that there is a gap between the gold label and the gold label has his brain shut down. He's right. There is also a gap between so-called geniuses. And this gap, like a natural chasm. Zhao Kai looked at Linny's level 42 on the light screen, and instantly felt an invisible slap on his face. The beating hurt him raw. He thought that someone like Linny who came from a remote-based city to take the exam would be considered a gold medal winner. The most it can reach is level 25. Because he is only level 29, and this level is already extremely high when looking at the entire Dongjiang Genius Circle. Among the people present, he only lost to the girl in blue next to him. The girl's name is Lan Ruoi, her level has reached level 30, and she has even accepted the job transfer mission, but has not yet completed it. And the boy in front of me, who seemed to be nothing but handsome, actually had level 42. This means he has completed the second transfer mission and even gained 12 more levels. Not to mention the experience points required to upgrade after the second turn. After level 20 alone, the experience points required for each level up are extremely terrifying. After awakening the profession, there is only 30 days of leveling time. Reaching level 30 is almost the ultimate limit. Today, this limit has been broken. And once broken, there is a gap of 12 levels. Lan Ruoi stared at Linny, wondering how Linny did this. If someone really interviews Linny live, Linny would say that this is not just about having hands. Because in the past month, except for the day after a week of failure, he really had no intention of leveling up at other times. Most of the time, he just kept messing around. Even the 3 upgrades from level 39 to level 42 were the result of Linny getting itchy out of boredom, so he went to Kanglan City next door, found a copy, and played through it several times. If he really wanted to level up and become more powerful, he might have reached level 3 by now. Teacher, why can't I choose the difficulty level? Lin Yi operated the light screen. He originally wanted to choose Nightmare in the difficulty selection. But he found that he couldn't choose, as if there was a bug. Was reminded by Lin Yi. The examiner, who had looked serious just now and pretended not to let strangers in, started to tremble. Wait a moment, let me take a look. He began to operate the spiritual crystal system. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was level 42. Has he changed his mind? Where did the evildoer come from? After one operation, the examiner in charge of registration was already sweating profusely. Because, he found that the system was completely fine. Lin Yi's level is also genuine. The reason why Lin Yi couldn't choose the difficulty is because since the birth of this system, the underlying code has restricted the difficulty level for professionals to be within the range of 25 to 30. To put it simply, Lin Yi, a level 42 evildoer, had already been burned into the candidate's entry system. What the hell? Something happened. What to do? Well, I must be undecided about this matter, so I can only report it. Classmate Lin, please wait here for a moment. We have never encountered a situation like yours. I want to ask the leader for instructions. Then, the examiner, who had been extremely serious just now, immediately ran into the entrance like flying. Examination room number 1, 3rd floor. This is the examination center for the National College Entrance Examination and the entire Dongjiang province. It is also where the chief examiner and all Dongjiang province senior officials involved in the examination-related work gather. That's almost it. That's it. The exam will start soon. Please inform everyone to get back to their places. After a brief meeting, a middle-aged man sitting at the main seat packed up the documents on the table and gave instructions to the others. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a face that was a little red from running fast appeared in front of a group of big guys from Dongjiang province. Sun Liang? What's wrong with you? Aren't you registering candidates? You're so reckless, who told you to knock on the door? The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat has not spoken yet. The person next to him was obviously the superior. Named examiner Sun Liang, so he became angry and immediately reprimanded. Sun Liang was also a little aggrieved. I really don't blame him for this. And he had to report it immediately. There are now less than 20 minutes left before the exam starts. If something goes wrong, or the exam is delayed, he can't afford this. He immediately said, Director Xiao, I have important things to report. Sun Liang's superior, Director Xiao, wanted to reprimand him a few words. But he was interrupted by a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. If anything happens, just tell me. Sun Liang saluted the middle-aged man, and then said anxiously, Deputy Director Li, it's like this. Just now, a candidate appeared at the entrance number 1 where I was responsible for registration. When entering the information, the spiritual crystal system showed that his level had reached level 42 and he had completed his second job transfer. I have repeatedly confirmed that there is no failure in our system, but the problem now is that our system has never entered the information of candidates above level 30. Now that candidate cannot choose the difficulty level of the exam. I can't decide on this matter, so I'm here to ask for your instructions. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room of the examination center was filled with excitement. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Yuanjing, the deputy director of Dongjiang Education Bureau, raised his eyebrows. Level 42. How can this be? Someone immediately raised questions. Fortunately, Sun Liang knew the trick of reporting information to the leader very well. In his previous words, he said that he had confirmed that there was no problem with the system. The implication is that Lin Yi's level is absolutely true. Interesting. Yuan Jing, when you asked me to watch this time, did you expect in advance that this kind of evil genius who has never been seen in a century will appear? An old man who was also sitting in the main seat and had been silent until now joked with a smile. Mr. Chi, please stop making fun of me. I don't have the ability to predict the future. Li Yuanjing shook his head. Sitting next to him was Chi Guoguang, the vice president of Tianhai City Professionals Alliance. The two are good friends, and this time Li Yuanjing invited him to observe. Chi Guoguang hasn't been too busy recently, so he took the time to come over and take a look. He didn't expect to see it as a surprise. Li Yuanjing waved to Sun Liang, and then said, "What about the candidate's information? You can show it." "Hey! Right now!" Sun Liang responded. He quickly walked to the big screen and used the spiritual crystal communication watch on his wrist to put the file information that Lin Yi had entered into the system onto the big screen in the center. The next moment, Lin Yi's handsome face appeared. Chi Guoguang was startled. "Why is it him?" Li Yuanjing was also a little surprised. "Mr. Chi knows him? Is he a genius from a certain family?" Li Shuilin family. I haven't heard of anyone named Lin Yi in this generation." Chi Guoguang shook his head. "No, I just met this guy once when I was rushing to help the blue alienated boss crisis, but it should be a coincidence." "Ha? His profession is also a mage? Asking for a monthly ticket. Please vote for recommendation. In addition, I implore all of you book owners, even if you are a book owner, please click to the latest chapter. Reading it is really important for a book. I don't know much about writing. Sometimes I feel that my writing is too weak, and I will even delete the manuscript. I try to ensure that the plot of each chapter is tight. I beg you to read it. Thank you." Chi Guoguang soon saw Lin Yi's profession. An ordinary mage. Just like him. Not a rare profession. He immediately admired Lin Yi. He was an ordinary mage, so he naturally knew how much he was at a disadvantage compared to other rare professions, even rare professions. Those professions have their own inherent advantages. Looking at the entire Blue Star, now those who can become a strong man above the 7th level are basically all rare professions, and there are even legendary professions. Chi Guoguang can achieve what he has today, all thanks to his hard work. Since becoming a professional, he has had adventures, too. But more of it is hard work. In the past 80 years, he has not been working hard to improve himself for a single day. In just 30 days, he can reach level 42. He must have encountered some adventure, right? Someone said. At this time, Chi Guoguang sympathized with Lin Yi. He said, even if there is an adventure, his efforts and diligence cannot be denied. With only an adventure, he will never be able to reach this level. Li Yuanjing also nodded and said, "This young man is good. He must have made countless times more efforts than ordinary people." For a time, the senior officials of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Bureau and the entire examination center, and even a small number of senior officials of the Professional Alliance headed by Chi Guoguang, all looked at Lin Yi with admiration. At least they believed that they could not reach this level at Lin Yi's age. He is too hardworking. If Lin Yi knew what these people thought, I wonder what he would think. I don't have it, I am just a lazy dog. Li Yuanjing did not forget that Sun Liang was still waiting for his instructions. How should he deal with Lin Yi's special situation? After a moment of silence, Li Yuanjing said, "The last time I met such a powerful candidate was decades ago. Since I met him again today, I will make a special case for him. Reopen the difficulty that once existed." The others were shocked when they heard this. Deputy Director Li, that difficulty has caused too many accidents. It's too difficult for these candidates, and it's not conducive to their physical and mental growth. Didn't you say that yourself? Li Yuanjing shook his head. Times have changed. For him, nightmare difficulty is a joke, it's too easy. The difficulty we set is based on the situation of the first turn. Now there is a second turn, and those tests are not very meaningful. Of course, in order to be fair, notify the 22 examination halls in Tianhai to open the purgatory difficulty at the same time. The people under Li Yuanjing heard this, and their scalps tingled. Of course, they knew what the so-called purgatory difficulty was. In short, the actual combat of the last level of the dungeon changed from an ordinary dungeon to a special dungeon contaminated by the breath of the abyss. Just like the special trials of each profession, while the difficulty soars, it will also allow these fledgling newcomers to come into contact with the vicious abyss monsters. Deputy Director, if the abyss difficulty is turned on, people without special abyss titles cannot choose it. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, then let them hang up their abyss titles. People without abyss titles cannot choose purgatory difficulty. By the way, add one more restriction. You must be at least gold standard to choose purgatory difficulty. If this level 42 kid has never passed the special trial before and has no title, then let him choose nightmare difficulty. There is nothing we can do about it. Li Yuanjing has made up his mind. Everyone can only do as he is told. Sun Liang immediately took the order and left. He ran all the way again. Back to Exit 1, Sun Liang told everyone about the newly added purgatory difficulty and selection rules. Everyone, because the purgatory difficulty has been added, candidates who have registered and selected the difficulty before have a chance to reselect the difficulty. But I must remind you that the purgatory difficulty is very dangerous and may even result in casualties. If you choose this difficulty, you need to sign a life and death agreement, and your life and death are at your own risk. In addition, the last level of this difficulty requires entering a special copy contaminated by the breath of the abyss. You need to hold the abyss title to enter. Candidates without the title cannot register. Candidates who want to change their difficulty now, please raise your hands. There are only more than 20 candidates at entrance number 1. The operation of changing the difficulty is not cumbersome and there is enough time. So Sun Liang followed the first come first served rule and let the candidates who had registered before reselect the difficulty. The next moment, Sun Liang saw 3 hands raised. The girl Lan Ruoi raised her right hand with a calm expression. At the same time, Zhao Kai and a younger brother beside him who had also reached level 29 also raised their right hands. Sun Liang was not too surprised. These 3 people were the 3 candidates with the highest level before. And Zhao Kai and the other boy are both rare professions. Lan Ruoi is an even rarer profession. They do have the confidence to challenge the difficulty of purgatory. 3 candidates, please wear your abyss titles. After confirming that they are correct, I will adjust the difficulty you choose to purgatory level. The next moment, Linny saw 5 big black characters appear above the heads of the 3 people, including Lan Ruoi. Abyss Challenger. Most titles are obtained by completing special achievements or special copies. Usually it is hidden. It will only be revealed when the professional chooses to wear it. Obviously, the title of Abyss Challenger is not beautiful, so no one is willing to wear it unless necessary. But at this time, having this title is a very prestigious thing. This means that they have passed the special professional trial and have come into contact with the abyss monsters. Compared with other peers, the starting line is different. Zhao Kai has always been a little bit upset with Lin Yi. Although there is not much hatred. But his previous words and Lin Yi's level of 42 still made him feel like a clown. Especially embarrassing himself in front of the goddess he wanted to pursue, which made him even more annoyed. At this moment, he looked at Lin Yi. A malicious smile hung on the corner of his mouth. So what if you have a high level? If you don't pass the professional trial, you still can't choose the difficulty of purgatory. The difficulty is directly linked to the score that can be obtained. Even if you get full marks in the nightmare difficulty, it may not be as high as the score in the purgatory difficulty. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Yi, including Sun Liang. In fact, when Sun Liang said that he wanted to wear a title, Lin Yi was already confused. Damn, so embarrassing. Where do you wear a title? He has never worn a title before. Ahem, teacher, I would like to ask, how do you wear this title? Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and ask. Zhao Kai on the side was even more ecstatic. Ha ha. Pretend. Keep pretending. You obviously don't have it, you don't know how to wear it. Sun Liang didn't have as many inner thoughts as Zhao Kai. He just thought that Lin Yi might have never used the title system before, and quickly replied, open your personal panel, then long press on your own name column, and the title list will pop up. Click on the corresponding title and choose to wear it. Linny suddenly realized, oh, okay. He still remembered that when he cleared the city of Deadlight, Fei Lycain, the system notification reminded him that his title had been upgraded. But later, Linny couldn't find a way to open the title column. Gradually, he forgot about it. Now reminded by Sun Liang, he did as he was told. He quickly opened his title column. Maybe it was the first time to open the title column, Linny was not very skilled in operation, or maybe his hand really slipped. The moment the title column opened, Linny's finger touched the first title. The next moment, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes. Then a golden light appeared. A string of words suddenly appeared above Linny's head. Global Dungeon Clearance Record Hall of Fame. Sun Liang? Lan Ruoi. Zhao Kai. Damn, my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. What the hell is this title? It's too fucking cool. This is everyone's first reaction when they saw the title above Linny's head. Linny was stunned. Huh? Why do you all have such expressions? Did I put the wrong title? He obviously noticed the golden light on his head. He looked up. He also saw the string of titles. Good guy, it's like wearing a super bright gold LED headlight, it's too conspicuous. This doesn't match his low-key personality. Hurry up and change it. Linny smiled awkwardly, sorry, I'm not very skilled yet, I put the wrong title. Linny quickly opened his title column again. Soon he saw that there were 3 titles in the title column. The first one was the one he showed by slipping his hand. The title of the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame. This title was automatically issued the moment Linny got the place in the Hall of Fame. There might be a system prompt, but Linny didn't seem to hear it. The second title is Reaching the Pinnacle. This title was issued by the system when Linny added points to the universal skill of appraisal to the pinnacle level. The last title is the Abyss Conqueror that Linny is going to wear. At this time, Linny discovered that his 3 titles actually have attributes. Global Dungeon Clearance Record Hall of Fame. When worn, your attribute values in all dungeon secret realms are increased by 3%. Reaching the Pinnacle. When worn, all the skill points you obtain are increased by 3%. Abyss Conqueror. When worn, you have the right to enter the Abyss Dungeon, and the difficulty of the dungeon is increased by 1 level, and the corresponding rewards are also more generous. Wow! The title of Reaching the Pinnacle also gives extra skill points. Although 3% of the skill points are not much, but a little adds up to a lot. I lost a month's worth of 3% skill point idle bonus. Damn! But Linny didn't have time to think so much. His finger slid to the title of Abyss Conqueror, and then clicked to wear it. In Linny's opinion, only one title should be worn. He chose Abyss Conqueror, so the previous Hall of Fame title would definitely be removed. But he was still too young. The next moment after Linny chose to wear the title of Abyss Conqueror. Above the Hall of Fame title above his head, a line of words appeared again. Abyss Conqueror. And the special effects of this title are not inferior to the gold color of the Hall of Fame. The title flashed with a dazzling scarlet light, and there was a dark air of the abyss around it. That's really cool. Sun Liang? Lan Ruoi. Zhao Kai. You did it on purpose, right? You must have done it on purpose, right? Why does this guy have so many super rare titles? Although no one present has seen the Hall of Fame title. But I have heard of it. That is the honor that all professionals in the entire Blue Star dream of. But what is the matter with this Conqueror title with a full gloomy atmosphere and abyss oppression? Shouldn't it be the Abyss Challenger? Why are we challengers, and you are already a conqueror? Linny. He saw the reactions of these people again. Linny was also a little speechless. He really wanted to be low-key. It was not his wish to turn on the special effects on his head and become the most handsome guy in the entire examination room. Sun Liang was sweating profusely. As an examiner, he felt that he had no dignity in front of this 18-year-old monster in front of him. This examinee, does this title on your head qualify you to enter the Abyss Dungeon? Because I haven't seen this title yet. Speaking of the latter, Sun Liang was a little inferior. Damn. He has reached the 4th level. And he also has the title of Abyss Challenger. But he really didn't know how to obtain the title of Abyss Conqueror. I really want to ask how he got this title. It's really cool. Linny silently clicked to remove his 24K Gold Hall of Fame title again, and then replied, yes. Sun Liang took another deep look at the Abyss Conqueror title on Ling Yi's head. Without the influence of gold, the oppressive feeling and special effects of this title are more real. Glancing at the heads of the other people, they were originally full of challenger titles. Instantly felt what special effects crushing is. My special effects are better than yours. Zhao Kai closed himself. He didn't know how Linny did it. He only knew that the person in front of him might be an abyss monster in human skin. Lan Ruoi couldn't take her eyes off Linny. Handsome, powerful, mysterious. These characteristics that are most attractive to girls are perfectly reflected in one person. Even Lan Ruoi, a proud girl who was one of the best in the whole Dongjiang, couldn't help but admire and respect him. He must be very hardworking and diligent. Otherwise, how could he have such a great achievement? On the huge spiritual crystal display screen of the examination center, the surveillance camera at entrance number 1 was placed in the middle and pulled to the maximum. The shock that Linny just gave to Sun Liang, Lan Ruoi, and others. It was also transmitted to this invigilation room. Countless senior officials of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Bureau and the Professional Alliance Guild were stunned, staring at the 2 special titles hanging above Lin Yi's head. Damn! Global Dungeon Hall of Fame? Damn! Abyss Conqueror. Who is this kid? A few of them also have the former title. But it is limited to a few people. They know the value of the latter title. To get the title of Abyss Conqueror, you must complete a special hidden task in the Abyss-related dungeon. This is an opportunity that can only be encountered but not sought after. They only know how to obtain it, but they don't know the specific effect of this title. When Qi Guoguang saw Ling Yi's 2 titles, his face changed and he immediately said, "Go check which copy of the Hall of Fame list he is on. Please recommend and vote for me. I beg all readers to read on. I will continue to work hard." Yes. The staff at the examination center immediately began to operate the spirit crystal and retrieve data. In fact, retrieval of relevant data is very simple and easy. After all, there are only tens of thousands of professionals who have entered the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame. Looking at the world, excluding foreign names, the possibility of having the same name as someone from Daxia alone is extremely low. Sure enough, search for Lin Yi's name. Soon a copy of the record appeared in front of everyone. Special copy, City of Eternal Light Fiskane, permanently removed. Dungeon level, LV.25. Copy difficulty, A+. Copy occupation restrictions, Mage, Priest. Best clearance record in the dungeon, 0 hours, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Record holder, Lin Yi. In the conference room, the whole audience was in an uproar. Ha! It's this copy. This dungeon was announced globally more than 10 days ago and will be permanently removed from the list. Is he the last one to pass the level? Hiss, look at his clearance record. Ha! More than 2 minutes? Isn't the requirement to clear this dungeon limited to survival within a limited time? I remember that the requirement is to survive for 3 hours. Yes, I also remember that I personally wrote the strategy for this copy and uploaded it to the strategy center of our province. Qi Guoguang fell into deep thought for a long time. He stared intently at Lin Yi on the big screen. What came to mind was the figure with blue flames burning all over his body in the video uploaded by Tianshui College when he held a meeting for the members of his professional alliance more than 10 days ago. The next moment, Lin Yi's figure suddenly overlapped with the figure in his mind that he temporarily named the Abyss Realm Flame Emperor. body shape, temperament. They all look alike. But then, Shi Guoguang shook his head. That's ridiculous. Not to mention that the spell used by Yuanjie Yanhuang was at least the 8th level. The specificity of that spell alone is not something that Blue Star professionals can possess. That is a high-level spell unique to the Abyss world. It's an alienated version of Blue Star's spell. In addition, that image was extracted from someone else's memory, so there may be deviations in body shape and image, which is normal. In the end, Shi Guoguang convinced himself. He concluded. This kid's adventure is the only one I've ever seen in my life. More than 10 days ago, I received a memory image of this copy uploaded from Tianshui College. In the video, it was this boy who encountered an extremely low probability event when he was clearing this dungeon. That's the hidden boss in the dungeon, which was provoked by another strong man from the Abyss world. That strong man has at least reached the level of the Demon King. In a flash, he instantly killed the hidden boss of the copy with a modified 8th level fire spell. As a result, the entire dungeon completely disappeared and was removed from the list. This kid passed the level in a daze and got the title of Hall of Fame. After listening to Chi Guoguang's explanation, everyone was a little more accepting. Otherwise, if Lin Yi has such terrifying strength, he would still use it to take the college entrance examination? It is estimated that the top professional universities in the country will offer him an olive branch as soon as possible, and at the same time, other Blue Star countries will also set him as the first assassination target as soon as possible. Outside the examination room, Sun Liang looked at the watch on his hand and said, "There are still 10 minutes left before the exam starts. Candidates, please enter the exam room. The exam rules will be announced soon." Lan Ruoi and others who were at the front walked into entrance number 1 first. Lin Yi followed at the end. After entering entrance 1, follow the instructions on the wall and go through several aisles. A familiar copy of the light curtain appeared in front of him. It seems that the test for this college entrance examination was conducted in a special copy provided by the organizer. Saw Lin Yi coming. Previously, all the so-called geniuses in Dongjiang province were silent. Lin Yi could see that the arrogance and clear stupidity on their faces had disappeared, replaced by awe and fear. Attention all candidates! The 2024 National Unified Vocational College Entrance Examination will begin in 5 minutes. The exam discipline and test rules will be announced below. All candidates are requested to strictly abide by this, and violators will be dealt with seriously. There are 5 rounds in this exam. Only those who pass the first 4 rounds and perform well will be eligible to enter the 5th round. All content of this test will be conducted in a special copy. All copies are independent copies. Candidates cannot communicate with other personnel except the invigilator. All candidates are strictly prohibited from bringing any equipment or other creation equipment into the test copy. Violators will be punished as cheating. After entering the dungeon, all candidates' own food, alchemical mixtures, and non-professional buffs will be dispelled. The evaluation system of this exam uses points evaluation. In each round of testing, the system will automatically score the candidates according to their completion of the goals. The higher the difficulty of the test selected by the candidates, the more points they will get after completing the corresponding goals. If an emergency occurs during the testing process, it will be handled in accordance with the relevant regulations of the Unified Admissions. Examination management measures of Daxia Vocational Higher Education Institutions. The broadcast is finished. The hall fell into silence. 5 minutes passed quickly. Lin Yi heard a bell ringing in the entire examination room. At the same time, near the exit, there were countless whistles from the invigilators and the roar of the gates closing. Once the exam begins, the unlucky ones who are late will not be eligible to enter again. Please all candidates enter the dungeon. Sun Liang ordered. Everyone, including Lin Yi, stepped into the dungeon light curtain and disappeared. After a period of darkness, Lin Yi opened his eyes again. He found himself in a pure white, endless space. This space was extremely quiet, without any sound. There were no so-called monsters or terrain. This should be a dungeon that was transformed by some big guys with special means. However, Linny still saw a countdown and scoreboard floating in the void not far in front of him. There are still 59 seconds before the first round of the exam starts. Current points, 0. At the same time, the dungeon notice sounded in Linny's mind. Candidate Linny, in 1 minute, a goblin with level set to LV.30, armor set to 1000, magic resistance set to 1000, and health set to 10,000 will appear in front of you. This goblin will not move or attack, please kill it as quickly as you can. The shorter the time, the higher the score. After listening to the rules, Linny was stunned at first. Then a sense of loss emerged in his heart. If it weren't for my brother, you would call this the purgatory difficulty? That's it? A monster with only 10,000 health, and a big wooden stake, will not run. Who are you looking down on? Isn't this a bit difficult? The blood volume is not much, but the defense and magic resistance are set too high. In the examination center, as the examination began, countless people stared at the big screen. And the people displayed on the screen at this moment are all young and famous candidates who are most likely to come out on top in the college entrance examination in the entire Dongjiang province. Lan Ruoi was among them. In addition to her, there were more than 20 candidates from other examination rooms who had also reached level 29 or above and chose the purgatory difficulty level. It can be said that these people have already booked the top 20 in Dongjiang province for this college entrance examination. Other gold label candidates who choose nightmare difficulty may also have a few dark horses. The basic damage of level 1 professional skills is not very high, it's only over 100 at most. And they are not allowed to wear equipment, and their attribute value bonus will not be high. For ordinary professionals, it is very likely that the skill panel can deal 1 or 200 damage, but if it is hit on this goblin, only 10 will be left. What time is it? Someone steps into the perspective of these candidates. In the case of one turn, there is no equipment, no potion effect, and no buff effect. It is difficult to break through the defense. In the end, it might just be scraping. Li Yuanjing chuckled, otherwise, why do you think this difficulty level was finally rejected by me and no longer used in the formal assessment? Qi Guoguang, who was sitting next to him, scanned the big screen carefully, but did not see Lin Yi's shadow. Where's that kid at level 42? Li Yuanjing was reminded by him and realized that there was no copy of Lin Yi on the big screen. At this time, a staff member responsible for broadcasting the copy screen quickly reported, "Report. The broadcast screen of our spirit crystal system is automatically captured according to certain logic. The logical priority at the moment is the occupational rarity of these candidates. 2 leaders, we have asked special personnel to retrieve the screen copy of the candidate named Linny that you are paying attention to. We expect it to be cast on the screen within 2 minutes. Li Yuanjing nodded. Generally speaking, rare professions are definitely better than ordinary professions. So there is nothing wrong with having such a crawling logic. They just need to wait quietly for Lin Yi's copy screen to appear. Taking advantage of the few dozen seconds before the first round of testing had begun, Li Yuanjing waved and continued to ask, "Give me a list of people who chose the purgatory difficulty this time and combined the level and professional rarity." Soon, a list came into his hands. For every name of the top 10 candidates, just by looking at the surname, Li Yuanjing could basically guess which family the genius came from. "Ha, isn't the one at the top of the list your little son? You are a rare profession of the archer type. He has awakened a legendary profession. The future is limitless." Qi Guoguang also got such a list. The person at the top of the list is named Li Zirui, who is Li Yuanjing's second son. Zirui is still a bit lazy on weekdays, so let's not mention it, but your granddaughter is not a fuel-efficient lamp either, huh? The second person on the list is named Qi Xiaoying, who is also a legendary professional. No, Xiaoying has not inherited her father's diligence at all, she is also very lazy at home. The senior officials of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department and the Professionals Alliance, who were sitting next to and behind the 2 men, saw the 2 big bosses exchanging business blows, and they all complained in their hearts. This is so Versailles. Having said that, most people were still looking at the 2 people on the big screen. Because everyone knows that the one who was most likely to win the first place in the first round should be one of these two people. The 1-minute countdown ends. Soon, on the big screen, a short goblin monster suddenly appeared in front of the boy on the left. The boy reacted very quickly. The moment he raised his right hand, his entire palm was coated with a silver metal shell, and then the palm of his hand deformed into a black muzzle. Boom! The next moment, a rocket shot out of the muzzle and hit the goblin monster, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The goblin's health dropped a lot, and this attack probably caused close to 1,000 points of damage. In the case of 1,000 double resistance, this damage is already very considerable. However, it seems that powerful attacks like rocket launchers require reloading time, so he cannot use them frequently. So the muzzle on the right arm turned into the barrel of the machine gun. The gunfire sounded, and countless bullets were fired at the goblin monster. Beat it till its skin is torn. What a fierce firepower! Is this the gunner-type legendary professional alloy-modified Vanguard? I feel like he should be able to kill that goblin with damage in less than 20 seconds. Mr. Chi's granddaughter is also very powerful. Look, she is already surrounded by more than a dozen dazzling patterns. She is probably waiting for a wave of explosions. On the big screen next to Li Zhiruwei, Qi Xiaoying was fighting in a short game, with a heroic appearance, and her fists and kicks kept hitting the goblin monster at an extremely fast speed. Every 10 strikes, a dazzling pattern shining with the light of various elements will appear around her. Her profession is called Fighting Spirit Master. It's obviously a job transfer from the mage system, but the attack methods are basically melee attacks. Each melee attack will add magic damage, and the stored dazzle patterns can also have various elemental effects. Under the girl's deliberate control, the dazzle patterns surrounding her basically flashed orange-red light. After these fire-attributed dazzle patterns are launched, they will add a burning effect to the target, and their own damage is also the highest among all elemental dazzle patterns. Under this kind of assessment condition that requires burst output and killing monsters as soon as possible, it is the best choice. Both of them fight so fast. The blood volume has reached about 70%. It's only been 2 or 3 seconds. The girl from the Lan family seems to be very powerful. Countless people looked at these shining Dongjiang geniuses on the screen and were extremely excited. However, the next moment, the upper right corner of the screen, which was originally vacant and ready to announce the results, suddenly flashed. A name suddenly appeared. The discussion in the entire examination center was gone. Full score ranking. Current test round, first round. Ranking, number 1, candidate Linny, passed the first round in 2.36 seconds, and got 1,000 points. Ah! Everyone was stunned. They looked at Li Zhiruwei and Qi Xiaoying who were madly attacking on the big screen, and they all felt that their CPUs were about to burn out. What's going on? Why did you kill them instantly when others were just half-blooded? Not only the Dongjiang executives who were watching at the examination center were shocked. The countless candidates who were desperately attacking in the first round of the test were also shocked. Boom! Another rocket was fired from the muzzle of Li Zhiruwei's right arm. However, it missed. His mind was confused, his gun was slow, and he even forgot to aim. He was determined to win the first place in the province in the first round. However, he never expected that when he was half-blooded, others had already been killed instantly. Qi Xiaoying on the other side did not perform much better. Her target has always been Li Zhiruwei. The two not only know each other, but also have a good relationship. To be honest, their relationship is as subtle as that of Lin Yi and Zhang Ye in the 3 years of high school. It's just that the gap between Qi Xiaoying and Li Zhiruwei is much smaller than the gap between the previous two. In this first round of exams, from the perspective of burst output alone, the dozens of dazzling patterns that Qi Xiaoying has been saving can be used to lay the foundation for her victory. She is the one who is determined to win the first place. However, a name called Lin Yi suddenly appeared on the list. She was shocked for a moment. She was even a little scared. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Just a moment of distraction caused 3 or 4 of the 26 dazzling patterns that she had been restraining with her mental power to dissipate. By the time she reacted, it was too late. On the other side, Lan Ruoi also saw the name on the list in her own exam copy. Lin Yi. Isn't this the level 42 professional who was waiting with him at entrance number 1? He actually passed the first round so quickly. What a terrifying output. As for Zhao Kai, who had looked down on Lin Yi before, he was vomiting blood at this moment. Because he had regretted it a little. The difficulty of purgatory was not suitable for him. Because the goblin in front of him had just lost a layer of blood. All his skills hit this goblin, it was really too damn painful. The examiner was really perverted. With such high double resistance, who can beat it? There will be no monsters with such high resistance in the dungeon. Compared with Zhao Kai, all the people from Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School who knew Lin Yi were like taking stimulants. Especially Zhang Shan. At this moment, he was standing still under the attack of 4 or 5 goblins, unmoved. The knight profession can take the output route. Of course, it can also take the protection route. During the registration phase of this college entrance examination, professionals will be asked to choose their duty orientation. Output, protection, and support. Choose one of these 3 orientations and then take the corresponding test. Since it is a national college entrance examination, it naturally covers all professionals. You can't let a priest who has only obtained the healing skill test his speed in killing monsters. So Zhang Shan chose the protection duty. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was full of strength. He could withstand 5 or 6 more monsters. Just because this guy was showing off to the examiners in charge of his area. Hey! The one ranked first now is my brother. Ha ha ha. It's really my brother, I didn't lie to you. I.e., you are awesome, the first in the province. The examination rules really don't stipulate that candidates can't make loud noises in their own examination copies. Because after all, the copy space is independent and will not affect other candidates. So this guy's shouting directly made the invigilators speechless. They really wanted to say, yes, 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 I know, then your buddy got first place, but what does that have to do with you? In the dungeon where Lin Yi was. He was a little bored. He sat down on the ground. Then he looked at the score sheet above his head. He just got 1,000 points. This score was too rounded. It made him feel like he got full marks. Well, he wasn't sure if it was full marks, but he was sure he was first. Because the leaderboard was hanging next to the score sheet. Now, more than 20 seconds have passed since the start of the first round of assessment. Finally, Lin Yi is not the only one on this leaderboard. Gradually, one name after another appeared on the list. Number 1, candidate Lin Yi, passed the first round in 2.36 seconds, and got 1,000 points. Number 2, candidate Qi Xiaoying, passed the first round in 23.27 seconds, and got 877.6 points. NO.3, candidate Li Zirui, passed the first round in 24.88 seconds, and obtained points, 861.1. NO.4, candidate Su Jia, passed the first round in 28.79 seconds, and obtained points, 812.1. NO.5, candidate Lan Rui, passed the first round in 34.03 seconds, and obtained points, 759.9. The list only shows the top 10. These 10 people who can make the list are the entire Dongjiang province. The real strong ones among more than 100,000 candidates in this national college entrance examination. Such a list. It also appeared in the upper right corner of the big screen in the examination center. Even Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, who were calm, were a little uncalm now. The two looked at each other and saw shock on each other's faces. Li Yuanjing asked, "Why haven't you adjusted his picture after so long?" Hearing the question of the big boss. The staff member who just promised to retrieve Lin Yi's footage in 2 minutes shuddered. He was sweating profusely. To be honest, only a few dozen seconds had passed. Less than a minute. I can't do anything even if you rush me. It just takes time. But what can I do? He is a big leader, and I can only swallow my bitterness. Report, report. Immediately. Immediately. I'll urge you again." The man ran away quickly. Li Yuanjing smiled bitterly when he saw that his youngest son could only finish third on the list. "I never expected that Ziri would make such a big mistake in the first round." Shi Guoguang also sighed. Xiaoying is the same, she lost 4 or 5 of her dazzling patterns. It seems that this boy gave them a big shock. Li Yuanjing, nonsense. Didn't you see that he, the first one, and your granddaughter, the second one, just pulled a gap and came out? The difference between 2 seconds and more than 20 seconds is nearly 10 times. Watch the replay later and see how this kid did it. Tianhai City, outside the first examination room. At the beginning of the exam, after all candidates have entered the room, the place is still crowded. There are a large number of locals from Tianhai City who come to every examination room to join in the fun. There were also teachers, parents, and some staff from the education department who came from other base cities throughout Dongjiang province to take the exam. Most of these people will take their students and children home after the college entrance examination. Outside the 22 examination rooms in Tianhai City, there is a huge spiritual crystal display. Screen displays the current exam progress and related ranking information in real time. On the display, suddenly a line of large characters jumped out. The first round of this year's exam is over. The first round rankings are announced. The next moment, names appeared on the ranking list one by one. The list outside has a large screen, so it can accommodate the ranking information of the top 100 candidates in the province. After seeing the list, outside the 22 examination rooms in Tianhai City, countless people exclaimed. The whole place was in an uproar. Look, that number 1. It's a name I've never heard of. Lin Yi? Do we have a big family of professionals named Lin in Dongjiang? Yes, there is, but it's not from a big family. Who is this Lin Yi? Has no one seen this incredible clearance record? Fuck, 2 seconds? Yeah, the second one was just over 20 seconds. It's a bit exaggerated. This year in Dongjiang, a super dark horse emerged from the first round of exams. It's not just a dark horse, this is a Pegasus. Countless people talked about it. From today on, the name Lin Yi has completely entered the eyes of most people in Dongjiang. On the other side, the examination center. Deputy Director Li, is this guy's 1,000 points a perfect score for this round? A subordinate asked a question. Li Yuanjing nodded. If you can kill that goblin monster within 10 seconds, you will get full marks. After 10 seconds, 10 points will be deducted for every second that passes. No more points will be deducted after 500 points are deducted. As long as you can kill the goblins within the 3 minutes of this round's time limit, you will get the 500 points guaranteed to pass the level. This rule was drawn up by me and Lao Yi back then. The Lao Yi mentioned by Li Yuanjing is the top leader of the entire Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. Yi Heng. It's just that he is having a meeting in the imperial capital at the moment. Getting full marks on purgatory difficulty, I haven't seen it in years. Shi Guoguang was also a little emotional at this time. Li Yuanjing also had a look of reminiscence in his eyes. It is not difficult for geniuses who come from top bases like Daijing and Shanghai to get full marks in the first round of purgatory difficulty. However, we in Dongjiang have not seen such amazing talents in the past 10 years. This guy is the first of his kind in the past 10 years. The screen in the large conference room suddenly flashed. At this moment, the replay of Lin Yi's performance in the first round will finally be played. Everyone was curious as to how Lin Yi passed the first round of testing in just 2 seconds. Playback starts. The entire playback video was about the same time as Lin Yi's clearance, only about 4 or 5 seconds. But after watching the video, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Play it again. Li Yuanjing also felt a little incredible. Immediately ask the people under you to play it again. After the second playback started, Li Yuanjing added another sentence, slow playback. Under the slow playback effect, this time everyone finally saw clearly what Lin Yi had done. In fact, it's nothing. The moment the goblin monster just appeared, 5 or 6 huge fireballs the size of a washbasin appeared in front of Lin Yi. These fireballs were like a barrage of fireballs, bombarding the goblin monsters in a straight line with extremely high frequency. The goblin monster's blood volume dropped crazily at an extremely terrifying speed. After just over 2 seconds, the blood volume was cleared. When the goblins disappeared, there were even 7 or 8 pyrotechnics in flight, bombarding them into the distance. Is this the Flame Mage's second-level skill Pyroblast? Li Yuanjing suddenly realized. The first time because the speed was too fast. He even thought that Lin Yi used some kind of fire spell that he didn't understand. Why is it like a fire dragon? Only now did he realized that it was not a fire dragon, it was just the effect of countless pyroblasts being rubbed out by him in an instant and then bombarded continuously. Qi Guoguang nodded, it's Pyroblast. This kid has already completed his second level. It's not surprising that he has mastered a second-level skill. Li Yuanjing took over the conversation. The really strange thing is, how could he release the Pyroblast technique so many times with such terrifying efficiency, right? Qi Guoguang nodded solemnly. As a superior spell of Fireball. Pyroblast not only does more damage, but also has an effect that Fireball doesn't have. That is, when dealing damage, it ignores 40% of the target's magic resistance. With the goblin monster's high magic resistance, even if he were to deal with it, he would give up the higher-level triple flame spear and choose to use Pyroblast. It can definitely kill monsters faster. Does he have any skills for singing quickly? Qi Guoguang shook his head. It is absolutely impossible for the mage's passive skill high-speed chanting to have such an exaggerated effect after it reaches level 2. If you want to use nearly 20 pyrotechnics in 2 seconds, there is only one possibility. This kid's Pyroblast technique is instantaneous. Moreover, his mana is also very strong, enough to support him to release so many pyrotechnics in such a short period of time. Li Yuanjing also understood what Qi Guoguang meant. When he awakened his profession, he should have awakened a certain talent, right? Qi Guoguang affirmed, yes, and this talent should allow him to cast spells instantly, and even increase the cost of skills. That's not surprising. No wonder he was able to reach this level in just 30 days. To everyone present, the impact of the instantaneous level 2 Pyroblast technique on them was limited to Lin Yi's age and extremely low professional experience. At the age of 18, I had just started my career for a month. This fighting power is very abnormal. But that's all. Soon, the playback video ended. On the big screen, those candidates who were included in the list and focused on were replayed. However, this time Lin Yi's picture was placed directly in the center. Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, the two previous favorites for the championship, could only move to the sides and give up the C position to Lin Yi. The second round of testing, I remember, was a quick kill of multiple targets, right? Yes. The first round tests the ability of output-type professionals to quickly kill a single target, that is, the burst ability. The second round tests the burst ability against multiple targets. To be honest, the second level is much more difficult than the first level, because most professionals only have one small single skill in the first turn, and almost no ability to fight against a group. Even if they have, they basically attack the main target, and then some splash damage will be generated around the main target. In the second round, there will be a total of 20 goblins that will not move or attack, with double resistance of about 300 and only 1000 HP. For some legendary professions, if they have real AoE skills and means at this time of the first turn, then they will definitely have the upper hand in this round of testing. In fact, Li Yuanjing has been eavesdropping on the discussions of the people behind him. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His son Li Zirui's profession has nothing else but too many skills for large-scale firepower coverage. The rocket he used before was actually an AoE explosion damage. He might win this round. As for Lin Yi, although Li Yuanjing is optimistic about him, according to his understanding. Mage, Fire Mage, even if it is a third-level skill. Triple Flame Lance, it is just a little bigger in range. 3 Flame Lances can hit 3 goblins at most. And the real AoE skill is the 4th-level Flamestorm. This kid can't have such a high level skill at this level, right? Qi Guoguang, who was sitting next to Li Yuanjing, of course also noticed the thoughts of this old friend. Ha ha. It's not only your Zhe Rui who has AoE skills. My granddaughter also has it. Let's wait and see. In this second round of tests, I must take the first place and win back a city. The two thought so. The countdown to the start of the second round on the big screen was less than 10 seconds. Most of the candidates were preparing for the second round in advance. On the big screen, Li Zirui stood in place, but his eyes were bright and focused, and all kinds of weapon systems had been charged. He only waited for the monster to refresh, and he would instantly pour out his firepower. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying was no less capable. At this moment, she had already activated a field skill in advance. The 4-meter range around her was all red. As soon as the monster appeared, it would be instantly burned by this field, and it would be killed more quickly. It seems that the girl from the Lan family may also reach the top in this round. Suddenly someone noticed the corner of the big screen. The live broadcast screen of Lan Ruoi. In the screen, Lan Ruoi, who had a cold temperament, kept chanting magic spells. Then, rock balls with purple light flashing in the sky gradually took shape and floated up. Why are there so many rock balls suspended in the air? She is a rare job transfer of the mage system, the gravity mage. Is this the second level skill of the gravity system? She hasn't even reached the second job transfer yet, but she has already mastered this spell? This skill is too advantageous. When the monsters are refreshed, she will directly control these 7 or 8 rock balls to smash down. The AoE damage that bursts out instantly will definitely be terrifying. Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang also noticed this. They all felt a shudder in their hearts. Don't tell me, with so many rock balls smashing down, they don't believe it's not area damage. Who will get the first place in this round? It suddenly became confusing. Just when all the Dongjun geniuses showed their magical powers. Lin Yi, who was on the main screen, stood out as someone who didn't take the usual path. On the screen, Lin Yi was already sitting on the smooth ground, drawing circles with his fingers out of boredom. Lin Yi was really bored. I had thought that the National College entrance examination, or the purgatory difficulty, should make me serious. Who knew it was just like a child playing house? 20 goblins with 1000 HP? Are you kidding me? Isn't this all killed by a firestorm? Is it difficult? So, he was too lazy to stand. He just sat on the ground. In the examination center. Countless bigwigs saw Lin Yi like this and instantly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid, why do I feel that he doesn't care much about this National College entrance examination? Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Yi in the middle of the big screen and couldn't help complaining. Qi Guoguang also nodded. He doesn't have AoE means, and knows that he will definitely not perform well in this round, so he is a little self-destructive? As soon as Qi Guoguang put forward this hypothesis, it was instantly recognized by many people. Although Lin Yi is at a high level. Although Lin Yi can instantly cast Pyroblast. But in this situation where he needs to quickly kill multiple targets in a large range, he should be a little stretched. Pyroblast requires aiming. Although the refreshed goblins will not move. But the position distribution is random. You can use Pyroblast instantly. At the beginning, you may not need to aim and can hit the target. But later, if you want to hit the target, you must aim. It is impossible to kill so many goblins in 2 or 3 seconds. After all, this guy is just an ordinary profession. He can't even compare with rare professions. It is even more impossible to surpass legendary professions. On the big screen, the countdown is reset to 0. The next moment. In all dungeons, 20 goblins were refreshed in the blink of an eye. Li Zirui, who had been ready for battle, opened fire directly. The roar was endless. The dungeon was filled with smoke, and it was like a battlefield in Leah. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying's domain also completely included all goblin monsters. The passive skill of the battle spirit fighter profession was also crazy at this moment. As long as a certain number of damage is caused to a monster, a dazzling pattern will be generated. The burning of the field, plus her own small-scale AoE sweeping attack. The output of the dazzling pattern is almost 10 times that of the previous one. Under the explosion of countless dazzling patterns and the burning of the field, her efficiency in clearing monsters is not inferior to Lee Zerue at all. On the other side, Lan Ruoi is more direct. A full 10 rock balls fell down with a bang. She can already think of the scene in the next moment when her name appears on the leaderboard. However, at this moment, on the big screen of the examination center, an extremely blazing orange-red light suddenly appeared. The light came from the screen in the middle. I saw countless burning airwaves carrying bright embers, falling from the sky, smashing hard on the 20 goblin monsters. The next moment, the ground was burned to a dark red color, and the 20 goblins disappeared directly as if they melted. This time, Shi Guoguang couldn't sit still. He opened his eyes wide in an instant. The leaderboard jumped again. Current test round, second round. Rank, number 1, candidate Linny, passed the second round in 0.1 seconds, earned points, 1000. All the Dongjiang high-level officials were stunned. Fuck! Nima! Some even yelled directly in front of the leader. His usually modest and civilized image suddenly collapsed. Seconds. See you again in seconds. And this time because Lin Yi happened to occupy the C position. They see it more clearly than anyone else. Almost those 20 goblins just refreshed. The storm formed by countless blazing fires and high-temperature air currents crashed down instantly. Lin Yi was still sitting on the ground. He didn't even glance at the 20 goblins. Everything seems to be taken for granted. In the blink of an eye, destruction comes. In the examination room, countless candidates were dazzled. I saw a name pop up again on the blank ranking list. Still familiar 2 words. Lin Yi. What followed was an unfamiliar and even more unbelievable result. 0.1 seconds. Damn it! It's him again. The battle for the top spot in the second round completely lost its suspense the moment the assessment began. How the hell is this done? Which big shot is this reincarnation successful? Damn it, 0.1 seconds. This god of forest, please use your magical powers. Every time you get results that look like cheating, it will make my heart unbearable. Countless candidates felt a little broken in their hearts. Now they even plan to protest to the invigilator. Please don't show this ranking list in the dungeons of novices like us, okay? The mentality will explode. In the examination center, Li Yuanjing stared at Lin Yi's ranking in the upper right corner of the big screen, and the results that followed. The heartbeat is very fast. He suddenly thought of something. More than 600 years have passed since the National College entrance examination began in Daxia. In the past 600 years, has any candidate been able to achieve such a result in the second round of purgatory difficulty? If there is not, did he witness history in his lifetime? Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He wanted to check it out. He waved his hand. Soon a subordinate came over. Li Yuanjing leaned close to his ear and said, "Go check what is the best record of the second round of the purgatory difficulty in the more than 600 National College entrance examination records of our Daxia." The subordinate nodded excitedly. When he heard it, "Okay. I'll go now." Obviously, he also realized that the record created by Lin Yi might have broken the historical extreme value. 0.1 seconds, too exaggerated. However, Li Yuanjing stopped him and continued, "Then let the invigilation team thoroughly check whether there are any technical problems in Lin Yi's copy, and whether such a record appeared because of a bug. By the way, check his status bar, equipment bar, etc. to make sure he didn't cheat." The subordinate nodded repeatedly when he heard it. If these two are confirmed, then it can be proved that the score obtained by this candidate is legitimate and there is no cheating. After the explanation, the subordinate hurried to check. And these short 10 seconds passed. The ranking list on the upper right corner of the big screen changed again. In addition to Lin Yi, many new people appeared on the list. Current test round, second round. Current round points ranking. Number 1, candidate Lini, passed the first round in 0.1 seconds, and got points, 1000. Number 2, candidate Lanroy, passed the second round in 9.42 seconds, and got points, 939.3. Number 3, candidate Chi Xiaoying, passed the second round in 12.88 seconds, and got points, 816.1. Number 4, candidate Li Zirui, passed the second round in 13.03 seconds, and got points, 805.4. Number 5, candidate Ding Chuqing, passed the second round in 13.67 seconds, and got points, 799.9. The points that can be obtained in the second round are the same as the first round, both of which are full marks of 1000 points. However, this time, it is obvious that many new faces appeared on the list. Single burst and group burst are two different advantage intervals. Professionals like Chi Xiaoying and Li Zirui who can take care of both are rare. So the list was directly changed. And it is worth mentioning that Lan Ruoi's tactics were very successful and she emerged as a new force. The Gravity Mage can store spells such as rock balls, which gave her a great advantage in this round. Instantly surpassed Li Zirui and Chi Xiaoying. But these geniuses with dazzling halos were instantly eclipsed in front of Lin Yi, the big devil. How dare the Firefly compete with the bright moon? Soon, Li Yuanjing got a reply to the things he asked his subordinates to do. Deputy Director Li. I just asked all the staff of our technical department to recheck the status gain, items and equipment of the candidate Lin Yi, and all the items that may be cheated. There are no abnormalities. And there are no abnormalities in the copy status and data. He got this score honestly. The subordinate in charge of reporting was obviously very excited. His voice couldn't help but get a little louder. Everyone in the examination center who was closer to Li Yuanjing heard it. Instantly, their expressions were also amazed. It's incredible. We originally thought that the first place in our province this year should be between Li Zirui and Chi Xiaoying, but who knew that Lin Yi would come out halfway? He still got full marks in this round. The examination center should have remained serious and silent. And the two big guys, Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, did not talk out loud. Others should not speak easily. But at this moment, it doesn't matter. Because Li Yuanjing is in a good mood. The news reported by his subordinates immediately made him smile even more. Deputy Director Li, we have just checked the relevant records in the Daxia archives. In the National College Entrance Examination held in 2876, a candidate from Shanghai scored a good score of 0.48 seconds in the second round of the Purgatory difficulty. This record has not been broken in the past 100 years. Today, it was broken. And it is worth mentioning that the candidate who created this record before was named Zheng Yingxiong. Hearing this name, everyone in the conference room gasped. Li Yuanjing said in surprise, "It is the 21st god of war of our Daxia, that Zheng Yingxiong?" The subordinate nodded. Li Yuanjing couldn't sit still. He felt that he was a little too excited. Try to calm his excitement. He stared at the big screen with burning eyes, and said slowly, "We still don't know how he will perform in the next few rounds, and whether he will be overtaken by the people behind. But at least at this moment, he has created the history of our Daxia. His record is unprecedented." Li Yuanjing is so ambitious at this moment. Although Lin Yi has no relationship with him. But the cultivation of the younger generation can also be developed slowly. The most important thing is that this is a candidate from their Dongjiang. If he goes to the imperial capital to report on his work and attend meetings later, he will also be proud. To be honest, I think his full score is a bit unfair to him. This sentence was said by Qi Guoguang. Li Yuanjing raised his eyebrows and looked at Qi Guoguang, who was sitting on the right side of the seat. Then he was also startled. Because the expression on the latter's face at this moment was 7 parts surprise, 2 parts appreciation, and the last part jealousy. That's right. He actually saw a subtle expression of jealousy and envy on the face of this 7th-turn holy magician who was 1 level higher than himself. Why did Mr. Qi sigh like this? Li Yuanjing asked. Qi Guoguang raised his finger and pointed at the points list in the upper right corner. Didn't you notice that even with a perfect score, his points are not far behind the second place? Li Yuanjing glanced at the list. I instantly understood what Qi Guoguang meant. Lin Yi's score had already reached 0 before the decimal point. As for the second place, it almost went straight to 2 digits before the decimal point. How many times the difference is this? Nearly 1,000 times the difference. And what about the score difference? Just over 60 points. No wonder Qi Guoguang said that this scoring system was unfair to Lin Yi. Li Yuanjing smiled bitterly. It's a bit unfair, but these rules are unified across the country. Although I participated in the writing of the scoring amendment, who among us could have imagined that one day there would be such exaggerated results as this kid's? Qi Guoguang smiled and said, it doesn't matter, the strong will always be strong. I believe that based on what he has shown so far, he should be the #1 player in Dongjiang province this year. Qi Guoguang made a direct judgment. This made Li Yuanjing look at him with admiration. No, bro. The whole province knows that you dote on your precious granddaughter. In addition, Qi Guoguang is famous for protecting his shortcomings. It was a bit difficult for him to admit that another stranger had surpassed his granddaughter and was aiming to be #1 in the province. But Qi Guoguang's next words directly caused everyone in the conference room to think deeply. Please give me monthly votes and recommended votes. There is also a follow-up reading. Thank you, readers. This chapter is the first chapter where the protagonist becomes famous. I wanted to write it in as much detail as possible, but I read in the book review section that some brothers said it was a bit watered down. I am famous for taking advice, so I will speed up the pace and write faster in the next 2 rounds. How do you think he achieved this unprecedented time of 0.1 seconds? The spell he used just now is a 4th level fire spell, Flame Storm. The normal required chanting time is 5 seconds. And he is still instant. Qi Guoguang's words instantly caused an uproar in the whole audience. A word that wakes up the dreamer. Yes. How could they forget this most crucial point? The spell just now even made the entire big screen turn red. It's obviously quite popular. He is a level 42 mage who has just made his second turn. Instantaneous 4th level spell? At this moment, everyone realized how outrageous Lin Yi was. The talent he awakened should be very strong, allowing him to use 4th level spells at this level and in this job change situation. Li Yuanjing made a decision. For a time, countless bosses in the entire examination center looked at Lin Yi in a different light. That's right, this guy is just an ordinary mage. But the overall strength of a professional cannot only be judged by the strength of his profession. Talents, skills and even equipment matching must also be considered comprehensively. But the next moment, when they saw Lin Yi's performance in the center of the big screen again, the corners of their mouths twitched a few times. I saw Lin Yi sitting on the ground. At some point, a big chicken leg appeared in his left hand, and he was holding a bottle of ice-cold happy water in his right hand. Had a great time eating. Lin Yi's operation silenced the entire conference room. No, although your performance was perfect. But don't you take us lightly? The examiner who had been monitoring Lin Yi's copy opened his mouth. He wanted to turn on the speaker and issue a warning to Lin Yi. Candidates are asked not to be too presumptuous during the test. But then I thought about it, he seemed a little unworthy. This man is the ultimate ruthless person who directly scored full marks in the first 2 rounds. Maybe after today's exam, it will soar into the sky. In addition, there is no provision in the examination regulations that eating is not allowed during the examination. Of course, the premise is that these foods do not provide buffs. After finishing a big chicken leg, Lin Yi picked up the Coke and drank a few more gulps. Cool. Wiped his mouth. Then, there were a few more bags of potato chips beside him. The spicy konjac was delicious. Even though the system in the dungeon had already prompted that the second round of testing was over and the third round would begin in 1 minute, Lin Yi didn't look nervous at all. This kid. Something's wrong. A group of Dongjiang bosses in the examination center. They all have twitching faces. They have really never seen such a candidate, and they really don't pay attention to the National College Entrance Examination at all. But he is terrifyingly strong. Li Yuanjing suddenly smiled mysteriously, and then said, "You have character, I like it." And although he looks lazy, he actually takes exams very seriously. In the last round, as soon as those 20 goblins appeared, he reacted instantly and used 4th level magic to kill them. If you don't prepare in advance and stay focused, you won't be able to do this. As a leader, you have to look at things more carefully than the average person. Only when Li Yuanjing mentioned it did everyone realize it. Linny only looked relaxed on the surface, but in fact he was taking this exam seriously, and his evaluation of Linny was immediately higher. This can only show that this young man is much more mature mentally than his peers. As the second round comes to an end, the rankings have also changed. The points from the 2 rounds are added up to arrive at the current ranking. The entire top 100 rankings have undergone earth-shaking changes. Lots of ranking changes. There are also a lot of new names on the list. However, Linny, who was at the top of the list, remained unmoved. Outside the examination room, as the second round ends, the rankings are released again. Everyone was shocked again. Cumulative points ranking. Current round, second round, ended. First place, Linny, occupation, mage, place of examination, Zhangqing, points, 2000. Why is it him again? This Linny is so awesome. After 2 rounds, he still got a perfect score? I'm from Zhangcheng. Our place is too poor and remote. I didn't expect that such a super dark horse would come out. 6666. I just like to see this kind of script where the dark horse crushes all the well-known talents. To be honest, I guess those so-called Dongjang geniuses must be sweating now. Happy, if you like watching, come. More. I am also from Zhangcheng. My wife and children are all in my hometown. I came to Tianhai to work. Come on, fellow. Linny, come on for me. Come on. It's best to be first in the next round and win first place in the province. Those who watched the excitement did not think it was a big deal. Especially to most people, Linny is like himself in another world. Ordinary background. An ordinary career. But relying on hard power, he trampled all the dazzling new stars in Dongjiang under his feet. So cool. Ever since, Linny, a candidate without any family or power support. At this moment, he received the support of the widest audience. Return to the copy. 1 minute passed quickly. Soon the countdown to the third round began. The rules of the third round were also announced to all candidates in due time. Attention all candidates! The third round of tests is about to begin. This round of tests will test your long-term output endurance. After 10 seconds, a goblin giant will be refreshed in front of you. The attributes of this monster are set as unlimited HP, armor value and magic resistance are both 0. This round of exams is limited to 30 minutes. Please cause as much damage to the monster as possible within the time limit. The points for this round will be distributed according to the total damage caused to the target after the time is up. Please note that during the 30-minute test, 5 agile goblin monsters will be refreshed around the goblin giant every 30 seconds. The monster's dual resistance is also 0, and its health is set to 3000. After refreshing, the agile goblin will escape at a very fast speed. If it is not killed before it successfully escapes, 10,000 points of the current total output value will be deducted. Linny was also quietly listening to the rules of the third round. I have to say that the third round seems to be interesting. The first 2 rounds tested the burst ability against single and group, and this round tests the comprehensive output endurance? Linny analyzed in his mind. Since the blood volume of the goblin giant is unlimited, then within the limited time, if you want to cause higher damage, you need to consider the endurance problem. Take the fire mage as an example. This is a typical burst specialization. It is very fierce in the early stage of the battle. The damage may instantly pull away from other specializations. However, the mana consumption of fire spells is higher than that of other systems. After a wave of bursts, the mana is consumed too quickly and soon withers. So how to allocate the output rhythm in these 30 minutes is the ultimate test faced by all candidates. But for Lin Yi, this problem has been solved. The 10-second countdown ends. The goblin giant refreshes. And in the copy where Lin Yi is, a strong wind blows. Chi Guoguang, who has been watching all this, suddenly stands up. He looks at Lin Yi in disbelief. He feels the extremely strong wind element, which is gathering towards Lin Yi. Come and hit me, idiot. The goblin giant was extremely large, at least 7 or 8 meters tall, even taller than Lin Yi's molten flame demon. The moment it appeared, it opened its mouth and began to taunt. By the way, it also made a friendly gesture with its right hand that was used throughout the entire blue star and the entire Earth. Coupled with that expression, it really deserved a beating. Lin Yi wanted to complain about which smart guy designed this copy. In fact, Lin Yi was wrong. All the monsters in this copy were taken from a copy in reality. And the goblin giant in reality deserved a beating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled around Lin Yi. The next moment, a green tornado was generated above the goblin giant's head. The strong wind formed sharp spikes like needles, constantly attacking the goblin giant's flesh. Wind level 4th level spell, Storm Cyclone. Lin Yi chose this spell because it is the spell with the highest total damage that can be caused by a single release in a long-term battle. Storm Cyclone. Type, active skill. Level, level 4. Section, Storm System. Consumption, 4000 mana. Chanting time, 3.5 seconds. Cooling time, none. Effect, guide the wind element to form a huge tornado, attack all targets within the affected range, and cause 5 wind attribute damage to all targets per second. After attacking the target, the storm cyclone will no longer move, and will continue to rotate, causing damage continuously, with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. Note, strong wind. Listen to my command. All 4th level spells of the elemental system. They are all range spells. This is the characteristic of the mage profession. The wind system is no exception. It's just that the damage of this spell inherits the consistent tradition of the wind system. 125. 136. 207, critical hit. The damage number is only 1 or 200. It is completely incomparable to the fire system's damage value of tens of thousands. Scraping. But it scrapes very quickly. And it lasts very long. Once a storm cyclone is summoned, it will last for a full half an hour before dissipating. For a clumsy monster like the goblin giant who can only stand there and sneer, he can take all the damage for 30 minutes. Using this mechanism, Lin Yi continued to summon storm cyclones. 5, 10, 20. The number of storm cyclones covering the goblin giant is rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Dozens of storm cyclones bombarded the goblin giant together. The frequency of damage caused per second is terrifyingly high. 20 storm cyclones can achieve 100 attacks per second. Such a high frequency of attack. The goblin giant, who was just madly sneering, was trembling in the mouth, and his throat was like a cassette, unable to make any sound. Its huge body was also shaking wildly, looking funny and hilarious. This scene stunned countless people in the examination center. Chi Guoguang even stood up. Looking at Lin Yi on the screen, his brain was working wildly. He still couldn't forget everything he saw when he rushed to help Kanglan City more than 10 days ago. Is it him? It's him. Right, right. No. Right, right. No, no. Chi Guoguang's mind was constantly affirming and denying. The same fire and wind dual cultivation. The same young mage. But a person with extremely terrifying magic control, and can release the 7th level fire and 7th level wind magic at the same time. This kid in front of him is only level 42 and has just turned 2. Even if there is a mysterious talent blessing. Can he do this? The probability is too small. However, as a mage, his intuition has been reminding Chi Guoguang. All of this is related. Even the matter of Fei Lai Kain in the city of passing light is related to this young man. But reason rejected all his guesses. Mr. Qi, what's wrong with you? Although Li Yuanjing was also amazed that Lin Yi could actually use wind spells. But he was an archer after all. He didn't know much about the spells of mages. Qi Guoguang's thoughts were interrupted by Li Yuanjing, and finally, he could only shake his head, nothing. I just have some unrealistic guesses. Li Yuanjing wanted to ask something else. But after the third round started, the list in the upper right corner of the big screen was refreshed after a short delay. Current round, third round. Real-time list. Number 1, candidate Lin Yi, cumulative output, 53,696. Number 2, candidate Qi Xiaoying, cumulative output, 11,833. Number 3, candidate Li Zirui, cumulative output, 10,236. Number 4, candidate Ding Chuqing, cumulative output, 9,691. N0.5, candidate Fong Ming, cumulative output, 9,527. Because this round is about output value, the list is updated in real time. What remains unchanged is that Lin Yi is still far ahead. The gap with the second place is nearly 5 times. And if anyone looks carefully, they will find that the gap is gradually widening. Because as the number of storm cyclones increases, Lin Yi's DPS, damage per second, is also rising. The next second after seeing the list, countless people exclaimed again. It's him again. He's still number 1. Such high damage, what spell did he use? This kid is actually a dual cultivation mage. Too amazing, how did he get so many skill points? But why doesn't he use fire spells? Doesn't the fire spell have higher damage? The fire spell consumes more mana, so this kind of test of endurance must give priority to cost effectiveness. In the exam copy. More than 10 minutes have passed since the start of the third round. Li Zirui wanted to vomit blood. In the second round of group burst output, he lost to Qi Xiaoying, and he accepted it. But in this round of endurance test, he was determined to win. Because the legendary profession of alloy super cyborg has unlimited ammunition. It just takes time to reload. As long as he controls the rhythm. In these 30 minutes, he can guarantee that he can output anytime and anywhere. Absolutely non-stop. Other professionals will definitely experience fatigue and interrupted output in the second half of this round of testing, and will be unable to continue. With the score of this round, he is confident that he can rush to the top of the list. And he knows that Lin Yi, who ranked first in the first 2 rounds, has a strong burst. So at the beginning, when he saw Lin Yi at the top of the list, even if the gap was 5 times, he was not too anxious. Because in his opinion, Lin Yi only started to be fierce at this time. He must have withered in the future. Who knows? At this moment on the list, he is in second place. He caused an output of more than 100,000. He pulled the output of Qi Xiaoying, who was in third place, close to 20,000. And what about the first place? Now the output has exceeded 1 million. It's too damn amazing. Even if Lin Yi stops output now. Li Zirui also believes that it is impossible to catch up with his output. But the next second when he fell into despair, he suddenly saw the list floating in the air. The total output number of Lin Yi, who ranked first, suddenly flashed, and then the damage amount from millions of levels was directly reduced to 0. Happy May Day holiday. I wish all friends who read this book great wealth and happiness. Not only Li Zirui, but all the Dongjiang geniuses who aspire to be in the top 10 and have been paying attention to the trends on the list have noticed. The next moment, after Lin Yi's damage amount returned to 0, his ranking also disappeared. Li Zirui took Lin Yi's previous position and jumped to first place. What happened? What's the situation? This abnormal situation was immediately discovered by everyone in the examination center. Lin Yi's ranking, which was originally far ahead, instantly disappeared from the rankings. The scene that followed left them stunned. In the middle of the big screen, in Ling Yi's exclusive test copy, the giant goblin's huge body slowly fell. Ugh, I really can't fight anymore. Boom! The giant's corpse fell down and made a loud noise. Lin Yi actually killed this goblin giant. Report. The copy of candidate Lin Yi has a situation we have never seen before. The monster that was supposed to have infinite health was killed by him. Li Yuanjing frowned. What exactly is going on? Is there a bug in the mechanism? We're checking. Find out the results quickly. Yes. For a time, all the staff in the entire examination center who were responsible for maintaining copies broke out in cold sweat. They all realized that if this matter was not handled well, it would probably be a major accident. Lin Yi's results disappeared directly from the rankings. It also shocked all the candidates taking the exam at this moment. What's going on? Why did Lin Yi disappear? Didn't he already have more than 1 million in terror output just now? Isn't he cheating? Speculations like this arise in everyone's mind. After all, if there hadn't been any accident, how could the good number 1 on the list suddenly disappear? And the exaggerated output just now is also stimulating everyone's nerves. The first output has exceeded 1 million. And the second output is just about to break through 100,000. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? It's not cheating, how else can you explain it? For a time, many candidates whose blood pressure skyrocketed due to Lin Yi's extremely dazzling results, and whose mentality was on the verge of bursting. I feel like my thoughts are all clear. People are like this. When they encounter a situation that they cannot understand, they will subconsciously deny it. Moreover, you can't look down upon other people's good deeds. Ha 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 ha. It seems like. I said this kid must be up to something, he must be cheating. Zhao Kai saw Lin Yi drop from the first place on the list and disappear. Everyone was overjoyed. He was slapped in the face by Lin Yi in various ways before, and now his face is almost swollen into a pig's head. To say that he has no grudges against Lin Yi. That is impossible. Now that Lin Yi has been sanctioned for cheating, he's just popping the champagne. And, most importantly, although he is not in the top 10 on the list at this moment, but Zhao Kai himself estimated that his ranking should be around the top 50 in the province. Now that Lin Yi is missing, his ranking can be improved to a higher level. As for Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, who are really at the top of the list, they did not speculate on Lin Yi with the worst possible intentions like Zhao Kai. They don't know whether there was cheating or not. All they knew was that the dark clouds that had been hanging over their heads had been temporarily dispelled. The oppressive feeling of 1 million level output is no longer there. They all felt that they had cleared the clouds and seen the light. Call. After taking a long breath, their minds were focused again. There are still 10 minutes left before the end of this round of exams. These 20 minutes of high-intensity output and attacks are actually very tiring. If the first 2 rounds can be said to be sprints. So this round is an ultra-long distance run that tests endurance. Examination Center. Although engineers and professionals throughout Dongjiang province who are responsible for maintaining the stability of this national college entrance examination copy are working overtime and working together to investigate what happened to Lin Yi's copy. However, they found nothing. Judging from the data fed back from the background, the first thing that can be confirmed is that this examinee did not cheat. All the skills he uses come from himself. There is no external assistance. And all of his own status and buff effects are monitored at all times. Completely eliminates the possibility of cheating. So something went wrong with the goblin giant that was set to have unlimited health? No problem. Its values and mechanisms are all normal. Everyone was confused for a moment. There was a hint of fear in Lin Yi's eyes. How did he do it? Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang are also thinking about this issue. But soon Li Yuanjing discovered a detail that surprised him. This kid seems not surprised by the current situation? Qi Guoguang was reminded like this and immediately seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Yuanjing, does this monster you created really have unlimited health?" Li Yuanjing shook his head. Of course it can't really have unlimited health. Wouldn't that mean he is truly invincible? The demon god of the abyss doesn't even have infinite health. This copy used for the National College entrance examination was extracted from the abyssal plane by our Daxia master Zhou Qianye relying on spiritual crystal technology. After extracting it, he made drastic changes to this copy. Because it is no longer dominated by Blue Star Heavenly Tao and Abyss. All values of this copy can be changed at will. But true invincibility is impossible to achieve. All the monsters and boss we have encountered so far that have the status of invincible are actually limited invincibility. There are many restrictions and specific circumstances, and there is a certain damage ignoring and immortality mechanism. The same goes for this goblin giant. Although the blood volume is set to be infinite, it must have a condition for being destroyed. I don't know what this condition is. Qi Guoguang heard this. Lost in thought again. Not long after, his eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. Then he said, I think, I understand. Let the people in the technical department check the number of hits that Goblin Giant has received. If my guess is correct, although the blood volume of this monster is set to be unlimited, once the number of hits exceeds a certain upper limit, the instant death mechanism will be triggered. Li Yuanjing heard this. He was also startled. Then nod. He also remembered. In the Abyss dungeon, some boss's invincibility mechanism is like this. As long as he doesn't withstand a certain number of attacks, he will never die or even lose blood. Once it takes enough hits, it will enter a defense-breaking/vulnerable state. At that time, it is the best time to output. When most teams target this type of boss, they will bring output professions with higher attack levels to pass the level together, and then reserve explosive skills. After the boss breaks through the defense, burst out and take away one set. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Yi on the screen. If everything is as he and Qi Guoguan calculated, this kid will once again create a record that no one has broken even since the college entrance examination system was established in Daxia. He is the first person to defeat Invincible. How's it going? Have you found out the reason? Li Yuanjing called his subordinates to come over and ask questions. However, the only answer he got was that Lin Yi was fine, there were no bugs in the copy, and everything was normal. As for why Lin Yi was able to kill the goblin giant with unlimited health, they knew nothing. Li Yuanjing was not angry. Even the details reported by his subordinates can further support his and Qi Guoguan's speculations. And they did their part. The rest is beyond their control. Li Yuanjing continued to order, report to the imperial capital. Let them get involved in this matter. Only those who have the authority to view the lowest structure and logic of our National College entrance examination copy. The subordinates were all shocked. Deputy Director Li. Please give us a little more time. We will definitely find out the cause and fix the problem. This matter really went to Daijing. That would confirm the fact that they are incompetent. Naturally, he planned to continue to fight for a chance from Li Yuanjing. However, Li Yuanjing comforted him, reported, this is not something you can thoroughly investigate, and I don't mean to blame you. If you really want to blame the Imperial Capital General Administration, I, the Deputy Director, is taking the blame. What are you afraid of? Yes. Everyone said this when they saw Li Yuanjing. The subordinate immediately went to do it. 5 minutes later. At this moment, 28 minutes have passed since the third round of testing began. In 2 minutes, this round of testing will be over. And Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguan finally waited for the news from the Imperial Capital Education Administration. Report. Deputy Director. We just received the cause of the accident and handling suggestions from our colleagues in the technical department of the General Administration. The dungeon monster that candidate Lin Yi encountered this time, the goblin giant, was killed because its built-in instant death mechanism was triggered. This monster has an infinite HP limit in the underlying structure. But it has a life bar with 1 million hits. You can understand that on the surface, it has an infinite health bar, but in fact, its life bar exists. Every time you are attacked, your health will be reduced by 1 point. After reaching 1 million hits, its real life bar will return to 0, and it will naturally die. Colleagues from the Imperial Capital Technology Department have asked their top officer for instructions. The relevant opinion is that the candidate did not use any abnormal means to conduct the test, but accidentally triggered the monster's instant death mechanism. Therefore, this round of testing should be considered as passed, and the score should be full marks. In addition, it seems that the top officer has developed a great interest in this candidate named Linny and requested us to divert the specific test scenes of the next round to them. Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang both looked surprised. Good guy, the real big guys in Imperial Capital are all interested in Linny. But if you think about it carefully, this is completely normal. To kill the goblin giant, 1 million attacks are required. Normal candidates, who can do this? But this Linny is not normal. Storm Cyclone provides 5 attacks per second. Just now, this kid summoned at least 400 to 500 storm cyclones on the goblin giant. As a result, the number of attacks the goblin giant suffered per second was close to 3,000. That's 180,000 times a minute. It is reasonable to finally reach 1 million attack stages and completely kill this monster. Qi Guoguang analyzed how Linny did it from the professional perspective of a wind mage. But he still felt excited. He is also a wind mage. It's a pity that when he took the National College entrance examination, he could only use the most basic wind blade technique. As for high-level spells like Storm Cyclone, he has never even heard of it. It is possible to look at the entire Great Xia, or even throughout the 1,000 years of history after the catastrophic era. There will never be another Linny. Li Yuanjing listened to the analysis. The originally serious face showed joy again. The senior officials of the education department in Imperial Capital cast their eyes on Linny. Naturally, the performance of the entire Dongjiang in this National College entrance examination will also come into their eyes. The benefits that come with it are too many. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, looked at his subordinates who seemed to be asking for credit, and reprimanded, "Why are you standing there? Follow the wishes of our general administration leaders. Put his ranking back to number 1. Show it to the senior officials of our General Administration of Education." Li Yuanjing has been in politics for so many years, and his sense of smell is very sensitive. Now he felt that he had a king bomb card. That is Linny. Linny. Don't stretch your hips in the 4th round. If you continue to get perfect scores, you will definitely be ranked first in the province, not to mention first in the country. You will also have a chance to compete. The number 1 scholar in the country falls on the gold content of their Dongjiang River. Li Yuanjing didn't even dare to think about it. You know, in the past 100 years, the top picks in the country are only from the top base cities of Shanghai, Daijing, and Tiannan. Imperial Capital has even taken all the top 3 spots in the country in the past 10 years. He is already thinking about the future. Hey! I'll do it right now. The subordinates were obviously very excited. He was so happy just now that he forgot about it. He ran away immediately. In less than a minute. In the last minute of the 3rd round of testing, which was about to end. A name. Like a bright meteor, it cut through the dark night. Re-topped the list. Trampled all the so-called geniuses again. Dongjiang, your real devil is back. Current test round. 3rd round. Rank, number 1, candidate Linny, current total output, infinity, points obtained, 2000. Rank, number 2, candidate Li Zirui, current total output, 156,693, points obtained, calculating. Rank, number 3, candidate Qi Xiaoying, current total output, 149,688, points obtained, calculating. Fuck. What the hell? What does that lying 8 mean? It's the infinity symbol. That's the infinity symbol, right? What are you proctors doing? Didn't he get disqualified for cheating? Explosion. In the less than 1 minute of this test. No one expected it. He's back. And he brought back a damage record that they didn't even deserve to look up to. There was no specific number, only a cold symbol. That symbol meant infinity. The most exaggerated thing was that Lin Yi had already scored points. Now the third round has not officially ended. Others are still working hard to output. Even if they are exhausted. If you deal more damage, you might get more points in the end. The rankings also changed. However, Lin Yi's appearance announced the end of the competition for the first place in this round. There is no suspense anymore. 2,000 points. He scored full marks again. Boom. Li Zhiruwei looked at the name on the leaderboard. He fired another shot that went astray. But it didn't matter. He stopped firing amid the smoke. His heavy breathing and the sweat dripping down indicated that he had reached his limit. This half-hour high-intensity endurance battle. He really couldn't hold on any longer. But what really crushed him was the name. Lin Yi. This name might be his inner demon for a long time. Time is up. The third round of testing is over. The half-hour test is officially over. The third round has come to an end. The score in this round is twice as high as the previous 2 rounds. Because in most dungeons, super long endurance is the embodiment of the superb skills of a DPS professional. The leaderboard is refreshed again. The total points of the 3 rounds are added up. Once again, there is a big change in the rankings of the leaderboard. This means that most professionals must have strengths and weaknesses. There must be a trade-off between burst and endurance. This reflects the heaven-defying nature of the legendary profession. Li Zhiruwei and Qi Xiaoying are the only ones who have secured the top 2 or 3 positions besides Lin Yi. At the main seat in the examination center, Li Yuanjing straightened his back unconsciously. The corner of his eyes kept glancing at the surveillance cameras around the entire hall. Because at this moment, the surveillance footage on their side has been shared with the imperial capital through the communication crystal. Now there are countless pairs of high eyes watching them. Of course, Li Yuanjing knew that the protagonist this time would only be Lin Yi, and he was just a foil. But knowing the difficulty of the 4th round, he kept cheering for Lin Yi in his heart. Come on, kid. After passing this round, you will be the first in the province and have the qualification to participate in the 5th round. The examination notice that Lin Yi received before only said that only those who passed the first 4 rounds and performed well could participate in the 5th round, but there was no detailed explanation. In fact, passing the first 4 rounds means that the competition in the province has come to an end. The provincial ranking is determined. Those who are qualified to participate in the 5th round will compete nationwide. After the 5th round, the total score of the first 4 rounds plus the score will be the national ranking of Daxia in this college entrance examination. Attention, candidates! The 4th round of tests will start in 30 seconds. The rules of this round of tests will be read out below. A reminder sounded in the minds of all candidates who chose the purgatory difficulty. Li Zhiruwei, Qi Xiaoying, and others all changed their colors. No, the 3rd round has just ended. They are all close to exhaustion. The mental and physical consumption is very large. For professionals like Lan Ruoyi and Qi Xiaoying who need mana to release skills, this is even more shocking news. Because they are almost all empty mana now. Without the help of alchemical mixtures and potions, it takes at least 10 minutes to get back to full mana. But now there is no rest between the 3rd and 4th rounds. Too cruel. As a person who has experienced it, I think this difficulty is the most abnormal. Other candidates who are not in the purgatory difficulty have 10 minutes of rest and adjustment time, which is also for them to relax, but the purgatory difficulty does not have it. The 3rd and 4th rounds are almost seamless. In the examination center, unlike Li Yuanjing, the deputy director, who knew that the senior officials of the Daxia Education Bureau were watching the broadcast at this moment, the others were not nervous. Instead, they talked aloud. Obviously, a few of them have also been beaten by this purgatory difficulty. In the copy. The rules of the fourth round were slowly explained by the system. This round of test will test your comprehensive ability. After 20 seconds, a Goblin King will refresh in front of you. The attributes of this monster are set as HP 50,000, armor value and magic resistance are both 1,000. This monster will not attack, but will continuously summon his guards to attack you. There are 4 different types of monsters in the Goblin Guard: Warrior, Mage, Archer, and Assassin. Goblin Guards of different professions have different skills. These guard monsters will release a large number of high damage skills that you need to avoid through displacement skills and skilled positioning. This round of exams is limited to 10 minutes, and your health will not be reset to 0 during this period. Please try to avoid skills while attacking the Goblin King under the siege of all Goblin Guard monsters. After you kill the Goblin King, the points for this round of exams will be distributed according to the percentage of your remaining health. After listening to the rules, Linny raised his eyebrows. This round of exams is finally closer to actual combat situations. It not only tests the burst output and endurance of all professionals, but also tests mobility and adaptability. Interesting. 20 seconds, it passes in the blink of an eye. The fourth round of exams begins. With the order of the system announcement. In front of all the candidates who chose the purgatory difficulty, a goblin monster with a crown on its head, a fat and bloated body, and extremely ugly appeared. The moment the monster appeared, it screamed loudly. It was a language that humans could not understand. The next moment, 3 or 4 elite goblins wearing armor and with sturdy limbs were refreshed. In addition, the elite goblins waving staffs and holding longbows also refreshed. In an instant, there were more than a dozen elite monsters of various shapes around the Goblin King. Lan Ruoi gritted her teeth. Forced herself to run. Because if she didn't run, her original position would be instantly filled with 7 or 8 sharp arrows. The attack frequency of these Goblin Guards was extremely fast. And the skills they used were also as powerful as if they were free. The biggest threat was the Guard Mage. The ice arrows of the ice system, the fire explosion spell, the wind 9 consecutive wind blades, and finally the earth quicksand spell. These 4 spells, combined together, directly turned the area around the Goblin King into an absolute restricted area. The skills were densely packed. The space under your feet suddenly turned into quicksand, which would entangle your ankles. Slowing down to the end, it would even become a restraint. Under such conditions, you still need to attack the Goblin King. Lan Ruoi even felt a deep despair in her heart. Puff! What she didn't expect was that the next moment after he dodged the rain of arrows and various spells, a short and thin goblin with a dark body suddenly appeared from the shadows. He stabbed her in the back with a knife. 314. Critical hit. Lan Ruoi immediately felt a piercing pain. She hadn't seen the Goblin King summon the assassin-type guards before, and subconsciously forgot this. In fact, the next moment after the Goblin King summoned them, these assassin guards entered stealth mode. Disappeared from Lan Ruoi's sight. Although Lan Ruoi was a little stretched at first, she could barely cope with it. As long as she finds the rhythm and opportunities in the follow-up, and clearly understands the logic of these monster attacks, she can find opportunities to deal damage to the Goblin King. But now these old Liui who can stealth and attack suddenly appear. All her rhythms and plans were disrupted. And the damage done by these assassins is terrifyingly high. After the assassin hits with a sneak attack from behind, there will be extra damage. The blood volume dropped rapidly, and Lan Ruoi could only grit his teeth in the end. Burn all the mana that has just been restored. The gravity field surrounding her soon became extremely small. She even floated into the air. Escape from the swarm of goblins at extremely fast speeds. This is the 3rd level spell of the Gravity Mage, which is weightless. It cost a lot of mana. Originally, she planned to save it for the Goblin King, throw it high into the air, and then smash it down hard. Cause huge damage to it. But now she had no choice but to use this skill as a life-saving skill. At the same time. In other copies. I abstain. I abstain. Zhao Kai's health value at this moment has dropped to only 1 point. And beside him, there were dozens of elite monsters from the Goblin Guards, who were inhumanely torturing him by whipping his corpse. Even these monsters have no forced control skills. But like most fighting games, when attacked, a certain amount of stiffness will occur. And humans are not monsters. Monsters have strong stiffness resistance and toughness. But Zhao Kai didn't. When he suffered so many attacks, he even felt like he was going crazy. Lying on the ground, twitching constantly, completely unable to move. At this time, the blood-locking system that comes with the copy has become the most terrifying torture. Help! I abstain. No more taking the exam, no more participating. I will never choose purgatory difficulty again. Zhao Kai never thought about the sarcastic words he said to Linny before the exam started. It turned out to be a boomerang. Hit yourself. His results in the first 3 rounds were already disastrous, and there was no rest time in this round. Almost as soon as the Goblin King and the elite goblins of his escort appeared, his blood volume was emptied to 1. Candidate Zhao Kai, do you voluntarily give up this round of exams? If you give up, you will not be able to get any points for this round of exams. A cold voice came from the sky. This is reconfirmation from the invigilators who have been monitoring all candidates. In the end, Zhao Kai abstained from this round. This means that he completely failed this exam. If he didn't succeed, he would choose nightmare difficulty. Then there is no problem for him to pass the 4 rounds, and the total points he can get will definitely be higher than what he gets now. A situation similar to Zhao Kai's occurred among all the candidates who chose the purgatory difficulty in the 22 examination rooms in Tianhai City. A large number of candidates could not bear the intensity and torture of purgatory difficulty and voluntarily gave up the exam. In the end, only Li Zirue and other people who were indeed stronger than other peers were still struggling to support themselves. It's too awful. Look at Li Zirue and Shi Xiaoying, they are also covered in glory. Only Lin Yi, a pervert, can face this level so easily. The differences in this world are indeed quite big. This last sigh comes from Qi Guoguang. Because it's on the big screen right now. Almost all the candidates who choose the purgatory difficulty level are on the line between life and death. Even if you are not attacked by a monster, there is only 1 drop of blood left. They all got lucky too. 10 minutes, even just half a minute passed. The next 9.5 minutes will be extremely difficult for them. And there's no point in just getting through it. You must also kill the Goblin King. Otherwise, even if you dodge all the skills and don't take any damage, you won't be considered to have completed the 4th round. However, there is one exception. The center of the big screen. The copy where Lin Yi is located. Highlight a sense of tranquility and harmony. Why? Because whether it is the Goblin King or the arrogant Goblin Guards, at this moment, everything turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Frozen in place, unable to move. Others are moving around like crazy. Lin Yi stood completely motionless. Move? Why move? As long as I control you all, don't I have to hide my skills? Fire, wind, ice. 3 cultivations. Li Yuanjing felt that his breathing was a little short. Today's 4 rounds of exams. Lin Yi gave him too many shocks and too many surprises. In addition to the fire element shown in the 1st round and the wind element shown in the 3rd round. He actually knows ice spells. Moreover, this kid is still using the 4th level ice skill, Blizzard. A large-scale blizzard fell throughout the dungeon, and countless water mist on the ground condensed into solid ice, seeping into the bone marrow of all goblin monsters. The damage of ice skills is also very touching. Not only is the segment number low, but the numerical value is also low. But the control effect is immediate. At first, the movement speed of all monsters covered by the blizzard was greatly slowed down. Then they were imprisoned in place. Now they were completely frozen into ice sculptures. Afterwards, Lin Yi did not drag his feet and ended the suffering of these monsters directly. Boom! 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 Fire Level 4, Fiery Storm, bombarded one after another. The blazing flames collided with the extremely cold ice and snow, snowflakes flew, and sparks flew. The scene looked like the visual effect was full. And the damage was also full. Dozens of goblin elites guarding their king had only a trace of residual blood left when the second fiery storm hit. The third one fell and he died directly. As for the goblin king, after the fourth fiery storm hit, the frozen state disappeared. The blood volume also dropped sharply. The passive effect of the sixth level of ice, bone-piercing cold. After Linny used the fire spell to break the ice, it directly reduced its maximum health. So even if its blood volume is much higher than that of its younger brother. Under the bombardment of 4 firestorms with high damage and percentage damage of maximum health, he could only scream and died on the spot. Only more than 30 seconds had passed since the start of the 4th round. Linny, with a crushing attitude, passed the 4th round. The remaining 9.5 minutes were all garbage time for Linny. In the conference hall of the examination center, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was not until Linny killed the Goblin King in an instant that Li Yuanjing took the lead and stood up. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded. Then, all the others who witnessed this scene were also very excited. They stood up and gave Linny the warmest applause and cheers. Full marks in the first round. Full marks in the second round. Full marks in the third and fourth rounds. A hexagonal warrior with no blind spots in all directions. The top scholar in the province this year, well deserved. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Where did everyone go on May Day? The author is working hard at home, hoping to save more manuscripts so that he can go out and play later. QAQ. Awesome. He got full marks in this round. Our provincial champion this year is out. This should create another historical record for Donjiang, right? Li Yuanjing felt that he was trembling slightly. Because Linny created not only one or two highest records in the history of the provincial college entrance examination, but also set a precedent. Full marks in 4 rounds. So far, there has never been such a super genius in their Donjiang province. Li Yuanjing stood up and said, his exams are all over. Let him out of the copy. I think he is a little impatient. I will personally give him the rules of the 5th round and the reward for our provincial champion. Li Yuanjing's adjutant was obviously stunned for a moment. You know, in previous years, he was the one who did this. I didn't expect that the boss would do it himself this year. This is enough to show that he attaches great importance to this candidate named Linny. After Li Yuanjing left the conference hall, Qi Guoguan did not leave. He at least wanted to see his granddaughter's performance in the last round and talk about it after the dust settled. He took a deep look at Linny on the big screen. He cultivated 3 skills, fire, wind and ice, and mastered the 4th level skills of the 3 systems perfectly. It can be seen from his ease in casting spells. This kid. His strength should be more than that. Even the 4 rounds of the purgatory difficulty test did not really force him to reveal his trump card. At Lin Yi's home, the clock hanging on the wall was ticking. Lin Yi's mother Su Qingfan took the mop and mopped the floor over and over again, even though the floor was already spotless. It can be seen that she has been doing housework this morning. Don't mop it, it's clean enough, you have mopped it at least more than 10 times. Lin Guodong sat on the sofa, feeling very irritable. There was a half bottle of Xiaobai on the table, and he drank it 1 cup after another. Apart from this, I don't know what to do. After sending Linny to the station in the morning, the couple did not go to work. They both took leave today just to take care of Linny. But waiting is always the most tormenting. The whole morning passed without any information, and they waited anxiously. Lin Guodong picked up the wine glass and gulped down another glass of white wine. The strong liquor burned his esophagus, giving him an incomparable stimulation, which made him more energetic. Then, Lin Guodong took the remote control and turned on the TV. In order to save money for his son's schooling, and both parents were very busy. So the TV at home didn't have a package and didn't have many channels. When the TV was turned on, it was Dongjiang Satellite TV, which was free throughout the province. A male and a female host sat in front of the news station and said with a smile, "Hello, dear audience friends, welcome to the noon news. Today is Monday, June 7th. The 2024 National Vocational College Unified Entrance Examination was held in Tianhai City this morning. 130,000 candidates from 34 base cities across the province passed 4 rounds of examinations, and the test results have been released. In accordance with the Daxia Vocational Examination Law, this station will publicize the results of the top 100 candidates in the province in accordance with the law. Please watch the detailed information below. When the TV was turned on, it was exactly 12 noon. Dongjiang Satellite TV, a mainstream media, also began to release the results of the province in the traditional media way. Su Qingfang stopped what he was doing and looked at the TV. Lin Guodong also stared at the TV. On the TV, the top 100 rankings of the province were released. Due to the limitation of the picture frame, the list can only be played in groups of 20. And the list after 50 only has the name, place of origin and corresponding occupation. Before the 50th place, the corresponding candidates' photos also appeared in groups of 10. As they watched, Su Qingfang and Lin Guodong lost interest. Because the list on TV at this moment has reached the group of 31st to 40th place. Of course, they can't see Lin Yi. But the couple didn't have any expectations for this. Dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Guodong got up and opened the door, and saw a middle-aged man with a fat body outside the door. "Guodong, the exam is over, let's go and pick up the children. Drive my car, just in time to pick up your son." This man's name is Zhou Heping, and he is from the same mining company as Lin Guodong. But Lin Guodong is an ordinary miner. Zhou Heping is the office director of the asset department. His usual work is much easier than Lin Guodong's, and his income is much higher. Lin Guodong smiled and said, "Director Zhou, no need. I also rented a car. I can pick them up myself later." Zhou Heping waved his hand. "Guodong, you smell of alcohol. You must have drunk a lot just now. How dare you drive? Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoliang called me just now. He did well in the exam and ranked in the top 5,000 in the province. He should be able to choose a good school for his application. What about Xiaoyi? Hasn't he called you yet? This kid doesn't even know how to report to you that he's safe, so you don't have to worry about it." The Xiaoliang mentioned by Zhou Heping was naturally his son. Lin Guodong was stunned. He was also wondering why this somewhat harsh office director on weekdays would be so kind today and take the initiative to invite him to pick up the children together. So he came to show off here. For a moment, Su Qingfang's face was a little ugly. She had heard her husband complain to her many times about Director Zhou's troubles. Now he had to take the initiative to show off his son's achievements when they were most anxious. Even if Su Qingfang had a good temper, she wanted to curse at this moment. Lin Guodong glanced at his wife and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. There was no way. If he wanted to continue working in the future, he really couldn't offend the director of the asset department. Just when he was about to pinch his nose and agree, the TV that had just been turned on finally played the top 10 list of the province this year. The top 10 had a higher standard. Not only were there photos, but there were also special voice reports. The following is the result of this year's National College Entrance Examination, the top scorer in Dongjiang Province. Candidate Lin Yi, from Jiangcheng Base City, scored 8,000 points in 4 rounds of examinations, the highest score in the history of the province's own college entrance examination system. It is reported that in the 4 rounds of tests in this college entrance examination, Lin Yi has broken 9 provincial records and created 3 new national college entrance examination records. The news anchors on TV seemed to be a little excited. They were talking about Lin Yi's achievements. But in reality, click. The mop in Su Qingfang's hand fell to the ground. She didn't know it at all. Because she saw a photo of her son on TV. It's him. It's really him. The next moment, Su Qingfang covered her mouth and nose with both hands, and tears couldn't stop falling. Lin Guodong's eyes were also red, and he saw the big words "top scorer" in the province written on the big TV screen. He wanted to roar in his heart. All the hard work over the past 10 years is worth it at this moment. Xiaoyi is the top scorer. The first in the province. As for Zhou Heping, who was smiling and proud just now, he felt like a thunderclap in his ears. Ah! Lin Guodong's son got the first place in the province? First? In an instant, he just boasted that his son's ranking in the top 5,000 in the province was no longer attractive. Is the top 5,000 worth your happiness? Then what about my son's? First place? Next, let us congratulate the top 10 candidates in the province this year. They will represent our Dongjiang province and go to Daijing to participate in the 5th round of the final test to determine the final ranking of this national college entrance examination. The new news is still on the air. The output on Zhou Heping's psychological defense line has never stopped. Now he feels that his old face is about to be swollen. The experience of being shown off by others when he failed to show off is really terrible. Lin Guodong will certainly not miss this opportunity. He will not miss this matter of finishing off the knife. Xiaoyi is really not very sensible. He didn't tell us in advance that he was going to Daijing to take the last round of exams. Well, Director Zhou, thank you for your kindness. Xiaoyi may come back later. I can rent a car to pick him up at that time. We appreciate your kindness. Su Qingfang also walked to Lin Guodong's side without knowing when. She took her husband's hand very virtuously. She looked at Zhou Heping with a smile. Zhou Heping felt like a clown. He nodded quickly and said, "Well, I won't bother you anymore." Ding-ling-ling. Just as he was about to run away, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Zhou Heping answered the phone after walking out of the Lin family's door. He was originally angry, but when he heard the voice of the person on the other end, he immediately became respectful. "Chairman, why did you call me in person? If you have anything, just let Xiao Liao notify me." Zhou Heping originally thought that the biggest boss of his company had found him. Maybe there was something good. Who knew that the next sentence of the person on the other end of the phone would make him dumbfounded? "Xiao Zhou, this is it. I heard from Xiao Zhang that you and a worker named Lin Guodong in our company are neighbors, right? The contact number he left on the list couldn't be reached, so I came to you. Are you at home now? Can you contact him?" Zhou Heping had a bad feeling in his heart. It was understandable that the chairman of their Dingxing mining would come to him, but what bad things could happen if he directly found a worker? It must be a good thing. Zhou Heping had a bad feeling in his heart. But he could only bite the bullet and said, yes, he is next to me." "Then give him the phone." Zhou Heping handed his mobile phone to Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong looked puzzled, ? "Zhou Heping, the chairman has something to talk to you." Lin Guodong took the phone. A few minutes later, he returned the phone to Zhou Heping. Then he told his wife Su Qingfang about the situation with a confused look on his face. "The factory said that I performed well and my performance was up to standard. Tomorrow I will be promoted to director of the asset department." Su Qingfang was overjoyed, plus her son's good grades. Today is a double happiness. "Guodong, then you don't have to go to the mine?" Lin Guodong also smiled, showing a row of neat white teeth. "No, I will also sit in the office in the future, and my salary has increased more than 10 times. "Zhou Heping?" He heard the sound of his heart breaking. What's going on? One phone call, and he became the most ordinary worker under his command. He suddenly became his immediate boss? What the hell? Tianhai City, the first examination room. Linny stepped out of the dungeon light curtain. Half a minute ago, he received a message that his 4 rounds of exams were all over. So he teleported out in advance. That's good, so he doesn't have to sit in a daze in that deserted dungeon space. He's had enough snacks and cola. Others are here to take the exam, but you look like you're here for a vacation. As soon as he came out of the dungeon, Linny saw a middle-aged man in the uniform of the Daxia Education Bureau, looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, Lin Yi, you won the first place in Dongjiang province this year. And it's a perfect first place. Before the exam, none of us thought that the first place in our province this year would be someone we had never heard of. Lin Yi, didn't they say there was a 5th round of exams? Perhaps because he had seen the king-level bosses such as the alienated Death Knight and the Shadow Demon Spider, Lin Yi's current vision is much higher than most of his peers. The monsters in these 4 rounds of exams were not even worthy of warming him up. So he didn't take Li Yuanjing's praise to heart. Instead, he calmly asked his own questions. In Li Yuanjing's eyes, this was a plus point worthy of praise. This young man's mentality is far beyond his peers. Let me introduce myself first. I am Li Yuanjing, Deputy Director of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Bureau. You can call me Uncle Li. Then answer your question. There is a 5th round, but it will not be tested here, but in the imperial capital. You can have a good rest at noon, and I will personally send you to the imperial capital in the afternoon. Even I don't know much about the details of the 5th round of testing. But it must be a special copy extracted from the Abyss world. The difficulty and mechanism will be explained to you after you arrive in the imperial capital. This is also the reason why you must confirm that you must have the Abyss entrance title. Okay, that's all about the 5th round. I'm here today mainly to meet you and give you a reward. Lin Yi's heart moved. He thought, there is indeed a reward. But on the surface, he was neither humble nor arrogant, neither happy nor sad. Come here. Li Yuanjing waved at Lin Yi. When Lin Yi approached, he took out a black scroll. After crushing it, Lin Yi felt a flash in front of his eyes. It was as if he had entered a teleportation array, and the world was spinning. The next moment, Lin Yi found that the surrounding scenery had changed. He had come to a new underground space. This is the underground treasure room of the Education Bureau. Give me your professional serial number first, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you. The reward for the first place in our province is 1 million dasha coins, which can be regarded as a scholarship for you. Don't think it's too little. In addition, there is a 1,000-point tradable skill point scroll, which is also a fixed reward. For the remaining 2 rewards, you can choose a T2 level treasure in the treasure list, and pick a skill book in your professional skill book list to receive it. Lin Yi was shocked. Wow, 1,000 tradable skill points. Based on the current Blue Star standard price, this is far more than 1 million dasha coins. Even if it is those aristocratic families, if they are not the top ones. To give 1,000 skill points to his younger generation in an instant, it is not a small amount. But these 1,000 skill points are just chicken ribs for him. So Lin Yi said, well, Uncle Li, can you help me exchange this 1,000-point tradable skill point scroll for other rewards? Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Yi in surprise. In his opinion, most people would not refuse skill points. But this kid actually refused and planned to exchange for other rewards. Li Yuanjing realized that maybe this kid wanted to get more rare treasures in the treasury? So he shook his head, this is a fixed reward, and it cannot be replaced with treasures in the treasury. Lin Yi also shook his head and said, no, I don't want to exchange it for treasures in the treasury, but for money. Li Yuanjing was stunned. Fuck, you don't want skill points, you want money? What's wrong with you, young man? Are you obsessed with money? Are you sure you want to exchange it for money? I must remind you that from a pure value perspective, the money that can be exchanged for 1,000 tradable skill points cannot buy 1,000 skill points. Lin Yi certainly understood this truth. But for him, the value of money is much higher than these 1,000 skill points. Lin Yi nodded and said, I'm sure. Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Yi for a second longer. He soon thought that even though this kid had already won the first place in the province, he seemed to have overlooked a key point. That is his origin. From a level 5 base city like Zhangcheng. He himself has no family background. He must have made countless times more efforts than ordinary people, plus the adventure, to achieve today's achievements. For an ordinary professional, how difficult it is to rely on oneself without relying on others. He can't empathize. But he can understand. Even Li Yuanjing has already imagined that Lin Yi's family is extremely difficult, and this kid is planning to make more money to make up for the family expenses. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's put it this way. According to the relevant regulations of our Daxia treasury, if you don't want the skill points and want to exchange them for Daxia coins, there will definitely be a loss. The loss is about 20%, but I will pay for this 20% today. Your 1,000 tradable skill points can be exchanged for about 5.35 million Daxia coins, which will be sent to your card together with the 1 million scholarship later. Okay, now there is one reward left for you to choose. Take a look at the list. After you decide, tell me and I will send someone to pick it up immediately." As he spoke, Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi to a treasure window. There was no staff at this window, only a spiritual crystal. He used his deputy director's authority card to swipe it on the spiritual crystal sensor port, and the next moment, the spiritual crystal light screen lit up. He clicked a few more times, set the filter function on the treasure list interface, set the ladder to level 2, and stepped aside to let Lin Yi check it himself. Lin Yi walked to the light curtain, touched the list with his finger, and slid up and down. Then, he was shocked by the preciousness of the things on the list. First of all, the breakthrough magic crystal that Lin Yi had been thinking about before was on this list. Although the rating was also T2, the number of pieces that could be obtained at one time was 3, which was more than enough to unlock his own necromancy branch skill tree. In addition, Lin Yi saw a lot of good things that he had never seen or even heard of. Attribute Magic Crystal, Spirit. Grade, Gold grade. Type, Disposable consumable. Use, allows you to randomly obtain 5-10 points of spiritual attribute value. Note, the upper limit of the attribute value you can obtain through the attribute magic crystal of this grade is 999 points. After exceeding this limit, the attribute magic crystal of this grade will not take effect on you. Lin Yi learned from the notes that this thing is a deep processed product made by combining the magic crystal technology currently discovered by the Blue Star human race from the abyss with the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, that is, the treasures of heaven and earth, and finally through alchemy. It can actually give attribute points directly. In addition to the magic crystals that can increase attribute points. Lin Yi also saw special magic crystals that can increase critical strikes enchanting speed. However, the grades of these two magic crystals are only bronze grade, and the increased attributes, such as critical strikes, are only 0.05%. Then T1 level treasures should have higher grade magic crystals of this type. Maybe there are magic crystals that reduce skill cooldowns. It is indeed a good thing, and Lin Yi is a little jealous. In addition to magic crystals with different functions, Lin Yi also saw a large number of spiritual objects that also provide permanent bonuses. There are also various scrolls. These scrolls can increase the experience points obtained by professionals. Some are also admission passes to certain rare resource copies. Even at the end of the list, Lin Yi saw equipment. And all these equipments are above platinum level. The attribute bonus is very high, and the special effects are also good. However, these equipments are not permanently obtained after selection. The usage time is marked in detail on it. That's right, these equipments are rented to you. After selection, you will get 1 month of usage time, and it will be recorded by the Daxia state-owned equipment management system. If anything happens, you will still be held accountable. And if it is damaged, you have to pay the price. Lin Yi shook his head, he would not do such a big injustice. The props at the end of the list have a lower cost performance. Forget about the rental equipment. Lin Yi also saw a lot of engineering creations, such as portable fragmentation mines that can create large-scale explosions. There are also various potions with extremely strong effects but duration. After reading all the lists, Lin Yi finally decided to take the breakthrough magic crystal first. This thing is too critical for him. After hearing Lin Yi's final choice, Li Yuanjing showed an unexpected expression. Most people, like you, chose the breakthrough magic crystal. Come on, if you can get a good ranking in the 5th round, our Daxia official will also give you a reward. Li Yuanjing asked his men to fetch the breakthrough magic crystal and personally delivered it to Lin Yi. It was a wooden box. Lin Yi opened the box and saw 3 crystals inside, which were translucent, gleaming with a faint crimson light and surrounded by black air. Breakthrough Magic Crystal. Grade, Diamond Grade. Type, Disposable Consumable. Effect 1, Unlock the side skill tree. Effect 2, Increase the level of one of your skill specialization by 1 level. Effect 3, Before entering the Abyss Dungeon, sacrifice a certain number of this item to increase the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon by 1 level. Note, only one of the above effects can be selected to take effect during one use. Linny was a little surprised. I didn't expect that breaking through the magic crystal would have a special effect, which is to increase the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. In this way, the value of his title, Abyss Conqueror, is immeasurable. It is equivalent to saving him a huge amount of money on breaking through the magic crystal. After all, when his level rises in the future, most of his time will be spent in the Abyss Dungeon. Higher difficulty means higher rewards. Okay, there is one last reward you need to choose, which is the skill book. Choose one and receive it. Li Yuanjing adjusted the treasure house light screen, and the next moment, a list of skill books of the mage profession appeared in front of Linny. It was the first time that Linny knew that there were so many types of elemental specializations in the mage profession. Fire, wind, ice, water, earth. These are the more common elemental specializations. So the skill books in the skill book list are all level 3. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of the rarity of the T2 level. In addition, Linny also saw the more rare elemental specializations. Light, dark, thunder, wood. The only thing missing was the necromancy that he had already obtained. It seems that the necromancy skill book is more precious than these elemental specializations. I was really lucky at the beginning. After thinking about it, Linny finally chose the thunder system. There is no other reason. He simply felt that the King of Thunder and Lightning was very impressive. The place where the skill book is stored seems to be behind the window where Linny and Li Yuanjing are. So after Linny made his choice, he also quickly got the skill book of the Thunder system. Skill book, Electric Shock. Type, Skill book, Classic. Profession, Mage. Learnable level, LV.5. Level, Level 1. Effect, after use, you will learn the skill, Electric Shock. Linny pinched the skill book and used it directly. Thunder system specialization is the orthodox skill tree of the mage, so there is no need to use the breakthrough magic crystal to use it. Li Yuanjing saw Linny's move and his heart moved. This kid has mastered another series of magic specializations. He won't become a foretrained mage in a very short time, right? Then, Li Yuanjing himself denied this idea in his heart. Because at present, except for the God of War level characters, there is really no one in the entire Blue Star who can specialize in more than 4 series of skills at the same time. Not only mages, but other professions also have specializations. Specializing in multiple branches at the same time not only doubles the skill points consumed, but also consumes a lot of energy for the professional. After all skill proficiency requires the professional to practice again and again to increase. The reason why Linny is now specialized in 3 branches of fire, wind and ice is probably because he has some talent that can directly improve the specialized spells by 2 or 3 levels. It makes him look like a 3 practice. In fact, it is because of the talent bonus that his starting point is a little higher than others. Thinking about it this way, everything seems to be reasonable. Okay, all the rewards for you have been distributed. Li Yuanjing raised his hand to look at his watch while speaking, and then continued, take this teleportation scroll. After using it, you will be teleported to the teleportation hall dedicated to our education bureau. I will wait for you there at 3 p.m. and personally send you to Daijing to participate in the last round of national examinations. Remember, don't be late. In the remaining time, you can go shopping in Tianhai, or if you want a rest, I will also find someone to arrange a single apartment for you. Linny took the teleportation scroll handed over by Li Yuanjing. Then he said, the time is too short, so let's not go shopping. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Uncle Li, please arrange a single room for me. Li Yuanjing nodded. More than 10 minutes later, Linny stepped into the door of his temporary apartment. This was originally an apartment for the Dongjiang Education Bureau to receive VIPs. Someone has always been cleaning it, and the comfort level is also very high. Linny was very satisfied. Lying on the soft big bed, Linny took out his mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, half an hour ago, he received a text message. It was a text message from Daxia Bank. At this moment, his deposit balance has soared from more than 1 million to more than 7 million. With the money in place, there are many more things that can be operated. Linny had never thought that he would gain so many things in half a day. It seems that only by relying on a national behemoth can more resources be obtained. This is true. Linny didn't know how much shock his current strength had brought to Li Yuanjing and others. But this was all Lin Yi's intention. Take the fourth round for example. The combination of the Goblin King and the Royal Guards. He even killed them instantly with a 7th level spell of the fire or wind system. There is no need to be so troublesome with blizzards and firestorms. But Linny knew that the more he showed, the more ice he would look at him. Having lived 2 lives, Linny was extremely cautious. And although he now mastered the forbidden spell, there is definitely a huge gap between him and the real top combat power in this world. Attribute values, equipment and even level suppression are all points that cannot be ignored. Let's not talk about whether those powerful people abroad will want to strangle him in the cradle. Just talking about Daxia, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no people coveting him. God knows whether there will be anything in this world that can plunder other people's skills and talents. He must be careful. It is this series of reasons that made Linny control what he has shown so far within the 4th level. Put away these thoughts. Linny took out the necromancy skill book and a breakthrough magic crystal in the portable space. Then click to use. This time, there was no message of failure to use, but a prompt popped up. Do you want to consume 1 breakthrough magic crystal, use the skill book, and unlock the side skill tree? Linny chose yes without hesitation. The next moment, the skill book shattered and turned into a light spot. It merged into Lin Yi's body. Congratulations, you have unlocked the necromancy side skill tree, and you have obtained a new skill, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. Linny opened his skill interface. He looked at the skill point balance. Allocated skill points, 64,132. After upgrading the forbidden spell, half a day passed and the skill points increased a lot. However, if you want to upgrade the skills of the necromancy system to a high level, these are still not enough. It's time to spend money. With a deposit of more than 7 million, Linny has the confidence this time. Do you want to spend 1.45 million real money to buy 10 consecutive days of idle rewards? 10 consecutive purchases will give you an extra day of idle rewards. Just when Linny was about to spend money, the system sent a prompt at the right time. The price of 1.45 million still made Linny feel a little exaggerated. But after seeing that the 10-pull, the 10-pull purchase can give 1 more day, he still chose this without hesitation. Purchase successful, you get 978,912 skill points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's skill point balance broke the million mark again. Opening the Necromancer skill mastery interface, Lin Yi began to add points. With the one-click point addition option, the process of adding points is not as painful as before. Of course, if you simply enjoy the pleasure of the ding ding ding, the skills are constantly upgraded, it is actually more fun to click madly. But Lin Yi is currently in a hurry, so he directly chooses to do it in one step. Consume 500 skill points, your Summon, Skeleton Soldier is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Summon, Undead Warrior. Consume 2000 skill points, your Summon, Undead Warrior is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Summon, Necromancer. Consume 5000 skill points, your Summon, Necromancer is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Consume 10,000 skill points, your Resurrection of the Dead is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Rune Infusion. Consume 50,000 skill points, your Rune Infusion is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Summon, Skeleton Dragon. Consume 100,000 skill points, your Summon, Skeleton Dragon is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Corpse Explosion. Consume 500,000 skill points, your Corpse Explosion is upgraded, and you get a new spell, Summon, Necromancer. This time, Lin Yi directly increased his necromancer skills to the 8th level in one go. The moment he saw the 8th level necromancy spell, a classic image emerged in Lin Yi's mind. Damn, Lich King, is that you? Ask for monthly votes and evaluation votes. The author kowtows to all the readers. Lin Yi looked through the 8 skills and immediately understood the characteristics of the entire necromancy skill set. The design characteristics of the entire necromancy skill set are also very distinct compared to other systems. First of all, from level 1 to level 8, there are as many as 5 summoning spells. From the most common skeleton soldiers to the Scourge Lord, the coverage is very wide. So the characteristic of the necromancy system is that there are many people. Many people beat fewer people, and everyone dares to do it. And even the lowest level skeleton soldiers have an invincible advantage compared to other summons. That is, they have no thoughts of their own and no intelligence. They only know to act according to orders. Naturally, there will be no extra fear or hesitation. A summon that is fearless, not affected by psychology, and can fully exert its full combat power, this is the horror of the Scourge. What made Lin Yi's eyes light up were mainly 3 of the skills. The first is the 5th level skill, Rune Infusion. Rune Infusion. Type, active skill. Level 5. Class, Necromancer. Consumption, 8,000 mana. Chanting time, none. Cooling time, none. Effect, study the power of Necromancer runes and infuse a weapon with exclusive Necromancer enchantment effects. Blood Rune, enchant a melee weapon to gain the following effect: when the attack hits, 5% of the damage value is converted into health recovery for you. Plague Rune, enchant a ranged weapon to gain the following effect: when the attack hits, there is a 60% chance to add the Scourge Plague status to the target, causing the target to lose 0.5% of its maximum health per second for 10 seconds. This effect can be stacked up to 10 layers, but the effect will be weakened against high-level enemies. Curse Rune, enchant any type of weapon to give the weapon the following effect: when the attack hits, there is a 10% chance to add any of the following abnormal states to the target: Curse of Weakness, Curse of Fatigue, Curse of Blindness, Curse of Choking, Curse of Fragility. Curse of Weakness, reduces all attribute values of the target by 10% and reduces movement speed by 25%. Curse of Fatigue, increases the cost of casting all skills of the target by 50%. Curse of Blindness, reduces the hit rate of the target's attack by 15%. Curse of Choking, extends the chanting time of all skills of the target by 30%. Curse of Fragility, reduces the target's armor value and magic resistance by 20%, and increases all damage received by 10%. Note, this enchantment effect is an exclusive enchantment effect and can be superimposed with regular enchantment effects. The duration of the above 3 rune enchantment effects is 72 hours. These 3 enchantment effects are too practical. Let's not talk about anything else. If Lin Yi wants to make money in the future, he doesn't even need to kill monsters and sell goods. Just set up an enchantment stall in the downtown area. It is estimated that there will be many customers. One enchantment, effective for 3 days, it is reasonable for me to charge you 58,800, right? In addition to this skill that can give Lin Yi another way to make money in the future, the 7th level, Corpse Explosion, is also terrifyingly powerful. Corpse Explosion. Type, active skill. Level, 7th level. Section, Necromancer. Consumption, 10% of maximum health. Chanting time, instant. Cooling time, none. Effect, detonate a corpse, causing dark attribute damage equal to 20% of the original maximum health of the corpse to all targets in a large range around the corpse. If there are other corpses within the detonation area of the corpse explosion, a chain reaction will be triggered, causing all corpses within the range to explode in a chain reaction, causing dark attribute damage of 20% of the original maximum health of the test subject again. Note, don't let down a good corpse, and don't waste a bad corpse. This skill is very evil. First of all, it is not the mana that is consumed, but Lin Yi's own maximum health. Using the corpse explosion once will lose 10% of the blood. And the hidden condition for casting is that there must be a corpse. However, the skill effect is very amazing. Detonating the corpse will cause a certain proportion of the corpse's maximum health to the monsters in the range. And it will also trigger a chain reaction. For some people who like to summon monsters. For example, the combination of the Goblin King and the guards, as long as you kill a few elite goblins of the guards, and then use the corpse explosion, you can even blow up other goblin guards. Then the guards' goblins who were blown up also turned into corpses, and the chain explosion continued. Finally, the Goblin King who was protected in the center is likely to be blown up by his most loyal subordinates. As for the last sentence of the skill note, it's simply a joke from hell. Don't let down a good corpse. It's to let you see a corpse with good qualifications, and directly use the 4th level spell, Resurrection of the Dead, to pull it up and use it as a summon, right? The bad corpse will be directly blown up, leaving no trace of its body. Finally, the 8th level skill, Summon, Necromancer, this one is even more heavyweight. The skill descriptions are very simple. There is only one, summoning the Necromancer to fight for you. It has not been actually used, so I have no idea how strong it is. After reading these 8 skills, Linny glanced at the name of the forbidden spell of the Necromancer system. Skill points required to upgrade to the next level, 1 million. Forbidden Spell Styx Funeral. The name sounds very dark. Then Linny looked at the alienated version of the 8th level skill of the Necromancer system. Skill points required to evolve this skill, 500,000 points. Currency required to evolve this skill, 1 million Dasha coins. Skill after evolution, Summon, Calamity Lord. Unlike the Forbidden Spell advancement, in the preview of the upgraded skill, Linny can only see the name of the next level skill, but cannot view the specific effect. But Linny has already obtained the 8th level skill of the Necromancer system. Naturally, he can view the specific effect of the 8th level skill after evolution. Command Calamity, Necromancer. Type, Active Skill. Level, 8th level. Section, Necromancer system. Consumption, 99,999 mana. Chanting time, 180 seconds. Cooling time, permanent. Passive effect, with supreme authority, command all undead creatures at or below the Emperor level, with no upper limit on the number. You gain a 10,000 cubic meter dead summoning space. All the dead creatures under your command will recuperate in the summoning space. As you master this skill, the space will continue to expand. Your 4th level skill, Resurrection of the Dead, has evolved. Now you can select all dead creatures whose status is not higher than the Emperor level, inject them with dead energy, and make them your summons. The summons will retain a certain proportion of their attributes and all skills before they died. Active effect, Summon the true monarch of the scourge to the world. The summon is completely obedient to you, and after the summon dies, this skill will be permanently invalid. The initial level of the summon is LV.1, the initial status is Lord level. When carrying the summon into battle, the experience gained after killing monsters will be distributed to the summon according to the ratio you set. The summon creature initially has a growable weapon of the Black Iron grade, Soul Elegy. After the summon creature kills a monster, Soul Elegy will harvest a certain percentage of the monster's health, mana, and 4-dimensional attributes, and add them to the basic attribute value of the weapon. As the summon creature's level increases and its status is upgraded, new active and passive skills will be unlocked. Note, my child, on the day you were born, the whole world was whispering your name. Linny was stunned. Damn, this time I really have to have a Lich King. And it's infinitely growable. This kind of growable summon. Linny used his toes to think, and he knew that after raising it, it would definitely be extremely powerful. Looking at the entire blue star. Props with grow ability are extremely precious. There is also a most critical point, that is, the timing of obtaining this kind of growable skills or summons is very critical. If you get this kind of thing after you have already reached a high level, you will feel that it is tasteless and a pity to throw it away. Because you still have to spend a lot of time to slowly cultivate it from a low level. But although Lin Yi's combat power is explosive now. But the actual job transfer is only 2 transfers. With this summon, you can grow together. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, without too much hesitation. He Krypton Gold to buy 500,000 skill points again. Then click on Evolution. Ding! Congratulations, consuming 500,000 skill points and 1 million great Xia coins, your skill, Summon, Natural Disaster Lord has evolved into a new skill, Command Natural Disaster, Undead Lord. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yi's card has more than 7 million great Xia coins. Now there is only a little over 1 million left. Money, money, I really can't help spending it. This time, Lin Yi is determined to win the national champion, and he has to fleece the country. Without mourning for the lost money, Lin Yi plans to test the necromancy skills. Because these skill descriptions are just to summon someone to fight for you. He has no idea what the specific strength level of these summons is and what skills they have. Under the influence of the 7th level passive skill, Divine Grace Chanting, Lin Yi's skills below the 5th level are all instant, and he now has enough mana. So Lin Yi waved his hand, and 3 undead skeleton creatures of different sizes, but with different equipment and professions appeared in front of him. Without the help of the all-seeing eye, Lin Yi can also check the attributes of these 3 skeleton monsters. Skeleton Soldier. Health, 1000. Mana, none. Attack, 120. Defense, 100. Magic resistance, 100. Skill, none. Note, Scourge, the lowest ranking soldier in the Undead Kingdom. Skeleton Warrior. Health, 3000. Mana, none. Attack, 300. Defense, 300. Magic resistance, 150. Skill, Great Sword Slash. Note, the most common warrior in the Scourge. Necromancer. Health, 5000. Mana, 10,000. Attack, 800. Defense, 200. Magic resistance, 500. Skills, Evil Spirit Arrow Rain, Soul Flame, Banshee Wail. Note, elite level mage core member, mastering a variety of long-range spell attack methods. These 3 summons are the 1st to 3rd level summons of the necromancy system. The strongest among them is of course the skeleton mage. There is even a skill that can mentally shock other enemy targets, Banshee Wail. In Lin Yi's vision, in addition to the health bar on the top of the heads of these 3 summons, there is also a timer bar that is constantly falling. The fastest falling is the skeleton soldier. 3 minutes later, when the timer bar on the head of this skeleton soldier returned to 0, it also fell apart into a pile of broken bones, and the blue ghost fire in the skeleton's eyes completely dissipated. Well, it seems that these summons have a time to go out. When the time is up, these summons will die. Lin Yi's mind moved. The 8th level necromancy skill he just obtained is also a stitching skill like the supreme sublimation. In addition to actively summoning the necromancer, there is also a passive effect. That is, he has a 10,000 cubic meter summoning space. What will happen if these summons are placed in that space? Do it as soon as you think of it. Lin Yi summoned a few lowest level skeleton soldiers again, and then transferred them and the skeleton warriors and necromancers whose time bars above their heads were more than halfway to the summoning space. The next moment, the skeleton monsters in front of Lin Yi disappeared. At the same time, a passage appeared in Lin Yi's Sea of Consciousness. Following this passage, Lin Yi came to this piece of necromancy summoning space that belonged to him with pure ideology. The 10,000 cubic meter summoning space is actually not too big, and you can see the end at a glance. But it was more than enough to accommodate these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters. Sure enough, after entering this space, Lin Yi found that the timer bar suspended above the heads of these monsters not only did not continue to fall. Instead, it was filling up at a very fast speed. After dozens of seconds, the summoning time of the 3 skeleton monsters was all refilled. Lin Yi's mind moved. The next moment, these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters were transferred from the dead space to reality again. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Damn, this passive skill is a bit magical. It's so useful. Lin Yi realized the real value of the existence of this dead space. That is to allow himself to store an entire skeleton army in it. If necessary, there is no need to consume mana to summon new skeleton monsters. Just transfer them out of this space. After testing the effectiveness of this space, Linny once again immersed his consciousness into the dead space. He wanted to test whether he could summon the undead army directly in this space. And this time, Linny no longer summoned a low-level skeleton monster. Instead, he summoned the 6th level undead, the skeleton dragon. The mana and chanting time required for the 6th level summoning spell are much longer, but it seems that in this undead space, he can chant faster with his consciousness. A few seconds later, a dead magic circle emitting strange black air appeared on the ground. Then, a dragon claw with only a few pieces of skin and flesh still attached to the white skeleton suddenly broke out of the ice layer under this space. Boom! The dragon claw stepped on the ice layer, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The next moment, the huge dragon body of the skeleton dragon drilled out of the ice layer. A terrifying skeleton dragon with cold soul flames burning all over its body appeared in front of Linny's consciousness. The dragon was highly rotten all over, with white dragon bones everywhere. There were holes all over the dragon's wings. Linny was very worried, whether it could still fly like this. It seemed to sense Linny's thoughts. The skeleton dragon raised its head and roared at the sky, and the next moment, it flapped its wings. The whole dragon flew up. Linny nodded. Well, it's unscientific, but it's magical. When the dragon flew up, Linny realized that the dragon was terrifyingly big. It was estimated to be more than 40 meters from head to tail. The wingspan was nearly 50 meters. At the same time, the various attributes of the dragon also appeared in front of Linny. Skeleton Dragon. Level, LV.100. Rank, King. HP, 550,000/550,000. Mana, 200,000/200,000. Attack, 11,500. Defense, 10,000. Magic Resistance, 10,000. Skills, Dead Soul Breath, Dragon Tail Sweep, Forbidden Magic Field, Netherworld Chill, Dragon Language Spirit, Soul Cleansing. The overall attributes of the skeleton dragon are stronger than those of the Molten Flame Demon, which is also at the 6th level. The main reason is that the necromancy system is an orthodox skill tree that relies on summons to make a living. So there is nothing wrong with being stronger. So in the end, only the most important natural disaster monarch is left that has not yet been summoned. Linny thought for a moment. Taking into account the terrifying phenomena caused by the use of the divine fire Tianzheng, which is also at the 8th level. It's better not to summon the Calamity Lord in the real world. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if something happened directly in Tianhai City's General Administration of Education. In the dead space, Linny started singing. The initial singing time of 3 minutes, with the 70% reduction of divine grace chanting, is still nearly 1 minute of singing time. But Linny was not in a hurry. So I don't want to waste the instant opportunity. As Linny continued to sing, the entire necromantic space trembled. A necromantic formation that was countless times larger and more complicated than the previously summoned skeletal dragon emerged on the frozen ground. Countless necromantic magic runes followed Linny's every magic spell. They are constantly beating and changing. Black air, symbolizing disaster and suffering, filled the entire space. The magic circle continued to expand, shining a dazzling black light. The entire space was filled with lifeless energy, as if Jojo had come to the world. Linny was glad that he had not summoned in the real world, otherwise he might have been surrounded by countless professional armies halfway through the summoning. More than 50 seconds of chanting reached its peak. The magic circle was also expanded to its maximum size, directly encompassing the entire necromantic space. At the same time, Linny also saw the low-level skeleton monsters that he had summoned before. At this moment, he was kneeling down in front of the center of the circle, which was shrouded in black light. Even the huge skeletal dragon was trembling all over. The dragon's head hangs low. It seems that they are waiting to see their true king. As the last character came out of Linny's mouth, the chanting is finished. Linny let out a sigh of relief. This great summoning technique is really powerful. Even he had to be held captive for nearly a minute. Looking at the magic circle on the ground, Linny was speechless. With such a large magic circle, the natural disaster monarch finally summoned would be a big guy, a supergiant, right? Linny's imagination of the Calamity Lord is still stuck in the appearance of Alsace, a well-known character in a certain game. Wearing black knight armor, holding a dutiful son's sword, he stood on the ice cliff and ordered the entire Scourge Legion. The light of the magic circle dissipated. When Linny saw the Calamity Lord summoned by him in the center of the array, he was stunned. It was a petite figure. Not a giant at all. As the smoke and dust caused by the summoning ceremony dispersed, Linny could see the figures in it more clearly. The first thing that caught his eye was a set of exquisite black knight armor and a long sword that shone with dark blue cold air. Very similar. However, as the undead monarch, he used his two slender legs to hold the elegy of the soul. After taking off the helmet on his head with both hands, Linny was stunned. Under the steel helmet, there was an indifferent face of a beautiful girl. The girl's white hair hangs down like a waterfall. In the red eyes, there seemed to be a silent river of forgetfulness flowing. "Are you, my master?" The girl looked at Linny's spiritual body in the sky, her lips trembled, and she whispered a few words. Linny was stunned. It wasn't until the girl asked that Linny coughed and nodded, yes. The next moment, the girl held the helmet in her right arm and sheathed the long sword elegy of the soul. Then he knelt down on one knee and performed a standard knightly salute to Linny. The girl talks very little. After confirming that Linny was her master, she immediately showed her surrender. As she knelt down on one knee, Linny even saw the skeleton monsters and skeleton dragons that he had summoned before. He even knelt down in front of him to show his surrender. However, Linny could clearly feel that it was different from those low-level skeleton monsters and skeleton dragons. This natural disaster monarch with white hair and red eyes has extremely high wisdom and also has his own emotional perception. It is not so much a summoned object as it is a living person. "Get up, do you have a name?" Linny asked. The girl stood up, her quiet red eyes only flickered for a moment when she looked at Linny. She shook her head slightly. Linny had a headache. He is a waste of names. If she had a name, it would be easier for her to call her in the future. Now I must give her a name. After thinking for a moment, Linny said, "Since you come from the kingdom of the dead, according to our Dasha tradition, the place you came from is called the Netherworld. Take the word you from the list and add my last name. I will call you Linyu from now on." The girl tilted her head slightly. He seems to be thinking about the meaning of this name. Then Linny saw a hint of imperceptible joy on the girl's face, as if she liked the artistic conception contained in this name. He spoke softly again. "Yes." Linny looked at Linyu, and soon her panel attributes appeared completely in front of Linny. Linyu. Level, LV.1. Status, Lord. Health, 57842/57842. Mana, 26331/26331. Attack, 1855. Defense, 1855. Magic resistance, 1720. Skills, Soul Slicing, Dead Soul Sword Chi, Attraction of Thousand Souls. Note, the Supreme Monarch of the Dead Kingdom, but she seems to have forgotten her past. Soul Elegy. Type, Weapon, Two-Handed. Grade, Black Iron, 0%. Equipment Level, LV.1. Exclusive Weapon, Soulbound. Weight, 22.34 kilograms. Physical Attack Power plus 150. Strength plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Agility plus 10. Durability, never worn out. Unique special effect, Soul Devourer. When killing a target, it will devour the target's soul, gain certain attribute values, and add them to its own basic attributes. Note, the stronger the target is, the higher the status, the more attribute values you get. After reading Linyu's basic attributes and her weapon attributes, what made Linyu's eyes light up were Linyu's two existing skills. Soul Cutting. Type, Passive Skill. Level, first level. Class, necromancer. Consumption, none. Chanting time, none. Cooling time, none. Effect, when you damage a target with a soul, you will also cause damage to its soul equal to 20% of the damage value. After the soul of the target dies, the target will also die immediately. Note, for all creatures with souls, there is a difference between the strength of their souls and the strength of their bodies. The damage caused to the body and soul will be calculated separately. If the health of either party reaches 0, the death mechanism will be triggered. Remarks, the knife cuts the body, and the heart cuts the soul. This skill simply breaks the damage system of all current conventional skills. The concept of soul damage is introduced. For most monsters, it may have an extremely terrifying effect. It is very likely that the monster's main health has only dropped by half, but as long as the soul health reaches 0, it will trigger instant death. In addition to this special skill, what really made Linny gasp was Lin Yu's other passive skill, Attraction of Thousand Souls. Attraction of Thousand Souls. Type, passive skill. Level, first level. Section, necromancer. Consumption, none. Cooling time, none. Effect, for the Scourge Monarch, his people are his most fundamental source of power. Gives you a bonus to health, mana, attack power, defense, magic resistance, and basic 4-dimensional attributes, which is 10% of the above attributes of all the undead creatures you control. If there are still other undead creatures under your control, all fatal damage you suffer will be borne by these undead creatures instead. When the Scourge Monarch is present, the duration of summoning undead creatures in the Scourge camp will not be limited by time. Note, this is exactly the reason for being the king. Linny finally understood why Lin Yu was only level 1, but his basic attributes were so explosive. Because the undead creatures he summoned before would provide Lin Yu with basic attribute bonuses. Moreover, the 3 effects of the Attraction of Thousand Souls are really too explosive. In addition to the bonus, as long as there are other summons, they will help Lin Yu resist damage. Conversely, the existence of Lin Yu itself can also infinitely extend the existence time of these skeleton soldiers and the Scourge. It's really invincible. Looking at Lin Yu's attributes, Lin Yu was very satisfied. Fortunately, he chose to evolve this skill. The improvement to the entire undead system is too big. But to be honest, Lin Yu found that even if the attribute bonus of Attraction of Thousand Souls was removed, it seemed that his health and attack power were still not as high as Lin Yu at level 1. Is this the gap between humans and creatures in the Abyss world? The starting line is completely different. However, Lin Yu is at the Lord level when she comes out, which means that her status is at the same level as other normal dungeon bosses. From the era of the catastrophe to the present, the humans of Blue Star have not stopped studying monsters. Among them, the strength of a monster is measured not only by level. There is also status. The most common monsters have no status. Without status, their strength will naturally be limited to a very low level. And the strong individuals in the monster groups in the leveling area. Status is the elite level. This is also the initial status. Above the elite level is the Lord level. Most dungeon bosses and wild bosses are of this status. Above the Lord level is the Overlord level. Bosses with this kind of status are basically mutant bosses. Above the Overlord level, it is the standard for entering the Abyss world. Abyss Demon King, also known as the King level. The alienated Dead Knight Rivendell that Lin Yu encountered before was strengthened by the Breath of the Abyss, and his status was upgraded by half a level in a short period of time. From the Overlord level to the Quasi-King level. In the dungeon of the City of Dying Light, Phalai Kane, the Shadow Demon Spider that Lin Yu encountered was a real King level. The King level itself also has high and low ratings. The power gap between the Quasi-King level, and Top King level is still very large. Above the King level is the Abyss Demon Emperor, referred to as the Royal level. When Shi Guoguang gave Lin Yu a codename before, he considered that Lin Yu was an Abyss creature of the Royal level. Above the Royal level is the Abyss Demon Lord, referred to as the Lord level, or Emperor level. So far, there are less than 10 Emperor-level Abyss creatures recorded by the human race on Blue Star. And every Emperor-level Abyss existence, if it really descends on Blue Star, has the power to destroy a country. This knowledge is not a secret. It is even written directly in the cultural textbooks of high school students across the country. Even Lin Yi fully understands it. Lin Yi will be able to obtain more skills when she advances in the future, so when he levels up, he must bring her with him. In the future, she should also be an important part of his complete strength, and Lin Yi cannot help but pay attention to it. So far, Lin Yi had spent most of the reward for the provincial champion. But he was also very satisfied. This wave of increase in his strength was terrifying. Lin Yi looked at the time. It was almost 12:30. Li Yuanjing had already asked someone to prepare a sumptuous lunch in the luxurious apartment reserved for Lin Yi. After lunch, Lin Yi took a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 2 o'clock. Lin Yi washed his face and tidied himself. Then he took out the scroll that Li Yuanjing gave him and crushed it. The next moment, Lin Yi found himself teleported to a teleportation hall under Tianhai. Li Yuanjing was already waiting for him here. Are you here? It's almost time, let's go. Daxia, Daijing. This is the heart of the entire Daxia. It is also the only special base city in Daxia. It is the most powerful embodiment of the human civilization of Blue Star. A huge skyscraper that towers into the sky is located in the center of the first ring of the entire imperial capital base city. There are now 3 top organizations in the entire Daxia. First, the Daxia Professional Alliance. Mainly responsible for managing all idol professionals and their guilds in the entire Daxia. Has the largest number of people. The most complex management structure. And the most extensive influence. Second, the Daxia Professional Alliance. In any era, if a country wants to establish a country, it needs an official professional force with an official title. In the era of disaster, the strength of this army is the ultimate embodiment of the entire country's military power. Therefore, only by becoming a member of the professional coalition can you be qualified to access high-grade equipment. Finally, the Daxia Education Administration. From the high schools that train new professionals in the base cities across the country to the top universities and colleges that supply talents to the Professional Alliance and the Professional Alliance. They are all under the jurisdiction of the Education Administration. Regarding the future of young professionals in Daxia, the resources in the hands of the Daxia Education Administration are not much less than those of the Professional Alliance. Second only to the Professional Alliance. This towering skyscraper is the 3rd largest top institution in Daxia, the Education Administration. At this moment, underground in the Education Administration, a burst of teleportation light lit up. Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing appeared. From Tianhai to Daijing, the actual geographical span is close to 100,000 kilometers. If you take the underground shuttle train, it will take at least more than 10 days. This is the disadvantage of the Abyss coming and the expansion of the Blue Star territory. However, the two came here through the interprovincial super teleportation array, and arrived in just over 10 minutes. With the arrival of Lin Yi, he also found that there were already hundreds of people standing in this underground space. With the help of omniscient eyes, Lin Yi can see that people with young looks like himself are the best of the best in terms of level and profession. The lowest is a rare profession, and he is the outlier among this group of people. There are 34 provinces in the country, and the top 10 in each province are eligible to participate in the 5th round of tests. These people, including himself, should be the top 300 in the country. The next moment after Lin Yi arrived, the announcement sounded from the loudspeaker of this underground space. Dongjiang Province sends the exam. Examinee Lin Yi, the first 4 rounds of points, 8,000. First 4 rounds of points ranking, first. As the announcement fell, Lin Yi instantly felt hundreds of eyes on him. Instantly he became the focus of the whole audience. Another perfect score? The 3rd perfect score this year, is it Dongjiang? Dongjiang is going to take off against the will of heaven. Lin Yi also heard many comments from the accompanying people who came to take the exam like Li Yuanjing. The discussions of these people. Let Li Yuanjing be radiant. So cool. In front of peers across the country, I feel honored. At the same time, Li Yuanjing also spoke to Lin Yi in a low voice. Like you, there are 2 other people who got perfect scores in the first 4 rounds. The 3 of you are currently tied for first place. Lin Yi was not too surprised. With the strength he has shown so far. That's just the 4th level strength of ordinary professionals. Lin Yi didn't think he was the only one who jumped out of Dongjiang province and competed with the real geniuses in the entire Daxia. At this level of strength. It's just that it's not known whether others worked hard to get the perfect score. Because Lin Yi only needs to make a slight move. It is already the pinnacle of the provincial examination. Classmate Lin Yi, let me introduce to you, Li Zirui, the dog. Li Yuanjing took Lin Yi and quickly found other candidates from Dongjiang province who also came to take the exam this time. Zirui, come and say hello to classmate Lin Yi. After entering the dungeon later, you will be part of the same team. According to the practice of previous years, in the 5th round, not only will the individual first place be selected, but the provincial team will also be selected. First, if you get a good ranking, you will get more rewards. This is also a rare honor. I hope you can cooperate with each other. Li Yuanjing hasn't finished speaking yet. He was rudely interrupted by Li Zirui, who wants to team up with him. Li Yuanjing was stunned. He saw his son's face was gloomy, and he obviously hated Lin Yi to the extreme. Originally, Li Zirui actually didn't have such a big objection to Lin Yi. When it comes to this matter, it is still Li Yuanjing's fault. Because this time, not only did he personally give Lin Yi a reward, but he also left his own son behind and took the initiative to bring Lin Yi to the imperial capital. Leave him and the others alone and come to the imperial capital. This disparity in treatment made Li Zirui, who had been pampered for a long time and was used to being admired by many stars, completely annoyed. Now I am holding back my anger. Naturally, he would not be polite to Lin Yi. Li Yuanjing frowned and wanted to scold him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi nodded first. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Uncle Li, I'm used to being a loner. I don't like to fight in a team, so I won't cause them any trouble. Seeing what Li Yuanjing wanted to say, Lin Yi quickly added something. Completely stalemate the relationship. For Lin Yi, this kind of unnecessary social interaction has no interest in him at all. People who are not in the so-called genius ecosystem to begin with, and forcefully integrating into them will only make themselves look like a licking dog. Why bother? Li Zirui sneered, don't be too proud. So what if you won the first place in the first 4 rounds? You won't have to use all your skills to win the bottom of the box, right? Is it possible that we all saved our cards and can wait until this round to use them? Lin Yi believed this. Because under the sight of the all-seeing eye. When he saw Li Zirui, Shi Xiaoting, and others, he discovered that they had the highest level skills. It was not difficult to get good results in the first 4 rounds, at least much better results than now. But they all chose to hide. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi understood why they did this. Backed by an aristocratic family, especially when his parents are either the deputy director of the education department or a senior executive of the professional alliance, they will definitely get much more information than themselves. It's just that it's impossible for Li Yuanjing to tell himself these real insider information. The test images of the first 4 rounds can probably be viewed by all provinces across the country, and there is no secret at all. This is a competitive relationship. In the content of the 5th round of exams, there must be requirements for the more than 300 top 10 geniuses from each province to fight against each other. Then there is nothing wrong with keeping a few whole cards until this round. After thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a little more relaxed. Trump card? He doesn't know how many king bombs he has in his hands, but he hasn't had a chance to use them yet. Jingle bell. A quick ringing sound rang. In an instant, all the conversations and discussions in the entire underground space disappeared. Because everyone knows that this means that the exam is about to begin. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. looked towards the center of the field. From the perspective of the omniscient eye, only he could see that 7 or 8 people wearing black uniforms from a certain department of Dasha suddenly appeared. The man at the head was extremely powerful. His face was resolute, and the 2 ugly claw marks at the corners of his eyes and on the side of his face made him look cold and ferocious. He seemed to be aware of Lin Yi's gaze. He also glanced at Lin Yi. Even Lin Yi could sense his evil aura. There must be a lot of lives on hand. Boss, I didn't expect that among this batch of candidates, there would be people who could detect our existence in advance. Li Qianye gave his subordinate a silent look. Subsequently, the invisibility state was released at the same time. Afterwards, Li Qianye announced to all the candidates from all provinces, please maintain silence. I am Li Qianye, your chief examiner for this 5th round of exams. Before reading the rules of this round of examinations, as usual, I will show the top 3 people in the country this year in the group awards. As Li Qianye narrated, a holographic projection of a spiritual crystal light screen also appeared in the middle of the venue. Let everyone see it. At the moment of seeing the reward, Lin Yi could clearly hear the sound of Li Zirui and others around him, and even Li Yuanjing gasping for air. The first thing everyone checked was of course the first reward. On the big screen, 4 rewards were written. 1. Dasha Merit Points, 1000 points. 2. A set of self-selected platinum-level suits, permanently obtained. 3. A-level talent spiritual crystal *1. 4. Trial Tower Dasha National District Exemption Quota *1. In addition to the self-selected qualification for platinum-level weapons. Lin Yi had almost no idea about other rewards. However, judging from the reactions of Li Yuanjing and others, this reward was very terrifying. Uncle Li, can you tell me what these rewards are for? Lin Yi asked. Although Li Yuanjing was a little regretful that his son and Lin Yi had not been able to get along well. But he knew that Lin Yi was definitely not an ordinary person, and he couldn't completely become enemies with Lin Yi because of his son's attitude. So he immediately explained to Lin Yi patiently, you should know what the concept of a platinum-level equipment set is. In short, the country has opened a backdoor for the top scholar in the country and directly awarded a set of equipment that best suits your profession. This is a reasonable and legal permanent acquisition. Then there are Dasha Merit Points. For professionals, this is something that only professionals who have completed tasks issued by A-level or above professional guilds, or joined the Dasha Professional Alliance and made meritorious contributions are eligible to get. In our Dasha territory, merit points are the highest level of exchange items. You may not have a very clear concept of what I said. Take the breakthrough spirit crystal you chose before, for example, you only need 50 merit points to exchange for 1. After hearing what Li Yuanjing said, Lin Yi understood. Good guy, only 3 breakthrough spiritual crystals can be awarded to those who are ranked first in the province. After ranking first in the country, 1000 Great Xia merit points can be directly exchanged for 20 points. But if you use it all to exchange for breakthrough spiritual crystals, you will lose money. Because Dasha's merit points can be exchanged for all precious treasure rewards at T1. A few T0 level treasures can also be redeemed. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. That's really good stuff. Among the T2 level treasures, there are many good things that Lin Yi currently wants. Then the effects of T1 and T0 level treasures are estimated to be even more powerful. Then there's the A-level talent spiritual crystal. This one is even more heavyweight. But actually, I don't need to explain it. You should be able to guess what effect it has from its name. Lin Yi nodded. He had guessed before that after using this thing, it would add an A-level talent to professionals. But this effect is a little too outrageous. So he didn't dare to be sure. Because talent is so important to a professional. My current source of combat power can almost be said to be entirely dependent on the skill points given by SSS-level talents, as well as Krypton Gold rewards. One more talent will almost immediately improve the overall combat power. And also affects the abyss. Many professionals will build their own skill set system around talent effects. With mutual cooperation and linkage, the strength can naturally be fully displayed. This thing is one of the T0 level treasures. The annual output in the country is within 5 fingers. In previous years, the top reward in the country was the B level. This year, it has been upgraded to a level. It seems that this year's 5th round of actual combat dungeons will be more difficult than before. Li Yuanjing has already begun to worry about the difficulty of this 5th round of exams. Linny, however, felt like nothing was wrong and continued to advance the process and asked, "Then what is the last trial tower?" "Oh, this. The last 4th reward is a fixed reward that can be obtained by the top player in the country every year. It has not changed for hundreds of years. The full name of the trial tower is the Upturned Sky Tower. It is a copy that appeared after the beginning of the Cataclysm era. There are a total of 4 trial towers around the world. One of them is on a small island more than 4,000 kilometers away from the East China Sea of Daxia. Later, our ancestors of Daxia discovered that this copy is extremely special. It can be said to be a projection of a world in the abyss onto the Blue Star world. And after entering the trial tower, as the number of clearance levels increases, the final rewards will be greater. The reward given by the trial tower is called Wuhuan. You can understand it as an extremely special soul-like summon. The Wuhuan also needs to be advanced and upgraded. At the same time, part of the Wuhuan's attributes will be shared with the professions itself. The better the performance of the trial tower, the older the awakened martial spirit. The ancient martial spirit will even carry certain exclusive skills. The improvement of the professional's combat power cannot be ignored. Currently, the only way to obtain a martial spirit is through the trial tower. So since the birth of this dungeon, countless wars have started among Blue Star countries over the qualifications to enter this dungeon. For example, we in Daxia have often had fierce battles with monkeys from neighboring Korea, Japan, and some island countries because of this reason before. Later, after the establishment of the Global Professionals Council, the qualifications for entering the 4 trial towers around the world became systematic. Have you heard of the Pan-Asian Young Professionals Summit? Lin Yi nodded. He knew this, he had seen it on TV. The nature of the competition is probably similar to the Asian Games in previous lives on Earth. This peak competition will be held every year. Those who finish in the top 10 in the competition will be eligible to enter the trial tower. According to normal procedures, 3 months before the opening of the trial tower every year, our Daxia country will conduct its own domestic trials, and finally select 10 people to officially participate in the peak competition. And as long as you get the top 3 in the National College Entrance Examination, you will be exempted from the exam and will not need to participate in the national competition. You only need to wait for the Pan-Asian Young Professionals Summit to start. You will be directly qualified to participate. Linny completely understood. He saw on the light screen that not only the top pick in the country had this exemption qualification. There are actually second and third ones too. The detailed rules for the 5th round of this year's National College Entrance Examination will be announced below. After showing the rewards, Li Qianye did not waste any time and immediately began to describe the content of the 5th round of exams. The light curtain flashed. A holographic projection appears with details of the copy. The 5th round of testing venue Abyss copy, Noah's Ruins. 10 minutes later, after signing the life and death certificate, candidates confirmed to participate in the 5th round will enter the special copy for a 24-hour assessment. There are currently more than 20,000 monsters in this copy. The distribution area and strength of monsters are completely random. The lower and upper limits are given below for reference. The weakest monster's level is LV.30, and its status is Lord level. The strongest monster's level is LV.80, and its status is the top king level. Linny once again heard the audience gasping for air. The lowest monster level has reached the level of most people at this moment, level 30. And the person is also a lord. This means that there are no ordinary soldiers or even elite monsters among the monsters inside. Everyone is a boss. Monsters are still randomly distributed and completely unpredictable. This means that if you are unlucky, it is not impossible that you will encounter a top-level king-level monster as soon as you enter, and it will fall into a box on the ground. Li Qianye seemed to be satisfied with the reactions of everyone present. He continued to add, kill these monsters and you can earn points. The monster level is the base point reward, and the monster level is the multiplication multiplier. The multiplication factor of the Lord's position is 1, and the multiplication factor of the top Lord is 1.5. The Quasi-Overlord's multiplication factor is 2, the Overlord's multiplication factor is 3, and the Overlord's multiplication factor is 4. The Quasi-King factorial calculation multiplier is 10, the King factorial calculation multiplier is 15, and the King factorial calculation multiplier is 20. Does anyone have any questions about the above rules? Linny saw someone raising his hand and asked, will these monsters in the dungeon be rewarded with experience, materials and equipment after killing them? Li Qianye nodded, yes. The Dungeon of Noah's Relics is a special dungeon that no one has cleared so far. There are no monsters in the dungeon. All monsters are manually selected and placed. Relevant dungeon background and information will be described in detail in the spiritual crystal bracelet you get after entering the dungeon, so I won't go into details. Linny heard this. His eyes lit up. Killing monsters in this round of exam dungeons requires experience. Linyu, whom he had just contracted, would be able to grow rapidly in this copy. Others may be troubled by the difficulty of this dungeon. Linny was already feeling secretly happy. Is there such a holy land for leveling? Please give me monthly votes and recommended votes. The biggest climax of this chapter is about to come, and the protagonist truly appears in front of people. Ha, I won't tell you anything, welcome to read more. Finally, I would like to thank every friend who gave me monthly reviews and rewards. I will continue to work hard. Thank you. Seeing that no one continued to ask questions, Li Qianye continued to explain the exam rules. After entering the dungeon, in the initial area, you will get an exclusive spiritual crystal bracelet. Every hour on the bracelet, the score rankings of everyone in the current instance will be refreshed in real time, and the locations of the top 10 candidates in the rankings will be marked. Hear this. Most people's expressions changed. Sure enough, Li Qianye's next words made everyone realize that this fifth round was a life and death killing game. In addition to gaining points by killing monsters, you can also gain points by defeating other candidates. The bracelet issued to you has a survival function. If you encounter an invincible monster or a life or death crisis in the dungeon, please press the red button on the side of the bracelet and you will be teleported out of the dungeon. At the same time, this also declares that you have failed this round of testing and your points will be reset to 0. However, considering the complexity and unexpected situations of the Abyss dungeon, as well as the casualties over the years, all candidates are requested to sign a life and death certificate. Death or serious disability during the test is your own choice and has nothing to do with the entire examination team. Li Qianye just finished speaking. Groups of invigilators wearing uniforms and holding relevant certificates came into the field. A life and death contract was issued to every candidate present. This process makes all candidates nervous. This means that the fifth round of testing they participated in is serious. It's different from previous rounds. It is really possible to die. But after Linny signed his name on the life and death contract, he found that among the more than 300 candidates in the entire examination room, not one of them chose to abstain at this step. I think so. It is estimated that their family members and the test takers who brought them here have told them to some extent about the dangers of the fifth round of testing. If I really give up, I probably won't come to Imperial Capital anymore. After confirming that everyone's life and death contracts had been submitted and taken effect, Li Qianye, the examiner, said loudly, "It's time for the exam to begin. All candidates please enter the test copy." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift appeared in the middle of the entire circular underground space. The thick and dangerous breath of the abyss spurted out. The copy light curtain flashed with a dangerous purple-red evil light, and the sound was terrifying. A few minutes later, all the candidates who participated in the fifth round in the entire underground waiting space entered the copy. The personnel responsible for delivering the exams were all invited to a large auditorium to observe the specific conditions of all the candidates in the copy. At the same time, Li Qianye, the examiner, arranged for all candidates to enter the copy. He got on the elevator and went all the way upstairs. After reporting the situation to the top management of Dacia's Real Power Corps, he returned to his office, pressed the screencast button, and started watching the situation in the copy. This is his duty, and according to the instructions from the top management, he needs to broadcast the live broadcast of the 5th round of testing in the copy. Boss, take a break. According to the practice of previous years, it is basically impossible for any battle to break out at the time we first entered. Half a day will pass before it reaches a fever pitch. The people under Li Qianye advised. It can be said that they have worked very hard for this 5th round of testing. Especially Li Qianye himself, who had not slept for several days. Li Qianye shook his head. At this point in time, most people should be familiar with the dungeon environment and collecting information on monsters. And according to the practice in previous years, some people will choose not to kill monsters at all, but wait for the last few hours of the dungeon's limited time to attack those on the rankings and earn points through plunder. But don't forget. Every year there are a few special unlucky ones. Li Qianye said this. In an instant, several smart people realized what Li Qianye was talking about. Boss, are you talking about a situation where you are teleported next to a very powerful monster as soon as you enter, and you have no way to hide, so you have to fight? Li Qianye nodded. Boss. It seems that you were right. It seems that there is really an unlucky guy who landed next to the lair of the leader of the snow mountainous area, the golden-winged Dapeng King, as soon as the refresh happened. The spiritual crystal bracelets worn by all candidates can not only provide information to these candidates in the copy. In fact, it is also an integrated communicator. It can transmit the coordinates of the area where the wearer is currently in the instance in real time and broadcast the scene near the wearer live. At this moment, the invigilator who was responsible for collecting the regional coordinates of more than 300 candidates in the dungeon suddenly exclaimed, which made Li Qianye perk up. Coming. This situation does not happen every year, but when it occurs, it often means extremely heavy casualties. Li Qianye braced himself and quickly ordered, immediately target the candidates who changed their names and project their real-time images. Call the special rescue team in the dungeon to go to the snowy mountainous area for rescue and make secondary preparations. Although when talking about the rules, Li Qianye explained the difficulty of this abyss copy and made everyone sign a life and death certificate. But they can't really ignore death. When such a crisis occurs, relevant rescue procedures must be initiated just in case. The next moment, the projection screen appeared. Li Qianye's eyes narrowed. It's him? On the big screen, it was Lin Yi who was refreshed and teleported to the top of the mountain and shuddered instantly. Li Qianye did not forget that when they appeared, the first person to see through his disguise was this guy on the big screen. In the picture, Lin Yi obviously did not expect that he would be teleported to this ghost place as soon as he entered the dungeon. At this moment, the area he was in was the northern high mountain area of the entire Noah ruins. The entire Noah ruins can be divided into 5 major areas. The extremely cold high mountain area in the north. The desert area in the west. The swamp area in the south, the hilly area in the east. And the Noah wreckage area in the center. If you want to say which area has the most extreme weather, it is the desert area and the high mountain area. People who refresh in these 2 areas are all unlucky. As for people like Lin Yi, who refresh directly near a king-level boss nest, he is even more unlucky. Cry. It seems that he sensed the breath of a living person. The next moment, an extremely loud cry sounded. The sound was so loud that Lin Yi even had to cover his ears. Then, the strong wind blew up the snow on the cliff. In front of Lin Yi, a terrifying golden eagle with golden feathers, a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and claws that were enough to crush the rocks flapped its wings. It flew out of the huge nest on the top of the mountain. The brutal and sharp eagle eyes stared at Lin Yi, as if it would swoop down and tear him to pieces in the next moment. On the other side, Lin Yi in the picture looked relatively calm. The space around him twisted. The next moment, a slender figure wearing black knight armor appeared. Lin Yu was summoned by Lin Yi. Seeing the fierce golden eagle in the sky, Lin Yu's eyes were as calm as water, and the soul elegy was unsheathed. She stood in front of Lin Yi, full of fighting spirit. Is this his summons? How can there be such a human-like summoned object? This summon. Damn it, why is it only level 1? The invigilator responsible for monitoring the data related to the candidate's copies exclaimed. They can obtain some information about Lin Yi's skills through the bracelet he wears. But it's just basic information. Details are completely invisible. On the one hand, the privacy of candidates is taken into consideration, and on the other hand, their technology cannot do it. But when Lin Yu's level information appeared on the big screen, Li Qianya was a little confused. What is he doing? A level 1 summon object, against a golden-winged rock king whose status is indeed king level. Ignorance or bravery? Or is this one of his trump cards? Li Qianya fell into thinking. His impression of Lin Yi couldn't be said to be good or bad, but at least he had an impression. You won't be like other candidates who can't even impress him. But Lin Yi's current behavior, to be honest, made him a little confused. But Li Qianya did not slow down, and immediately streamed the real-time picture through the spiritual crystal. Because there are too many pairs of eyes paying attention to the fifth and final round of exams at this moment. In another auditorium separated by a wall from Li Qianya, Li Yuanjing saw Lin Yisher standing in front of the golden-winged Dapeng King on the big screen. Immediately everything went dark. How could he be so unlucky? The joy he had felt just now was completely gone now. Li Yuanjing even heard discussions from his colleagues from other provinces, who were also in the education department's institutional system. Is this the guy who ranks first in Dongjiang this year? It's him. How could Dongjiang produce candidates with perfect scores in 4 rounds in previous years? This year, he stepped on shit. I just looked down on Deputy Dongjiang's triumphant expression. Me too, this time they will suffer the worst. But why is this kid alone? Didn't he form a team with others? Every year there are always people like this who don't know the heights of the world. It is human nature to add insult to injury and discuss right and wrong. It is vividly reflected at this moment. Li Yuanjing clenched his hands, feeling anxious and angry. He even couldn't help but want to get angry. At this time, another person sitting next to him patted his shoulder and gave him a calm look. Sitting next to him is naturally the top leader of the Dongjiang Education Department. Yan Song. Don't worry, just trust him. At this time, Yan Song showed that he was many times more determined than his deputy Li Yuanjing. Although he had already come to the imperial capital to make a final preparation report for this final round during the first 4 rounds of exams this morning. But he still paid attention to Lin Yi. He is the same as Qi Guoguang. Everyone can see that Lin Yi actually has a trump card that is useless. Now maybe, that trump card can turn things around. Dongjiang. The first examination room is still in the examination room. At this moment, the 5th round of exam streaming from Imperial Capital was officially connected on the big screen. As the top educational institutions in each province, they are naturally qualified to watch the broadcast. After Li Yuanjing left, Qi Guoguang was interested in Lin Yi and also concerned about his granddaughter. Naturally, I also came to watch the 5th round of testing in the afternoon. Qi Guoguang even felt a little excited when he saw Lin Yi facing the golden-winged Dapeng King on the big screen. He wanted to see how Lin Yi would respond to such an enemy. However, the next moment, Qi Guoguang was stunned. Because, he saw Lin Yu appearing next to Lin Yi. As a mage, he can obviously see more differences than others. Necromancy. Lin Yi, in addition to the fire, wind, and ice elements, even mastered the necromantic element. How many types of magic does he know? In copy. Looking at Lin Yu standing in front of him, Lin Yi also felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even though Lin Yu's figure looks weak, his level is only level 1. But Lin Yi knew that she should have no problem dealing with this king-level boss. From the perspective of the all-seeing eye. The attributes of the golden-winged Dapeng King were clearly visible to Lin Yi. Golden-winged Dapeng King. Level, LV.70. Rank, King level. Race, Silver Feather Dapeng. HP, 923000/923000. Mana value, 210000/210000. Power, 5200. Spirit, 3500. Agility, 7330. Endurance, 6650. Active skills, diving attack, thorn feather flying, wind binding, extreme speed, violent. Weakness, eyes. If you put this attribute in other people's hands, it might already be a headache. But for Lin Yi, this so-called golden-winged rock king is not as good as the alienated undead knight and the shadow demon spider. And he also wanted to see how Lin Yi performed when facing a king-level boss that was 70 levels stronger than him. Several more sharp cries came from the lair of the golden-winged Dapeng King. Lin Yi saw another one that was slightly smaller than the golden-winged Dapeng King and had only silver feathers flying out of its nest. In addition, 3 smaller young birds poked their heads out. This family all lived here, and Lin Yi provoked 5 monsters. The female one was at the quasi-king level. The 3 young birds were also at the overlord level. The 5 members of this family were indeed very powerful, no wonder they could dominate the entire snow mountain area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sharp bayonet-like feathers flew out from the golden-winged rock king. They stabbed straight at the vital points of Lin Yi's body. After reaching the king level, the intelligence of the monster will be greatly improved compared to the lower level. Directly attacking Lin Yi, the summoner, is obviously a more cost-effective choice. However, although the feathers are fast, the sword light is faster. Lin Yi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and saw Lin Yi stepping on the sword step, raising the sword sideways, and in the blink of an eye, he swung out 4 or 5 sword auras flashing with strong undead black light, cutting off all the flying feathers that attacked the sky. After the sword light shattered the flying feathers, it continued to move forward and slashed towards one of the silver-feathered rock chicks that was baring its teeth and screaming. The sword light slashed across the neck of the chick. The next moment, Lin Yi saw the health bar of the chick suddenly drop by 1 level. But then the chick wailed, and saw its health was emptied in an instant, closed its eyes, and remained motionless. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This is the effect of soul cutting. As a lord-level monster, the chick itself has a lot of health. Even Lin Yi's dead sword chi couldn't kill it with damage. But the mechanism of directly damaging the soul allowed him to kill the chick instantly. Seeing his offspring being killed, the eyes of the 2 rocks, one male and one female, in the sky instantly turned red. Then they entered a violent state. Their attacks were no longer directed at Lin Yi. Instead, they were directed at Lin Yi. In the following battle, even Lin Yi took a few steps back. Feathers flew and the wind swept. The 2 eagles cooperated closely with each other, one claw and the other pecked. They began to attack Lin Yi crazily. But Lin Yi was like an artist dancing wildly in the storm. She didn't let a drop of rain fall on her. She completely dodged all the attacks. Speed, dexterity, and fighting skills were all maxed out. Lin Yi, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but applaud her. In the invigilation room, Li Qianye's eyes were wide open. Only level 1, but it has such a terrifying fighting power? What kind of heaven-defying summon is this? Fuck, this young man. Is this summon really only level 1? That's not right. How can this summon have such skilled fighting skills? To put it bluntly, Huzi, this way of using the sword and the dodging skills are better than you, right? Shut up. The man called Huzi is a warrior professional under Li Qianye. Li Qianye himself is a 7th-turn assassin professional. These people under him are all elites among elites. Especially Sun Hu, his fighting skills are the best among the best. He even won a terrifying record of 36 consecutive victories in the whole camp competition. He is almost invincible at the same level. He is not invincible even if he crosses the level. At this moment, Sun Hu looked at Lin Yi on the screen. His face was so solemn. His hands were shaking slightly. On the one hand, he was also a melee professional who used a sword, and he was also a master. When he saw Lin Yu's fighting performance, he couldn't help but be aroused by the fighting spirit. On the other hand, he brought himself into the scene. If he fought against this summoned creature 1v1, it seemed that he would not be able to gain any advantage in a short time. Especially when he did not use various high-level skills and simply fought with swords, he was not sure that he could win. Seeing Sun Hu's reaction, Li Qianye was also a little shocked. He glanced at Lin Yi again. If this undead summoned creature did not have independent consciousness, then the truly terrifying thing was the young man in front of him. Without independent consciousness, the one who controlled the summoned creature to fight was naturally the summoner himself. And Lin Yi actually had such a terrifying fighting skill. This could not be developed without thousands of battles. And the most important thing is that his profession is a mage, not a warrior. This kid is a little too evil. Imperial Capital, General Administration of Education. Top floor. The huge meeting room was solemn and dignified. However, there were not many people in the meeting room. Even though Li Qianye was the chief examiner of this exam and his military rank was not low, he was not qualified to sit here. Those who can sit here, they are the ones who can really stomp their feet and shake the entire Daxia professional world. The main seat in the conference room and the seats around the main seat are completely empty. Because even those who can sit here at this moment are not qualified to sit in the main seat and the audience seats next to the main seat. In the first two seats of the second row, there is a middle-aged man in a black suit and an old man with white hair and beard, hunched body, and wearing a Zhongshan suit. The two watched the battle between Lin Yu and the golden-winged Dupeng King and his wife on the big screen, but their faces did not show too much surprise. Standing high, the vision is naturally different. This handsome young man is also the first in the first 4 rounds of this exam? Although the old man is old, he can still see the majesty between his eyebrows. He raised the red sandalwood crutch in his hand and pointed at Lin Yi, who was already standing in the corner on the big screen. The man in a suit sitting next to the old man smiled elegantly and said softly, "Yes, Mr. Meng, his name is Lin Yi, from Dongjiang province, and he is tied for first place with Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, who you have been optimistic about before. He is a mage, right? I think this should be a summoned creature of the necromancy system." Meng hit the nail on the head. The elegant man in a suit nodded. Yes, he has shown 4 magic specializations. In the previous 4 rounds, he showed specializations in the 3 elements of fire, wind, and ice, and the spells he used were not low, all above the 4th level. This handsome young man is not bad. Although he is just an ordinary profession, his professional specialization has not fallen behind. He must not be slack on weekdays. Maybe this year, he really has a chance to win the championship. The elegant man sitting next to Mr. Meng just chuckled. Oh? Mr. Meng is so optimistic about him? But I think what he has shown so far is just okay. He may have a chance to be in the top 10 of the list. But the top 3, it's impossible. Compared with Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, his profession is too different. And as far as I know, not only are these two people's professions epic, but their skill specialization is even above the 5th level. The elegant man's name is Xiao Xuani. He is mainly responsible for the admissions approval of the top professional colleges and universities in the country every year. Although his professional level is not at the vice-national level, but he is also a director-level official. Having been engaged in this job for a long time, his vision is also very sharp. He has seen too many geniuses. To be honest, compared with those real monsters. This Lin Yi, that's all. He doesn't understand why Mr. Meng is so optimistic about Lin Yi. In short, he has a different opinion. Mr. Meng did not refute, but just chuckled and continued to concentrate on the battle on the big screen. The two big guys were drinking and talking about heroes. The countless senior officials of the General Administration of Education sitting behind them did not dare to speak. After all, this is not the examination office of the first examination hall in Dongjiang. Those who work here should be cautious in their words and deeds. The big guy did not ask, so he would never say a word. more. But they also have their own opinions. They are not as high-minded as Xiao Xuani and Mr. Meng. In their opinion, Linny is actually outrageous. You know, this is just a level 1 summon. Just as Meng Lao and Xiao Xuani were discussing with each other, the situation in the dungeon also took a sharp turn for the worse. Of course, the one who took a sharp turn for the worse was the Da Peng couple. Both bosses were in a frenzy state, which would normally be triggered when the health dropped by 50%. But Lin Yu's previous act of killing the young bird with one sword made them furious, and naturally entered a frenzy state with full health. In a frenzy state, their attack frequency and attack damage would increase significantly. But this abominable human summon in front of them was terribly oily. It might only hit once after hundreds of attacks. And even if it hit, she didn't seem to be seriously injured. Her movements were still agile and swift. On the other hand, every time they suffered damage from the undead sword energy, they would make the two Da Peng bosses wail. That was a pain that life could not bear. It was heartbreaking and deep in the soul. So, although it was only 3 minutes since the battle began, but the two big Peng birds were no longer in good condition. Dizziness and exhaustion continued to come. What they didn't know was that although their health was still in a healthy state of more than 70%, but their soul health had already entered Lin Yu's killing line. Two more black glowing undead sword chi broke through the air and slashed out, and the two big Peng bosses, who were already powerless, were accurately hit in the waist and abdomen. Two shrill binding sounds resounded throughout the entire northern snow-capped mountains. Countless beasts and birds trembled. They sensed that the overlord of this snowy mountain had fallen. From Lin Yi's perspective, the two big Peng bosses still had more than half of their health bars, which were emptied at the speed of light. Then two huge bird corpses fell on the top of the peak, and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment shining with golden luster suddenly exploded. At the same time, white light appeared on Lin Yu's body. She upgraded. And she was directly born more than 8.5 levels in one breath. In the amazed eyes of countless people, Lin Yu walked to Lin Yu and said something. Under the helmet visor, there was a corner that Lin Yu had not seen. Lin Yu's cheeks were already red. Then, Lin Yu picked up the equipment on the ground and raised his hand. A necromancy array appeared under the two huge bird corpses. Under the infusion of black light, the two dead Da Peng boss actually opened their scarlet eyes again, flapped their wings and flew again. As the living, their bird life ended. As the dead, their future was extended to eternity by Lin Yu. Wow! The invigilation room where Li Qianye was, and the senior officials of the education administration from various provinces of Daxia who were watching the battle next door. There was a burst of uproar. They knew how strong these two big Peng birds were. However, after Lin Yi's summons killed them, it was only the next moment. These two bosses instantly became Lin Yi's summons. This is a bit exaggerated and against the sky. Is this a skill of the mage's necromancy system? Lao Jiao. You are a mage, explain it to the brothers. In the invigilation room, the atmosphere was not so tense. Li Qianye is also a good boss, so his subordinates can speak freely at this moment. Someone shouted immediately. Lao Jiao, who was called, looked confused. Then he cursed, how the hell do I know what skills the necromancer has? You ask me a light mage? Isn't that the mortal enemy of your light mage? Know yourself and know the enemy, I thought you knew. Our light mage's mortal enemy is the dark mage. The necromancer is at most to the point of spitting when seeing it, but it's not to the point of fighting to the death. Stop arguing, I'm thinking. Old Zhao's mentality was a little unstable because of his colleagues. Originally, he was a little jealous when he saw Lin Yu, a mage who had 4 methods and 4 cultivations and was proficient in everything. Now he saw that Lin Yu had a skill of resurrecting the dead that he had never seen before. He was even more shocked. But it's nonsense to say that he doesn't understand the necromancer at all. They are all top students who graduated from the mage department of a 211 professional university. It's impossible for them to be lame in theoretical knowledge. After Li Qianye told him to think about it carefully, Lao Jiao finally slapped his thigh, pointed at the screen and said, "This skill is not what the necromancer should have. The necromancer does have a skill that can pull up the killed monsters again. That skill is level 4 and is called Resurrection of the Dead. But the effect is only effective for monsters below the Lord level, and the duration is only 2 minutes. The attribute value is only 1/10 of what it was before it was alive. This skill is used as a meat shield by necromancer mages in most cases. After killing the monster, pull an elite level durable monster as a bodyguard. It doesn't matter how much damage it deals, just help block the skills." Li Qianye listened to Lao Zhao's analysis. His eyes were solemn. "Linny, is this your trump card?" The top floor council hall. The corner of Meng Lao's mouth curled up a smile. "Xiao, do you still think he has no chance now?" Xiao Shuani looked at the screen and saw 2 big rock bosses flying above Lin Yi's head in almost full strength, and fell silent. Then he smiled freely. "Meng Lao, you are more sharp in vision. I still need to learn from you." Meng Lao laughed loudly when he heard this. But Xiao Shuani changed the subject immediately and continued, "But even so, it is still not enough. Some gaps cannot be made up by numbers. And it is still uncertain how many undead summons he can control." Xiao Shuani's analysis is not unreasonable. For all summoners, the number of summons is the most troublesome thing. Because human mental power is limited, controlling multiple summons at the same time will cause nerves to go wrong. So most summoners follow the school of quality. Replace low-quality summoners with high-quality ones to keep the total number of summons unchanged. In response, Meng Lao just looked at Linny on the big screen and said lightly, "Keep watching, it's just the beginning now. What this kid hides is far beyond your imagination." In the copy. After successfully killing 2 Dapeng boss, the remaining 2 young birds did not escape Lin Yu's poisonous hands. She killed them all with 1 sword. Her level also rose to level 11. At the same time, Linny received a series of system prompts. "Congratulations, you have reached level 43 and gained 12 free attribute points. Killing monsters will give the following attribute values to the only weapon soul elegy. Strength plus 39, Agility plus 32, Endurance plus 29, Spirit plus 12, Maximum Health plus 177, Maximum Mana plus 13. Linny saw that the attributes on Lin Yu's panel instantly rose. Just killing 5 monsters, he got nearly 100 attribute points for free. Linny almost cried with greed. He could only get 20 points of basic 4-dimensional attributes by leveling up, plus free attribute points. It was only 32 points. It was completely incomparable with Lin Yu. And as they killed more monsters, it was foreseeable that Lin Yu's attribute panel would usher in a wave of explosive growth. Rollable weapons are really terrifying. But in fact, the fighting skills that Lin Yu showed in the previous battle shocked Linny and impressed him. A fool who only knew how to chop with a sword and a warrior with superb sword skills and rich combat experience. Even if the level and attribute gap between the two is more than 10 times, Linny believes that the latter has a greater chance of winning. Linny handed over the control of the 2 Dapeng boss to Lin Yu, and then said, "It's too damn cold here, let's go down the mountain first." Lin Yu nodded. Under her control, the 2 Dapeng birds, 1 male and 1 female, crawled on the ground obediently. Linny and Lin Yu rode up. Then the rock flapped its wings, carrying the strong wind, and swooped down from the top of the mountain. 1 hour later. The border of the eastern hilly area. Linny sat on a lush grassland, with a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. Not far away was a lake formed by the melting water of the snow mountain. Lin Yu was at the lake at this moment. She took off the black armor covering her whole body and began to wipe and clean it with lake water. The battle just now made her bloody. Of course, most of it was the blood of the 2 bosses. She herself was almost uninjured. There was a bonfire burning next to the lake, and on the bonfire was a young silver-feathered rock that she had just killed. While cleaning her armor, the girl kept an eye on the food on the bonfire. From time to time, she would stand up, turn the grill, and cut a few times with her sword. The lake's surface was like a huge mirror, reflecting the girl's beautiful profile. It made Linny feel a little surprised. Not long after, Linny saw Lin Yu coming over with a few pieces of freshly roasted meat slices that were still sizzling with oil and leaves picked from somewhere. It was so fragrant that Linny didn't care about the heat. He picked up a piece of meat with his hand and put it in his mouth to chew. The oil and meat fragrance exploded in his mouth, making Linny exclaim in his heart that it was delicious. "You can cook?" Linny felt more and more that his summon was extraordinary. Well, she couldn't be regarded as a summon. She should be regarded as a partner. Lin Yu nodded, and then whispered, "I found some rock salt over there, so I picked a little to season it." "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Linny praised generously. He took another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing Linny eating so happily, Lin Yu's face also rarely showed a smile. It seemed that she was also very happy to get Linny's praise. At this moment, Linny suddenly felt that the spiritual crystal watch on his right wrist vibrated. A light curtain then appeared. 1 hour has passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. The current standings are announced. Names or teams began to appear on the light curtain. At this moment, 1 hour has passed since the start of the dungeon. The time for the first wave of rankings to be announced has also come. After seeing the top 10 on the list clearly, Linny was slightly stunned. Then he smiled, interesting. It seems that those who can participate in the 5th round are really something. On the list. The person at the top of the list is not Linny. Even the second place is not him. But two unfamiliar names. Current scoreboard. First place, Xia Yuyan, points, 11467, team, none, location, desert area. Second place, Lu Yu, points, 8433, team, none, location, Noah's wreckage area. Third place, Linny, points, 7219, team, none, location, hilly area. Fourth place, Shu Ran, points, 1329, team, Shu Ran team size, 13 people, location, Noah's wreckage area. Linny was not angry, nor was he anxious. He did not think that he could get any first mover advantage just because he happened to be teleported next to the nest of the golden winged rock king. Because in this 1 hour, for those who are really capable, they don't need luck, they can also take the initiative to challenge those powerful monsters and beasts. Earn points. And the entire 5th round will last for 24 hours. It is not a good thing to be on the list in the first hour. It will only become someone else's hunting target. Linny now clicks on any person on the leaderboard, and a tracking interface will pop up later. An arrow will appear on the spiritual crystal light screen to help you continue to track your target. And the more than 7,000 points Linny has now are also earned by Lin Yu from hunting other monsters later. The Golden Winged Rock King's family alone can only provide him with more than 3,000 points. Clang! Linny heard a sword ringing in his ear. Looking at Lin Yu, he found that she had pulled out the soul elegy and was on guard. Someone is coming. Linny looked up at the sky. They saw a young silver-feathered rock circling above their heads. It seemed that the warning signal was sent by it. Lin Yu received it immediately. There are many people, and they have formed a team. Lin Yu received the message from the mobile scout above again and continued. Are they coming for us? Lin Yu closed her eyes, as if she was sharing the vision of the young silver-feathered rock above. Then, she opened her eyes, a total of 11 people, coming towards us. Linny and Lin Yu have been resting in this place for more than half an hour. Lin Yu had told him before that there were traces of fighting in the distance. This means that someone must have hunted monsters here, perhaps a lone ranger like himself, or perhaps a team. Now it seems that it is a team. And after he ranked third on the list, he also became the hunting target of that team. To be honest, Linny did not want to conflict with other candidates at this stage. On the one hand, at this point in time, these people must not have too many points, and even if they were eliminated, they would not earn too many points. It would be better to raise some goo, wait for these weaklings to fight each other and eliminate a group of weak ones by themselves, then Linny will eliminate those who are slightly stronger and get more points. On the other hand, his main purpose of entering this dungeon is actually to level up. Especially to raise Lin Yu's level as soon as possible. Linny is too lazy to trigger this unnecessary battle. But since others have come to him, Linny does not intend to escape. Linny heard dense footsteps coming from the grove not far away. Then several people came out of the woods and appeared in front of Linny. "It's really you?" One of the people in the crowd was obviously shocked when he saw Linny. Linny looked over and was also stunned. That person was Lee Zurue, who had been unhappy with Linny outside the dungeon before. Following him, Linny also saw several people who got in the top 10 of the provincial exam in Dongjiang this time. But in addition to this, there are also new faces. Linny doesn't know what happened to the Dongjiang provincial team. Anyway, Lee Zurue only appeared here with a few people from the Dongjiang provincial team. And it is obvious that Lee Zurue himself is not the captain of this team. The captain of this team stood in the front row and turned around to ask, what is his profession and what skills does he have? Tell me. Lee Zurue felt a little guilty. After all, Linny was from their Dongjiang province. They should have been united. Now he had to expose Lin Yi's profession and skills in front of others. He felt a little guilty. But when he thought of Lin Yi's oppression of him, Lee Zurue hated him so much that he finally exposed Lin Yi's profession. Ordinary profession? Are you sure? So what if you are more specialized? You Dongjiang are really getting worse every year. Hearing Lee Zurue's words, the whole team looked relieved. Most people have a fixed mindset. That is, the rarity level of the profession is almost linked to the strength of the professional. At least in their current situation, this is the case. Ordinary, rare, legendary, epic. Of these 5 rarity levels of professions, ordinary is undoubtedly the bottom one. If he is put together with this group of legendary professions, he will be ashamed. Don't be careless. After all, he can earn more than 7,000 points in the first hour. His strength should not be too weak. Be careful. The captain of the team is Fong Ming, a lightly dressed archer. Under Lin Yi's all-seeing eye perspective. This person is level 37, and he has obviously completed the second transformation. And his skill specialization is also very strong. His profession is also a legendary profession, and his combat power is indeed good among this group of rabble. Maybe he is lucky. It's not uncommon for a blind cat to meet a dead mouse. Some people wanted to say a few more words. Fong Ming glared back at them, and then the few people immediately stopped talking. It seems that Fong Ming's prestige among this group of people is also good. At least he can calm people down. Fong Ming looked at Linny and started to negotiate. Friend, as you can see, I brought more than 10 brothers to this area to kill monsters and earn points. It is difficult to earn points if so many people share them equally. So how about this, you give us 70% of the points, and we will let you leave. This is good for all of us. Otherwise, we will have to fight with swords. It is not glorious to fight with more people, I really don't want to go to that step. Fong Ming's words almost made Linny laugh. It's not easy for you to earn points, but the points I earned were blown by the wind? But you are right. It is indeed not glorious to fight with more people. The next moment, Linny snapped his fingers. Beside him, hideous summons began to appear one by one. Cry! The golden-winged Dupeng King appeared. Then came the Hill Tiger King, the Snow Mountain Giant, the mutated bear monster. All these monsters were the souls who died under Lin Yu's sword in the past hour. Then, controlled by Lin Yu, a natural disaster army was formed. Previously, they had been kept in the dead spirit space by Lin Yi. Now, they were released by Lin Yi all at once. There were as many as 40 or 50 of them, and each of them had amazing combat power. Lin Yi grinned and added, but I am happy to go that far. Fong Ming was dumbfounded after seeing the undead army that instantly appeared around Lin Yi. Lee Zurue was so frightened that he almost peed. Originally, these boss-level monsters in this dungeon were all ferocious-looking, but now after being resurrected by necromantic magic, they are even more ferocious than when they were alive. The kind that can make a kid cry. In the invigilation room, Li Qianye looked at the more than 40 boss-level undead army summoned by Lin Yi with a wave of his hand. His pupils were also trembling. Damn it! How did this kid do it? Normally, the summoner either needs to chant a chant to pull out the summoned object, or use some special equipment to store the summoned object. This type of equipment is expensive. But now Li Qianye is very sure that all the candidates in Noah's ruins are naked and don't have any equipment. Even his summoning spells are instantaneous? This is a little too outrageous. What's even more outrageous is the quality of Lin Yi's summons. Except for the warrior summon that is no different from a human being, Lin Yi can really control so many summons to fight for him at the same time. This is more than just overwhelming numbers. Quality is also crushing. In the council chamber on the top floor, Xiao Xian's expression froze. He had just questioned Lin Yi's ability to control summon objects at the same time not long ago. But now Lin Yi showed off his skills directly in front of everyone. He can control more than 3 or 2 summons at the same time. But 30 or 40. At this moment, Xiao Xuanyi was a little shaken. Where is his limit? Is this his greatest reliance? He turned his head and looked at Mr. Meng. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly and looked calm. Judging from his expression, Xiao Xuanyi suddenly realized that this was not the beyond his imagination trump card that Mr. Meng had said before. Xiao Xuanyi was shocked. If Lin Yi's qualifications before could only make him look slightly suspicious, now he must re-examine this young man. In copy. Although Fang Ming opened his mouth, he still wanted to say something. But Lin Yi had no patience anymore. The next moment, Lin Yi drew his sword, and a stream of undead sword energy flew out. At the same time, the natural disaster army swarmed up. Everyone, don't panic. It just looks scary. Sujin, Zhang Tao, you two hold on. Keep up with the output, pull and hit. Fang Ming gritted his teeth. He was doing his best to control his fear. But the pressure Lin Yi and these more than 40 undead monsters gave him was unprecedented. Under his command, the 2 tall men, obviously warrior knights, took the initiative to walk in front of the crowd. Fang Ming also took out a big bow, and arrows rained down like a waterfall. Even Li Zirui, who was standing behind, mustered up the courage to fire a few shots. The situation is critical and we can no longer consider hiding our trump cards. The high explosive shells were directly bombarded by him desperately. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and debris flying. For a moment, the fire suppression burst out by this team of more than 10 people seemed to have some flavor. However, the reality is cruel. Although the smoke and fire special effects are full, but it's of no use. The rock flaps its wings and the strong wind stirs. As soon as the smoke from the battlefield was blown away, Fang Ming and others felt a deep despair. Because they hit them with a wave of output. The natural disaster army on the opposite side didn't lose much blood. At this moment, there are more than a dozen overlord-level bosses around Lin Yi. There are also 7 or 8 quasi-kings. There are also 2 or 3 people who have fully reached the king level, similar to the golden-winged Dupeng king. The numerical gap can no longer be made up by legendary professions or epic professions. When Lin Yi saw Fang Ming, who was the leader of the group of dragons on the opposite side, he just looked at him with great hatred. Then without hesitation, he pressed the red button on the spiritual crystal watch on his right hand. The next moment, his figure disappeared. He voluntarily gave up this round of exams and sent out a copy. Without the leader Fang Ming, the remaining people were even more miserable. The 2 tank professionals, Sujin and Zhang Tao, who were the first to bear the brunt, were directly hit by a crazy ancient mammoth giant and flew very high. Lin Yi even heard the sound of bone cracking. Fortunately, both of them were thick-skinned. Although they were seriously injured, they would not be killed instantly. In mid-air, they also pressed the red button at the same time to teleport out the copy. Roar! A mutated giant bear with dark pus flowing all over its body raised its paw high, and was about to slap Li Zirui on the head, who was completely frightened and could not move. If Lin Yi were to take a shot of this palm, it would probably be easier than taking a shot of a watermelon. He sighed inwardly. Although this guy has always disliked me. But in the end there was no big grudge. In addition, Li Yuanjing was actually kind to him, and even used his own money to help him make up the difference between skill points and dasha coins. Lin Yi could not deny this favor. With a thought, the giant bear's claws hovered in the air. He looked a little confused. He seemed to be wondering, didn't the master just want to kill these weak humans by himself? Get out of here, Lin Yi said in a deep voice. The next moment, the remaining 7 or 8 people on the opposite side were instantly pardoned, and they pressed the red button in a hurry to escape from the dungeon. Li Zirui was so scared that he was trembling all over, and he didn't even hear what Lin Yi said. But the next moment, he was still teleported away. Obviously, this was operated by the examiner Li Qianye, who had been monitoring the situation in the dungeon. At this moment, Li Yuanjing, who was sweating and frightened, stood beside Li Qianye, looking at Lin Yi in the picture. Li Yuanjing was very lucky that he didn't offend Lin Yi. Otherwise, even if his son didn't die today, he would probably be half disabled. Lin Yi looked at the group of people who had come before and were instantly wiped out by him, with no joy or sadness on his face. The natural disaster army was taken back to the dead spirit space by him, and Lin Yu also put the sword back into the sheath. Are there any monsters nearby? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yu shook his head. It has been cleared. Then let's go. In the next half day, Lin Yi rode on the back of the Great Peng King and traveled all over the eastern hilly area. Lin Yu rode on the back of another silver feather Pang and led the undead corps to charge across the entire area. Half a day passed. The number of the undead corps under Lin Yi has increased from more than 40 to more than 300. And it is still increasing. This corps can ruthlessly crush any monster it encounters, and those monsters that are crushed and killed instantly will be resurrected by Lin Yi and become new members of the corps. Other candidates who are in the hilly area with Lin Yi. They are afraid to avoid him. Even if Lin Yi encounters other candidates, unless they take the initiative to cause trouble, they will ignore them directly. This scene made Li Qianye feel numb. Others are here to take the exam, but this kid seems to be here to level up. Don't tell me, he has reached level 59 in the past half day. As soon as the voice fell, a white light appeared on Lin Yi's body in the picture again. He has reached level 60. At the same time, a series of prompts sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. It is detected that you have the authority to enter the abyss. You are qualified to participate in the trial of the 0th layer of the abyss. You can enter the challenge at any time. Ding! The only weapon Soul Elegy absorbs enough soul fragments, and the grade is upgraded from black iron to bronze, and all attribute bonuses are improved. Ding! Your summon, Lin Yu's level is upgraded to LV.40, and the status is advanced to the top lord level. A new skill slot is obtained. Please go and activate it. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's Mother's Day. I wish all the readers' mothers good health. A series of prompts made Lin Yi a little confused. First, it was the 0th level trial of the abyss. What is this? He had never heard of it before. Then, Lin Yu's exclusive weapon Soul Elegy was upgraded, and she also completed the upgrade. But what the hell is this unlocking skill slot? Shouldn't the normal summon upgrade be directly given a new skill? Is Lin Yu really so special that she can choose what skills to learn like a professional? Thinking of this, the spiritual crystal watch on Lin Yi's hand suddenly vibrated. The next moment, Li Qianye's somewhat serious voice sounded. Lin Yi, you just reached level 60. Did you receive an invitation to the Abyss trial? Lin Yi, yes. Don't accept the invitation yet. You are in the exam round now. If you enter the Abyss trial, your results will be invalid. I know, so I didn't accept it. Lin Yi is not stupid, of course he knows this truth. On the other side, Li Qianye continued, for all professionals, the 0th level trial of Jianyuan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It requires careful preparation and can only be entered at this node of level 60. Next, you can normally kill monsters in the dungeon to gain experience, but don't actively click to upgrade. It will be a pity to miss the 0th level trial of Jian Yuan. After hearing what Li Qianye said, Lin Yi became interested. What exactly is this 0th level trial of Jian Yuan? Li Qianye did not answer Lin Yi's question directly, but continued, regarding Jian Yuan, you can ask your Dongjiang seniors after the 5th round of exams are over. The exams are still in progress, and I can't talk to you for a long time. This time I just remind you not to enter the Jian Yuan trial. After speaking, Li Qianye directly interrupted the communication. No one thought that someone could upgrade at such a fast speed during the 5th round of exams. This is unprecedented. After cutting off the communication, Lin Yi did not continue to worry about Jian Yuan, but opened Lin Yu's panel to look at it. First is the Soul Elegy that has just been upgraded. The overall attributes have been greatly improved compared to before. Soul Elegy. Type, Weapon, Two-handed. Grade, Bronze, 0.08%. Equipment level, LV.1. Exclusive weapon, Soulbound. Weight, 22.34 kilograms. Physical attack power plus 2044. Strength plus 871. Endurance plus 846. Spirit plus 833. Agility plus 901. Durability, never wear out. Unique special effect, Soul Devouring. When killing a target, it will devour the target's soul, obtain certain attribute values, and add them to its own basic attributes. Note, the stronger the target is, the higher the status, the more attribute values will be obtained. The additional attribute values given are far beyond the platinum level undead greatsword that Lin Yi got when he killed Rivendell. At this moment, the Soul Elegy has just reached the bronze level. Lin Yi didn't dare to think about how exaggerated the attributes would be when this weapon really advances to the artifact level. After looking at the weapon, Lin Yi opened Lin Yu's panel. Clicked on the skill column. He did see an empty skill column. Meaning, as long as it is a skill that matches her orthodox or branch profession system, she can learn it? Hiss. This mechanism is a bit against the sky. Lin Yi was still thinking about helping Lin Yu pay attention to the skill books related to the necromancy system and the warrior system in the future, but Lin Yu suddenly changed his expression. Master, someone is coming again. Lin Yi heard this and pulled back his thoughts. In the past half day, he did run into a lot of people. Those who are hostile, just send them out of the dungeon. Those who are not hostile, Lin Yi is too lazy to care. Don't call me master in the future, we can just call each other by name in the future. Lin Yi's words are sincere. Lin Yu has already gone beyond the scope of summoned creatures in all aspects. Lin Yi has already regarded her as a friend or a partner. After saying this, Lin Yu's delicate body trembled. Then she nodded shyly. Brother Lin Yi, I have been looking for you for a long time. We have no ill intentions. We are willing to give you all the points. Can we team up with you? Suddenly, a soft and charming voice sounded behind Lin Yi. Looking back, I saw several girls coming over and looking at Lin Yi pitifully. These girls are pretty good in both figure and appearance. In such a long time, Lin Yi has met many people, but this is the first time he has met someone who wants to team up with him. But before Lin Yi could speak, Lin Yi saw from the corner of his eye that Lin Yu had already drawn his sword. Without saying a word, several afterimages flashed by, and the undead sword energy burst out. In an instant, several pitiful girls were sent out of the copy by Lin Yu. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, without giving Lin Yi any chance to react. Feeling Lin Yu's emotions, Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Is she jealous? A few coquettish bitches dare to snatch a man from me? Lin Yi found it funny and shook his head. He didn't take it to heart. Lin Yu was a little flustered, and suddenly said, they must have bad intentions. I'm sorry. Lin Yi shook his head. No need to apologize, you did the right thing, I didn't plan to team up with them. After this little episode, Lin Yi and Lin Yu continued to level up. The monsters in the hilly area were basically crushed and cleared by Lin Yi. Lin Yi also began to consciously move towards the central area of the entire Noah ruins. The entire Noah ruins is too large, and it is almost impossible to explore it all in one day. As time goes on, Lin Yi also found that the sky has darkened. In the end, it has completely fallen into darkness. I didn't expect that this dungeon is also like a small world, with sunrise and sunset. Unknowingly, he has spent more than 20 hours in the dungeon. It has been 23 hours since the start of the 5th round of testing. The last score list is announced. The Lingjing watch vibrated. The next moment when Lin Yi saw the ranking list, he suddenly realized it. There are only 3 names left on this list. First place, Liu Yu, points, 314699, team, none, location, Noah's wreckage area. Second place, Xia Yuyan, points, 284136, team, none, location, Noah's wreckage area. Third place, Lin Yi, points, 214748, team, none, location, Noah's wreckage area. The first and second are still these 2 familiar names. Lin Yi's curiosity was gradually replaced by fighting spirit. It's almost done. In the last hour, if I go to the desert area and the swamp area, I might be able to pick up some monsters. But leveling up is not the most important thing now. At this point in the game, the circle has shrunk to the end. It's time to eat chicken. Lin Yi rode on the back of Pang Wang and looked at the wreckage of Noah's giant ship under the dark sky in the distance. He looked at the spiritual crystal watch on his hand. 2 arrows pointing to Xia Yuyan and Liu Yu. Completely overlapped. This means that the 2 are now in the center of the Noah wreckage, and may have already met. Lin Yi, all the flying beasts I sent out for reconnaissance have lost contact. They are all controlled by another will. Lin Yu frowned, a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Lin Yi was also stunned. Logically speaking, he and Lin Yu both have absolute control over the monsters he resurrected. Especially Lin Yu, as the Lord of Natural Disasters, there is no reason why she cannot control her own army. If there is, then it can only be a skill or effect with a higher priority. Buzz. Lin Yi felt a terrifying mental force field burst out from the ruins far away. If it weren't for his eye of all-seeing, he wouldn't even be able to sense this force field. And this mental force field has no effect on him and Lin Yu. However, the next moment, Lin Yi heard the entire Noah ruins. There were roars and cries of beasts coming from all over the place below. Then, Lin Yi saw countless birds and beasts, all of them started to rush towards the place where the wave came from like crazy. Cry! The 2 rocks ridden by Lin Yi and Lin Yu actually began to get agitated. They actually wanted to break free from Lin Yi and Lin Yu's restraints and fly forward at an accelerated speed. I can't control anymore, Lin Yu exclaimed. The next moment, she and Lin Yi were thrown off by 2 big pangs from behind. In a panic, Lin Yi was still calm. The next moment, he summoned the skeleton dragon that he had stored in the dead spirit space. The dragon caught the 2 people. Lin Yi began to observe the reaction of the skeleton dragon. But he found that this orthodox dead spirit summoned by him was not affected by the invisible wave. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and he found a clue. The invisible wave that could compete for control were all monsters that were temporarily recruited by him. And all the summons he summoned. He still has absolute control. Lin Yi rode on the back of the skeleton dragon, watching the 2 big pangs flying away at an ever-increasing speed, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know what happened, the stronger the enemy, the more pleasure he would feel after defeating it. Otherwise, it would be too boring to push forward all the way. In the center of the Noah wreckage area that Lin Yi could not see, the scene here made everyone who was watching the final round of the National College entrance examination feel incredible. In the core area of the Noah ruins, a ship-shaped wreckage with a length of 10,000 meters crashed here. The entire wreckage vaguely shows the hard work and ingenuity of its maker. This is also the origin of the name of this copy. At this moment, the entire Ark wreckage area is occupied by dense monsters and beasts. After coming here, these beasts are no longer manic. But they are guarding the center of the ruins, around a silver-haired boy. The boy's appearance and face shape are childish, and he looks only about 13 or 14 years old. At this moment, he holds a cube that flashes with deep blue light in his hand. The surface of the cube flashes with countless inscriptions that people in the Blue Star world cannot understand. These inscriptions seem to be the product of the technology side, and there are also traces of the magic side. Just holding it in his hand, the silver-haired boy Luyu felt as if endless power was pouring into his body. His profession is an epic profession. And it is the only profession, named Heart of All Beasts. Not only can he freely transform into any bird or beast in the Blue Star and the Abyss world, but he can also control other monsters within a certain range in an extremely domineering way. The more monsters he controls, the higher the bonus he gets. Under normal circumstances, Luyu's current limit is to control 332 monsters at the same time, and his status cannot be higher than the Lord level. But at this moment, under the energy injection of the deep blue magic cube in his hand, all the monsters in the entire Noah ruins are subservient to him. The winner of this round of exams has been decided. Li Qianye made a judgment. Boss, what he is holding should be the core module of the reactor of Noah's Ark, right? Li Qianye nodded. This is the most valuable dungeon item in this Abyss dungeon. It can greatly increase the professional skill effects of all professionals. Originally, his strength was on par with Xia Yuyan. Now that he has this key item, he must be the first this year. As the chief examiner of the 5th round, he also set the test questions this year. Naturally, he has already figured out the dungeon of Noah's ruins. He knows the effect of the core module of the reactor of the Ark better than anyone else. Although this thing cannot make the skills of the professionals themselves advanced, but it will make them evolve. Although the skill level is the same, the effect has changed dramatically. This magical effect has only been seen on this special item in this dungeon by Li Qianye. Unfortunately, this item is bound to the dungeon and cannot be taken out of the dungeon. While thinking, Luyu in the picture suddenly realized something and looked up at the darkness in front of him. In the darkness, nothing can be seen. But the beast sense given to Luyu by the thousands of fierce beasts on the field told him that someone was coming. Is it Sister Yuyan? You are still a step late. I can't lose now. Why don't you just give up? Luyu showed a kind smile, looked at the invisible figure in the darkness ahead, tilted his head and smiled. Although he said that the other party should give up. But the next moment, Luyu made a move. He just raised one hand. His right arm instantly transformed at an extremely terrifying speed, becoming a monster claw that was 100 meters long. He smashed down hard towards where Xia Yuyan was. Boom! With this smash, a pit several meters deep was smashed out in front of Luyu. This was the terrifying power he gained after mastering all the beasts. He could control the heavens and the earth at any time. However, the next moment, Luyu's face changed. He suddenly felt that his enlarged right arm was cut off by something. Domain, cut off the air. A girl's soft whisper came from the void. Puff! Hot blood spurted out, and Luyu's right arm was cut off directly from the root. The 100-meter-long broken arm didn't even have time to fall to the ground. The next moment, a large amount of blood and minced meat burst out again. The whole giant arm was cut into billions of pieces by an unknown force in an instant. Finally, it disappeared with the wind. Then, a figure wrapped in a light blue close-fitting robe slowly emerged from the darkness. What made you feel that I would lose? Xia Yuyan lowered her eyes. There seemed to be no emotion in it. As the words fell, Luyu's face showed a momentary surprise. Then he regained his harmless fake smile. The broken right arm was restored to its original state in the next moment. For the heart of 10,000 beasts, this level of self-healing ability is not surprising. Luyu clapped his hands and laughed. Oh, sister is so powerful. But just like this, you can't beat me. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he seemed to have a feeling. He quickly looked up at the sky. At the same time, Xia Yuyan also tilted her head slightly, looking at the skeleton dragon flying from not far away in the sky. And on the dragon's back, another young man was sitting in an extremely lazy posture, holding his chin with his right hand, watching their fight with interest. Lin Yi arrived. At this moment, the three strongest young people in the entire daxia met here. Even though Lin Yi himself had just arrived. But he actually had a panoramic view of the scene just now with the help of the omniscient eye. Even the conversation between the two was overheard. Well, it fits my fantasy of the two strongest people of my generation in the entire daxia. Everyone is a pushover. Saw Lin Yi arriving. Lu Yu seemed a little dissatisfied. Are you the one who killed all the monsters in the snowy mountainous and hilly areas? If it weren't for you, I would have more friends right now. Lin Yi glanced at the countless ferocious beasts and monsters surrounding Lu Yu. He looked at Lu Yu intently again. He raised his eyebrows instantly. Heart of all beasts? No wonder his two rock mounts were disobedient. Because before becoming undead creatures, these two monsters were both birds and beasts. If we really talk about authority, with the blessing of the Arc Reactor Core Module, Lu Yu does have higher authority. Well, it seems that the idea of using the natural disaster army to directly push the remaining two people has completely failed. I might have to show some real trump cards. I'm in a hurry. You're all going to lose anyway, so let's go up together. Xia Yuyan didn't even look at Lin Yi. In other words, the other two people present at the moment could not get into her eyes. Within the realm, she has no rivals. That's been it since birth. She just needs to upgrade step by step and complete the job transfer task. Within 10 years, she will definitely have a place in the great Xia God of War. Xia Yuyan is very proud. But her pride comes from her terrifying record of not losing a single game so far. Whether they are at the same level or beyond, she can complete the crushing. Even if she faces some elders who are highly promoted, she is not without the strength to fight. The younger generation in daxia are the strongest and most invincible. Others would give such comments without her having to say it explicitly. Sister Yuyan, you stole my lines again. Obviously you two should go together, right? Lu Yu shouted dissatisfied. In the sky, Lin Yi chuckled, I won't interrupt, you continue. The outcome of this battle depends on Lin Yi. In fact, I already knew it. But he just enjoys the process. Of course, if the two people below choose to deal with themselves as the third party first. Lin Yi didn't mind participating in the battle himself. Alas, Sister Yuyan, although it is a bit disgraceful to win against you this time because of the dungeon props. But it's better than never winning once. Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't care about Lin Yi in the sky. It seems that the real decisive battle has nothing to do with Lin Yi, a stranger. A winner will only emerge between them. Once one of them wins, it will be a sure thing to crush Lin Yi. In addition, the two seem to know each other. Moreover, in the previous battles, the silver-haired boy Lu Yu probably never defeated Xia Yuyan. So there must be resentment in his heart. I don't know what kind of instructions Lu Yu gave to the beasts. The next moment, there were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts on the scene, and their eyes instantly turned red as blood. The body size has grown by more than 1/3. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He could see that in just the blink of an eye, this young man had given 3 or 4 buffs to tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. And each one is very strong. Even the status of these ferocious beasts increased by half a level. Plop! Plop! Lin Yi's ears also heard the sound of heartbeat like a war drum. The sound of the hearts of thousands of monsters on the field at the same time and at the same time. At this moment, all the beasts are united. Go crazy. Bloodthirsty. Amplification. In the council hall, when Xiao Xian saw that Lu Yu had finally handed over all his trump cards, he couldn't help but read out the names of the skills he knew. This kid has actually upgraded all his skills to level 5. With the blessing of the core module, the benefits given by these 4 5th level skills are terrifying. This last state is the blood-destroying beast alliance. This is a 6th level skill, and he really tried his best. Xia Yuyan's response to tens of thousands of enhanced ferocious beasts. Still calm. Buzz. A light blue field aperture. In an instant, it centered at Xia Yuyan's feet and rapidly expanded until it covered hundreds of meters. All ferocious beasts that enter Xia Yuyan's domain. In the next moment, he will be slashed by an unknown person, cutting off his arms, thighs, or even cutting him in half. However, these ferocious beasts suffered such heavy losses. It will be intact in the next second. Including those ferocious beasts that were beheaded and beheaded. It seems that they have acquired immortality. Ha ha, my friends are already immortal. Sister Yuyan, your Duankong domain has been cracked by me. Lu Yu's expression was a little ferocious. In fact, it is not easy for him to activate this state. It was also very taxing on him. But it's all worth it. Except for Xiao Shuani and Mr. Meng who saw the clues, no one else could see how Liu did this. Except Lin Yi. Blood-sucking Beast Alliance, during the duration, all your summoned beasts will share their health points. All summoned beasts will not die before the total health points are cleared. One thing to say, this buff is used when the number of summoned beasts is not enough. Actually, it's not bad. But at this moment, Liu used the core module to control tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. It's a bit invincible. The total health of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts would be a very terrifying number. There was still no wave in Xia Yuyan's cold eyes. It seemed that Lu Yu's desperate efforts still posed no threat to her. You disappoint me a little. Even if you get such a big bonus, it's nothing more than that. Field, silence. In Lu Yu's somewhat disbelieving eyes. Xia Yuyan switched the realm status. From the domain, skybreak to the domain, silence. And the coverage of this field is 7 or 8 times larger than that of Duankong. The dark gray silent realm enveloped Lu Yu and countless ferocious beasts. Soon, the special effects in this field were revealed. Those ferocious beasts that Lu Yu had added the effects of crazy bloodthirsty and blood-destroying beast alliance instantly lost all their bonuses. It has changed into its normal appearance before. Lin Yi, who was also enveloped in this field, also discovered. All my skills below level 6 can no longer be used. It's time to end. Field superposition, burning flame. The blazing fire, the terrifying heat, and the red scorching flame domain are superimposed on the gray silent domain. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were present at that moment. Turn into ashes. This scene is extremely impactful. Even Lin Yi, who already knew this outcome, would have to say it was wonderful. The fake smiling boy Lu Yu stopped smiling. As the heart of all beasts, at this moment when all the summoned beasts were killed, the death knell of defeat had already sounded. Bully. Just wait. I want to tell my grandpa. The next moment, Lu Yu took the initiative to press the red button and exit the instance. The core module of the arc reactor that he had previously held in his hand. It was also picked up by Xia Yuyan. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yi, who was riding on the dragon's back in the sky with the same indifferent expression. It's your turn. The endgame is officially here. The next moment Xia Yuyan held the core module of the arc reactor. Her domain began to expand at an extremely terrifying speed in an instant. If the core module allowed Lu Yu to control the summoned beasts from 300 to 10,000, then the impact on Xia Yuyan was that all her domain effects not only evolved, but also expanded from the kilometer level to the 10,000 meter level. However, the next moment, Xia Yuyan directly threw the dark blue Rubik's Cube on the ground. Her pride. She was not allowed to use this additional bonus ability. Without the module bonus, Xia Yuyan's domain returned to normal. Because facing Lin Yi, she could easily win without using these external things. It's over, let's go and pick him up. This kid is lucky. He should have been third, but now he can get second. Notify those people in the publicity group to debug as soon as possible. The national results will be released soon. Li Qianye saw this. He stood up and prepared to leave the invigilation room to deal with the aftermath of this round of exams. The suspense is gone. Xia Yuyan is terribly strong. Under the domain, no one survives. In the Parliament Hall, Xiao Shuani also smiled. Mr. Meng, you should admit that Xia Yuyan should have won, right? I admit that as an ordinary professional, he has done well enough and shocked me a lot, but that's it. Whether it's Li Qianye or Xiao Shuani. Even Li Yuanjing, who was watching the game at this moment, and Qi Guoguang, who was watching the game in Dongjiang province. Everyone has their own judgment in their hearts. This final battle. At the beginning, the suspense has been lost. Lin Yi's winning rate is 0. He will definitely lose. However, just when everyone was thinking about it, even Li Qianye was about to write Xia Yuyan's name as the first in this year's national candidate rankings. The picture in the copy made everyone suddenly realize. It seems not that simple. Mr. Meng still sat in the chair calmly, with a smile on his lips. Yu Yan is a good kid, but unfortunately she has inherited her grandfather's bad temper. She never looks people in the eye. She should have learned a lesson today. If it weren't for this girl's strength, you and I might not have seen the real trump card of this kid Lin today. As soon as Mr. Meng finished speaking, Xiao Shuani realized that something was wrong. Xia Yuyan looked at Lin Yi in the sky, and her eyes fluctuated for a moment. Because even though she was enveloped by her two domains, Lin Yi was not affected at all. It's just that the skeleton dragon and Lin Yi were taken back into the dead space by him. Under the double superposition of the silence domain and the burning domain. All of Lin Yi's skills were sealed. And it was difficult to withstand the high temperature brought by the burning domain. So Lin Yi took them back in advance. A pair of wind wings appeared behind Lin Yi, and he landed slowly. I must admit that you are probably the strongest person of my generation that I have ever seen. The field that seals the 6th level skills, the space slashing field. It's really a bit outrageous. But since you are so outrageous, it's not too much for me to use some more outrageous skills, right? The last sentence. Lin Yi did not say it out loud. Instead, he said it to himself in his heart. Before, he had always restrained himself. He had always hidden his true strength. In fact, he was afraid that what he showed was too shocking. It would cause unnecessary trouble. But now, after seeing the two perverts, Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan, he realized. The entire Blue Star, de Xia, which is known as the first in comprehensive strength. There is no shortage of geniuses. Since the top leaders of the country can accommodate them, they must be able to accommodate themselves. Then, there is no need for me to hide it. Start with the 7th level to show respect. Then, Lin Yi pointed casually. Pointed to Xia Yuyan in the center of the field. The next moment, Xia Yuyan's face changed, and the high temperature of the entire scorching domain suddenly dropped at this moment. With Lin Yi as the center, the entire scorching domain even began to form a white frost. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can he not only be fine under the superposition of two domains, but also be able to reverse the effect of the entire domain invisibly? Now the scorching domain looks like it has failed. It's not an exaggeration to rename it as the ice-cold domain. This is impossible. The domain is silent, it can seal all skills below the 6th level, and dispel all the buff effects below the 6th level. Why can he still use skills? Xiao Shuani was a little confused. He didn't understand. He couldn't figure it out. In his opinion, Lin Yi should be turned into ashes in an instant, which is in line with expectations. Wait, this magic fluctuation. This is the 7th level. Meng Lao gave Xiao Shuani, who was fussing on the side, a meaningful look. That look seemed to say, you just realized it now? Ice element 7th level, soul frozen. A gleam of light appeared in Meng Lao's eyes. He uttered a few words. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Long-term in a high position, coupled with terrifying strength. He had long discovered that Lin Yi had the ability to cast high-level skills. But since the 5th round of the exam, everything this kid encountered was too weak. He was able to sweep the entire Noah ruins completely relying on the summons of the undead system. If Xia Yuyan was not a qualified opponent, even Mr. Meng was not sure at this moment what level Lin Yi's true strength was. Now he is sure. He can really use skills beyond the 6th level. 7th level skills. These thoughts are just things that are produced in an instant. And in the copy. What happened in this instant made Li Qianye and others who had just stood up sit down again. Because, the high and mighty Xia Yuyan, in her own dual domain, was completely frozen by a piece of crystal clear ice. And the shock that Lin Yi brought to them was not limited to this. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the Noah ruins. The next moment, the dark sky was dyed red by the red flames. A giant dragon composed entirely of pure fire elements flapped its wings, like a meteor, streaking across the sky. Then, the blazing dragon breath fell like a waterfall, sweeping across the Noah wreckage in the center of the ruins. On the path, Xia Yuyan, who was completely frozen and controlled by the 7th level ice soul, was naturally included. At this moment in the ice, Xia Yuyan's expression was a little more surprised. She finally understood at this moment why her domain was ineffective against the boy in front of her. The silent domain can only target those below the 6th level. And he attacked at the 7th level. And it was a dual system 7th level. Compared with the scorching domain, the 7th level fire skills naturally show that Lin Yi's mastery and control of the fire element far exceeds her domain. Crack, collapse. The dragon breath swept over, and Xia Yuyan's dual domains were completely shattered. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. I recently recommended it, and I feel that the data has plummeted, and my mentality has been affected. If you enjoy it, please support it. In addition, I beg you to read it every day, which is really important for a book. The author thanks you again. On the big screen. In the sea of fire, only Lin Yi still stood there calmly. The fire was extinguished, and Lin Yi's shadow was dragged out for a long time, shining on the remains of the Fangzhou ruins in the distance, making it even more oppressive. Li Qianye closed his open mouth. The shocking effect brought by the 2 7th level spells is unparalleled. Even he couldn't help but feel chilled when he saw Lin Yi at this moment. Necromantic system, fire system, wind system, ice system. He knows so much. But he is very good at everything. In this exam, Lin Yi gave him a shock that no one else could match. If I just appreciated it before. Now Li Qianye looks at Lin Yi with admiration. The twists and turns of this final battle happened too violently and too quickly. Just now he thought Lin Yi was going to be killed. Who knew that in the end he would be the one who stood up to others? Li Qianye stood up. This time it should really be over. Let's go and pick up people. At the other end of the wall separated from the invigilation room are the senior officials of the provincial education bureaus responsible for delivering exams. My eyes almost popped out. Yes, this is only the 5th round of the National College Entrance Examination. That's right, both candidates are just second-guessing. That's right, most of them can't beat either of these two people with real swords and guns. Li Yuanjing was even more excited and trembling all over. If it weren't for the bad influence, he might have spoken out now and made a big statement that this is our strongest young generation in Dongjiang. No. From today on, they should be the strongest young generation in the entire Daxia. The first examination room in Dongjiang. Shi Guoguang sat on the chair. Looking at Lin Yi on the big screen, his whole body couldn't stop shaking. It's him. It's really him. Everything is settled. He recalled being outside Blue City. At that time, he was flying in the air and Lin Yi was outside the city gate. That startling glimpse. Everything made sense. In this era, a new star is really about to rise into the sky of Great Xia, and the light it will shine may be even greater than the blazing sun. In copy. Lin Yi looked at the center of the fire and smoke. Some side, the strength of the area close to you is a bit high, and it can actually withstand my sky flame dragon breath. Lin Yi's words stunned all the spectators. The next moment, they were shocked to realize that Xia Yuyan was hit by 2 7th-level magics, but she was not defeated on the spot. The ice melted, and Xia Yuyan's hair was scattered around her neck, making her look extremely embarrassed. There was also a faint trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Yi's attack just now had severely damaged her vitality. Countless glass-like transparent flakes peeled off from her body. Then it shattered and disappeared. This is a micro-area that has been covering Xia Yuyan's body since she appeared on the scene. It was this layer of personal domain protection that allowed Xia Yuyan to withstand Lin Yi's 7th-level magic. What a keen observation! Xiao Xuani also praised Lin Yi this time. Because it was from a bystander's perspective, the clarity of the video broadcast through the bracelet was just that. After all, he wasn't there. So he also ignored Xia Yuyan's protective field. At this moment, combined with Xia Yuyan's skill set, he quickly recognized the skill. Field, denied. Able to repel all other objects, attacks, and even energy in the field. Is she now able to completely cover this area on her body? Xiao Xian took a breath of air. I am amazed by Xia Yuyan's persistence and hard work. Because he knows that this field is too special. Although the effect is extremely terrifying, the cost of using it is also very exaggerated. Because of the exclusionary effect of this field. It will even exclude the domain releaser himself. Covering the entire body means that Xia Yuyan is enduring tremendous pain all the time. This is the price of absolute territory. Xia Yuyan has never experienced such an embarrassing moment. She was already extremely angry. And her desire for victory finally made her give up her previous pride. She realized that Lin Yi was not a prey that could be ravaged by her. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey have already been transformed. She picked up the blue Rubik's Cube that she had just abandoned on the ground. Lin Yi just watched and did not stop him. Because this is the copy prop she should get. According to the normal process, Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu were the first to arrive at the wreckage area, got this prop, and gained nothing wrong with it. On the other hand, this thing is useless to Lin Yi. Because of skill evolution or something. He's done playing bad. Xia Yuyan held the core module of the arc reactor in her right hand and instantly felt a vast and majestic power pouring into her body. The injury just now was completely repaired in almost a few breaths. At the same time, 10 layers of transparent light film condensed in an instant, and then perfectly covered Xia Yuyan's body surface. Field, denied, strengthened tenfold. In addition, 3 realms, 1 gray, 1 blue and 1 red, began to spread outward with Xia Yuyan as the center. Domain, cracking the sky. Area, dead silence. Field, annihilation. At this moment, the 3 realms have evolved. And they overlap with each other. In this absolute realm, everything should perish. Go to hell. The 3 realms are completely unfolded. Buzz. An extremely heavy space fracture cutting sound is heard. A blue light suddenly appears. Lin Yi was cut vertically from the center by this space fracture. The fire brought by the annihilation realm melted all the ice that Lin Yi had created before. The next step should be to melt Lin Yi. It seems that this battle has finally come to an end. The changes in the battlefield made Li Qianye completely unable to react. He didn't even have time to save Lin Yi. It's over. Is such a young and excellent seedling going to fall here? However, the next second, everyone heard a sigh. I didn't want to use it, the cooling time is too long. It's time to end. This is Lin Yi's voice. His voice seems to be a little different from the previous lazy and easygoing voice. Instead, there was an unquestionable and arrogant taste. Li Qianye, who had just stood up, sat down again. Because he saw that in the picture, Lin Yi was cut in half by the sky-splitting slash, and there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Instead, a few wisps of deep blue flames emerged. The next moment after these wisps of flames emerged, the red annihilation field that belonged to Xia Yuyan collapsed immediately. Crack. Collapse. How could ordinary fire burn in front of the supreme fire? Tai. In the Parliament Hall. Elder Meng, who had always been calm, suddenly stood up. Then, Xiaoshuani realized that this real strong man who stood at the top of Dasha's combat power disappeared in an instant. In the invigilation room, the figure of Elder Meng leaning on a cane suddenly appeared. Then, in the next moment before Li Qianye had time to react, Elder Meng lightly tapped the cane in his hand. The next moment, the entire spirit crystal broadcasting device was melted into a pile of burning residue. Then, the broadcasting video and the copy in front of everyone all disappeared. What's going on? Is it broken? What the hell? It's so exciting. What's going on? Shouldn't that guy be killed? Why is he still alive and kicking? Fuck, what's going on with that blue flame? Did you see that? Xia Yuyan's scorching flame field seems to have collapsed again. No, don't break down at this time. The whole Dasha, who was watching the 5th round of the final battle, was all Spartan. They said fucking, but they were thinking about it. What's the difference between this and Suanji? They really want to know the outcome of this battle. Both of them are too strong. Really too strong. They are so strong that they can completely crush all the young people in this Dasha. They can only see this level of confrontation in the global professional Olympic Games held every 4 years. I didn't expect to watch the National College entrance examination today. It opened their eyes. The first examination room in Dongjiang. Qi Guoguang stared at the big screen that had fallen into darkness, lost in thought. Then his hair stood up. That deep blue flame. That supreme glance that looked down on everyone. The next moment, he understood everything. In the top floor council hall of the Imperial Education Administration, countless senior executives of the Great Xia Education Administration looked at each other in surprise. Xiaoshuani looked at the screen that had fallen into a grayish-white. He was thoughtful. He took a deep breath. Only he knew why Mr. Meng did this. Because it was very likely that what Linny was going to show in the next second would arouse the covetousness of countless forces in the entire Blue Star. He was protecting 2 top talents of Great Xia. In the invigilation room, Li Qianye was stunned. Meng Lao. Why are you here? Although he knew that this big man was likely to have been watching this round of tests, Li Qianye couldn't imagine that he could actually see him with his own eyes. No other live broadcast footage has leaked out, right? Elder Meng questioned Li Qianye with an imposing manner. Li Qianye nodded. No, the source of the live broadcast is here, and no one should know what happened in the copy now. Elder Meng nodded, and then continued, everyone under you. You must sign the S-level confidential death contract today. Everything you just saw and heard must be kept strictly confidential. Those who do not sign will be executed in accordance with relevant laws. And count the people who have watched the live broadcast of this round of exams across the country today, and implement the relevant memory clearing process. Violators will be executed. After speaking, Elder Meng disappeared. Li Qianye stood there in a daze. Chills on the back. S-level confidential death contract. This is an absolute confidentiality death contract that must be fulfilled for a lifetime after signing. If the relevant secrets are leaked, the power of the law in the death contract will directly execute the leaker on the spot. And if you don't sign this S-level death contract, you will also be executed on the spot. And they are already lucky. At least they will not lose a part of their memory. That moment just now. What happened? What made Mr. Meng so upset? He did not hesitate to start such a cumbersome and strict process, and only let this video material be known by very few people. Others will forget everything they saw. Noah's ruins. Xia Yuyan looked at Ling Yi's posture at this moment, and waves of palpitations from intuition and inspiration made her feel emotions she had never had before. Fear. And even awe. This is impossible. Xia Yuyan could not understand the situation at this moment. Just a cluster of deep blue flames made her evolve to the quasi-7th level. Annihilation was shattered in an instant. At the same time, another realm of her own split into pieces. There were hundreds of space slashes per second. It had no effect on Linny in front of him. It was as if his flesh and blood body had disappeared without a trace. Instead, it sublimated into a higher level of existence. Tens of thousands of meters above the battlefield between the two, a figure slowly emerged. Elder Mang leaned on a cane and stood quietly in the void. His eyes stared at the battle below. Before, when he saw the deep blue flames bursting out of Linny's body, it was just a glimpse. He didn't see it clearly, and he was forced to cut off the broadcast screen by himself. Witness it with his own eyes at this moment. Elder Mang really confirmed one thing. More than 10 days ago, the Abyss Demon Emperor, codenamed Abyss Flame Emperor, who had just been uploaded to the database, was actually Linny himself. It was just a short moment of thinking, and Elder Mang suddenly discovered that Linny had completed the transformation. The deep blue flame covered every corner of Linny's body. In other words, he himself had become the incarnation of flame at this moment. Then, he also broke free from the shackles of gravity and began to rise continuously. In the ruins of Noah, which had already fallen at night, it was as if a blue flame sun had risen again from the horizon. The blinding light almost made Xia Yuyan unable to open her eyes, and she felt as if she was being burned by the scorching sun. Linny suddenly looked up at a place in the sky. His eyes swept across a distance of 10,000 meters and focused on Elder Mang, who was hidden in the sky in shadows. Elder Meng's eyes once again shone with brilliance. He can see me? This kid. Any trump cards? Linny just glanced at Mr. Meng and quickly looked away. Looking down at Xia Yuyan, who had taken back all the fields, leaving only the body protection field, rejected. Linny spread his fingers. Divine fire. Tianzheng. The sun in the sky. Like a helium flash, it bursts out with the most blazing light. Then, boom! The entire space of Noah's ruins is trembling. The wreckage of the ark and the surface vegetation were instantly annihilated and evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Swamps and lakes evaporated in an instant. Mang Lao's expression changed while he was high in the sky. He clearly saw that before the power of the skill released by Linny had fully exploded, it covered Xia Yuyan's 17 areas, veto. It was also directly evaporated and shattered. Not good. Mr. Meng's heart sank. He immediately stopped watching and stepped away. Appeared next to Xia Yuyan. A light tap of the cane. An emerald green ripple spread out. Protect Xia Yuyan among them. At the same time, the Xinhua Tianzheng officially broke out. A nuclear explosion descended on the entire ruins. Mr. Meng, who was in the center of the nuclear explosion, was protected by the green ripples and remained unscathed. But the burning heat that hit his face still made him marvel at the terrifying power of Lin Yi's skill. 8th level top grid. No, it's close to the 9th level of power. This kid. Although Lin Yi had already seen through Lin Yi's hidden trump card before, when this trump card was really exposed, Mr. Meng still misjudged his terrifying strength. Are Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan geniuses? Even if this question is thrown to Daxia's God of War powerhouse, the answer is yes. But there is also a gap between so-called geniuses. After that, the whole young generation in Daxia. After Lin Yi, no one can be called a genius. Mr. Meng looked at Xia Yuyan, who had been rescued by him but was already charred and in a coma, and sighed. That's enough, kid, you win. In the sky, Lin Yi had already seen everything happening below. Being at the center of the nuclear explosion of his divine fire, not only was he unscathed, but he also seemed to be at ease. This old man is so powerful. What does he want to do? Is this some kind of relative or elder of Xia Yuyan? At this moment, Lin Yi even wanted to throw a fire spell at him and escape. There is no way this can be regarded as Lin Yi's stress reaction. But after watching for a while, I saw that the old man was not hostile to me. Linny realized that it was his old habit of always thinking the worst about things. Judging from the strength currently displayed by this old man, even if he really summons the 8 desolate heavenly meteors to smash them down, there is a high probability that he cannot be killed. While Linny was thinking wildly, the entire copy of Noah's ruins began to tremble violently. The wreckage of Noah's Ark on the surface. This is the core of this entire copy. The core module of the Ark reactor was previously held tightly in Xia Yuyan's hands. At this moment, it has been broken into a pile of gray-white powder. Lost this core Rubik's Cube. The entire wreckage of Noah was completely evaporated and annihilated by Lin Yi's divine fire sky sign. So, what happened in Felicane, the city of lost light, should soon happen in the ruins of Noah. Linny saw a large number of spatial cracks appearing throughout the copy. The entire copy space began to become unstable. It is only a matter of time before we fall into a deeper abyss. Let's go! Mr. Meng shouted from below. The next moment, Linny felt that he was also wrapped in the emerald green ripples. After a while, the world was spinning. When he regained his vision, Linny found that he had appeared in the underground hall before entering the dungeon. In the invigilation room. Soon, the affairs team that had been responsible for eliminating candidates sent a message to Li Qianya. Just now, the last 2 candidates in the copy of Noah's relics have all come out. Li Qianya felt his brain buzzing. It's over? Is it over? Mr. Meng came to shut down the entire broadcast device. Less than half a minute has passed, right? The 5th round, the final battle, ended so suddenly? So, who wins? With this huge curiosity, Li Qianya rushed to the entrance hall of the previous copy as quickly as possible. He saw the copy door. Mr. Meng was standing there, talking to another person. And that person was clearly Linny. At the same time, there were several teams of priests who were responsible for treating and providing first aid to eliminated candidates. Lying on the stretcher was a man with his eyes closed, his whole body charred, and somewhat miserable. It can still be vaguely seen that it is Xia Yuyan. Who wins and who loses? The ending has been revealed. Li Qianya took a deep breath. He couldn't understand it. 10th level domain, denial of incarnation, how could she be so injured? If Mr. Meng hadn't taken action, would Xia Yuyan have been completely dead at this moment? However, he may never know what happened in the copy after the broadcast was cut off. Thinking about it this way, Li Qianya secretly made a decision in his heart. I might as well clean up my memory. Otherwise, it would be a bit painful to spend the rest of your life with this doubt and curiosity. Mr. Meng glanced at Li Qianya. Then look around at the other candidates. The results of this assessment were announced calmly. He pointed at Linny, he is the final winner of this round. The scores will be calculated based on full marks. After giving instructions to Li Qianya, Mr. Meng looked at Linny and said, boy, follow me. Linny touched his nose. Then he looked at Xia Yuyan, who was lying on the stretcher dying. I felt a little uneasy. After all, he didn't hide it. Alas, what was shown was still too terrifying, wasn't it? Linny followed Mr. Meng. When passing by other candidates who had been eliminated before, Linny found that these people were looking at him in awe, as if they had seen a ghost. And he didn't dare to come within 3 meters of him at all. Linny didn't understand. It seems that you are not so scary, right? These people should have just seen themselves commanding an army of undead scourges, right? Is there any need to be so afraid? Li Qianya also saw this scene. He watched Linny disappear with Mr. Meng at the end of the dark corridor. A hint of jealousy emerged in my heart. If it can be said that Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan crushed the other candidates taking the 5th round of exams this time, then Linny also crushes Xia Yuyan like a fault. The two sides are not on the same power level at all. From now on, looking at the entire Daxia, the younger generation, Linny is the highest mountain and the longest river. Just when Li Qianya was in a daze. Boom! The entire underground space began to shake. Later, Li Qianye was shocked to find that the light curtain at the entrance to the copy of Noah's ruins was shrinking and collapsing at an extremely fast speed. What happened in the copy? What happened? The next moment, everyone in the entire underground space once again received a Blue Star World notification. Dungeon closure notice. Please note that all professionals on Blue Star, the 5-person copy of the Surface Abyss, Noah's Ruins has been permanently removed from the list of Surface Abyss copies because the core module of the arc reactor, the core of the copy, has been destroyed and the copy structure has been completely destroyed. From now on, all professionals will no longer be able to enter this copy. The final passer of this copy will be included in the Global Copy Hall of Fame. Li Qianye looked at the back of Lin Yi, who had already followed Mr. Meng out of the door. He was deeply shocked. Ha! The copy of Noah's Ruins disappeared directly? The last person to pass the pass. Isn't it Lin Yi? Li Qianye knew before that Lin Yi had passed a certain Abyss trial copy when he took the provincial exam. And because of some coincidences, he was on the Global Copy Hall of Fame. Now, he has one more record in the Hall of Fame? Damn! Boy, you did a good job, you were very alert, and you knew how to hide yourself. But the things you hid made me, an old man, look at you with new eyes. Also, you were a little ruthless. In the dark corridor, Elder Meng's words were full of appreciation and kindness. This made Lin Yi feel a little relieved. It seems that this old man should represent the entire Daxia, the real high-level people, right? Their attitude towards him seems to be okay? Seeing his sublimated form, he was not too shocked. Well, it is also true. There are countless strong people in the entire Blue Star. Maybe the 8th level alienated fire magic can shock most people, but it cannot shock those who really hold power and supreme power. However, Lin Yi still carefully tested jokingly, you won't take me to a laboratory and dissect me for research, right? Meng, who was walking in front, paused. Then he laughed and said, what do you think we are, man-eating monsters? Also, brat, don't be too proud. Although you are very strong now and have great potential for growth, if you die young, you will be nothing. Do you know how many countries, organizations, and individuals are eyeing our great Xia? You young geniuses, are you eager to get rid of them? It is impossible for us as a human race to be completely united. Disputes arise between people for various reasons, let alone between countries. In addition to this, the entire Abyss world and thousands of civilizations from other worlds are also eager to eat our Blue Star civilization alive. The resources of the entire world are limited. If civilization wants to develop and survive, the only way is to fight and plunder each other, and you will live and die. Meng Lao said something. For the first time, Lin Yi truly realized the crisis that Daxia and even the entire Blue Star human race were facing at this moment. And I also realized the vision and structure of this old man and even the entire Daxia senior management. Their level of consciousness has reached the stage of civilization's survival. Although Lin Yi admired him, to be honest, he didn't want to look at everything from such a high level. The reason for longing for power and becoming stronger is simply to have a foothold in this world. Okay, let's go ahead and introduce myself again. My name is Meng Yuanzhou. Just call me Mr. Meng. You just need to know that I am telling you these things today just to let you know. We attach great importance to talents. You, Xia Yuyan, Lu Yu, and even all the candidates who can enter the 5th round. In the future, we will definitely be able to accomplish something. You are the descendants who will continue our legacy, and you are also the hope of Daxia and even the entire human race. So, we will protect you and thrive at all costs. I can see that you are more mature than others. It's like your 18-year-old body contains a decades-old soul, huh? Meng Yuanzhou laughed out loud until the end. Lin Yi felt relieved at this moment. If Daxia's top management really wants to harm themselves. To be honest, Lin Yi found that he had no room to struggle. He is strong. But after living with these for hundreds of years, skills, equipment, talents, martial arts. Compared with a strong man who is perfect in all aspects, he is really not qualified. Okay, no more gossip, Lin Yi, I am very optimistic about you. I understand your family background, and now I know a little bit about you personally. I don't want you to die young at some point in the future. We've learned too many hard lessons. So, I must remind you to keep your good habit of being cautious now. In this world, there are too many skills, props, regional effects, and spiritual crystal spells beyond our imagination. If you don't attract the attention of those who are interested, what do you young people have to say? Oh, yes, just keep growing and don't waste it. But you are now ranked first in this year's National College Entrance Examination. There is no way to hide this. You can only pay more attention to yourself. For the rest of the time, I want you to be like the light and restrain your sharpness. When the day comes when you become the god of war and this world can't help you, you can be as crazy as you want. Linny nodded and accepted the instruction with an open mind. I can do it, Mr. Meng. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Meng Yuanzhou was very pleased. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, you were in the dungeon just now and you have already reached level 60, right? Did you receive an invitation to enter the 0th floor of Zhangyuan? Lin Yi nodded. He just wanted to ask about Zhangyuan. Meng Yuanzhou said, I'll keep the story short. You should already have a basic understanding of the abyss. The city of lost light and the ruins of Noah that you have experienced are both a type of copy of the abyss. But these copies are actually surface copies of the abyss. You can think of the abyssal world as a never-ending deep sea. Most copies of the abyss are cruise ships floating on the sea. And descending into the abyss means that you have officially dived below the sea level. In the abyss world, from the surface to the deep, each layer has specific abyss rules, and the difficulty of the copy will also increase step by step. Of course, the rewards are also more generous. The 0th level of the abyss is your first hurdle towards the deeper levels. At the same time, it is also your only chance to obtain high-level talents before descending to the 20th floor of the abyss. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you saying that the 0th level of Zhangyuan will reward you with an additional talent? It may also be exclusive equipment, or a permanent buff state. All in all, descending to the 0th level of the abyss is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all professionals. However, there are differences between the dungeons on the 0th level of Zhangyuan. Boy, do you know the difference between our top universities in the country and those 985 super first-class universities? Linny shook his head. I don't know. This is actually what Linny has always been curious about. The idea that everyone instilled in him was to take the exam well and get a good ranking. Then choosing a good university will be of great benefit to future career paths. So what's the difference? Is it theoretical knowledge? Linny believes that in this era of catastrophe, although information is valuable, it is by no means something that any individual or organization can firmly grasp. There is no airtight wall in the world. Is it a rare resource? Then you can also redeem it through Daxia merit points. Even the best way to earn merit points is not to enter the professional university for further study, but to join the army directly. Once you join the professional coalition, as long as you make merit, you can get a lot of merit points. Therefore, these top universities in the world must have something that other organizations don't have. It's the copy. Meng Yuanzhou gave the answer. To be precise, it's the admission qualification to the copy. When you enter the university, you will naturally understand these, so I won't explain them in detail. I will only say one thing. That is, the top 3 universities in the world have the most special copies of the 0th level of the abyss. If you accept the invitation of the 0th level of the abyss now, you will only enter the most common and the lowest difficulty 0th level of the abyss, which is unified across the entire blue star. The upper limit of the reward you get will only be A level. And the special 0th level copy of the abyss mastered by the first universities in various countries in the world has an upper limit of SSS level rewards. Linny completely understood. In this way, the advantages of top universities compared to other civilian organizations are reflected. You shouldn't worry about admission. Number 1 in the country. And he got the first place with full marks in 5 rounds. I haven't seen him for many years. You should choose the school, not the school choosing you. Okay, Li Qianye and his team should be busy with the national results release. It will be announced nationwide in about an hour. You can ask him for the reward for the national champion. Lin Yi thanked Meng Yuanzhou, walked out of the room, and returned the same way. When he found Li Qianye, Lin Yi found that the attitude of the chief examiner towards him was a 180-degree turn. There was even a bit of respect in his words. Come to receive the reward. Sit down, come, sit here. Lao Jiang, why are you standing there? Go and pour tea for our national champion. Use the top-grade Maojian I bought 2 years ago. Lin Yi was warmly entertained by Li Qianye. When he heard about the collection of Maojian, Lin Yi found that the expressions of those under Li Qianye changed when he looked at him. During the catastrophe, many plants on Blue Star mutated. The tea culture in the ancient culture of Daxia and the coffee culture in the West were hit by a catastrophic impact. Either it was poisonous or the taste changed drastically, and it was completely unbearable to drink. It was only in recent years that the relevant gene cultivation work was in place, and the taste could basically be reproduced. However, when Li Qianye's collection of Maojian tea was brought to Lin Yi took a sip and immediately put it down without a sound. You call this a collection-level good tea? Why does it smell like coriander? I can't stand it. Since then, Lin Yi has never touched that cup of tea again. After a few awkward chats with Li Qianye, Lin Yi's reward finally came. Brother Lin, your 1000 Daxia merit points have been recorded in your professional merit point account. The exchange and use of merit points are connected to the trading system of major base cities across the country. You can view the list and exchange them anywhere in the country. Then there is this. Li Qianye put a sandalwood box in front of Lin Yi. After Lin Yi opened it, he saw a colorful spirit crystal flashing with purple light inside, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is your A-level talent spirit crystal. This kind of spirit crystal is usually placed deep in the treasure house and preserved in a special way, but even so, the shelf life is only about half a year. Now it has been extracted and transferred out. While the effect of the spirit crystal has not completely dissipated, you should use it quickly. By the way, I forgot to tell you how to use it. Put the spirit crystal on your forehead and close your eyes to sense it. Lin Yi took out the spirit crystal with purple light from the box. The brilliance of the spirit crystal spread out, making the walls of the entire room colorful and dazzling. Lin Yi saw this moment, not only Li Qianye's men. Even Li Qianye himself had a little more heat in his eyes. This is an A-level talent. There is no completely useless talent in this world. There may only be talents that are not so compatible with one's profession. But having is always better than not having. Good luck to you, and get a good talent. Li Qianye blessed. Lin Yi nodded, put the talent crystal on his forehead, and then he closed his eyes. Carefully sensed the talent crystal. Not long after, Lin Yi felt a wave of fluctuations from his forehead into his mind. The next moment, a mysterious force also took root in his sea of consciousness. Obtaining talent through this method actually has such a wonderful experience. Ding! Congratulations! Obtained a new talent, cyber transformation. Lin Yi was stunned. What the hell is this talent name? Could it be that it can turn oneself into a robot? Lin Yi quickly checked the detailed introduction of this new talent he had obtained. Cyber transformation. Rarity, grade A. Type, passive talent. Effect, add the orthodox professional skill tree of mechanic and gunner to your branch professional skill tree. Note, flesh and blood are weak, and machinery ascends. Join the glorious evolution. After seeing the effect, Lin Yi was completely stunned. What the hell? The orthodox professional skill tree of mechanic and gunner has now become his branch skill tree? Doesn't this mean that he can now learn the skills of these two professions? The next moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This talent is a breakthrough in the professional wall. Seeing Lin Yi's expression and reaction, Li Qianye asked, "How is it, did you awaken successfully?" You can go to the professional forum to find out how your awakened A-level talent is. The pinned essential post contains the ratings of all A-level talents discovered so far by our Dasha Professional Alliance. Everyone's talent is the most private secret of a professional. Asking directly is very rude and asking for trouble. Li Qianye certainly understood this. So he would not ask Linny what talent he had awakened, but seeing that Linny was a little entangled and undecided, he gave a suggestion. Linny still knew about the professional forum. This is an online social forum established by the Dasha official for professionals to share their experiences or interesting stories. As long as you are a professional, you can browse and post after passing the official registration review. Generally speaking, posts that can be featured by the official are authoritative. Most of these posts are reviews or strategies for a specific dungeon. Originally, Linny did not plan to see how his talent would be received in the official evaluation list, because this talent felt both novel and powerful to him. But Li Qianye spoke up. Linny took out his mobile phone out of curiosity and logged into the Dasha Professional Forum. At this moment, Linny's professional rating was only the most common GUI level, and there were not many posts that could be browsed. However, the official did not set a threshold for this kind of talent rating post, and Linny clicked in and was able to browse normally. After entering the post, there was a customary string of director and universe. Disclaimers. Linny skipped it directly. Swipe up with your finger, and a table appears in front of Linny. The total amount of data in the entire table is 1,146. This means that the Dasha official has currently counted the number of A-level talents that have entered the database, which is this number. Perhaps, my talent may not be included in this table. Linny kept dragging the table down. The sorting method of the entire table is to continuously arrange it downwards according to the rating rules formulated by the editor, from T0 to T4, and so on. When Linny was about to drag the table to the bottom, he saw the introduction of the T4 level evaluation. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to discard it. After obtaining it, the combat power will hardly be greatly improved. It can be called the shame of A-level. Below this introduction, Linny saw the talent he had just unlocked at a glance. Cyber Transformation, a talent that allows non-mechanic and gunner professions to unlock their related skill trees. Like talents such as Magic Infusion, Combat Training, and Assassination Master, it allows other professions to unlock the orthodox skill trees of mages, fighters, and assassins. At first glance, these talents may be very creative. After all, using the skills of other professions can not only achieve unexpected victories in battle, but also unlock and explore more possibilities of their own profession. However, imagination is always beautiful. The reality is that this type of talent has a major flaw. Not to mention that it will only add you to the skill tree of the side profession. There is a pit when it comes to upgrading skills, waiting for you to discover. That's right, if you want to upgrade the skills of other professionals you unlock, you need to spend 10 times the skill points of your own professional system. This means that even if most professionals force themselves to add points, they can only unlock related skills of level 1 or level 2 at most. And the editor has never seen a situation where a chemical reaction of 1 plus 1 greater than 2 can be produced with one's own profession. It can be said that this kind of talent, after being obtained, will be placed in a corner to accumulate dust. No one will really choose not to add their own professional system skills, but spend 10 times the skill points to add this kind of skill, right? Seeing this, Lin Yi's mouth curled up a smile. You don't say, it really happens. Lin Yi finally understood why the A-level talent he had obtained was classified as T4 in the talent rating of the official forum. It turned out that this talent had a hidden effect that was not explained in the talent effect. This should actually be regarded as the restriction of Blue Star Heavenly Dao on this type of talent. You can use skills from other professional systems, but you have to spend more than 10 times the skill points to add points. This restriction also prevents the existence of all-round professionals in this world who have completely cross-professional skill systems and can learn any skills they want. If there were no such restriction, Lin Yi estimated that the rating of this type of talent would at least be above SS level. But for him, this restriction is not painful. He can indeed give priority to adding points to his main professional system skills. But according to the efficiency of being able to obtain 86,400 skill points in one day, In the future, Lin Yi's skill points will definitely overflow one day. This talent allows him to use these possible overflowing skill points. And there is hope that it can be added to a high level. Lin Yi felt a little bit against the sky just thinking about it. Trash talent? No. To him, this is the best talent. How is it? Is it a good talent? Li Qianye smiled. Lin Yi nodded. It's pretty good. Ha, congratulations, brother. Then there are the remaining 2 rewards. Your exemption quota for the trial tower in our Daxia district has been submitted. Now there are more than 4 months before the trial tower opens, and there are still 3 months before the Pan-Asian Youth Professional Peak Competition. You don't have to rush. Take advantage of this time to level up and work hard to become stronger. Then you can choose a set of platinum-level equipment that you can use. Li Qianye took out a list and handed it to Lin Yi. This is the 5 most suitable mage sets of equipment that we asked someone to help you select from the equipment library after we confirmed that you won the first place in the country. You can choose one. After it is decided, I will ask someone to pick it up. Lin Yi picked up the list and looked at it. The first set made his eyes light up. Robe of Eternal Rest. Wearing level, LV.65. Category, Armor, Top. Grade, Platinum. Cloth Armor. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 220. Defense plus 170. Special effect, Simple. Set effect, Endless Vengeance, 4/4. 2-piece set, when you kill a target, you gain 1% of the strength of the necromancy skill. This effect can be stacked up to 5 times and lasts for 20 seconds. 4-piece set, the attribute values of all your necromancy summons are increased by 10%, and the duration of the summons is increased by 10 seconds. Note, how can you rest in peace if the fire of hatred never stops? The set effect of this set of equipment can be seen to be completely strengthening the necromancy. And this is a set of cloth armor, which can be worn by mages. Most equipment that strengthens necromancy skills is generally plate armor. Because the Death Knight is the orthodox profession of the death skill. This shows how rare this cloth armor set is. In addition to the set effect, what makes Lin Yi even more satisfied is that this set of equipment also has special effects. Each piece has a simple special effect. The effect of this special effect is easy to understand, that is, it allows professionals who are 5 levels lower than the equipment wearing level to wear this set of equipment. Lin Yi is now level 60, and the wearing level of this set of equipment is level 65, which Lin Yi can just wear. Finally, it is the attribute value given by this set of equipment. Just one piece of equipment gives 220 points of spirit. The spirit attribute value of the whole set of equipment is estimated to exceed 1,000. Lin Yi can't find fault, this set of equipment is too suitable for him now. This also indirectly proves how much those people care when choosing equipment for him. Lin Yi scanned the other 4 alternatives again. After comprehensive comparison, the first set is still better. Let's go with the first set. Lin Yi returned the list to Li Qianye and made the final decision. Li Qianye nodded. I knew you would choose the first set in the end. This set is very comfortable when you are leveling up. Especially since you have the skill expertise in the necromancy system, it is extremely comfortable to brush the dungeon by summoning creatures. Li Qianye immediately asked someone to get the equipment. Then he said to Lin Yi, now all the exams are over. After you get the equipment, you should go back to find your leader in Dongjiang. I won't bother you anymore. We'll meet again if we are lucky. Soon, a whole set of platinum-level equipment belonging to Lin Yi was divided and packed and delivered to Lin Yi. Li Qianye also sent Lin Yi out of the underground dungeon space of the Imperial Capital Education Bureau. Stepping out of the door of the Education Bureau building, Lin Yi saw a colorful and prosperous urban neon scene. This is Imperial Capital. It is the dream place of countless Daxia people. It is also the progressive city of the entire Blue Star human civilization. It is indeed magnificent. But Lin Yi has no interest in this city, let alone a sense of belonging. It was already night. I had been away from home for 2 days. Missing home? A familiar voice came. Linny looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Yuanjing standing next to a luxury car, smiling at him. Come on, get in. Li Yuanjing waved at Linny. Linny got in the car and sat in the back seat with Li Yuanjing. The luxury car started slowly. Under the neon sky of Daxia Imperial Capital, they merged into the traffic. There was soothing music in the car, and Linny felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Although these 5 rounds of exams were relatively easy for Linny. But he was also highly focused. Now that everything was over, Linny suddenly felt a little tired. It will take a long time to get back to Dongjiang now, especially if you still want to go back to Jiangcheng. When we return to Tianhai, the regular transmission hall will have stopped running, and you will have to change to the underground train to go home. So I booked a suite for you at the Imperial Hotel. Rest for a night and go back tomorrow. If you want to go shopping in Imperial Hotel, I can also accompany you. I often come here for meetings and I am quite familiar with it. Linny shook his head and yawned. No, Uncle Li, I'm a little tired and don't want to go shopping. Thank you for your trouble with the hotel. Li Yuanjing, okay, let's go directly to the hotel. This was said to the driver in front. Then the two fell into silence for a while. Xiao Rui's matter. Li Yuanjing seemed to have made up his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Linny said, Uncle Li, I just got the first place in the National College entrance examination. You don't need to feel too burdened. During the exam, I had friction with your son. I had to stand on the opposite side. I am not such a petty person. You don't have to apologize to me for him. Li Yuanjing heard this. He opened his mouth and finally smiled bitterly. If he had half of your maturity and understanding, it would be great. I won't say more. Uncle Li, I wish you a bright future. Li Zirui's voice just fell. The driver in front exclaimed, 2 liters, I deliberately picked a wide avenue. Ha, you can look out the window. Our Daxia's college entrance examination this year, the national results are released. Li Yuanjing and Linny were both refreshed when they heard this. Look out the window. I saw a golden scroll slowly unfolding above the night sky. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Blue Star Calendar, 8 p.m. on June 8, 2024. A notice. It resounded throughout Daxia. On the land of 960 million square kilometers, as long as you are a professional, as long as you are not in a special copy, as long as you have accepted the important notices of the entire territory of Daxia by default, you will receive such a notice. Daxia Regional Notice. Inform all Daxia professionals that the 2024 National Professional College Entrance Examination has ended. The top 10 in the country will be announced in turn below. Look up at the sky. Let us wish these 10 young talents a bright future. As this reminder was sent to the ears of hundreds of millions of professionals in Daxia, Linny also saw that the golden scroll in the sky was still slowly spreading. And the brilliance was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to span the entire sky before it would stop. Linny was a little surprised. He originally thought that the national list announcement should be like the provincial list announcement, just a formality and a notice. He didn't expect it to be so grand. And with special effects? Can only the imperial capital see this special effect? As if to answer Lingy's doubts, Li Yuanjing also pressed the car window, stuck his head out of the window, saw the golden list in the sky, and smiled. You haven't seen it before? Seeing Linny shaking his head, Li Yuanjing continued, this is a cutting-edge spiritual crystal technology that transmits the image to the minds of all professionals registered as Daxia through communication spiritual crystals and image spiritual crystals. Non-professionals, of course, can't see it. Linny understood. A month ago, he was just an ordinary person, so naturally he had never seen such a big scene in the first 18 years of traveling to this world. You may wonder, our country attaches so much importance to the protection of talents, why do we still have to do such a big fanfare to announce the list? Linny was indeed thinking about this question in his mind at the moment. From what Meng Yuanzhou said to him before, he could understand the meaning of the Daxia high level. And he didn't think it was just official rhetoric. He thought that the top leaders of Daxia attached great importance to young people with potential like him. But the current process did conflict with this purpose. The most fundamental reason is that being on the gold list is the most romantic embodiment of our Daxia's profound culture, especially for candidates who have achieved excellent results in the annual college entrance examination. This is also a glorious moment in their lives. To put it in a broader sense, being on the gold list is a capital of boasting for a family to boast for 100 years. Lin Yi nodded. To be honest, let's not talk about others, just talk about himself. He also felt very happy when he saw the country making such a pomp for him and letting others show off. Then there is the exposure issue that you are concerned about. This is a problem that we have to face no matter what. Even if we don't release the list, other countries and forces will find ways to obtain information about you. So, it's better to let you have a glorious time. In the final analysis, it still depends on whether our national strength is strong enough and the overall strength of professionals is strong enough. Naturally, we will not be afraid of the villains, and even dare to say that they will punish them even if they are far away. You were born in a good era. At least in Daxia, you will definitely be safe. If history goes back 100 years, it will be a completely different picture. Okay, the list has been unfolded, enjoy this moment. Li Yuanjing's words were full of envy. This kind of honor, only 10 out of the millions of candidates in Daxia can enjoy it every year. He is obviously not among them. Lin Yi found that on the avenue outside the car window. All the pedestrians stopped to look at the sky. Whoosh bang! A brilliant firework rose into the night sky, exploding a gorgeous stream of light, firing the first shot of celebration. Then, more and more fireworks rose to the sky, lighting up the night of the entire imperial capital. In the sky, on the huge golden list, a person's name began to slowly emerge at the bottom. 10th place, Zhaozan, Xizang Province sent to the exam, 5 rounds of scores, 17988, final evaluation, excellent. The crowd began to cheer and applaud. The fireworks were gorgeous, and the golden list was dazzling, as one name after another appeared. The atmosphere on the entire street was completely set off to a climax. At this moment, similar scenes were staged all over Daxia. No matter how busy the work is today, no matter how much suffering there is in life, they will choose this special moment of the year. Go to the street, find a place with a wide view, and send the most sincere blessings for the future of Daxia. Awesome! Come on! The future of our country depends on you. I wish you a bright future. I wish you a great success. The traffic stopped, and the crowd, holding wine glasses in their hands and smiling on their faces, celebrated loudly in the dazzling golden light and fireworks. Immersed in such an atmosphere, Lin Yi suddenly understood the most profound meaning of the cultural tradition of passing the imperial examination, which has spanned thousands of years of Daxia history. It carries the most earnest and simple expectations of countless Daxia people for the pillars of the country and the rising sun. Lin Yi felt a power called faith. At the same time, he also felt that there was something heavy on his shoulders at this moment. At this moment, less than 2 hours had passed since the end of the 5th round. Most of the top 10 candidates from various provinces in the country did not leave imperial capital. At this moment, they, like Lin Yi, stood under the gold list and looked up at everything. However, their expressions were either excited, expectant, or even celebrating. And most people's faces were full of regret, remorse, and even sadness. Even if they were the top 10 in their respective provinces, even if they were all famous geniuses, they pale in comparison to the names on the list at this moment. In a ward in imperial capital. Thanks to the protection of Meng Yuanzhou and the treatment of countless professional treatment professionals and doctors, Xia Yuyan is now awake. And her injuries have mostly healed. Outside the window of the ward, fireworks are brilliant. The moment he looked out the window, the gold list just came to the 2nd place. 2nd place, Xia Yuyan, imperial capital sent the exam, 5 rounds of score, 606835, final evaluation, perfect. Wow! What a high score! Xia Yuyan, I think I've heard of this name. She's the granddaughter of the god of war Chaoyuan. Everyone in the professional circle of the imperial capital knows her. Ah. Isn't she the first among the young talents of our great Xia this year? Why is she the second? There was a heated discussion on the street outside the ward window. The name Xia Yuyan is too famous in the entire Beijing circle. Or rather, her grandfather Xia Chaoyuan is too famous, and it's hard for her not to be famous. The discussion of these people is like a bayonet. Xia Yuyan couldn't stop trembling. I am shaking? I am afraid? The next moment, Xia Yuyan was completely surprised. Fear. This emotion has been completely eliminated since she was 9 years old. At this moment, she found that she seemed to have become a normal person again. She also has things to fear. A lazy and handsome face appeared, and Xia Yuyan bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth. She will never forget this face. Look, the first place on the gold list has appeared. How strong must the first place be to have won against Xia Yuyan? Who is it? Is Lu Yu the first place? The grandson of God of War Lu. I heard he's also very strong. Are you blind? Lu Yu is in third place, hasn't he been announced? Oh. I missed it. Who is the first place? Countless people crowded on the street. The gold list unveiled the candidates from 2nd to 10th place. The suspense of the first place has been left until now. Most of the names on the gold list are well known and even talked about. That's why everyone is so curious. Who is the one who stepped on these geniuses who became famous at a young age and took the National College entrance examination this year? Although the gold content of the top 10 in the country is very high every year. But it will definitely not be higher than this year. Because Xia Yuyan is taking the National College entrance examination this year. At the same time, Lu Yu, a 12-year-old genius, had completed all the regular courses and received a special admission quota from the top university in Daxia. He was specially approved to participate in this year's National College entrance examination. For people who have received special admission invitations, participating in the college entrance examination is just a formality. It's just that Lu Yu is very competitive. Even though he has been admitted to the best university in the country, he still wants to prove that he is the first. Unfortunately, he met Xia Yuyan. Ah? Isn't Sister Yuyan the first? In a high-end residence in Daijing. Lu Yu sat on the terrace, looking at the golden list in the sky. His head was almost burned. After he was eliminated, he was furious. He left the examination room directly and did not pay attention to the follow-up situation. In his mind, after he was eliminated by Xia Yuyan, the first place must be Xia Yuyan. And at this moment, Xia Yuyan's name appeared in the second place. Lu Yu suddenly remembered something in his mind at this moment. No, this is impossible. The next moment he realized that something was wrong. The golden list in the sky burst into an unprecedented blazing light. The whole night was dispelled by the golden light. At the same time, at the top of the golden list, the highest position, a line of words began to slowly emerge. Full marks in 5 rounds, the top scorer in the country. The moment these 8 words appeared, all the professionals in the country were stunned. They had experienced too many announcements. But it was the first time they saw such a special effect on the golden list. Full marks in 5 rounds? How is this possible? How did they do it? After seeing that Xia Yuyan could only come in second, everyone realized that the first place in this year's National College entrance examination might really be a heavyweight. But I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Full marks in 5 rounds? Has anyone ever done this in the history of the Great Xia College entrance examination? At this moment, Linny even found that the people around him forgot to cheer and applaud. Because the shock Linny brought to them was far more shocking than the other 9 people on the list. Here it comes. Li Yuanjing looked at the golden list in the sky. Below the words National Number 1 Scholar, a line of gold-plated characters began to slowly appear. He was also extremely excited. witnessed by hundreds of millions of professionals in Daxia. The name at the top of the list was announced. Jiang Cheng. Hurry up, what are you dawdling about? The names will be announced soon. Jiang Xian, who had just finished dinner and knew that the list would be announced soon, was a little impatient. Although he looked like a senior in front of Lin Yi and Jiang Ye, he was actually a super impatient person. Slow down, oh, my old waist. Wang Dahai was dragged by Jiang Xian and climbed all the way to the top floor of the Jiangcheng Professional Alliance Association. The view here is wide, and you can completely see the huge golden list in the sky. Following Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai, there is also Zhuqian. This old principal of Lin Yi, after knowing that Lin Yi got the first place in the province, has not slept well for a whole day. At this moment, they were like chicken blood, and found Jiang Xian to watch the national gold list announcement moment together. Not only them. In fact, at this moment, all the professionals in the entire Jiangcheng city also spontaneously walked to the street. Begin to observe the annual announcement. The streets were crowded with people, although there were no fireworks to celebrate like the imperial capital. But the atmosphere in this small city was equally peaceful and beautiful. Look, the 9th place has been announced. Why is Shui's name not there? Jiang Xian's face changed when he saw the name that had appeared on the gold list. Why are you in a hurry? It's only the 9th place. Maybe Shui's ranking will be higher. The fat Wang Dahai bent over, panting, and comforted. That's right, keep watching. Although Jiang Xian said so, he kept clenching his right fist, looking extremely nervous. Hey, don't say I'm ruining the fun. Although Xiaoyi got first place in our province, he's still in the top 10 in the country. Aren't you expecting too much from him? He's already very good and has worked very hard, but you know we haven't done anything for him. It didn't provide him with the best leveling environment, and it didn't provide him with the best training resources. In fact, it was only after he went through that special trial that we realized that our Jiangcheng class had such a genius. Compared with others, his starting line is far behind. Wei Xing, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng Professional Alliance, has always been the most rational one. These words came out of his mouth. Wang Dahai and Jiang Xian were instantly ashamed. Yes, they really didn't provide much help to Lin Yi's growth. So, why do they demand that Lin Yi must be among the top 10 in the country? That's right, we have 130,000 candidates in Dongjiang province. I heard that the total number of candidates in our country this year has exceeded 3 million. The difference in difficulty between standing out among 130,000 people and winning among 3 million people is huge. Wang Dahai, the mayor of Jiangcheng City and the director of Jiangcheng Education Department, is a little lonely. He's trying to make amends for himself. Just when everyone's atmosphere fell into a downturn. But suddenly I heard waves of exclamations erupting from the crowd on the street below the building. He looked up again at the golden list in the sky. 8 big characters come into view. Number 1 in the country, perfect score in 5 rounds. Then, a line of large gilded characters slowly emerged under the 8-character title. Oh! The old principal Lin Yi, Zhuqian, who had been standing behind Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai, saw the line of words clearly, the name following the first place. Immediate cardiac arrest. I almost didn't catch my breath, and I was about to fall down as I leaned back. Fortunately, Wei Xing helped him in time. But when he himself saw the line at the top of the gold list, his legs also felt weak and he almost fell to the ground with Zhuqian. First place, Lin Yi, submitted for examination in Dongjiang province, 5-round score, 1 million, final evaluation, peak. The gold medal is revealed to the world. At this moment, Daxia is at this moment. At this moment, no one in the world knows you. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets. Boom! On the rooftop, several people who represent the pinnacle of power and strength in Jiangcheng, a level 5 base city, all felt their brains roar. Then everything went blank. They didn't realize it until the streets below erupted with earth-shaking cheers and applause. This is not a dream. This is real. A dragon has appeared in their Jiangcheng. After experiencing the initial shock, Wang Dahai wiped his eyes and looked at the golden list in the sky again. After reconfirming that the person at the top of the list was named Linny, he muttered to himself, "Really, is it really him? It won't be a duplicate name." Jiang Xian slapped his big belly directly, his eyes red, and his voice trembled. "Will the duplicate name be repeated in the province? It says Dong Jiang sent the exam, are you blind? Among the 10 people sent by our Dongjiang province who can participate in the 5th round, is there a second person named Linny?" Jiang Xian's words were like a loud bell, completely awakening everyone. He helped everyone eliminate the last bit of doubt in their hearts. Wow! Zhuo Qian, who had just recovered, burst into tears like a child. But everyone knew that these were tears of joy. The top scholar. The top scholar in the country. How could Jiangcheng have such a gifted man? Back to Linny. The luxury car slowly drove through the crowded avenue. Linny heard his name from countless people. The fireworks were blooming and the golden list was dazzling. According to Li Yuanjing, this golden list will last until after midnight before it disappears. I am really happy. But I am really tired. Linny yawned, closed his eyes, listened to the salutes and noise outside the car window, and took a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, Linny was shocked by the grand decoration of the entire hotel lobby. This is not comparable to a traditional 5-star hotel. Linny even saw 2 or 3 king-level marine creatures in the aquarium on the right side of the lobby. Under Li Yuanjing's arrangement, the check-in procedures were completed quickly. The two entered the elevator, and Li Yuanjing said, "I have already told the hotel's kitchen to make 3 or 4 home-cooked dishes for you on the way here. When you return to your room, they should be on the table. I will wait for you in the lobby tomorrow morning. You can come down when you wake up naturally, and we will go back to Dongjiang together." Linny thanked him. "Uncle Li, I really troubled you all the way, thank you." Lin Yi's gratitude was sincere. After all, Li Yuanjing is the second in command of a provincial education bureau. He did things that should have been done by his subordinates along the way. It shows how much he values himself. "No need to thank me, it's my honor. Who asked you to bring such a great honor to our Dongjiang? I should thank you. By the way, I live next door to you. If you have anything tonight, you can come to me." After exiting the elevator, the two came to the door of their room. Li Yuanjing nodded to Lin Yi. He swiped the room card first and entered his room. Lin Yi opened the door. I was shocked by the luxury of this hotel again. He originally thought that the suite Li Yuanjing was talking about should be a large master bedroom, plus a few practical rooms. Who knew that as soon as he entered the door, Lin Yi saw an extremely spacious living room. On the dining table in the living room, there were several dishes that had just come out of the pot and were even steaming. The entire suite is divided into 3 floors in total. The huge floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the living room can overlook the night view of the entire imperial capital. Is this the life of Mr. Jing? It's really luxurious. The aroma of food filled his nose. Although he had enjoyed Lin Yu's cooking skills before going to the Noah's wreckage in the dungeon, he was really hungry now. Thinking of Lin Yu, Lin Yi sank his consciousness into the dead space. He found that the girl had fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were even trembling slightly with each breath. Lin Yi did not disturb her. He had wanted to ask her to come out and eat together. Now he could only eat 3 bowls of food with tears in his eyes. After wolfing down, Lin Yi put down his bowl and chopsticks, went up to the bathroom on the 2nd floor, and took a good bath. Then he came to his own big bed and lay down. The ultimate relaxation brought him an excellent sleep. When he woke up again, it was almost 10 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yi stretched and got up from the bed. It was really cool to sleep until 10 o'clock. This is much more comfortable than going to bed at 8 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Lin Yi did not bring any luggage. After going down to the hotel lobby and meeting Li Yuanjing, they went to have breakfast. The two checked out and left the hotel, and were picked up by a special car. Arrived at the teleportation hall of Daijing. Half an hour later. Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing finally returned to the gate of Dongjiang Education Administration. As soon as they walked into the lobby on the first floor of the Education Administration building, something unexpected happened to Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing. It's Deputy Director Li. He's back. The man next to him. Yes. It's Lin Yi. That's him, the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. First, several people exclaimed. Then Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing saw a group of people rushing towards them. The next moment, countless microphones and cameras were aimed at Li Yuanjing and Lin Yi. Deputy Director Li, our Dongjiang has cultivated a national champion this year, please give a speech. Deputy Director Li, is the person next to you our national champion this year, Lin Yi? We are reporters from Dongjiang Satellite TV, can we let Lin Yi say a few words to us? Li Yuanjing was stunned by the microphone that was almost at his lips. However, out of the instinct to protect Lin Yi, he still stood in front of Lin Yi and blocked these already crazy media reporters outside. And the next moment when Li Yuanjing wanted to speak, his pupils suddenly shook violently. Because he found that it was not only these reporters and media people who surrounded him. There were also several professionals wearing special college uniforms and with strong aura. These people. Damn! Li Yuanjing instantly recognized a small number of professional colleges present. In addition to several 211 and 985 universities in Dongjiang province. There are even top universities ranked in the top 10 in the country. How did they come so quickly? Are they here to steal people? This is too crazy. The enrollment work of various universities has a very rigorous process. It is similar to what Lin Yi knew in his previous life. After the National College Entrance Examination is over and the results are announced, the follow-up is the stage where candidates fill in their own applications. After filling in the application, whether they can be admitted to each volunteer university still needs to be reviewed and selected by the corresponding universities. Like the current situation, they all came to the scene in a swarm. Li Yuanjing thought of another possibility. That is special recruitment. There is no need to go through the application process at all. The relevant departments and management of the admissions office of the university directly invite a student to enroll. This is a great honor for all Dasha students. And today, Lin Yi seems to receive more than one special recruitment invitation. But dozens. Assets Department of Jiangcheng Dingsheng Mining Group. In the huge office, Lin Guodong leaned back in the comfortable sofa chair, picked up the enamel cup on the table and took a sip of tea. He was actually a little uncomfortable. Overnight, he went from a worker who had to do hard work in the mine every day to the director of the Assets Department. He arrived at the company at 7 o'clock this morning and learned that the working hours here are 11 o'clock in the morning. He can get off work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still a 2-hour lunch break at noon. And there is no work for him to do. The same office is full of his executives, or the employees of the next level of these executives. All Lin Guodong needs to do every day is to sign and occasionally go to a meeting. With the air conditioner on, Lin Guodong has a smile on his face. I don't know how Xiaoyi's grades in the Daijing exam are. Have you finished the exam? Although the gold list last night made all the professionals in Dongjiang know Lin Yi's name. But everyone in Lin Guodong's circle is an ordinary person. For them, receiving relevant information is delayed. Even though a night had passed, Lin Guodong didn't know that his son had already won the first place in the country. The previous first place in the province was enough for him to be proud of for a lifetime. Brother Lin, what are you so happy about? Share it with us. A crisp female voice sounded. It was Xiao Liao, who had just been promoted in the office, who spoke. She was very young, had not been in the system for a long time, and had an extroverted personality. So before everyone else in the office tried not to have in-depth communication with Lin Guodong, the new official who had just taken office, she took the lead in speaking. Nothing, it's just that my son got a pretty good score in the college entrance examination yesterday, and he was lucky enough to go to Daijing to take the last round of exams. I don't know how he is now. But it's okay. His current achievements have far exceeded my expectations of him, huh? Everyone in the office pricked up their ears when they heard this. Although they are not professionals. But in this era, everyone knows that professionals are superior to others, and many relatives or friends in the family have professionals. Naturally, they are familiar with the National College Entrance Examination for Professionals. Xiao Liao exclaimed, "Oh! Director Lin, my brother also took the college entrance examination this year. He told me yesterday that the candidate who ranked first in Dongjiang is also surnamed Lin." It can't be. Lin Guodong's smile became even brighter. "Ah, it's him." For a moment, the atmosphere of the whole office was mobilized. A simple girl like Xiao Liao didn't think so much, she was just curious about why Lin Guodong was so happy today. Others started to compliment him one by one. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At this moment, the mobile phone in Lin Guodong's pocket rang. Even though he has been promoted to the director of a department, Lin Guodong still maintains the good habit of frugality. This mobile phone has a loud ringtone, large fonts, not many functions, and even the screen has been cracked in half, but he just can't bear to change it. As for mobile phones, it's enough to talk and communicate. The most important thing is that the volume of his old phone is the same as the external speaker. In fact, everyone in the office can hear what the person on the other end of the phone says. After seeing that the caller's place of origin is imperial capital, Lin Guodong was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of something and quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guodong, the father of Lin Yi?" Lin Guodong was shocked. An unfamiliar number, a place of origin in another place. Could it be a liar? Yes, what's wrong? Although he was suspicious, Lin Guodong wanted to hear what was going on. "Hello, Mr. Lin Guodong. I am Director Chen of the Admissions Office of Imperial Capital Military University. You can just call me Xiao Chun." It was not just Lin Guodong who heard this. Almost everyone in the office heard it. After hearing the 6 words Imperial Capital Military University, everyone was dumbfounded. Then they took a breath of cold air instantly. The name of a person, the shadow of the school. Even if they are not professionals, it does not prevent them from knowing some of the top professional institutions in the country. Imperial Military University. It is neither a 211 nor a 985. Because this university is a military school. And it ranks 7th in the country. It is the whole country, not the whole province. At this moment, a top professional university ranked 7th in the country actually took the initiative to call Lin Guodong. Why? This question cannot be thought about in detail. It will feel a little scary when you think about it. However, before Lin Guodong could organize his words, the person on the other side continued to speak. It's like this. I called you today just to ask if you are interested in letting your child enroll in our Imperial Military University? No need to go through any volunteer process. Our school leaders have agreed to send a special recruitment invitation to Lin Yi. Lin Guodong was confused. He opened his mouth and stuttered for a long time. Isn't Xiaoyi still taking the imperial examination? Director Chen on the other side was also stunned for a moment, and then explained, "Oh, blame me, I didn't explain it to you clearly. Our National College Entrance Examination this year was actually completed last night. Your child, Lin Yi, came first in the National College Entrance Examination and is the #1 scholar in the country." Lin Guodong heard the sound of the teacup breaking. I don't know who overheard it but was shocked. His hand slipped and he broke the teacup. Lin Guodong was trembling all over. What did you just say? Xiaoyi. First. Mr. Lin, your child has won the first place in the country. He is the top pick in the country this year. The next moment, Lin Guodong felt like the world was spinning. A rush of blood rushed to my brain. It made him feel extremely dizzy. However, Lin Guodong quickly forced himself to calm down. He had experienced too many hardships, so he was naturally very wary of strangers. Are you really from the Imperial Capital Army Wu Daxia? Director Chen on the other side said quickly, "My name is Chen Lo, and I am calling you from the landline of our Imperial Capital Admissions Office. You can check online." Lin Guodong didn't even understand how to use a mobile phone. Naturally, you can't use a computer to access the internet. But Xiao Liao was already typing Chen Li's name on the keyboard with his fingers quickly. After all, it is the 7th top professional college in the country. Although there are many names with the same name as Chen Lu across the country, after searching, almost all the entries that come up are related to the imperial capital's military. Click in and take a look. The photos, job titles, relevant departments and phone numbers are indeed not fake at all. After Xiao Lao checked Lin Guodong's phone number again, he nodded to Lin Guodong. Chen Lu heard that Lin Guodong basically confirmed that he was not a liar. He continued, "In addition, if Lin Yi can enter our school will consider the inconvenience for you two and your children to live in two places. So we decided to adopt a plan, which is to bring you and Ling Zheng to live in the imperial capital together. We will handle the permanent residence in the imperial capital for you and give you an additional high-quality residence within the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. In addition, our school is also willing to pay you a monthly scholarship of 500,000 dasha coins. Thank you for your support and training of Lin Yi. Please give me monthly votes and recommended votes. 500,000. Hear this. Everyone in the entire office couldn't calm down at all. Damn it! A high-quality residence within the 3rd ring road of Daijing? According to the current market conditions, the price has already reached tens of millions of dasha coins. In addition, they don't need to do anything, they just need to live in peace in the royal capital, which is the safest and top-notch base city in the entire Blue Star. Get 500,000 for free every month. It's said to be a scholarship, but it's actually a pension for Lin Guodong and his wife. Accept it. Why are you still hesitating? If it were him, his head would probably be like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Guodong was completely confused. He didn't know the price of a house in the 3rd ring road of Daijing. I have lived frugally for most of my life and tried my best to support my children. He works underground day and night every day and earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. He feels that he is already very proud. But now someone else has offered a price 50 times that amount. He no longer knew how to reply. Hearing Lin Guodong's long silence, Chen Lu became a little anxious and quickly explained, "Mr. Lin, these benefits offered by our school are just preliminary cases. We can discuss more details. I can help you get a scholarship of 700,000, 800,000, or even 1 million. Or if you have any other requests, just ask, we will meet them." Everyone in the office, including Lin Guodong. I actually heard a hint of humility in the mouth of the admissions director of a top university. He was already talking to Lin Guodong in a begging tone. However, Lin Guodong was not dazzled by the joy in front of him. He finally replied, "Chen. Director Chen, I feel your sincerity. But specifically which school Xiaowei wants to go to, even though I am his father, I cannot directly help him make the decision. I have to ask him." With that said, Lin Guodong picked up the public phone on his desk. Dial Lin Yi's mobile phone number. Since it was confirmed that the exam ended last night, there was no need for him to worry about disturbing Lin Yi's exam because of his phone call. Soon, the call came through. Lin Yi's voice came from over there. "Hello? Xiaoyi. It's me." Lin Guodong's voice was trembling. After learning that his son has now become the number 1 in Dasha. Hearing the voice of their child again, no parent can feel calm at this moment. The next moment, Lin Guodong even shed tears. "Dad, I have just returned to Dongjiang. I am still in Tianhai. I will go home later." Don't worry. I should have called you as soon as possible to make sure you were safe." He heard his father's trembling voice. Lin Yi actually had a sore nose. Although he is a time traveler. But 18 years after he came into this world, his parents gave him all their love. How can I not be touched at this time? Lin Guodong took a deep breath. Calm down the excitement in your heart and your longing for Lin Yi. Bringing up the topic, Xiaoyi, that's it. I just received an admissions call from Imperial Military University. Their director promised me a lot of preferential treatment and wanted me to agree to let you enroll in them. I refused. I said I need your permission. Finished this sentence. Lin Guodong did not wait for his son Lin Yi's answer. But he was the first to hear a few loud curses. Fuck! Those bastards from the Imperial Capital Army and martial arts actually used such despicable and dirty tricks? Go directly to your parents, right? It's so despicable. Is classmate Lin Yi's father? Don't believe it. Don't believe every word and every punctuation mark said by those idiots from Imperial Army Military. What kind of pheasant university are they? How dare they steal people from our Beidou? Mr. Lin. We are Chang'an Qilin University, 5th in the country. All the benefits given to you by the Imperial Capital Army will be doubled here. Shut up. We at Longhua College will pay you 5 times. Although Lin Yi's mobile phone is not a mobile phone, it will not miss sound. But I couldn't stand this group of people who came to recruit students. They were all top professionals. His ears were very pointed, and it was easy to hear what Lin Yi said on the other end of the call. At this moment everyone was noisy. Li Yuanjing was stunned. For a moment, the whole scene was like Lin Yi choosing a concubine. Everyone was eager for Lin Yi to choose them. The most important thing is that these universities are all truly top universities in Daxia. He is often either 7th or 6th. There are even Qilin College and Longhua University ranked 5th and 4th. Normally, there would be more than a dozen candidates in Dongjiang who squeezed into these 2 universities, and he would be burning incense. Now, the 6th and 7th level bosses from these academies are as passionate as shrews. If I wrote those dirty words one by one, I might not be able to pass the review. Boss, your character is ruined. What about your usual aloofness? What about your usual arrogance? What about the high-end style that you have always been looking for? Why do you just ignore it at this moment? Lin Yi also had black streaks all over his head. He could only bite the bullet and say to his father on the other side, "Dad, that's it, you heard it. They are also looking for me to talk about this matter. So, let's talk about it later. I'll hang up first and go home in the afternoon." Hang up the phone. Lin Guodong turned to Chen Lu, who had been listening all the time, and said, "Director Chen, you heard it too, and I also know that it's not easy for you to recruit students. But this matter is up to Xiaoyi to decide, we won't interfere." That's it. After saying that, Lin Guodong didn't give Chen Lu a chance to continue talking nonsense, and hung up the phone directly. The moment he hung up the phone, Lin Guodong's phone rang again. After seeing the caller, Lin Guodong smiled and picked up the phone. "Wife, what's wrong?" On the other side, Lin Yi's mother Su Qingfang said, "Just now, the admissions director of some Magic City Magic Martial Arts University called me and said a lot of things. Our son got the top scorer. I already know. Just now, the Imperial Capital Military Martial Arts also called me. No wonder your phone is always busy. You didn't agree to them on behalf of your son? Lin Guodong, I warn you, you can't make this decision for Xiaoyi." "Haha, we are husband and wife. I didn't agree to them, I just called Xiaoyi. He will go home in the afternoon." "That's good, I'm off work, I'm going to buy vegetables now. You should also get off work early. If you really can't, ask for leave." "Got it." Lin Guodong hung up the phone, feeling refreshed. As soon as he hung up the phone, everyone in the office surrounded him instantly. "Director Lin, congratulations. Brother Lin. Your son has really soared to the sky." Surrounded by the entire office, Lin Guodong was radiant. He waved his hand. "Hey, it's just a national champion, is it necessary to call me while I'm at work? I thought it was a big deal. Look, you guys are just making a fool of yourself." Everyone who surrounded him was silent. "No, Director Lin, your usual honest and simple personality has collapsed. Your Versailles quotes can be written into textbooks. Ahem. Xiaoyi, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao, the admissions director of Qilin College in Yuzhou Province. This is Dean Qin of the Firepower Sequence branch of Tianshan Beidou University in Donglin Province. Although Li Yuanjing felt that these big guys in front of him had completely torn their faces, he was still one of the face-to-face figures of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Bureau after all. At this moment, he had to stay calm. Li Yuanjing and these people were mostly nodding acquaintances, and at least they had met once. They were all people in the Daxia education system, so he still recognized them. So he kept introducing these people to Lin Yi. At the same time, he would also introduce the background, ranking and outstanding professional colleges of the professional schools represented by these people to Lin Yi. Ha, Lin Yi, it's definitely right to come to our Qilin College. Not only are we ranked 5th in the country, but we have also opened a channel for outstanding students. As long as you enroll, you will immediately become an outstanding student without any assessment and enjoy a series of special treatments. There are currently 11 exclusive copies of our school, enough to cover you to complete the 5th transformation. Zhao Tian from Yuzhou Qilin College talked endlessly. It is obvious that he is very confident in his own college. Student Lin Yi, I tell you, you can't just look at the ranking, you also have to look at the colleges and departments. Although our school ranks 6th in the country, your profession is a mage, right? The teaching staff of the mage professional department of our school can be called the top 3 in the country. And the number of books in the skill library is far more than other schools of the same level. Student Lin Yi. Don't listen to the sweet talk of this old man. It's a low ranking, so what excuses can you make? Can you even boast about data like the number of skill library books? It's as if we don't have any in Longhua. Student Lin Yi, I'll just tell you one data. The colleges ranked 5th and later, until they are out of the top 100, can't get as much resources allocated from the general administration every year as the top 4 colleges in the country. The top 4 is greater than the sum of the other top 100 colleges, do you understand what I mean? The person sent by Longhua Academy this time was a young scholar wearing glasses. At this moment, his voice was not loud. But he said a fact that shocked everyone. Lin Yi looked at Li Yuanjing with some surprise. The latter nodded to Lin Yi. This means that what the teacher of Longhua Academy said is true. Resource distribution is so uneven. But before the glasses guy could be proud for a few seconds. Amid the exclamations of countless onlookers and media people, a bright blue space crack suddenly opened above the hall. Longhua Academy is just shallow water, how can it accommodate a real dragon? An old voice sounded from the other end of the crack. Then, the space crack expanded rapidly, and an old man in a white robe stepped on the void and slowly walked out of the crack. Following him were 7 or 8 mage professionals who were also wearing robes and had a high temperament. The moment he saw the white-robed old man in the lead, Li Yuanjing couldn't hold it anymore. He couldn't stay calm. Han. Dean Han. Why did you come in person today? Han Shizai's eyes swept over Li Yuanjing, without much communication. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi. Then he walked down from the air and smiled, I am late. I hope you haven't decided which college to join. Li Yuanjing immediately introduced Lin Yi softly, Lin Yi, this is Han Shizai, the principal of Yundian University, which is currently ranked 3rd in the country. This university only recruits students with professional mages, and the rarity of the candidates recruited all year round must be at least rare, and they must also have their own talents. The power behind Yundian University is the top guild of Blue Star Mages, Yundian. In this guild, the professionals above P5 management are already above level 8. Lin Yi was a little shocked when he heard this. Most of the top guilds in this world are actually like companies, and they are also divided into levels. P1 is the most ordinary member. P9 is the president of the guild. P5 is the middle management, but I didn't expect that the strength is so terrifying. Han Shizai didn't even need to say much, his appearance was so impressive. He had already crushed other top schools present. Even in the 4th-ranked Longhua Academy, the old man wearing glasses, who was very confident a second ago, has now become wilted. Now that Li Yuanjing is helping him endorse, he is almost certain to win. Lin Yi is indeed somewhat tempted. This kind of school that only recruits magicians will undoubtedly be the best in this field. But after experiencing the scene of these top schools scrambling for people, Lin Yi's curiosity has been aroused. So, what are the top 2 schools in Daxia like? With his current performance,